I was once a prodigious genius in the realm of business. Having graduated from university relying solely on one's own efforts, one has already amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million. Little did I expect to be ensnared by my own family, leading to my unjust imprisonment. As a result, my mother also fell victim and lost her life. They enumerated dozens of charges against me to ensure that I would not have any opportunity for redemption. Thus, I was sent to the most terrifying prison in the land, a death cell from which no soul has ever emerged alive. Now, I have not only returned from imprisonment, but I have also honed my skills to become an unparalleled master of martial arts. Returning to the city I once knew, I find my neighbors taking advantage of my perceived weakness, even encroaching upon my rightful abode. You, a mere convict, still dare to wish for our departure? Dream on. After all these years, this house has long been ours. The notion of us leaving is utterly out of the question. Why are you not languishing in prison? How dare you return? In front of the bungalow, a formidable middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at me and pointing her finger directly at my nose as she unleashed her tirade. Ye Feng listened to her venomous words, a surge of anger coursing through him. His expression darkened, as though one could wring water from his countenance. His hands clenched tightly, his nails nearly piercing the flesh. You are both wretched beings. One, a seductress who entices men, has given birth to a child of dubious origins, one who cannot even cross the threshold of our home. Your imprisonment is well deserved. Lu Hong continues to berate you incessantly. Having been our neighbor for so many years, she has always been envious of my mother's beauty and has spoken ill of her behind her back. My mother has now departed. I have just been released from prison. She is even more unrestrained. Her scolding is nothing short of liberating. I was indeed born outside of my mother's womb, yet my mother did not seduce my father. My father, Ye Feng, is a prominent figure in the Ye family, one of the most distinguished households in Nanling province. In his youth, he ventured to Lianqing to expand his business, where he encountered my mother, and the two soon fell in love. The door was misaligned, and the entrance was inappropriate. Their fate was destined to yield no outcome. In the end, my father did not remain with my mother. My mother and I endured countless disdainful glances in Lianqing. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, accompanied by a child, which inevitably sparked envy among the women around us. Lu Hong was one such individual. My mother has nurtured me exceptionally well. From a young age, I excelled academically. In the year of the college entrance examination, I achieved the top score in Lianqing, securing admission to a prestigious university in the provincial capital. During my university years, I embarked on the journey of establishing my own business. Both my academic and entrepreneurial pursuits flourished, and my mother took great pride in my achievements. By the time I graduate, my company will have also expanded significantly, with assets surpassing 10 billion. A year before my imprisonment, the Ye family approached me, seeking to have me acknowledge my ancestral roots. The patriarch of the Ye family expressed his desire to groom me as his successor. I initially had no desire to become entangled with the foremost family of the provincial capital. However, my mother wishes for me to reconnect with the Ye family. In order to spare my mother from sorrow, I am compelled to embrace my ancestral roots. However, this decision has provoked certain individuals within the Ye family. They conspired against me, resulting in my imprisonment for 5 years. My mother also fell victim to their schemes, leaving us, mother and son, separated by the realms of life and death. Every time I ponder upon these matters, my heart is gripped by an overwhelming sense of distress. Now that it has been articulated before me, my anger has intensified beyond measure. I glared at Lu Hong, my veins bulging with fury. Repeat that once more. Lu Hong gazed into my eyes, which seemed to hunger for blood, and a tremor of fear coursed through her. After all, she was but a woman, while I was merely a convict, notorious for my violent deeds. The very thought was enough to instill terror. She was momentarily intimidated by my imposing presence, retreating a few steps with a hint of fear in her heart. Yet, upon recalling her husband's presence within the house, she regained her confidence. What has befallen you? You wild woman, giving birth to a wild child. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Before Lu Hong could finish her words, her entire being was propelled outward. Lu Hong lay on the ground, initially taken aback, astonished that I dared to touch her. Then, she began to scream like a slaughtered pig. A murder has been committed. A convict has taken a life. Her voice was already loud. And this shout resonated like a trumpet. The surrounding neighbors were startled. And they all emerged to see what was happening. How did he manage to come out? Wasn't it said that he would be confined for a long time, perhaps even for a lifetime? Perhaps he has escaped from prison. Everyone, be cautious. The neighbors around were quite astonished to see Ye Feng, and began to whisper among themselves. What a pity it is for such individuals, who once achieved remarkable academic success, only to find themselves traversing an erroneous path. Had I chosen the righteous path back then, I would undoubtedly be prosperous now, basking in success and enjoying a distinguished status. Even if one emerges from such circumstances, they remain rendered useless. With a criminal record, one becomes a mere shell of a person. Some individuals shake their heads and sigh in despair. Who has wronged you, my dear? At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed through the room as a robust man stepped forth. Upon seeing Ye Feng charge towards him, the man bellowed, "You little brat, are you seeking death? How dare you come to my home and act so recklessly?" Ye Feng recognized the person approaching. It was Zhou Hai, Lu Hong's husband. This individual is quite renowned in this area, known to be a bully who preys on the weak. He spends his days frequenting the bars and various entertainment venues in Lianqing. Upon seeing her husband emerge, Lu Hong hurriedly rushed towards him, tearfully lamenting, "My dear husband, it is this illegitimate child who demands that we relocate and has even struck me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's expression immediately darkened. He strode forward in anger, clenching his fist as he approached Ye Feng, a cold sneer playing on his lips. In his view, Ye Feng's slender physique suggested a lack of resilience, and he believed that a single punch from him could easily bring Ye Feng to his knees. He is somewhat renowned in the vicinity, primarily due to his ferocity and exceptional fighting skills. It is precisely for this reason that he caught the attention of a notorious gang leader, who subsequently appointed him as a subordinate lieutenant. The onlookers nearby shook their heads in disapproval, believing that Ye Feng would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss in front of Zhou Hai, for Zhou Hai was the undisputed ruler of this region. Lu Hong wore a look of triumph, fully aware of her husband's prowess. His strikes could easily send an opponent to the hospital, and in more severe cases, could result in lifelong disabilities. Yet, Ye Feng remained utterly unperturbed, even displaying a cold smirk. He had once, at the behest of the military, slain a formidable warrior of divine caliber with a single stroke on the northwestern plateau. To him, a figure like Zhou Hai was hardly worthy of consideration. As Zhou Hai's assault approached, he deftly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the attack. In a fluid motion, he delivered a sharp slap to Zhou Hai's face, causing him to stagger back a few steps, leaving a vivid crimson imprint upon his cheek. After Zhou Hai steadied himself, he swiftly drew his dagger and charged towards Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng skillfully seized his wrist, twisting it forcefully, resulting in a piercing scream of agony. People stood in astonishment at the scene, including Lu Hong. The sheer magnitude of Ye Feng's power left them in disbelief. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ye Feng forcefully propelled Zhou Hai, sending him crashing violently against the wall. He then collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Faced with Zhou Hai's fearful gaze and Lu Hong's accusations, Ye Feng remained unfazed. He merely strode coldly towards Zhou Hai and commanded, "Now, immediately remove your belongings from my house." Despite enduring immense pain, Zhou Hai could not suppress his fear as he inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Meanwhile, his wife, Lu Hong, began to scream, accusing Ye Feng of murder. The surrounding crowd began to murmur and point fingers at Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng chose to disregard the fickle opinions of the onlookers, focusing solely on addressing the situation at hand. Confronted by Ye Feng's menacing presence, Zhou Hai was engulfed by a sense of confusion and dread. He could not fathom how someone who had once been imprisoned could so swiftly regain their freedom, leading him to question whether Ye Feng had orchestrated an escape from incarceration. This notion became increasingly resolute in his mind, to the extent that he began to urge his wife to report to the authorities, accusing Ye Feng of being a fugitive. Ye Feng remained silent throughout, contemplating that reporting to the authorities would be just the right course of action. This would enable him to expel the family and reclaim his home, precisely as he had hoped. After Lu Hong finished the phone call, a short while later, several police officers arrived at the scene. Among them was a middle-aged man, accompanied by two younger officers. The middle-aged man, named Li Shi, is a police officer in this vicinity. He glanced at the figure of Zhou Hai on the ground, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Li Shi and Zhou Hai share a considerable familiarity. The two often engage in some clandestine dealings. Upon seeing a familiar face, Zhou Hai immediately pointed at Ye Feng and exclaimed, "Deputy Li, this is a fugitive." Hurry and apprehend him. He is indeed the fugitive from prison. Just look at the state he has left us in. Quickly apprehend him. Lu Hong exclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a victim as she pointed an accusatory finger at Ye Feng. They insisted vehemently that Ye Feng was a fugitive who had escaped from prison, yet they remained conspicuously silent regarding their own transgressions of unlawfully occupying Ye Feng's residence. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's demeanor immediately shifted to one of vigilance. Without uttering a word, he drew forth his hand and stepped forward, firmly grasping Ye Feng's arm, intent on lifting him up. Come with me to the police station for a moment. I am not a fugitive. Are you not curious about what transpired here? Ye Feng raised his hand to evade the icy grip of Li Shi. His expression gradually darkened. He began to realize that Li Shi was evidently in cahoots with Zhou Hai, seeking to take him away under the pretense of helping Zhou Hai resolve his troubles. What evidence do you possess to prove that you are not a fugitive? Li Shi asked with a cold smirk. Ye Feng retrieved a release certificate from the package and handed it over. I have indeed served time in prison, but I have been released now. You have no grounds to detain me. Li Shi glanced at the release certificate in his hand and then spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, some bad habits are hard to change. Just after your release, you have already resorted to violence. You should return to the police station with me for further discussion. Take him back. Zhou Hai, upon witnessing the situation, let out a sigh of relief, secretly reveling in his own satisfaction. You dare to challenge me? Once you find yourself in custody, I shall deal with you properly. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Hong decided to abandon the pretense. Rising from the ground, she pointed at Ye Feng and exclaimed, You illegitimate child, let us see how audacious you remain. Ye Feng's expression darkened. The man before him, Li Shi, was evidently in collusion with Zhou Hai. Two officers rushed forward, brandishing their gleaming silver hands, reaching out to seize Ye Feng. Before stepping out, Ye Feng had silently vowed never to don that thing again. He possesses such determination, as well as the capability. With a subtle shift of his body, he deftly evaded the two individuals. Li Shi furrowed his brow upon seeing this. This refusal to arrest was nothing short of a slap in the face to him. How dare you resist arrest? Li Shi glared at Ye Feng with a hostile expression, speaking in a grim tone. Without discernment, you wish to take me back to the police station, devoid of reason, Ye Feng scoffed. Li Shi would never engage in reasoning with a labor reform convict. He brandished the baton he carried with him and struck at Ye Feng with it. In his perspective, the opponent was ultimately a young man, slender in build and seemingly frail, certainly unable to withstand such a blow. However, Ye Feng's patience had reached its limit. Instead of retreating, he launched a fierce counterattack, propelling Li Shi into the air with a swift kick. Li Shi let out a piercing scream as he was hurled sideways, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Blood coughed from his lips as he continued to wail in agony, his complexion paling considerably from the force of Ye Feng's brutal kick. Ye Feng's prowess has already surpassed that of a war god. The kick he just delivered utilized less than 1,000th of his strength. Otherwise, Li Shi would have perished long ago. Two additional officers, witnessing the scene, rushed forward in an attempt to subdue Ye Feng, yet he effortlessly dispatched them with a couple of swift kicks. This scene left everyone in the vicinity utterly astonished. It was unimaginable that the seemingly frail Ye Feng could effortlessly send three individuals flying in an instant. The other party was indeed a well-trained officer, which left everyone utterly astounded. Ultimately, a dog cannot change its nature. Returning home and daring to assault an officer reveals a vicious disposition, indicating one is not of good character. I cannot ascertain whether that release certificate is counterfeit. The accusation of murder cannot be so easily dismissed. Lu Hong is undoubtedly correct. He must have escaped from prison. Whispers of discontent surround. Persisting doubts cast upon Ye Feng, continuing to tarnish his reputation. Ye Feng was a remarkable child in the past, consistently excelling in his endeavors. I refuse to believe that he is capable of murder. There are those who stand by Ye Feng, shaking their heads in his defense. Indeed, Ye Feng is a gentle soul. How could he possibly be involved in such an incident? He struck Zhou Hai solely because Zhou Hai encroached upon his property. It was entirely an act of self-defense. The sheriff was exceedingly unreasonable, immediately attempting to apprehend individuals. Some voices, however, were hushed in support of Ye Feng. Although these individuals believed in their hearts that Ye Feng was not at fault, due to their inherent instinct to seek fortune and avoid misfortune, ultimately, no one dared to step forward to speak on Ye Feng's behalf. Zhou Hai and his wife were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Ye Feng would dare to lay hands on a police officer. However, it wasn't long before their excitement became overwhelming. Striking Li Shi is tantamount to defying the authorities. This time, whether Ye Feng is released legally or escapes from prison has become inconsequential. He will undoubtedly be apprehended once more. This aligns perfectly with Zhou Hai's intentions. As soon as Ye Feng steps inside, this house will belong to them. Once the demolition compensation is received, it will be a tangled affair, and no one shall manage to extract a single penny from their hands. Moreover, Li Shi is not one to be trifled with. Offending him could very well jeopardize one's life. With this thought in mind, Zhou Hai entirely disregarded his pain, a hint of a sinister smile gracing his lips. Li Shi was sent flying by a kick from Ye Feng, feeling utterly humiliated. In a fit of rage, he drew a gun from his waist, aiming it at Ye Feng, intent on eliminating him once and for all. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he swiftly approached, his foot forcefully landing upon Li Shi's hand that clutched the gun. The sound of bones shattering intertwined with anguished screams. Li Shi's expression instantly contorted in agony, his eyes wide with horror. Ye Feng remained expressionless, his heart remarkably tranquil. With another swift movement of his foot, Li Shi let out another piercing cry, the gun slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Under the guidance of the elderly man in prison, Ye Feng's strength had long reached its zenith. Even against a being of godlike prowess, he could vanquish them with a single strike. How could he possibly be threatened by such a trivial firearm? The adversary, showing no regard for reason, brandished a gun with the intent to harm. Ye Feng, seething with indignation, had no intention of showing mercy. Had it not been for Ye Feng's recognition of numerous familiar neighbors surrounding him, he would have had no qualms about committing murder in broad daylight, and Li Shi would now be nothing more than a heap of bones. This scene left those around in utter astonishment, shaking their heads in disbelief, unable to fathom that Ye Feng would dare to strike the sheriff. At the same time, there is a sense of regret. It was initially believed that he could turn over a new leaf upon his legitimate release. However, it now appears inevitable that he will return to prison once more. Some individuals, upon witnessing Ye Feng's brutality, began to murmur softly among themselves, speculating on the countless lives he must have taken in the past, for how else could one exhibit such ferocity? Even Zhou Hai was taken aback. This matter was instigated by him. Ye Feng might not let him off easily in a while. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai gave Lu Hong a meaningful glance, slowly attempting to crawl back into the room, seeking a temporary reprieve from the heartless murderer. "How dare you assault a police officer? Quickly, notify the police department." Li Shi shouted at his two subordinates. Two young officers hurriedly retrieved their phones and connected to the police station's line. Ye Feng ignored Li Shi, who was screaming like a slaughtered pig. If only a few individuals of higher caliber were to arrive, he could conveniently address the issues regarding his own residence. If someone like Li Shi, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, were to arrive, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson once more. He turned and strode towards Zhou Hai, who trembled in fear. "Do not approach me." The voice was imbued with a profound sense of terror. Zhou Hai never anticipated that the seemingly refined and slender wildling before him could possess such formidable strength. A sense of fear began to creep in. All along, he was the one who instilled fear in others, compelling them to tremble and beg for mercy. Little did he expect that one day he would find himself in such a pitiful state, fleeing like a hunted creature. Ye Feng looked down at him from a lofty height, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "So, what will it be? Will you move or not?" Zhou Hai wore an expression of sheer terror, instinctively shifting backward with urgency. He glanced around, observing the neighbors pointing and whispering among themselves. Suppressing his fear, he exclaimed loudly, "Why should this be?" This remark instantly brought a smile to Ye Feng's face, and without hesitation, he raised his foot and sent him flying. "On what grounds do you speak? This is my family's home." With that, they ascended and delivered a swift kick. Zhou Hai is not only a notorious thug in the vicinity but also renowned for being exceptionally difficult to deal with. The area is soon to undergo demolition. He would not easily relinquish the house. It's worth several million. Many people spend their entire lives without earning such a sum. He is consumed with hatred, pondering why Ye Feng did not perish in prison, only to emerge and sabotage his plans. As Ye Feng approached step by step, Zhou Hai finally felt a surge of fear. His mind raced, and he stubbornly declared, "Your mother sold the house to us years ago. Do you intend to reclaim it?" Ye Feng furrowed his brows in disbelief. This is impossible. If Chen Mei were to sell the house, there is no way she would not inform him. Zhou Hai, seeing that Ye Feng was skeptical, hurriedly exclaimed, "I have a business contract." "All right, go back and bring it out for me to see. I truly wish to know when my mother sold the house to you." Zhou Hai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, it proved effective. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. He had heard that this area was slated for demolition, so he had specifically commissioned someone to forge a property sale contract. When the time came, he would be able to smoothly receive the compensation for the demolition. I never anticipated that it would come in handy at this moment. In any case, Chen Mei is already deceased, and the handwriting can no longer be verified. He hastily scrambled to his feet, scurrying into the house to retrieve the forged contract. At that moment, a black sedan came to a halt outside, and several uniformed police officers approached. "It is Director Zhao." A look of delight suddenly appeared on Li Shi's face, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. This time, he was determined to make this young man pay. He would take him back to the police station and give him a thorough reprimand. Upon noticing the approaching figure, Ye Feng furrowed his brow. He turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a middle-aged man clad in uniform, his expression grim, striding purposefully towards him. Although Ye Feng did not recognize this individual, he was astonished to perceive that the man's strength was formidable, having already attained the level of a military king. Certainly, such prowess appears astonishing to the average observer. However, in the eyes of someone like Ye Feng, who can effortlessly slay even a war god, it is no different from an ant. Ye Feng, during his time in prison, was invited by the military to nurture the Shenzhou Guard. Among them, even the weakest individual has attained the rank of a king of soldiers, while several exceptional talents have ascended to the level of a war god. The cohort he once trained has now dispersed across the nation, each one commanding their respective domains. Ye Feng certainly would not regard someone with the strength of a near king of soldiers lightly. However, he was curious about the demeanor the other party would adopt upon arrival. Should the individual prove to be of the same ilk as Li Shi, he would not hesitate to teach him a memorable lesson. "Director Zhao, you have finally arrived." Li Shi, upon seeing Director Zhao, hurriedly scrambled to his feet, bowing and greeting him with deference. Just moments ago, he felt a twinge of fear towards Ye Feng, but upon the arrival of this familiar figure, a sense of confidence surged within him. The individual referred to as Director Zhao by Li Shi is named Zhaoan. He is not an ordinary person, originally a member of the military special forces. He later retired due to injury and transitioned to become the deputy chief of the Lianqing Police Department. Zhaoan glanced at Li Shi, his expression revealing a trace of disdain. Upon observing his limp, dangling arms, the seasoned soldier, with years of experience, immediately discerned that Li Shi had suffered a fracture. He has been at the Lianqing police station for many years, and naturally understands the character of Li Shi. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, assaulting a patrol officer is a significant matter. As the deputy chief of police, he could not remain indifferent to this matter. Thus, he inquired in a low voice, "What exactly is going on?" Zhao, the officer, has recently been released from prison. He intends to unlawfully seize another's property. I approached to address the situation, only to find myself injured in the process. Li Shi, in a cunning twist, accused Ye Feng, claiming that the villain spoke first. Naturally, Zhaoan is not easily deceived and did not wholly accept Li Shi's assertions. He approached Ye Feng and inquired, "Recently released, are you?" Ye Feng scrutinized him intently, his face betraying no emotion, and gave a slight nod. "Officer, do not place your trust in him. He is merely a fugitive. Swiftly apprehend him and, ideally, take him away for execution." Seeing this, Lu Hong, who was nearby, unleashed her inner shrew, shouting loudly. At that moment, she wished fervently for Ye Feng's untimely demise, believing that would clear the path to her financial gain. Ye Feng, upon witnessing this, presented the release certificate issued by Shili Prison to Zhaoan. Zhaoan was immediately taken aback. The name was not unfamiliar to him. The case of Ye Feng had caused quite a stir back in the day, and he had heard some whispers about it. As he gazed downward and beheld that the certificate was issued by Shili Prison, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, and he looked at Ye Feng with incredulity. Others may have never even heard of Shili Prison, but Zhaoan is well aware. It is the most terrifying prison in the land of Shenzhou. Situated in the northwestern part of Shenzhou lies the vast and desolate region, where the most heinous criminals are incarcerated alongside formidable martial artists. This place is infamously dubbed the Prison of Death, a realm from which even a virus would find it impossible to escape. The unit to which Zhaoan belonged had once been stationed at Shili prison, and throughout the 3 years, he never witnessed a single individual being released from its confines. Upon witnessing the release certificate presented by Ye Feng, he found it hard to believe that someone could actually emerge alive from within. Subsequently, I cast a glance at the fractured bones of Li Shi, and in that instant, a profound sense of clarity washed over me. The young man before me was undoubtedly far from ordinary. Within those confines, there are undoubtedly masters among them. Even individuals of the caliber of a military king may not confidently assert victory over the inmates within, let alone someone of Li Shi's inferior quality. He repeatedly verifies that this release certificate is undoubtedly authentic, certainly not a forgery. Although he has been retired for nearly a decade, he remains exceedingly familiar with the special seal above. Since the other party is legally released, he has no justification for apprehending Ye Feng. Simultaneously, he has come to regard Ye Feng with a higher level of esteem, no longer treating him with the same disdain as before. If he were to take action, this couple might quietly vanish without a trace tonight, leaving no clues behind. The gaze he directed towards the Zhou couple gradually began to harbor a hint of sympathy. Ye Feng, we have been neighbors for over a decade. Please show some mercy and spare us. We shall return the house to you and vacate it immediately. Lu Hong, with her keen eyes, swiftly discerned that Director Zhao's demeanor was amiss. In a moment of desperation, Lu Hong knelt before Ye Feng, grasping his pant leg and pleading for mercy. Forging a contract is a serious offense, particularly when it pertains to the value of an entire property. The charges are indeed grave. Ye Feng displayed a hint of annoyance, swiftly pushing her aside with a foot. Quickly leave, he commanded. As for how you handle this, that is Director Zhao's concern. I cannot be bothered. The subsequent matters became considerably simpler. Zhou Hai swiftly and decisively removed all the belongings from Ye Feng's residence. His original residence was situated right next door. The process was quite swift. Within less than an hour, everything was moved out. Li Shi remained silent throughout, inwardly cursing Zhou Hai profusely. In the end, Zhaoan ushered Zhou Hai and his wife into the car, and before they entered, they did not forget to cast a fierce glare at Ye Feng. Li Shi felt a deep sense of resentment within. He had been brutally beaten, yet his adversary emerged unscathed. Even if the other party were in the right in the past, they would still have to be taken back to the police station for processing. This time, it is evident that Zhaoan deliberately let it slide. Director Zhao. Isn't the handling of this matter rather inappropriate? This fellow assaulted me. It constitutes an attack on law enforcement. Are you truly going to let him go just like that? Zhaoan furrowed his brow, casting a glare at Li Shi. Get lost. I do not require your instruction on how to carry out my tasks. Li Shi gritted his teeth, ultimately saying nothing. He supported his arm and departed with 2 police officers. If Ye Feng were an ordinary person, Zhaoan would undoubtedly take him back today. After all, the charge of assaulting a police officer is no trivial matter. However, the individual in question has just emerged from Shili prison and possesses considerable strength. Thus, Zhaoan must carefully weigh his options. He had previously served in that prison, well aware of the individuals inside. Though they were all inmates, they were indeed talented and formidable characters. It was his first encounter with someone who could endure 5 years within those walls and emerge unscathed. Mr. Yi, this is my business card. Should you have any matters in the future, please feel free to reach out to me. As Ye Feng was about to enter the house, Zhaoan approached him and handed him a business card. Ye Feng paused in surprise, halting his steps. He accepted the elegantly designed business card and tucked it into his pocket. Today, I appreciate your assistance, Director Zhao. Ye Feng smiled broadly. He held a favorable impression of Zhaoan. At the very least, he was satisfied with how today's affairs were handled. Watching them depart, Ye Feng stepped into the long-cherished abode. Although the Zhou couple had resided there for a while, the layout remained unchanged from days gone by. Yet, all the belongings he and his mother had once left behind were gone, leaving the space eerily vacant. This place is imbued with countless memories of him. Every corner is suffused with a profound yearning for his mother. Upon reflecting on this, Ye Feng felt his eyes welling up, as tears cascaded down his cheeks. His mother raised him single-handedly, enduring an abundance of hardships. Little did he expect that while he was imprisoned, she would also pass away. At this thought, Ye Feng clenched his fists tightly, a torrent of unrestrained fury surging within him. The Yi family. I shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts in kind. As resentment burgeoned within him, an overwhelming desire for vengeance consumed his entire being, much like the vastness of rivers and seas engulfing him.
Xiao Feng, have you returned?
An aged voice resonated from outside the door, interrupting Ye Feng's ruminations. Ye Feng gathered his emotions, rubbed his eyes, composed himself, and proceeded to open the door, revealing an elderly woman nearing her 60s standing outside.
Chapter 6, Mother and Daughter, is that really you? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment.
The visitor was Lupa, his neighbor, also residing in the same alley. After Chen Mei parted ways with Ye Xian, when Ye Feng had just been born, her life became exceedingly arduous. During those trying times, Lupa provided significant assistance to their family and was among Chen Mei's closest acquaintances in the alley.
Indeed, it's you, Xiao Feng.
Lupa's aged visage brightened with joy upon seeing Ye Feng, as she eagerly grasped his arm, seemingly trying to confirm his identity. Lupa had watched Ye Feng grow up, and he could tell that her happiness was genuine.
Yes, Lupa, please come in and have a seat.
Ye Feng helped her into the room and settled her on the sofa. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he inquired about his mother. It turned out that after Ye Feng was imprisoned, his mother had traveled to the provincial capital. Upon her return, she appeared significantly weakened, and shortly thereafter, she fell gravely ill and passed away a few months later. Ye Feng could easily surmise that she had indeed visited the Ye family, and he could only imagine that those relatives would not have treated her kindly. The thought of the humiliation his mother must have endured filled him with sorrow. His mother had always been in good health. It was hard for Ye Feng to believe that a single illness could have taken her life.
Moreover,
the timing of her illness, coinciding with her return from the Ye family, could not be mere coincidence. The mere mention of the Ye family stirred up turbulent emotions within Ye Feng. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, oblivious to the pain.
Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably.
Even in the face of hardened criminals within the prison walls or formidable foreign forces outside, he had never wept. Yet, the thought of his deceased mother overwhelmed him, and he could no longer contain the anguish. Lupa, witnessing his distress, felt a deep sorrow as well. What a wonderful woman she was, so refined and gentle. How could she just vanish from this world? She sighed softly before continuing, Xiao Feng, it's all in the past now, and with the new year approaching, you should find some time to visit your mother's grave. Ye Feng had lost track of time during his return. It was already the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, with only 10 days remaining until New Year's Eve. Yes, I will go, he replied, stifling his tears. Then, Lupa provided him with the precise location of the cemetery, situated in the western outskirts of Liancheng.
Lupa, were you the one who arranged my mother's funeral?
Ye Feng suddenly asked with earnestness. Lupa shook her head. At that time, a beautiful young woman came to handle the arrangements.
A beautiful young woman? Ye Feng inquired.
Yes, Lupa replied.
But I don't know her name. She had not thought to ask for the young woman's identity at the time.
Ye Feng sighed, choosing not to press further. He then escorted Lupa out and prepared to buy some offerings to pay his respects at the grave. The place where Ye Feng now resided was also in the western outskirts of Liancheng, just a few kilometers away from the cemetery.
The hour is still early,
as it has just reached noon, and there remains ample time.
Unable to restrain his curiosity, he decides to take a look.
He arrives at the cemetery and purchases incense and a wreath from a candle shop at the entrance. His mother's grave is situated in the central area of the hillside cemetery, offering a panoramic view of the landscape below. According to feng shui principles, it is an exceptionally auspicious burial site. To his surprise, he finds the incense still burning at his mother's tombstone, accompanied by some fruit offerings and a floral wreath. Clearly, someone had recently paid their respects. Growing up in Liancheng, Ye Feng had never heard of any relatives nearby, and it seemed improbable that anyone would honor his mother. The scene before him strikes him as peculiar. He hastily glances down the mountain, observing the throngs of people traversing the winding paths,
many bearing offerings as they ascend and descend.
With the year drawing to a close, numerous individuals visit to commemorate their loved ones, leaving him unable to discern any clues. Disappointed, Ye Feng arranges the fruit he brought, lights the incense, and wipes the tombstone clean.
He then crouches down, gazing at the black and white photograph embedded in the stone. His spirits plummet once more, as overwhelming grief surges forth, engulfing his mind and body. At that moment,
he feels like a solitary child yearning for one last glimpse of his mother, wishing to exchange a few words with her, to hear her tender concerns.
Yet, the opportunity has vanished forever.
Meanwhile, at the foot of the cemetery, a young woman cradles a little girl as they slowly approach a BMW. The woman is youthful and beautiful, her figure graceful, skin as fair as snow, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. She is clad in a traditional women's suit and trousers, donning sunglasses. The little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, is exquisitely adorable, her large, clear eyes captivating, and her chubby cheeks inviting to be pinched.
"Mommy, are we going home?"
the little girl asks, her voice sweet and innocent as she leans against the woman's shoulder. "Yes, darling, after paying respects to Grandma, we shall return," the woman replies, opening the car door and placing the girl in her seat, affectionately ruffling her hair. She then moves to the other side, entering the driver's seat, removing her sunglasses and tossing them aside, just as she intends to start the car. The little girl's curious head peeks out, her dark, clear eyes fixed on the woman. Pouting her lips, she softly inquires, "Mommy, others have a mommy, daddy, and grandma.
Why don't I have a daddy?"
The woman's hand on the steering wheel stiffens abruptly, her heart a tumult of emotions, 3 parts sorrow, 3 parts reminiscence,
and a greater portion of resentment.
Momentarily taken aback by her daughter's mention of that man, she finds herself engulfed in turmoil, unable to regain her composure.
Years ago,
the Ye family had concocted numerous charges against Ye Feng, including accusations of rape, even arranging for the alleged victim to identify him in court.
Ye Feng,
unable to defend himself, bore the weight of these unfounded allegations. It was only when the news broke that Lu Yingying realized the man she had loved so deeply was, in fact, such a person.
To this end, she resolved to sever ties and no longer forgive Ye Feng.
However, a month later, she discovered she was pregnant. When Lu Yingying sought out Chen Mei to inquire about the prison where Ye Feng was serving his sentence, she learned that Chen Mei had tragically passed away in the hospital. After attending to Chen Mei's funeral, she still could not locate the prison holding Ye Feng.
Nevertheless,
she ultimately decided to bring the child into the world. Consequently, she became a source of shame for her family and the object of ridicule for the entire Liancheng.
The unfaithful man. The heartless wretch.
Lu Yingying clenched her pearly teeth, mentally hurling every imaginable insult at that man. Before gently caressing the little girl's head with her fair hand, whispering softly, "Your father has gone to a place far, far away."
Chapter 7, Am I wronged? Do you believe me?
The little girl blinked her large eyes and continued to inquire, "Mom, when will Dad come back?" Her clear gaze was filled with yearning. How she longed for a father. During her kindergarten days, her classmates would taunt her for lacking a father, and each time she found herself at a loss for words,
retreating to a corner to silently endure their mockery.
The little girl wished fervently for a father who would lift her up high and kiss her cheeks.
Lu Yingying,
witnessing the desire in her daughter's eyes, felt a pang in her heart. She had been asked this question countless times and could not bear to extinguish her daughter's hope. Leaning down, she gently kissed the little girl and said, "Your father will definitely come back in the future, and he will bring many gifts for Kiki."
"Mom, is that true?"
The little girl's eyes sparkled, her cherubic face brimming with hope. Lu Yingying forced a bitter smile, knowing it was improbable. The man had committed heinous crimes and was sentenced to life imprisonment. She had no idea where he was serving his time, and how could he possibly return? Even if he did, she would never forgive him. Nonetheless, she reassured her daughter, "Of course, why would Mommy lie to Kiki?
All right, let us go home."
"Okay. Kiki will listen to Mommy," the little girl obediently nodded. As the roar of the car engine filled the air, the vehicle wound along the road, disappearing into the distance. Once a person has departed, no matter how deep the affection, it cannot be expressed, leaving only an everlasting regret. On the mountain, Ye Feng knelt quietly before the grave. Resembling a helpless child, disheveled in the wind, at a loss. As formidable as he was, he had never flinched in the face of enemies, yet at this moment, he could no longer suppress the emotions within, which poured forth uncontrollably. He longed to tell his mother that he had not committed murder. Nor had he perpetrated those heinous crimes. Her son, in prison, had not succumbed to despair. Instead, he fought for his country, achieving great merits that made the enemy tremble. He remained the son she could take pride in. But all of this was beyond her hearing, beyond her sight. Time passed. Though Ye Feng was lost in profound sorrow, and when he finally emerged from his anguish, dusk had descended. The southern winter bore no heavy snow. It seemed the heavens sensed Ye Feng's grief, as a cold wind carried a fine drizzle, brushing through the mountains, biting and frigid. Ye Feng tightened his thin coat around him and descended the mountain in the rain, walking alone down the path. Much like the solitude that would characterize the rest of his life. By the time Ye Feng returned home, the sky had darkened. And the surrounding houses began to illuminate with warm lights. Hardly had he settled himself when a knock echoed from the door. Ye Feng hurried to open it. And a graceful girl appeared before him. He was not unfamiliar with her. She was Luo Yan, the granddaughter of Lu Pa, who had lived with her grandmother while her parents worked in the provincial city. Now she was attending university in the provincial capital. At the very same institution Ye Feng had once attended. From a young age, Ye Feng was an exemplary child, bringing immense pride to his mother, Zhen Mei. He had always been a paragon in the eyes of Luo Yan, a figure she idolized. However, 5 years ago, the brother she respected and admired became a reviled murderer. A revelation that left her heart in turmoil. She could not fathom that the gentle brother she once knew could be a cold-blooded criminal. Yet reality was inescapable. And as this realization set in, her heart sank, filled with sorrow and a hint of fear. Ye Feng, too, was taken aback. They often said that a girl transforms significantly as she matures, and indeed, the little girl he once knew had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Xiao Yan? He interrupted her thoughts, bringing her back to the present. Brother Feng, my grandmother asked me to bring you some food. Only then did Ye Feng notice the steaming dishes she held, freshly prepared. Thank you. He replied gratefully, accepting the meal. Having just returned and feeling quite hungry. He had no time to prepare anything. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Ye Feng smiled gently, his warm demeanor complemented by his handsome features. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yan nodded and entered, albeit with a stiffness in her movements. Make yourself comfortable, Ye Feng said casually. Luo Yan was no longer the naive girl who trailed behind him, full of questions. She took a seat on the sofa, straightening her posture. Her expression tense as she gazed at the neighbor she once idolized. Even at the prestigious Zhonghai University, Ye Feng was a legend. Having embarked on a business venture by his second year. By the time of his graduation, his worth had soared to nearly $1 billion, and right before his incarceration, his company was preparing for an IPO. How could such an accomplished individual engage in wrongdoing? As she scrutinized Ye Feng, she noted the remnants of his imprisonment. His short hair, though vibrant, contrasted sharply with his worn, tattered attire. Ye Feng was oblivious to her inner musings. Having just returned to Lian City and subsisting on a few buns for breakfast, he was ravenous after a long day. Ignoring Luo Yan's scrutinizing gaze, he devoured the rice heartily. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yan hesitated several times before finally summoning the courage to ask, Brother Feng, did you truly commit those acts? Ye Feng paused, raising his head slightly, chewing his food before swallowing. Instead of answering directly, he posed a question of his own, do you believe it? Luo Yan bowed her head in contemplation, then lifted it, her eyes sparkling with conviction as she replied, I do not believe it. In her heart, Ye Feng had always been a remarkable individual, incapable of committing heinous acts. Moreover, the accounts of Ye Feng in the media seemed utterly absurd. A far cry from the brother she had known all her life. Yet, she longed for an affirmation from him. Ye Feng smiled slightly before speaking, I have been wronged. Upon hearing Ye Feng's explanation, Luo Yan felt an immediate sense of relief, her delicate cheeks lighting up with joy, and she noticed Ye Feng's demeanor becoming more natural. I always knew you were not that kind of person, Brother Feng. It is a rare blessing to have someone who believes in you unconditionally, which lifted Ye Feng's spirits. Regardless of whether I am that kind of person or not, I would never harm you, he stated earnestly. As he finished the last bite of his meal and placed the dishes on the table. Luo Yan responded with a faint smile, are you still hungry, Brother Feng? I can go back and get you more food. No, thank you. Ye Feng replied with a gentle smile. All right, then I shall take my leave. Luo Yan said as she picked up the dishes and made her way to the door. Just as she reached the entrance, she turned back and asked, Brother Feng, with the new year approaching, would you accompany me tomorrow to gather some festive supplies? Initially, Ye Feng intended to decline, but noticing the lack of essentials around him, he decided to agree. All right then, let us go together tomorrow. Chapter 8, The Innocence of Youth. Though the southern weather lacked the heavy snowfall of winter, it was nonetheless drearily cold, particularly after a light rain that left one shivering.
The house felt desolate, devoid of even blankets, initially.
He had intended to venture out and procure a set. At that moment, Luo Yan entered, bringing with her a set of bedding, and after a brief chat, she hurriedly departed. That night, enveloped in the fragrant warmth of the bedding, Ye Feng drifted into a deep slumber,
finding a sense of peace greater than he had ever known. The following day, Luo Yan returned to Ye Feng's abode, and together they tidied up the place. Despite the many years that had passed since they last met, Luo Yan's demeanor brightened significantly upon realizing that Ye Feng was not the criminal the locals painted him to be. She recounted tales of her university life and shared anecdotes from their school days, transforming into a chattering young girl reminiscent of a decade ago. After more than an hour of diligent cleaning, the once dilapidated house felt revitalized, as if the very air had been refreshed. All done, Brother Feng.
Let us go out and purchase some New Year's goods, Luo Yan exclaimed, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Her spirits lifted. Very well, let us depart shortly. Ye Feng replied with a gentle smile. As they prepared to leave, Luo Yan donned a fresh and casual outfit, while Ye Feng remained in his worn clothing, unfazed by the judgment of others. He mounted his electric scooter and set off for the urban center of Liancheng. Ye Feng's home was originally located on the outskirts,
a mere 2 to 3 kilometers from the city center.
The scooter navigated through the bustling traffic, swiftly leading them into the vibrant heart of the city.
Liancheng,
a third-tier city by the standards of the nation, had undergone tremendous transformation in recent years due to rapid economic growth, with skyscrapers rising majestically and commerce flourishing. Even compared to second-tier cities, Liancheng held its own, attracting numerous well-known domestic enterprises for investment.
Prior to his incarceration,
Ye Feng had recognized the potential of Liancheng's development and had even laid plans for investment, though he never had the chance to see them through before being imprisoned. Witnessing the thriving environment before him, Ye Feng's foresight was vindicated. His keen business acumen was one of the foundational elements for his future entrepreneurial success. The Ye family had nurtured him, recognizing his remarkable talent, with the elder patriarch grooming him to be the heir.
However, this very path had led him to immense tragedy and a 5-year imprisonment due to familial strife. Had it not been for the old man in the depths of Shili prison who took it upon himself to cultivate Ye Feng, bestowing upon him extraordinary prowess, he would have had no hope of ever seeing the light of day again. As they entered the bustling city, Luo Yan suddenly spoke up. Brother Feng, could you accompany me to my school?
Ye Feng paused, taken aback, yet offered no objection.
What do you wish to do at school? He inquired.
I would like to visit my former high school homeroom teacher, Luo Yan gently replied.
Of course, which school did you graduate from? It is your alma mater. Liancheng Experimental High School. Luo Yan was diligent and her academic performance was commendable, having always regarded Ye Feng as her benchmark.
She had dreamed of studying at Experimental Middle School since childhood. Eventually, she gained admission to this esteemed institution due to her exceptional grades, although by that time, Ye Feng had already been incarcerated. Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, Ye Feng hesitated. He was reluctant to visit, fearing the encounter with his former teachers.
With his current reputation still tarnished by unredeemed transgressions, how could he face those who once held him in high esteem?
In the past, he may have been a source of pride for them, but now he would only bring them shame. Seeing the longing in Luo Yan's eyes, Ye Feng resolved to accompany her, yet he cautioned, Xiaoyan, I can take you there, but please refrain from mentioning my return to any of the teachers you recognize.
Why not? Luo Yan asked, puzzled. With a rueful smile, Ye Feng replied, given my current circumstances, what could I possibly say to those teachers? Luo Yan, understanding his concerns, nodded in agreement. All right.
The two arrived at Liancheng Experimental Middle School, where Ye Feng instructed Luo Yan to enter first while he parked his electric scooter at the entrance. Initially, he had no intention of going inside. However, as he gazed through the doorway at the playground, memories of his youthful days flooded back, igniting a sense of nostalgia within him. Unconsciously, he stepped inside, only to encounter a new security guard at the entrance. This was a robust middle-aged man,
quite unlike the stern and unsmiling old guard from before. Upon seeing Ye Feng enter, the guard promptly approached him, asking, "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" "I was with that girl just now. I used to be a student here, and I simply wish to revisit my alma mater," Ye Feng answered with a smile. The guard scrutinized Ye Feng for a moment, recalling that he had indeed entered with Luo Yan. His demeanor softened considerably. As the year came to a close, many former students returned to visit their school and reconnect with their teachers, so Ye Feng's presence was not surprising. The guard stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Once Ye Feng had moved on, the guard scoffed, "People only return to school after achieving success to visit their teachers. What does a shabby fellow on an electric scooter think he is doing?" Ye Feng overheard the derisive comments but chose to disregard them. It was not worth engaging with such individuals. Years had passed, yet the school remained largely unchanged. Before him stood the grand teaching building, with a vast playground at its center and dormitories for teachers and students to the left. Every corner of this place bore the marks of youthful memories, and he could almost see the silhouettes of friends chasing one another across the playground. Time flew by, and a decade had slipped away, with scenes from the past replaying in Ye Feng's mind like a film reel, each moment steeped in nostalgia. The innocence of youth lingered, yet everything had transformed. The sole alteration to the school was the addition of a brand new teaching building, which Ye Feng had funded with 10 million after his university graduation. Although the school is now on break, the number of individuals within its confines remains substantial, comprising those who have returned to relive cherished memories. These individuals are distinguished by notable accomplishments in society, as evidenced by the array of luxury vehicles gracing the playground. Groups of people enter and exit the teacher's dormitory, while small clusters meander through the teaching building and cultural corridor. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Feng found himself at the school's bulletin board in the cultural corridor, a place where his alma mater once took pride in showcasing him as a prodigy. The bulletin board displayed his promotional photographs and highlighted his contributions to the teaching building, occupying an entire section. Yet now, there was not a trace of his presence. It was filled instead with promotions for the school and commendations for other outstanding students. At that moment, a few couples approached from behind Ye Feng, the man exuding an air of distinction, while the woman was adorned in fashionable attire. Chapter 9. Funding. The individuals gathered here had all achieved considerable success, and upon returning to their alma mater, they were filled with profound emotions. "Qingqing, I've heard you've been doing quite well these past few years. You've purchased a house in the provincial capital and even acquired a new car," one of the women remarked enviously, addressing a flamboyantly dressed young girl. "Oh, it's merely a small accomplishment, nothing to boast about," the girl named Qingqing replied with modesty. Yet her expression betrayed a sense of pride. She was a well-known streamer, and with the rise of the short video industry, her hard work had garnered her millions of followers, indeed giving her reasons to feel proud. "Qingqing, you needn't be so humble before us. I heard you recently donated 1 million to the school for the renovation of the teaching building." A man interjected, eager to flatter her. "That's nothing significant," Qingqing said with a slight smile. "I suppose I might at least make it onto the school's donation list." Others teased her in jest. "Compared to that once prominent student from our school, it seems rather trivial," they added. The mention of that illustrious figure caused a stir among the group. He had indeed been a prodigy and a source of pride for the school. Excelling academically in high school, he had successfully launched a business while in university, and by graduation, his net worth was in the billions. He had donated an entire teaching building to his alma mater, an act that had reverberated throughout the entire city of Lian. Qingqing recalled the grandeur of that day when he returned to the school. Banners were hung, a red carpet laid out, and a student honor guard organized to warmly welcome him. He had become a benchmark for many students' aspirations. Qingqing still vividly remembered being part of the welcoming procession, catching a distant glimpse of him, which had stirred her youthful heart. A deep sigh escaped her lips as she recalled that by the time she entered university, she had heard that he had been imprisoned, facing grievous charges with little hope of ever seeing the light of day again. "I heard that Senior has ended up in prison," a boy remarked with a hint of mockery. "Yes, I've heard he committed a serious crime and has almost no chance of getting out," another chimed in. "His glorious deeds used to be celebrated on our school's bulletin board, but now almost all traces of him have been wiped away. He is no longer a source of pride for the school, instead, he has become a figure of scorn."
At that moment, Ye Feng, who was listening to their conversation, understood that the disgrace they spoke of was in fact himself, and he couldn't help but perk up his ears to listen further. The girl named Qingqing frowned and said, "You shouldn't speak so recklessly." A man scoffed, replying, "Qingqing, you can't deny it, the news reported it extensively." Of course. Qingqing was aware of the reports, but her intuition told her that the handsome, confident, and composed senior was not the type to commit such heinous acts. Over the years, she had struggled to reconcile the image of such an outstanding senior with the notion that he could suddenly transform into a murderer. Perhaps it was her lingering admiration for him that made her reluctant to accept such a harsh reality, giving rise to this delusion. Well, let us not speak ill of others. Regardless of circumstances, they have made significant contributions to our alma mater, Qingqing remarked softly. Qingqing, I know you once admired this senior. But the fact remains that he is undeniably guilty, one of the young men stated provocatively. Qingqing pursed her lips, choosing not to respond further. A nearby girl, sensing she had touched a sensitive topic, quickly interjected, "Let us change the subject, Qingqing. I heard there's a senior sister planning to donate 8 million. Do you know who she is?" Qingqing shook her head and replied, "I don't know. I only heard she runs a successful cosmetics company and graduated in the same class as that senior." At that moment, Ye Feng halted in his tracks. And the others engrossed in conversation behind him were equally distracted. The girl named Qingqing unexpectedly bumped into Ye Feng. Turning around, Ye Feng encountered a man glaring at him, scrutinizing his worn and tattered clothing. Although Ye Feng appeared tall and handsome, the man clearly viewed him as impoverished. "Are you blind?" the man barked, raising an eyebrow. Ye Feng replied coolly, "It seems you're the one lacking in vision." The man was about to erupt but glanced at the young girl Qingqing, whose brows were knitted in concern. He suppressed his anger and coldly retorted, "You're doing so poorly. And yet you still have the audacity to return to your alma mater?" Ye Feng countered, "My circumstances are none of your concern. And this place is not your private property." The man was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling humiliated. Just as he was about to lash out, Qingqing stepped forward and apologized, "Senior. I'm sorry, we were rude." After giving the man a fierce glare, her expression darkened, causing him to fall silent. Ye Feng held a favorable impression of Qingqing. At least she did not harbor prejudice when discussing him, as he had no desire to create a scene that might draw the attention of familiar teachers from years past. He smiled gently and said, "It's all right." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Qingqing momentarily dazed. "That senior's face seems familiar," Qingqing murmured. "Humph. He is merely a failure who hasn't achieved anything," the man scoffed. "He resembles Ye Feng, the one who donated to the teaching building." Qingqing shook her head again. She had only seen Ye Feng once back in the day, and her memories had long since faded. How could it be? He is already imprisoned and reportedly will never be released. How could he possibly be here? Ye Feng was but a fleeting episode in their lives, and they would not dwell on him for long as they swiftly transitioned to a new topic. After departing, Ye Feng strolled to the far end of the playground, now quite close to the faculty dormitory. He was about to leave when a youthful voice echoed, sending a jolt through him. "Daddy!" Hearing this, Ye Feng lowered his gaze and beheld a delicate little girl, around 4 or 5 years of age, tugging at his pant leg. The child was utterly charming, with round, glistening eyes gazing up at him. He was momentarily taken aback. How could someone call him father? Intrigued, he crouched down, displaying a gentle smile, and asked the little girl curiously, "Why do you call me father?" The girl tightened her grip on his trousers, her innocent expression earnest as she replied, "I have seen a picture of my father, and you are him." This little girl was, in fact, the same child he had encountered the previous day at the foot of the cemetery, accompanying her mother. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, 5 years prior, when he was imprisoned, Lu Ying had already been pregnant with his child, whom she subsequently brought into the world, this very little girl before him. Ye Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. How wonderful it would be to have such a lovely daughter. Chapter 10, I am not your father. Ye Feng couldn't help but pinch the chubby cheeks of the little girl and gently ruffle her hair, stating earnestly, "I am not your father. Where are your guardians?" He glanced around, noticing no adults nearby. The teacher's dormitory was just beside them. He surmised that the child must belong to one of the teachers and had mistaken him for her father.
However, the little girl insisted with sincerity, "You are my daddy. You look just like him."
Indeed, it seemed that the child, still developing her understanding of the world, had likely misidentified Ye Feng.
At that moment, Luo Yan came running down from one of the dormitory buildings. Upon seeing Ye Feng, she approached him and said, "Brother Feng, weren't you going to stay outside? It's fine. There aren't many people here. I just came in for a quick look around." "Who is this adorable little girl?" Luo Yan inquired,
noticing the child beside Ye Feng and bending down to pat her head. The little one appeared somewhat shy, retreating behind Ye Feng.
"Brother Feng, whose child is this?" Luo Yan asked.
Ye Feng, equally perplexed, shook his head and replied, "I don't know either. I just arrived, and she called me daddy."
"You are my daddy,"
the little girl insisted, pressing her lips together earnestly. Ye Feng smiled wryly, squatting down to gently stroke her head.
"All right, you should go find your guardians. Uncle has to leave." With that, he prepared to depart, reluctant to linger in case he encountered a familiar teacher.
Yet the little girl did not release her grip. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she pitifully pleaded, "Daddy, please don't leave Coco."
Ye Feng's heart softened, and he crouched slightly, speaking kindly, "Uncle is not your father. Go back and find your guardians."
He turned to leave, but the little girl's small hand clutched tightly at his pant leg. As he lifted his foot to depart, she finally let go of her tender grip, her reluctant gaze following him as he exited the school gates.
"Ying, on behalf of the school,
I express my gratitude to you." Two figures emerged from the dormitory, one being Lu Ying and the other a woman nearing 50, adorned with thick glasses.
"Teacher Chen, you flatter me."
"The school has nurtured me, it's only natural for me to contribute," Lu Ying replied.
Today, she donned an exquisite suit beneath a padded coat.
Yet her charm remained undeniable.
This teacher, named Chen Xin, had been Lu Ying's homeroom teacher and Ye Feng's mathematics instructor.
Lu Ying had returned to her alma mater with the intention of assisting in the construction of a new teaching building, and their discussions were nearing completion.
Just then,
the little girl spotted Lu Ying and hurried over, her voice laced with tears, "Mommy.
Daddy doesn't want me anymore." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's heart ached. Recently,
the child had been incessantly calling for her father, causing her considerable distress. Assuming the little girl was yearning for her father again, she quickly lifted her into her arms. Wiping the tears from her cheeks and gently reassuring her, "Coco, don't cry, you are such a lovely girl, how could your daddy ever not want you?" The little girl sobbed, "I just saw daddy, and he didn't want Coco." Upon recalling this, her tears flowed even more profusely.
"Coco, don't speak nonsense. Daddy has gone to a faraway place. How could you possibly see him?"
A pang of pain struck Lu Ying's heart as she was reminded of the man she both loved and loathed. Watching her daughter weep inconsolably intensified the resentment brewing within her.
Chen Xin, standing nearby,
recognized that Lu Ying's child was the offspring of her most outstanding student from years past. Consequently, Lu Ying had endured countless disdainful glances and a tidal wave of criticism. Reflecting on that former student, she let out a deep sigh. Once, he had been the pride of the school and a source of pride for all the teachers. Each time she conversed with educators from other institutions, he became a point of pride in her anecdotes. He resembled a fallen meteor,
dazzling in brilliance before swiftly dissipating into darkness.
When Ye Feng was imprisoned, they all believed he had been wronged. Many of his teachers had attended the trial. Yet the overwhelming evidence, both testimonial and physical, confirmed that this once exemplary student, known for his gentle character, ultimately chose a misguided path. With this thought, she sighed regretfully and forced a smile towards Lu Ying, saying, "Ying, matters are nearly settled.
Please comfort the child while I discuss a few things with the principal." "All right. Teacher Chen, please take care." Chen Qi nodded, then proceeded to the office in the teaching building.
Lu Ying lifted her little girl and softly said, "Coco, don't cry.
Mommy will take you to eat something delicious."
"Mommy, I'm not lying, I really saw Daddy just now," the little girl insisted stubbornly.
Lu Ying smiled wryly. After searching for him for so many years without a trace, how could he possibly be here?
Perhaps the child, yearning for her father, had mistaken someone else for him. However, in an effort to soothe her daughter, she feigned seriousness and said, "Mommy believes Coco, Daddy will come home soon, so don't cry."
The innocent child, hearing Lu Yingying's words, ceased her tears and whispered, "Really? When have I ever lied to you?"
Lu Yingying replied with a slight smile. "But before Daddy comes home. You need to grow a bit, that way, Daddy will like you."
"Okay, I will eat lots of delicious food, then Daddy will definitely like me." "All right. Let us go eat."
Lu Yingying gathered her daughter into her arms and walked towards the BMW parked on the playground. The car quickly turned around and exited the school grounds. At that moment, several people on the school playground noticed Lu Yingying, and one pointed at the departing vehicle.
"This woman is extraordinary. Who is she?"
Someone boasted of their knowledge. "She is the young lady of the Lu family in Lianqing, the chairwoman of Mengxi Company."
"I believe her name is Lu Yingying."
"Oh, so it's her."
"We use the cosmetics produced by their company."
A group of girls exclaimed in delight. "I didn't realize she was our senior. We should have gone over to greet her and made a familiar acquaintance."
A few girls lamented, "You may not be aware.
But this year, as the school seeks to raise funds, many alumni are returning and eagerly contributing. It is said that Lu Yingying has already secured a staggering 8 million in donations, placing her at the top of the list."
The girls gasped in astonishment at such a significant sum.
Rumor has it that after the new year, the school will hold an official fundraising ceremony to highlight the contributions made by these distinguished former students to their alma mater. Individuals of her caliber will undoubtedly shine as luminaries throughout the entire school. Amidst their idle chatter, Ye Feng had already departed from the school, his mind preoccupied with other matters. He accompanied Luo Yan to the largest shopping mall in Lianqing, intending to purchase some festive goods for the upcoming celebrations.
Chapter 11. An encounter. Ye Feng, accompanied by Luo Yan, arrived at the largest shopping mall in Lianqing, the Lianqing Plaza. This grand establishment,
nestled in the bustling heart of the city, boasted 5 expansive floors, seamlessly integrating a supermarket, clothing outlets, and electronic product stores into an enormous recreational commercial complex. The vibrancy of this locale rivaled that of commercial plazas in first- and second-tier cities, with numerous luxury brands establishing their presence within its walls. As the year drew to a close, the mall was teeming with shoppers, creating a lively and congested atmosphere.
After parking his electric vehicle, Ye Feng and Luo Yan ventured inside.
The items within the mall were not particularly affordable, and as a newly minted university student, Luo Yan's budget was limited, rendering her unable to indulge in high-priced goods. Hence, they proceeded directly to the supermarket to procure essentials for the upcoming New Year celebrations. Despite its upscale nature, the supermarket's prices were comparable to those outside, which contributed significantly to the throngs of patrons.
After an hour of shopping, they had amassed a considerable haul,
with Ye Feng burdened by an assortment of bags. "Brother Feng, let me take you to buy a couple of new outfits for the new year,"
Luo Yan exclaimed cheerfully, skipping ahead like a playful fawn.
Ye Feng glanced at his worn attire, realizing it had indeed seen better days. During his high school years, he had worn the same clothes for several years without feeling self-conscious. He believed that true confidence stemmed not from outward appearances but from formidable strength and profound knowledge.
Nevertheless,
should the opportunity to purchase new clothes arise, he would not hesitate to seize it, and thus he nodded in agreement. As they ascended to the 3rd floor via the escalator, they entered the clothing section, replete with shops selling apparel, including several luxury boutiques.
With the new year approaching, many affluent individuals flocked to this area to acquire fashionable garments.
Among the throngs were numerous young people, including bald-headed businessmen escorting their beautiful companions, indulging in affectionate exchanges. Luo Yan led Ye Feng to a modest clothing store, which, despite its understated exterior, exuded a sense of elegance and luxury. The shop was not particularly large, covering approximately 40 to 50 square meters. However, even such a space commanded a monthly rental in the tens of thousands. It was evident that this vast mall functioned as a colossal treasure trove, with its valuation soaring into the billions. As they meandered through the mall, Ye Feng, drawing from his past business acumen, meticulously observed its operational model. This model mirrored the strategic planning he had devised years ago when contemplating an investment in Lianqing. He pondered the fate of the company he had co-founded with his university classmates, wondering how it had evolved in his absence. It was likely that his shares had been completely divested the moment he was imprisoned. Contemplating his former classmate stirred a tempest within Ye Feng. He vowed that one day he would reclaim all that rightfully belonged to him. Upon entering the shop, they found it rather desolate compared to the bustling stores nearby. Almost deserted. Two strikingly attractive saleswomen, seemingly indifferent, were engrossed in personal grooming, their heads bowed as they tended to their nails and perused their phones. As Ye Feng and Luo Yan stepped inside, one of the saleswomen looked up, her face lighting up with delight. However, upon observing Ye Feng's shabby attire, the atmosphere swiftly dimmed. Ye Feng, noticing this, felt a sense of relief. How could a shop flourish with such salespeople? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as he was merely there to purchase clothes, and other matters were beyond his concern. Another sales associate lazily rose, disinterestedly stating, "Feel free to browse on your own." Ye Feng and his companion approached the clothing rack, diligently selecting a few styles and comparing sizes. "Brother Feng, this one looks splendid. It exudes a sunny charm and is quite dashing," Luo Yan remarked, bringing several items over and nudging Ye Feng toward the fitting room. After trying each piece, Ye Feng settled on 2 garments, leaving the rest scattered on the rack. Just as Luo Yan was about to tidy up, the nearby sales associate, casting an odd look, sarcastically remarked, "If you're not buying, then don't try, it's such a hassle to clean up." Ye Feng frowned, but Luo Yan retorted angrily, "What kind of attitude is that? How can one know if it fits without trying it on? Besides, isn't that part of your job?" The sales associate, confronted by Luo Yan's ire, bristled in response, pointing at her and saying, "I've seen many like you who try on clothes without any intention to purchase. With empty pockets. You just come to try on clothes and then buy the same online. Look at you two paupers, what kind of service do you expect? If you want good service, perhaps you should visit the luxury store next door, though judging by your appearance, you likely can't even afford a button there." The two salespeople mocked Ye Feng and his companion, completely disregarding them. Having been in the industry for a long time, they were adept at discerning customers. Ye Feng's tattered clothing clearly indicated he was not affluent. Luo Yan appeared to be a typical college student, lacking significant purchasing power, which emboldened their rude behavior. Luo Yan, infuriated by the encounter, had not anticipated such treatment while shopping for clothes. Just as she prepared to confront the sales associates, Ye Feng held her back, saying, "Xia Yan, let us not pay them any mind." With that, he turned to leave. Such petty individuals, in Ye Feng's previous days, would not have even warranted a glance, let alone an argument. The two salespeople wore smug expressions and continued, "See, I was right, wasn't I?" They had no intention of buying, just came to try on clothes. "What are you talking about?" At that moment, a stylishly dressed woman entered, overhearing the sales associate's words, her brow furrowed and expression darkening. "Sister Wei." The previously arrogant salespeople instantly lowered their heads, their bravado evaporating. Just as the woman was about to reprimand them, her gaze fell upon Ye Feng, and she froze in disbelief. You are Ye Feng? Su Weiwei?" Ye Feng was utterly astonished to encounter an old acquaintance in this setting. Su Weiwei was his high school classmate, a companion for 3 years, once seated right in front of him. She was quite beautiful and often slipped him little notes expressing her feelings, yet at that time, Ye Feng had not reciprocated her affections, although their relationship was not unpleasant. Upon overhearing the conversation, the two salespeople felt a sudden chill, their expressions turning grim. To their astonishment, this seemingly inconspicuous pauper was acquainted with the proprietress. After a moment of surprise, Su Weiwei regarded Ye Feng's disheveled appearance with a sigh. She had long been aware of his incarceration. Yet it was shocking to see the once brilliant prodigy reduced to such a state. However, a wave of confusion washed over her. She recalled the rumors of Ye Feng's grave offenses. How could he have been released after merely 5 years? "You're not already?" Su Weiwei hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Ye Feng discerned her unspoken question and deftly shifted the topic, saying, "It's a long story, it's all in the past." She offered a gentle smile, choosing not to press further. Instead, she inquired, "Are you in need of new clothes?" Ye Feng nodded, asking, "Is this shop yours?" "Ever since my marriage, I have been managing this establishment," Su Weiwei replied with a bittersweet smile. Ye Feng felt a pang of surprise at the revelation of her marriage. Yet upon reflection, he understood, he was nearing 30 himself.
Time, it seemed, was relentless. Just choose whatever style you like. Consider it a gift from an old classmate to celebrate our reunion. Chapter 12, Fei Su Weiwei replied with candor. Ye Feng did not refuse. Yet he had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He placed the carefully selected clothes on the checkout counter and remarked, Weiwei, it seems your store is not doing very well. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry crossed Su Weiwei's face. In truth, her clothing store was on the verge of closure. She had fallen behind on several months' rent, and if she failed to pay soon, the store would be forcibly shut down. She was at a loss for how to navigate the future. During her university days, she had fervently pursued Ye Feng, but alas, he had already been in a relationship with Lu Yingying. After graduation, disheartened, she hastily married another man, believing that it mattered little who she wed as long as it was not her beloved. Little did she know, her husband was a compulsive gambler who had no regard for family. Following the birth of their son, she relied solely on her clothing store to support the household, bearing her burdens in silence. With a bitter smile, she confessed, to be honest, I am on the brink of bankruptcy. If you need clothes, please feel free to select a few more items. Ye Feng was not surprised by her words. Just as he was about to respond, a few individuals clad in formal attire entered the store, appearing to be staff from the mall. Upon entering, they addressed Su Weiwei, Miss Su. Your store has accrued several months of unpaid rent. Today is the final deadline, we will be closing your store. Su Weiwei's expression changed dramatically. And with an almost pleading demeanor, she implored the mall staff, could you please grant me a little more time? I will secure the funds and pay the rent immediately. That is not possible, we have already given you ample time, the mall manager replied firmly, resolutely denying her request. If the store were to be closed, Su Weiwei would truly lose everything. Her husband had already sold their house and squandered all the money. Now, the family of 3 resided in a rental unit. And without the income from the store, she could barely afford the rent. She continued to beseech them, please, grant me one more month. I promise to settle the overdue rent within that time. However, her pleas seemed futile as the mall management remained unmoved, determined to close the store. They instructed Ye Feng and the others, you need to leave quickly, we are locking up. Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei's countenance turned ashen, and the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. At that moment, a man in a suit passed by the corridor outside, noticed the commotion within the store, and paused to enter. Manager, what brings you here? The mall staff greeted him with urgency upon recognizing the man. This individual was the general manager of the mall, Zhang Guozhong, the very architect of this grand commercial complex. Upon seeing Zhang Guozhong, Su Weiwei, disregarding her pride, rushed forward to plead, Manager Zhang, I implore you, please do not close my store. Zhang Guozhong regarded the forlorn woman before him, aware of her unfortunate situation with a husband who had caused her considerable distress in the past. However, the operation of the shopping mall is devoid of sentiment. He helplessly addressed Su Weiwei, saying, Miss Su, the mall has regulations. Tolerating you for a few months has already reached its limit, and I am powerless. Just as he finished speaking and prepared to depart, his gaze fell upon Ye Feng, and his mouth opened in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Ye. Director Ye? The mall's management personnel were stunned, and even Su Weiwei was taken aback. It was unexpected that Ye Feng could evoke such shock from the mall's general manager, who addressed him with profound respect. The individual before them, Zhang Guozhong, was once an employee of Ye Feng's previous company, where Ye Feng not only promoted him to a senior executive but also granted him shares. Upon their reunion, Ye Feng smiled wryly and remarked, Old Zhang, it's been a long time. I am no longer the director Ye you once knew. No, in my eyes. You remain that director Ye, Zhang Guozhong replied excitedly. He had always cherished the gratitude for Ye Feng's past kindness and would never forget it. As for the events that transpired later, being an internal employee, he was well aware that Ye Feng's imprisonment was a complete miscarriage of justice. A fatal blow orchestrated by Ye Feng's former roommate, who now served as the chairman of the company, in collusion with the Ye family. Yet, as a mere employee, he was utterly powerless against the Ye family and could only watch helplessly as Ye Feng was incarcerated. Upon realizing this, Ye Feng nodded sincerely and said, I have nothing left now, I am no longer your chairman from back then. If you still regard me with some esteem, please understand the predicament of my classmate.
Zhang Guozhong, upon hearing this, quickly responded, Director Yi, I was unaware that Miss Su is your classmate. I would never do anything to trouble her. He then turned to the other mall management personnel and firmly instructed, waive Miss Su's previous rent, she must not be subjected to any further difficulties.
Originally,
Su Weiwei had despaired, but unexpectedly, the general manager of the mall turned out to be one of Ye Feng's former subordinates. A single statement from him helped her navigate through her predicament. Initially, she had contemplated assisting him, yet it was he who came to her aid.
Nevertheless,
considering Ye Feng's past brilliance, even after 5 years of imprisonment, he emerged like gold. Despite appearing downcast, he could not possibly be as incapable as she had imagined.
With reddened eyes, Su Weiwei was moved to the point of speechlessness, stammering out a few words, Ye Feng, thank you.
Ye Feng responded with a faint smile, saying, why say such things? It is rare for old Zhang to be willing to extend a favor to an old superior. You should express your gratitude to him. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Su Weiwei nearly forgot Zhang Guozhong standing beside her and hurriedly turned to express her thanks.
Zhang Guozhong, with a magnanimous gesture, waved his hand and said, Miss Su, you flatter me, it was merely a small effort.
Ye Feng's gaze flicked over to Zhang Guozhong,
silently praising his discernment from years past and exceptional talent, genuine and grateful. Director Yi.
Old Zhang, this is not the place for conversation.
I will catch up with my old classmate first, and then I will come to your office.
Zhang Guozhong, overwhelmed with emotion, attempted to voice his thoughts but was interrupted by Ye Feng. He took a moment to compose himself and nodded, saying, very well.
I shall return first and await your call.
Ye Feng acknowledged him with a nod. Subsequently, Zhang Guozhong departed with several individuals from the shopping mall, leaving Ye Feng to contemplate the retreating figure, his gaze imbued with depth.
Zhang Guozhong represented a promising opportunity to regain entry into Yunfeng Group.
A sharp instrument was essential to pierce through the stalemate. However, having distanced himself for so many years, Ye Feng was uncertain of the current internal structure of the company.
Moreover, further engagement with Zhang Guozhong was necessary to discern loyalty from treachery.
Ye Feng was no naive child, having navigated the complexities of the business world. He had witnessed an abundance of deceit and manipulation. He would not be swayed into believing that Zhang Guozhong remained unchanged merely because he had alleviated a trivial rental burden for Su Weiwei. Setting aside his musings,
he turned to the visibly emotional Su Weiwei and jested, "What's the matter? Are you so moved that you would offer yourself?"
Su Weiwei,
coming to her senses, regarded the man who had repeatedly spurned her in the past and lamented, "Should I still offer it to you?"
Ye Feng chuckled awkwardly, hastily shifting the subject.
"How about treating an old classmate to a meal?"
Chapter 13, The Man, Sharper Than Ever. I made arrangements. Su Weiwei rubbed her red eyes and revealed a compassionate smile,
responding cheerfully.
She then hurried to pack the clothes that Ye Feng had previously selected, carrying them in her hands. Under her guidance, they proceeded to the dining area downstairs, while Luo Yan's heart raced, still reeling from the earlier shock. She never imagined that after several years in prison, Brother Feng would return with such formidable presence. Throughout high school and university, tales of his legendary exploits circulated, and she was astonished that so much time had passed yet the stories continued to unfold.
Silently, she followed behind. As they passed the electronics store downstairs, Luo Yan suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Feng, shall I buy you a mobile phone?"
Ye Feng paused, taken aback. He had not used a mobile phone for years, and currently possessed only a small satellite phone, akin to an old-fashioned device. Yet, do not underestimate this phone, it was the sole line to the command center of the Shenzhou Guard across various regions. The military power at his disposal was comparable to that of a major military district commander, if not greater. The Shenzhou Guard is the most elite force in the nation, stationed across the country, having achieved remarkable victories in recent years, ranking among the highest echelons of military units. The leaders of the Shenzhou Guard are at least of the king's level and strength, with many being god of war caliber individuals, instilling fear throughout the land. Most of these warriors were nurtured by Ye Feng during his earlier days, including seasoned veterans who had fought alongside him. Upon his release, Ye Feng refrained from utilizing the satellite phone lightly, but he recognized the necessity of acquiring a mobile phone for convenience. He nodded in agreement. and was led by Luo Yan to a mobile phone shop where he chose a device priced over 7,000 yuan. When it came time to pay, Su Weiwei eagerly offered to cover the cost. "Weiwei, your shop is struggling, you should keep your money." "I can afford this," he replied, pulling out a wad of cash and handing over 7,000 yuan, much to the salesperson's bewilderment. Although Ye Feng had just been released, he possessed a considerable amount of money. During his imprisonment, following the battle in the northwest, the military had not treated him as a mere prisoner. After thoroughly investigating his case, they realized he had been wrongfully incarcerated. They subsequently facilitated his enlistment, allowing him to train the Shenzhou Guard and lead those soldiers into battle. The military initially intended to clear his name, but he felt compelled to avenge the blood debts himself. To protect him, the military agreed with his perspective. Thus he returned through a release procedure. When departing, the military had planned to grant him a sum of money, which he declined, requesting only enough to sustain himself upon his return. A few thousand yuan for a mobile phone was well within his means. Seeing Ye Feng's insistence on paying, Su Weiwei did not protest, for she was nearly at her wit's end. All her funds were tied up in inventory, and she had hoped to recoup some money as the year drew to a close, only to find her business faltering and on the brink of collapse. After acquiring their new mobile phones, the trio ascended to the second floor, where they discovered a rather commendable restaurant. Once seated, Ye Feng earnestly addressed Su Weiwei, saying, "Weiwei, the management of your shop is simply inadequate." Noticing Su Weiwei's silence, he continued, "The sales staff in your store exhibit a lack of professionalism, and if this continues, it will yield no profit for you." Su Weiwei clenched her teeth, acknowledging the truth in Ye Feng's words, yet she harbored her own unspoken burdens. The two salespersons were no ordinary individuals, one was her husband's sister, and the other her cousin. She felt utterly at a loss regarding how to handle the situation. Should she dismiss them, it would undoubtedly lead to a tremendous uproar from her husband, disrupting their household and exacerbating the deep-seated pain of her unhappy marriage. Ye Feng, seasoned in the complexities of human relationships, recognized the worry reflected in her demeanor and continued, "If you wish to achieve success in business, you must be resolute. Any factors threatening the survival of your store must be eradicated, otherwise, you shall face the grim reality of bankruptcy." Su Weiwei nodded solemnly and replied with a bittersweet smile, "This time, I will certainly undertake a thorough restructuring." She understood that Ye Feng was no ordinary person. He had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey in his second year of college and graduated with a fortune nearing 10 billion. His extensive experience in management rendered his words invaluable, akin to pearls of wisdom deserving of reverence. Upon further contemplation, Su Weiwei resolved to return and dismiss the two individuals, seeking to recruit salespersons with a higher degree of professionalism. Ye Feng had merely offered suggestions, how she chose to act remained her prerogative, as these matters were not his to concern. The conversation soon shifted as Ye Feng reminisced about their high school days, where cherished memories often took a beautiful form. In those years, they were both youthful and unburdened by the worries of life, simply holding books as they moved forward, spring blossoms and autumn leaves, everything was so splendid. Time flowed like a river, swiftly passing into the years ahead, where everyone matured. Each had traversed different storms of fate, some soared in their careers, basking in triumph, while others returned to a mundane existence, troubled by the daily grind. Some experienced marital misfortune, like Su Weiwei, while others found themselves ensnared in confinement, like Ye Feng. Beyond the nostalgia, their conversation was filled with joy, with Su Weiwei playfully lamenting Ye Feng's rejection of her affections in the past. Upon the mention of this topic, Ye Feng surrendered instantly, wishing to flee, which elicited hearty laughter from Su Weiwei. Although she was now married, their conversation remained within appropriate boundaries, as he was mindful not to cross the lines of decorum. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly recalled the matter concerning Zhang Guozhong. He felt compelled to meet the individual currently overseeing the Lianqing shopping mall. Leaving the two to wait in the restaurant, he made his way to the 5th floor. This floor housed the office area of the expansive mall, with the manager's office situated within. Upon returning, Zhang Guozhong felt a mix of excitement and unease, grappling with inner indecision. The Yunfeng Group, under Ye Feng's stewardship in the past, had already attained a considerable scale, boasting assets in the realm of billions. Years ago, Ye Feng, with his visionary business acumen, devised a comprehensive 5-year development plan, which included the establishment of this shopping mall. It was only after 5 years of diligent implementation that the current vast scale was achieved, with assets surpassing 100 billion, positioning it as a leading enterprise throughout Liancheng. It is undeniable that the present stature of Yunfeng Group is solely attributable to Ye Feng's efforts back then, with no credit owed to the current chairman. While Ye Feng's plans were executed, the group now finds itself in a bottleneck, lacking innovation and struggling to progress further. Zhang Guozhong is now in a state of indecision, contemplating whether to assist Ye Feng in reclaiming his position at Yunfeng.
This is a high-stakes gamble. Should he succeed, it would elevate him further. Should he fail, he would have to gather his belongings and depart. Emotionally, he fervently hopes for Ye Feng to regain control of Yunfeng, yet selfishly, he fears the prospect of failure. After pacing back and forth for a considerable time, he recalled Ye Feng's confident demeanor. Though outwardly gentle, he could sense that this man had become even sharper than before. With this thought, he resolved to wholeheartedly support Ye Feng in reclaiming leadership of Yunfeng Group. Chapter 14, The counter-move. Ye Feng ascended to the 5th floor. Arriving at the office area of the mall, just as he intended to enter, he was obstructed by 2 security guards. The guards scrutinized Ye Feng and disdainfully inquired, "Do you even know where this is?"
"I am here to see Zhang Guozhong," Ye Feng stated plainly, mentioning the name directly.
The guards, noting Ye Feng's shabby attire,
concluded that he was yet another individual seeking to exploit connections.
One of the guards crossed his arms and scoffed, "Who do you think you are? Our manager is not someone you can just waltz in to see."
Individuals of Zhang Guozhong's stature were inundated daily with visitors, all of whom were impeccably dressed and successful in their careers.
What right did a poorly clad man have to seek an audience with the manager? Leave now. This is not a place for you.
Our manager is unavailable, so be on your way, the guard insisted, advancing to forcibly escort Ye Feng away.
Ye Feng fell into silence. Could this be Zhang Guozhong's arrangement? Had the initial cordiality merely masked a reluctance to meet him?
It was indeed a possibility, after all. Ye Feng had distanced himself from the company for 5 years, no longer the esteemed chairman he once was. Moreover, Zhang's position had risen significantly, rendering it unnecessary for him to risk offending Xiao Jun in order to support Ye Feng. If that were the case, Ye Feng would need to reassess Zhang Guozhong's reliability.
"Are you leaving or not?" A guard, noticing Ye Feng's immobility, raised his voice in irritation.
At that moment, Zhang Guozhong, hearing the commotion from within his office, opened the door to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene, his expression turned to one of astonishment. He hurried out, his face clouded with anger, striding towards the guards with a furious demeanor. Seeing this, Ye Feng remarked pointedly, "Zhang Guozhong, I thought you were unwilling to see me." The words struck Zhang like a blow, and even he, typically composed, displayed a flicker of anger. With a sharp clap, he struck both guards, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Did I not just instruct you to let anyone who seeks me enter?" The guards stood aghast, unable to utter a word, their faces marked by confusion. They could not fathom that this seemingly destitute man was, in fact, Zhang Guozhong's esteemed guest. Once he had vented his frustration, Zhang Guozhong hastily added, "Director, enough with the formalities, let us discuss this inside," Ye Feng interjected. In this environment, revealing his identity could pose risks, particularly with Xiao Jun's associates potentially present. Xiao Jun was Ye Feng's former roommate and a key player in the conspiracy that led to Ye Feng's imprisonment. Now, he had ascended to the role of chairman of Yunfeng Group, the true helm of power. Zhang Guozhong, quick on the uptake, understood Ye Feng's implication and promptly replied, "Very well, let us proceed inside." The two entered the office, where Ye Feng casually sank into the soft, imported leather sofa, surveying the lavishly appointed space. Zhang Guozhong's office was substantial, measuring 70 to 80 square meters, adorned with opulent decorations. A vast office desk is adorned with a large-screen computer, flanked by a plethora of files in varying sizes. Behind it stands an imposing bookshelf, meticulously arranged with numerous folders and an assortment of books. A few well-placed jade ornaments, undoubtedly valuable, grace the empty spaces. The walls of the office are embellished with several calligraphic and artistic pieces, all of which, upon a cursory glance, are recognized by Ye Feng as the work of renowned masters, possessing astonishing worth. This decor imbues the office with an air of scholarly elegance, complementing the demeanor of its owner, who exudes an intellectual aura. Ye Feng, with a playful tone, remarks, "Old Zhang,
you have certainly made a name for yourself. You are quite the authority within the company.
Zhang Guozhong stands nervously to the side, hesitant to take a seat, and replies with a wry smile, Director Ye.
Were it not for your promotion years ago, I would not be where I am today. This success is intrinsically linked to your efforts and capabilities. There is no need for flattery. Ye Feng responds with a gentle smile.
Indeed, in those earlier days, Ye Feng prioritized competence in his personnel decisions. Had Zhang Guozhong lacked ability, he would have remained unnoticed by Ye Feng, let alone been given a significant role. However, this also subtly highlights Zhang Guozhong's gratitude.
I only know that it was Director Yi who assisted me back then, that is sufficient. Ye Feng nods in agreement, not disputing this assertion.
At that time, there was another contender for the executive position, one whose capabilities even surpassed Zhang Guozhong's. Ye Feng's choice of Zhang Guozhong was not solely based on his character and skills but also stemmed from his challenging family circumstances.
His mother was gravely ill and lacked the means for treatment.
Ye Feng not only elevated his position but also contributed towards his mother's medical expenses. This act of kindness is what prompted Zhang Guozhong to waive Su Weiwei's outstanding rent when Ye Feng sought to help her understand her plight. With little time for idle chatter, Ye Feng gestured for Zhang Guozhong to sit and asked, Tell me about the group's changes over the past few years. Zhang Guozhong surveyed Ye Feng. Despite having lost everything, the man radiated confidence and composure, more steadfast and subtly sharp than in years past. Zhang Guozhong silently affirmed the correctness of his choice, nervously taking a seat beside Ye Feng, much like a subordinate reporting the company's developments over the years.
Be concise. Just outline the changes in the company's equity structure, Ye Feng instructed.
He had no interest in hearing the comprehensive history of the company's growth, as he could surmise that with his astute business foresight, success was inevitable. However, the current state of the company, with only 100 billion in assets, seemed to him a failure, lacking anything worthy of boasting. What he sought to uncover was the evolution of the equity structure,
a pivotal element for reclaiming control of the company.
Zhang Guozhong, after considering this, gradually informed Ye Feng of the situation.
Prior to Ye Feng's imprisonment,
he held 70% of the company's equity, while Xiao Jun possessed 20%, with the remaining 10% held by the company's founding veterans.
70% of Ye Feng's assets are in question, of which 15% is under his own name,
while the remaining 55% is held in the name of his mother, Chen Mei.
This was a contingency he had prepared,
and the current situation affirms that his foresight was indeed accurate.
Following Ye Feng's imprisonment, his assets, including equity, were entirely confiscated and subsequently auctioned off,
with the shares ultimately falling into the hands of Xiao Jun, facilitated by the Ye family. Despite this, Chen Mei's equity still makes her the largest shareholder of Ye Feng Group. However, with Ye Feng incarcerated and Chen Mei deceased, the position of major shareholder has remained vacant.
Within the company, Xiao Jun faces no constraints. Consequently,
he has ascended to the position of chairman as the primary shareholder.
Nevertheless, Xiao Jun's shareholding has never exceeded a majority,
and the equity held by Ye Feng's mother has always been a source of concern for him. Over the past 2 years, he has sought to raise funds by issuing additional shares to dilute the 55% held by Ye Feng's mother, thereby aiming for complete control of Ye Feng Group.
This initiative, however, has faced significant opposition from the majority of shareholders, and since Xiao Jun's holdings do not reach 51%, the proposal has consistently failed to pass. Thus,
according to the current equity structure of Ye Feng Group, Ye Feng remains the largest shareholder. In light of this, matters have become more manageable. After Zhang Guozhong concluded his remarks, he observed Ye Feng deep in thought and cautiously inquired, Director Yi, at the time, only 15% of your shares were auctioned off.
Is it true that the remaining 55% still resides in your possession?
Chapter 15, Mother, I truly saw Father Ye Feng raised his gaze to meet Zhang Guozhong's eyes. His demeanor calm as he spoke, indeed, it is still in my possession.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Guozhong's expression transformed into one of relief, akin to a reassurance he desperately needed.
He excitedly replied, Mr. Yi, we welcome you to return to the company at any time to lead us to renewed glory. The 55% equity indeed remained in Ye Feng's hands. The equity agreement had been securely stored in the underground vault of a bank.
Whenever necessary, he could retrieve it,
which provided him with the confidence to return to Ye Feng Group and served as one of his weapons against Xiao Jun returning as inevitable.
Had you wavered even slightly,
What you possess today would soon be lost, leaving you with nothing, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. This statement caused a cold sweat to break out on Zhang Guozhong's forehead. He was fortunate to have made the right choice, for he knew that his fate would be no different from what Ye Feng described.
Well then. When will you convene the board meeting?
I shall prepare a surprise for Xiao Jun, Ye Feng said, a hint of mischief in his smile. It's already the end of the year, the board meeting will likely be held in a few days.
We eagerly anticipate your return, Mr. Yi, to take charge. Zhang Guozhong's expression was filled with excitement.
Excellent, let us give them a surprise, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Having grasped the situation, Ye Feng felt reassured. It was time to prepare.
Well, I shall take my leave now. Report any developments to me at any time, he said, standing to depart. Mr. Yi. Shall we go out for a meal?
Zhang Guozhong hurriedly suggested. No need, my classmate is still waiting for me, Ye Feng replied directly, making his way to the door. Suddenly, he turned back and added, remember, do not disclose my return, and ensure you prepare a suitable outfit for me. With that, he quietly closed the door behind him. Zhang Guozhong stood momentarily stunned. Mr. Yi was brimming with confidence. If this endeavor succeeded, his position within the company would surely ascend to greater heights. For years, Xiao Jun had suppressed him, otherwise, given his abilities and qualifications, how could he have been relegated to a mere market manager? Were it not for the protection of other shareholders, he might have been demoted to guarding the company entrance by now.
If Xiao Jun could be eliminated,
his position would become even more secure, and Zhang Guozhong had greater faith in Ye Feng's capabilities for the company's future development.
Filled with excitement,
Zhang Guozhong began preparing for the upcoming board meeting, anticipating the formal return of that man. How exhilarating this prospect was.
Mr.
Yi remained the same as he had been years ago, perhaps even more inscrutable now.
At this moment, Ye Feng had left the office area of Liancheng Plaza and returned to the dining area on the second floor.
Luo Yan and Su Weiwei were still present.
And upon seeing Ye Feng's return, Luo Yan pouted playfully, Brother Feng, where have you been for so long?
No, I was merely reminiscing with Manager Zhang. There was nothing of particular significance, as we are old friends.
Moreover, he has rendered considerable assistance, so surely I should exhibit a bit of patience? Well then.
We must proceed to purchase a few items, so we shall take our leave for now. Ye Feng hastily diverted the conversation, preventing Luo Yan from pursuing her inquiries further. Vivi, if you wish to attend to business at your shop, you should return. If you continue to burden your staff, your little establishment may face closure. Su Weiwei pondered for a moment, then revealed a captivating smile. Very well, let us keep in touch. With that, she waved her phone.
Ye Feng nodded. The two parted ways in the corridor outside.
He, burdened like a laborer with large bags, left the mall with Luo Yan, riding a small electric scooter back home. Upon returning home and bidding farewell to Luo Yan, Ye Feng's expression gradually grew solemn. He still needed to make some strategic arrangements.
With the equity in his possession, toppling Xiao Jun within the company would not prove overly challenging.
The crux of the matter, however, lay in the likely presence of the Yi family lurking behind Xiao Jun,
necessitating a more cautious approach.
The Yi family, as the leading clan in Lingnan province, wielded an influence so formidable it was almost unfathomable. Otherwise,
Ye Feng would not have been inexplicably thrust into that near-impenetrable prison.
The power of the Yi family extended far beyond mere commercial prowess, revealing terrifying strength behind the scenes. Ye Feng vaguely recalled that 5 years prior, he had been utterly powerless, captured by a family acolyte of the Yi clan. He knew he needed to prepare comprehensively to guard against any counterattacks. When the time came, his retribution would be swift and fierce.
At this moment,
within one of the most prosperous commercial districts of Liancheng, Lu Yingying sat in her office, diligently reviewing documents.
Coco, on the other hand, lounged on the sofa. Neither noisy nor disruptive, quietly gazing at a large photograph with a vacant stare.
Her big eyes remained motionless, and the little girl appeared to be lost in thought.
Lacking energy, Lu Yingying glanced at her daughter, feeling a twinge of headache.
Ever since returning from school to the office, her daughter had incessantly fixated on that heart-wrenching photograph. At times, Lu Yingying considered discarding the bothersome image, but she could not bear to witness her daughter's yearning for her father. She set aside her work and approached Coco, gently inquiring, "What's the matter, Coco? Are you feeling down?" Little Coco pointed at Ye Feng in the photograph, her small face serious as she declared, "Mommy,
I saw Daddy today."
Lu Yingying was taken aback, dismissing her daughter's words lightly. She patted Coco's head in feigned ignorance, asking, "But Daddy hasn't he returned yet?"
"How could you have seen him?"
"Mommy, I truly saw Daddy. Coco was not lying to you." Lu Yingying pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling utterly helpless. Dismissing it as mere childish fanciful talk, and reached out to conceal the frame. However, Coco clung to it tightly, refusing to let go.
Her innocent eyes brimming with helplessness.
Lu Yingying could not help but smile ruefully. This was the plight of a child without a father, navigating through life filled with longing. In her heart, her father eternally resides in a realm of yearning, a figure captured within a frame, visible yet intangible. Observing the situation brings her pain. And Lu Yingying can only attribute it all to that man, the one she loathes with an intensity that gnaws at her. As she contemplates offering some comfort to little Coco, a cacophony erupts from outside.
"Young Master Lu, you cannot enter."
A beautifully attired secretary,
dressed in formal office attire, exclaimed to a young man.
This young man, Lu Yuan, is the eldest son of the Lu family in Lianqing and also Lu Yingying's cousin. The Lu family is a notable lineage in Lianqing, ranking among the top 10 families, with assets amounting to billions. Lu Yuan is notorious as a debauched scion. Adept in indulgences of every kind, drinking, gambling, and revelry, his sole talent being to amuse the elderly patriarch of the Lu family, rendering him little more than a frivolous spendthrift. When Lu Yuan saw that a mere secretary dared to obstruct him, his face contorted with anger.
"Get out of my way," he declared, shoving her aside as he strode directly into Lu Yingying's office. Upon encountering Lu Yuan, Coco's expression morphed into one of terror. Instinctively shrinking back into the corner of the sofa, Lu Yingying's countenance shifted upon seeing him, her brows knitted in dismay. "Lu Yuan, what brings you here today?"
Lu Yuan was in high spirits, for the elderly patriarch of the Lu family had promised him that after the new year,
he would be allowed to take over Lu Yingying's cosmetics company.
This enterprise boasted assets exceeding 100 million. And the mere thought of it falling into his hands thrilled him. Thus, he refrained from hurling insults at Lu Yingying as he usually did, instead greeting her with a smile.
"Lu Yingying, grandfather has decreed that you must return home for the family banquet this year." He was astute enough not to disclose that the family patriarch intended to entrust the company to him just yet. Upon hearing the mention of the family banquet,
Lu Yingying's expression darkened, turning ashen. She had no desire to return to that frigid family, not even for a moment.
Chapter 16, Zhou Hai's Revenge. Lu Yingying,
once the most outstanding woman of the Lu family, renowned for her beauty and exceptional talent, was celebrated as the fairest maiden in the entire Lianqing. However, 5 years ago, this exquisite woman found herself embroiled in scandal when she became pregnant out of wedlock, a revelation that spread through the streets and alleys of Lianqing like a tempest. In an instant, she and her family became the subject of ridicule throughout the city.
Her father, the eldest son of the Lu family,
had been in line to inherit the family estate, but the absence of a male heir rendered him ineligible for succession. Consequently, he endured years of mockery,
leaving the family feeling utterly humiliated. After Lu Yingying gave birth to little Cuckoo, the Lu family felt their dignity had been irreparably tarnished,
leading them to expel her family from the Lu villa. Every encounter with little Cuckoo was met with scorn, driving Lu Yingying to shun the family home entirely. Struggling to make ends meet, Lu Yingying's father eventually procured a sum of 100,000 yuan from the family patriarch to establish a cosmetics company named Dreamthink. The patriarch did not act out of pity, but rather saw potential in Lu Yingying's entrepreneurial spirit, hoping to turn her into a lucrative asset. It proved to be a wise decision. Within a few short years, Lu Yingying transformed the modest company into a thriving enterprise worth over 100 million.
Reflecting on these painful memories, Lu Yingying scoffed, "What is it? Have you summoned us back for the New Year's Eve dinner? We were never deemed worthy to join the table before. Has benevolence suddenly struck?"
She resolutely declared, "I have no time and will not go."
"Ha! This is the patriarch's decision.
Whether you wish to return or not, you shall comply. Your words hold no weight," Lu Yuan replied with arrogance.
"I have conveyed the message."
"You know the consequences of refusal," he added ominously. As he prepared to leave, his gaze fell upon Cuckoo in the corner of the office.
Halting his steps as he mocked, "This illegitimate child is here too?"
With that, he strode out of the office. Lu Yingying's face paled with anger at his words. and she pointed furiously at Lu Yuan's vanishing figure, exclaiming, "Lu Yuan, you are inhumane." Though Cuckoo was but a child, she understood enough to grasp the weight of Lu Yuan's words. Her delicate brows knitted together, and her lips quivered before she succumbed to tears. Her small face glistening as tears streamed down like a gentle brook. It was no wonder Cuckoo harbored such fear of Lu Yuan. It was evident she had endured similar taunts repeatedly, suffering immense emotional distress. Lu Engying, her lips clenched tight with fury, drew blood as she bit down. But upon witnessing Cuckoo's sorrowful cries, she disregarded Lu Yuan and rushed to cradle her child. Although Lu Engying now held the title of company president, her outward success belied the constant constraints and disdain imposed by her family. For years, she had borne countless grievances and endured untold hardships, experiences unknown to outsiders. Yet for the sake of Cuckoo, she would endure it all. The sound of her child's heart-wrenching sobs pierced her heart, as if it were bleeding profusely. After much coaxing and deception, Coco gradually ceased her tears. The secretary, feeling somewhat at a loss, was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Lu Engying in the Lu family, having resolved from the outset not to allow Lu Yuan to enter. Yet ultimately, she could not prevent the unfolding scene. And her heart brimmed with self-reproach as she softly uttered, "Engying, I am sorry, I failed to stop him." Lu Engying gently wiped the tears from Coco's cheeks and replied, "It's not your fault. Shen, please handle the negotiations with Yunfeng Group on my behalf. I am not in the right frame of mind lately," Lu Engying said, her tone heavy with gloom. The secretary named Xian nodded silently before discreetly exiting the office, closing the door gently behind her. In a private room of a dance hall in the northern part of Lianxing, the atmosphere was dim and heavy, illuminated by flickering red lights. A distinguished middle-aged man sat regally on the sofa, a young, alluring woman nestled in his embrace. The man reached out and gently pinched the voluptuous figure of the woman. Inhaling deeply, savoring the scent of milk emanating from her, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze then shifted to a trembling man before him, and his smile vanished, replaced by a grim countenance as he spoke in a low, menacing tone, "Zhou Hai, how did you allow things to escalate to this point? Pathetic wretch. Don't ever claim to be associated with me again. You've brought disgrace upon us." Zhou Hai, having just emerged from the hospital with his left hand bandaged, dared not utter a word in the presence of this formidable man. His background was anything but simple. He was one of the overlords of Lianxing's underground world, known as Xia Haisheng. Renowned for his ruthlessness and audacity, he carved a bloody path through Lianxing, earning a reputation of considerable renown. "Boss, it's not my incompetence. That kid is exceptionally skilled, and having just been released from prison, he ran into Zhaoan, which led to my predicament," Zhou Hai lamented, his expression akin to that of a bereaved child. "Skilled?" Xia Haisheng scoffed. "Is there anyone more formidable than Xia Haisheng himself? It is precisely my audacity and prowess that have secured my standing in Lianxing. With my martial prowess, few can rival me here, save for the martial experts patronized by the prominent families. Otherwise, there are hardly any worthy of my regard." Gently pushing aside the woman beside him, Xia Haisheng straightened his posture and inquired, "What do you propose?" "Boss, you must reclaim this territory. Though I was the one attacked, it reflects upon your honor as well," Zhou Hai astutely urged, deliberately intertwining his plight with Xia Haisheng's reputation, which would likely compel the latter to assist him. "Return and bring that kid to me." "I shall find a way to deal with him," Xia Haisheng stated solemnly. Zhou Hai wore a bitter expression, fully aware of Ye Feng's formidable strength. Realizing that an ordinary individual would be no match for him, Zhou Hai's eyes glinted with a spark of inspiration as he pondered for a moment, then hurriedly proposed, "Boss, there's a young lady in my neighborhood with whom he is quite familiar. If we were to abduct her, he would undoubtedly be at our mercy. Moreover, this young lady is strikingly beautiful, you might find her quite enticing." Zhou Hai continued to incite, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he licked his parched lips, exuding a rather lascivious demeanor. He could already envision Ye Feng on his knees, pleading for mercy. "Yes, this is an excellent idea. Summon Xiangzi and expedite the plan. Ensure she is brought to the 13 boxing arena." Meanwhile, Ye Feng, seizing the opportunity, collaborated with Luo Yan to redecorate his home, busily attending to details until it was nearly 9 o'clock. Once their tasks were completed, Luo Yan departed from Ye Feng's residence, preparing to head home. The streetlights here cast a dim glow as she walked, and midway through her journey, a car suddenly emerged from the shadows. A few burly men sprang out, swiftly covering her mouth and forcibly dragging her into the vehicle, stifling any sound of protest. In an instant, the car sped away, vanishing around the corner of the alley. Inside the car, Zhou Hai wore a triumphant grin as he gazed at the delicate Luo Yan, his eyes gleaming with an unsavory desire.
Chapter 17. The 13th boxing gym. Ye Feng was preparing to rest, reclining on his bed. He took out his newly purchased mobile phone and logged into his old Feishin account.
He found numerous unread messages, remnants from years past,
sent by university classmates and friends alike.
Time had elapsed significantly, and as Ye Feng meticulously perused the messages, he chose not to respond. His gaze fell upon a message from someone named Little Biscuit.
After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately clicked to open it.
He typed a few words and gently pressed send.
Little Biscuit was the Feishin name of Lu Yingying. He wondered how she was after all these years. Had she married and had children?
Or perhaps. Ye Feng refrained from further speculation. After all, who in this world would wait for someone deemed hopeless, risking a lifetime on such a pursuit? It was not a lack of faith in love, but rather a belief in reality. Ye Feng's message was destined to vanish into the void.
As he anticipated.
He received no reply, letting out a sigh after so many years.
Perhaps she had long since married, with children already grown tall. Why should he intrude upon her life?
In truth, when he and Lu Yingying were in love, he had been unaware that she was the daughter of the Lu family.
Likewise,
she had not known he was the founder of Yunfeng Group. Their love, in those days, could be described as somewhat pure.
Yet, no matter how pure, love cannot withstand the ravages of time.
Ye Feng's imprisonment likely led her down a path entirely disconnected from his own. Marriage and childbirth were the typical trajectories of most lives, thus Ye Feng held no grand illusions about the deeply cherished woman. He was no longer the Ye Feng of yesteryear. Many matters had dulled in significance for him. Then he recalled the funeral of his mother, where an exceptionally young and beautiful girl had assisted in the arrangements. He speculated that it must have been Lu Yingying, after all. Such matters of life and death would not generally be handled by anyone but a close confidant. Should they meet again, he would express his gratitude. With these thoughts, Ye Feng felt a great weight lift from his heart, just as he was settling down to sleep when the soothing chime of his phone broke the silence.
It was an unfamiliar number.
Ye Feng's number was brand new. Upon his return, few were aware of it. Only Luo Yan, Su Weiwei, and Zhang Guozhong had exchanged contact details.
Where could this number be from? After a moment of hesitation, he chose to answer. Are you Ye Feng? Came a man's voice.
Ye Feng frowned and replied, Indeed, who are you? You need not concern yourself with who I am.
That little girl, Luo Yan, is in my possession.
If you wish to save her, come to the 13th boxing gym in the northern part of the city. The 13th boxing gym was an underground fight club established by Xia Haisheng, where bouts were held daily, commonly referred to as illegal fights. Many affluent individuals from Lianqing frequented it, and Xia Haisheng had set up gambling to provide thrill for the spectators. The 13th boxing gym was one of Xia Haisheng's significant sources of income. At that moment, within a room of the boxing gym, Luo Yan was bound hand and foot,
her mouth tightly gagged.
She struggled incessantly, unable to articulate a word, only managing to emit muffled sounds of distress.
Zhou Hai stood nearby,
a smug grin creeping across his face. Zhangzi held the phone connected to Ye Feng and pressed it to Luo Yan's ear.
Say a few words to that brat, he instructed.
After completing this task, he roughly removed the cloth from Luo Yan's mouth. Instantly, her voice, laced with tears, broke through as she pleaded, Brother Feng,
please save me.
As a mere freshman in college, facing a group of menacing thugs, she trembled with fear. Her parents were often away, and her grandmother was elderly. Ye Feng was her only source of support. In this moment, she felt like a child drowning, with Ye Feng as her sole lifeline.
Shameless girl, still crying? You'll see what is in store for you soon, Zhangzi sneered, delivering a harsh slap to Luo Yan's face before snatching the phone away.
Her once fair complexion flushed crimson, her eyes wide with terror, lips pressed together in silence. Come quickly, or you might find her in a compromising position, Zhangzi taunted, before abruptly hanging up. On the other end, Ye Feng's face darkened, fury igniting in his mind.
He donned his coat, mounted his electric scooter,
and braved the biting wind as he made his way to the number 13 boxing gym, his heart steeled with determination.
Inside the dimly lit arena of the No.
13 boxing gym, two fighters clashed on the massive ring. The audience was sparse, but every punch reverberated through the air, inciting waves of raucous cheers. Renowned as the bloodiest venue in Liancheng, this place witnessed daily life and death battles. Each fighter entered the ring with life hanging in the balance. The victor would claim a substantial prize, while the vanquished would find their remains unceremoniously buried in the desolate outskirts, their names forgotten. The duel raged on. As a burly fighter, muscles rippling, seized his opponent by the neck. The latter struggled desperately, veins bulging. With a vicious elbow strike, he shattered the opponent's eye. Blood spewing forth. In an instant, the defeated fighter lost all will to fight, collapsing under a relentless barrage of knee strikes to the chest. After a series of brutal blows, he coughed up blood, his eyes dimming as he fell lifeless to the ground. The victorious fighter raised his arms in triumph, triggering an uproar of applause from the crowd. On the elevated platform, Xia Haisheng sat alongside a young man, both having witnessed the match in its entirety. "The fighter you brought back from Southeast Asia possesses considerable skill," the young man remarked with a slight smile. This young man was none other than Lu Sandao, a formidable rival to Xia Haisheng in Liancheng. Not a local, he had emerged as a powerful figure just a few years prior, carving out a substantial following through sheer tenacity. Despite the combined efforts of Xia Haisheng and another prominent figure to suppress him, Lu Sandao had established a firm foothold, resulting in a tripartite stalemate in the underworld. This character is even more formidable than Xia Haisheng, possessing strength that is not inferior in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Xia Haisheng cast a glance at his arch-rival and replied with a sense of pride, "Of course, unless you take the stage yourself. No one among your subordinates could possibly defeat him." Lu Sandao scoffed, "All show, and no substance. Xiaosan, go down and engage him." With that, a young man with a buzz cut emerged from behind Lu Sandao. Though slight of build, a glimmer of ferocity sparkled in his eyes. He confidently addressed Lu Sandao. "Third brother, watch how I bring down that good-for-nothing." After declaring this, he strode directly onto the arena. Although Xia Haisheng and Lu Sandao were quite renowned in Lian City, few truly knew them. Only those with some standing in the city would occasionally cross paths with them at various gatherings. In a more elevated section of the audience, two women sat quietly in an inconspicuous corner. One of them was the internet celebrity named Xingxing, whom Ye Feng had inadvertently knocked over at school the day before. The other woman, equally striking in appearance, exuded a fiery aura, dressed in an unconventional, form-fitting black outfit that radiated an air of confidence. She glanced towards Xia Haisheng and Lu Sandao, whispering, "Xingxing, do you see those two? They are the titans of the underground world." At that moment, Xingxing was still in shock, having just witnessed a fighter being killed and dragged out of the arena. The experience was overwhelmingly intense. Had it not been for her friend pulling her along, she would never have dared to enter such a place. Chapter 18. Do you think you deserve to negotiate with me? As a local of Lian City, Xingxing was acutely aware of the formidable figure her best friend referred to. It was well known that no one in Lian City dared to cross him. Her friend's lineage was extraordinary, as her father stood shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Lu Sandao, making them quite familiar with one another. Hearing the words exchanged, Xingxing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, though she found some solace in glancing at the elders standing behind them. At that moment, Lu Sandao's subordinate, affectionately known as Xiao San, had already ascended to the arena, locking eyes with a burly, muscle-bound fighter. "Xiao San, your prowess is commendable, yet what a pity," Xia Haisheng remarked, observing Xiao San as though he were a mere specter. "Let us await the outcome," Lu Sandao replied with a slight smirk. As they conversed, the battle commenced. The Southeast Asian fighter, despite his formidable strength, moved sluggishly, allowing Xiao San to evade each of his attacks with ease. The nimble Xiao San, capitalizing on the fighter's clumsiness, landed several punches during the openings presented to him. Just then, a young man entered from outside, unnoticed by the throng whose attention was riveted on the arena. This newcomer was Ye Feng, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his brow furrowed in concern. The underground boxing arena was a haven of darkness. Here, the loss of life was a trivial matter. Scanning the raucous crowd, he failed to spot Luo Yan. He dialed the previous number, and upon connection, spoke coldly, "I have arrived at the boxing venue."
In a lounge within the venue, Xianzi stepped outside, approaching Xia Haisheng. "Boss?"
"That kid has arrived," he whispered.
"Is he truly bold enough to come?"
Xia Haisheng expressed surprise, then added, "Go and bring him here."
Xianzi nodded and made his way to the entrance, soon spotting Ye Feng. With a smirk, he said, "Are you Ye Feng? Our boss wants you to come upstairs."
Without waiting for a response, he turned and led the way, dismissing Ye Feng entirely. After all, he was merely a young lad, hardly a threat.
Previously,
the hard-headed individuals of Lian City had also found themselves at their mercy, ultimately begging for forgiveness. Ye Feng followed Xiangzi directly to Xia Haisheng, coolly stating,
"Where are my people?"
Xia Haisheng scrutinized Ye Feng, noting his slender physique and somewhat refined demeanor, which belied any fighting capability. He felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly unassuming individual could have so severely bested Zhou Hai. Initially, he believed Ye Feng must possess some strength. Lured here under the pretense of using Luo Yan as leverage to compel him into the boxing match. Yet, with such a frail frame, he imagined the outcome would be no different than being easily dispatched with a single blow.
"Bring them out,"
Xia Haisheng commanded with a wave of his hand.
Xianzi turned and strode toward the room where Luo Yan was confined.
Moments later, he emerged, escorting Zhou Hai along with several other young men.
All in tow with Luo Yan. Upon seeing Luo Yan unharmed, Ye Feng instantly exhaled in relief and spoke, "Release her." Xia Haisheng responded with a cold laugh, "Release her? You assaulted my man and yet expect leniency?"
At that moment, Zhou Hai, emboldened by the situation, pointed at Ye Feng and urged, "Boss,
we absolutely cannot let this brat go, eliminate him."
Meanwhile, Lu Sandao observed the scene with disdain and mocked, "Xia Haisheng, resorting to kidnapping a woman, how lowly you've sunk."
Unfazed, Xia Haisheng retorted, "Lowly? This brat harmed my man. If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I maintain my standing in Liancheng?" This exchange caught Qingqing's attention, and she murmured instinctively, "Why is it him?" The woman beside her pointed at Ye Feng and whispered, "Qingqing, do you know that person?"
Qingqing shook her head. "I encountered him once at school. He resembles a senior I had, but it can't be him." The striking and formidable woman replied, "Oh, what a pity." Qingqing, perplexed, asked, "What as so regrettable, Xiaolan?" Unfamiliar with the ruthlessness of the underground world, Qingqing was oblivious to the dangers.
In contrast, Xiaolan,
whose father was the most powerful figure in Liancheng, understood that offending such individuals could lead to dire consequences. Recognizing that Ye Feng had crossed Xia Haisheng, who was notoriously vicious, she wondered how he could possibly survive this encounter. Lu Sandao, though possessing some principles, was nothing compared to Xia Haisheng, who treated killing with the same indifference as squashing an ant. Qingqing's heart sank as she silently monitored the unfolding drama, her anxiety mounting. Clearly, Lu Sandao had a deep understanding of Xia Haisheng. After a brief mockery, he fell silent, aware that this was not the moment for open confrontation. Especially since he was no saint himself and had witnessed such affairs numerous times. Xia Haisheng disregarded Lu Sandao and Zhou Hai. Turning his attention to Ye Feng with a twisted amusement, "You should go down and face my fighter in a match. If you survive, I might consider releasing her." To Xia Haisheng, Ye Feng was merely an insignificant pawn, certain that he would not survive against the Southeast Asian fighter. Even if he did, Xia Haisheng had no intentions of releasing him easily. He intended to toy with him first. His gaze flickered over to Luo Yan, filled with a predatory excitement. It was evident she was a novice, and Xia Haisheng would not let such an opportunity slip by. Ye Feng detected the lasciviousness in his eyes. Raising an eyebrow and firmly stating, "Do you think you are worthy of negotiating with me?" Despite the surrounding clamor, Ye Feng's words rang out clearly and powerfully, reaching Xia Haisheng's ears without a hitch. The moment the words left his lips, Xia Haisheng's expression darkened. It was a blatant slap to his face, especially in front of Lu Sandao, making him question where he could save face afterward. Stunned, he felt a mix of anger and amusement, staring at Ye Feng as if he were a corpse. Ye Feng's audacity surprised Lu Sandao. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail opponent to possess such boldness. Yet, it seemed unlikely that he would emerge from this predicament unscathed. The most accomplished among them was Zhou Hai, who understood Xia Haisheng's temperament all too well. Initially, Ye Feng might have had a glimmer of hope,
but it now appeared that his fate was sealed. Even the girl named Xiaolan, standing at a distance, shook her head repeatedly and murmured, "Qingqing, it seems your senior is unlikely to escape this predicament." Upon hearing this, Qingqing's face turned ashen, and she asked, "Is there any way to assist him?" Xiaolan shook her head and replied, "Not even I can help, even if my father were to come." Xia Haisheng would not spare any face. Xia Haisheng's expression gradually revealed a hint of murderous intent, yet Ye Feng remained unperturbed. Such trivial scenes held no significance to him. In the past, he had faced formidable foreign forces without faltering. Instead of feeling the slightest fear, Ye Feng smiled and said, "Since you enjoy fighting so much, allow me to engage in a little practice with you." With that, he swiftly seized Xia Haisheng by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick, and launched him into the air with a forceful kick towards the arena. Xia Haisheng soared like a kite, flying several meters before crashing onto the platform with a resounding thud. The two combatants on the stage halted their movements, staring in disbelief at the descending Xia Haisheng. The sudden turn of events caused an uproar among the spectators. Chapter 19, Give me a reason not to kill you, the master, Lu Sandao, or a stiff expression, regarding Ye Feng as though he were a monstrous aberration. Xia Haisheng was no ordinary man, he was a veritable king of soldiers. Even Lu Sandao himself found it difficult to contend with Xia Haisheng, let alone defeat him. Yet, this audacious youth, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, had effortlessly sent Xia Haisheng flying as if he were a mere chick. What kind of prowess was this? Lu Sandao struggled to fathom it. Even the skilled fighters nurtured by the esteemed families of Lianqing could not achieve such ease. Beyond mere astonishment, a profound chill crept into Lu Sandao's heart before this formidable opponent. He sensed that he possessed no means of resistance. Unbeknownst to him, a thin sheen of sweat had formed on his brow, compelling him to suppress any semblance of hostility. Ye Feng's actions were utterly astonishing, drawing incredulous gazes from all corners of the arena. "This person is unfathomably deep," remarked a girl named Xiaolan, her countenance grave. Qingqing, initially uncertain of the strength displayed, felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon witnessing Ye Feng's safety. "Miss, this individual is terrifying and exceedingly dangerous," solemnly stated the elderly man who had been silent behind Xiaolan. Among those present, Zhou Hai's expression transformed most dramatically from euphoric to astonished, then to dread, culminating in a pallor of despair all within mere minutes. Ye Feng paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd, he strode forward to pull Luo Yan closer, then mercilessly shattered Zhou Hai's foot with a kick. Zhou Hai's face contorted, emitting a wretched scream that echoed throughout the gymnasium, a sound of unparalleled lamentation. "Sit here for a moment, close your eyes, and do not look," Ye Feng gently instructed as he seated Luo Yan in a chair. Nodding in agreement like a chick pecking at grain, she felt a sense of calm wash over her the moment she beheld Ye Feng. With a powerful leap, Ye Feng soared across the spectators and landed upon the ring, his feet striking the ground with a resonant thud that stirred a cloud of dust. Xia Haisheng, struggling to rise on the platform, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze rife with terror. "Is that Xia Laosi?" Despite the dim lighting, those familiar with Xia Haisheng recognized him immediately, gasping in astonishment. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. No one could fathom that the owner of the boxing gym had been so effortlessly dispatched to the ring. Xia Haisheng's eyes were alight with fear as he fixed his gaze upon the amicable young man before him, his heart beginning to tremble. "Who on earth are you?" he inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Who am I? That is of no concern to you, all you need to know is that you have successfully provoked my ire," Ye Feng replied, dismissing any further conversation. He stepped closer and unleashed a punch that rendered Xia Haisheng's famed prowess akin to that of an insignificant insect. A series of sickening cracks reverberated through the gym, accompanied by the haunting cries that permeated every corner of the venue. Ye Feng crushed all of Xia Haisheng's limbs, and the unbearable agony twisted Xia's countenance into a grotesque mask. At that moment, his heart was overwhelmed with regret. Why had he provoked such a merciless killer? Gazing at the frail young man before him, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Once, he had been the tormentor, and now he was the one enduring such excruciating pain. This scene, however, did not incite panic among the spectators, instead, they erupted into enthusiastic cheers. What had drawn them to watch underground boxing? Was it not the exhilarating thrill of life and death, especially with Xia Haisheng, a renowned figure in Lianqing, as the protagonist?
This only heightened their excitement, as they waved flags and shouted, their fervor palpable.
Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically.
She had not anticipated Ye Feng's formidable prowess and inwardly mocked the two male classmates who dared to confront him. She found the situation absurd.
What fate awaited anyone who dared to provoke such a powerful man?
In the arena, Xia Haisheng lay utterly incapacitated on the stage, bloodied and weak, his limbs rendered useless. His bones crushed by Ye Feng. His breath became increasingly shallow, yet, being a warrior of his caliber, he clung to life. Ye Feng, unwilling to waste time, approached him.
Seizing Xia's neck with one hand,
he lifted him effortlessly, his expression cold, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in his eyes.
With a swift twist, a resounding crack echoed through the air.
Xia Haisheng's head tilted at an unnatural angle, he had breathed his last.
Xia Haisheng was dead. The once dominant overlord of Lianqing.
A figure who had ruled for over a decade, was so easily extinguished by a nameless youth. His death was shrouded in mystery. Lu Sandao felt a chill race up his spine, a wave of dread enveloping him as he stood dazed.
The entire boxing hall fell into a hushed silence.
The atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop, the gravity of the situation was monumental. Before the astonished crowd, Ye Feng descended from the ring and approached Lu Sandao, his gaze icy and filled with an unmistakable menace. Lu Sandao, despite his reputation as a formidable figure himself,
was gripped by fear.
Under Ye Feng's deathly stare, he began to tremble uncontrollably.
He realized that before this man, he was no match. His demise would likely be no less brutal than that of Xia Haisheng. I am not affiliated with Xia Haisheng.
Lu Sandao hastily distanced himself from any association, unprecedented terror coursing through him. Ye Feng flashed a smile, softening his demeanor slightly, before asking,
"Can you provide a reason for me not to kill you?"
Lu Sandao, in desperate contemplation, responded with a near plea for survival.
"Perhaps I could still be of some use to you." This rationale was hardly sufficient to ensure his safety.
Lu Sandao had cursed the ancestors of the deceased Xia Haisheng 1,000 times, lamenting how he had invited the wrath of this killing machine. Yet, he had little time to deliberate. He quickly knelt, addressing Ye Feng with utmost respect. "As long as you do not disdain me, my life shall be yours to command." Ye Feng scrutinized Lu Sandao, weighing the advantages and disadvantages in his mind. It appeared that the presence of such an individual would indeed be advantageous for his future endeavors. Tasks would undoubtedly become much more manageable. At the very least, he would not need to act personally in every situation.
"Your life is spared for now. Your head may be kept temporarily," Ye Feng remarked coolly. "Ensure this place is cleared.
As for this individual, I do not wish to see him again.
Do you understand?"
He gestured towards Zhou Hai, who lay sprawled on the ground.
Upon hearing this, Zhou's expression shifted dramatically.
Suppressing his pain, he crawled to Ye Feng's feet, pleading desperately. "Ye Feng, we have been neighbors for many years, please do not kill me." Ye Feng kicked him aside and walked out with Luo Yan.
Before departing, he reminded Lu Sandao, "Remember what you have said."
Lu Sandao stood in a daze until Ye Feng vanished through the doorway. Then turned to gaze at the lifeless body of Xia Haisheng on the arena floor.
Following this night, the underworld landscape of Lian City would undergo a significant transformation.
For him, this was a fortuitous opportunity to annex Xia Haisheng's territory, thereby greatly enhancing his own power.
However, it also meant that he would have to confront the one-eyed dragon independently. Chapter 20, The Chen family's fury. Lu Sandao was acutely aware of the necessary course of action that lay ahead. A bloodbath erupted within the boxing gym, as every remnant of Xia Haisheng's influence was slated for eradication that very night. Meanwhile, a girl named Xiaolan, over at Qingqing's side, was stricken with dread, fully cognizant of the grave repercussions following Xia Haisheng's demise.
"Let us go back," she urged, hastily beckoning Qingqing and the elderly man.
Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to flee the boxing gym. This night was destined to be tumultuous, an event that would reverberate throughout Lianqing. Yet, for Ye Feng,
this turmoil held little significance, as he had already departed the gym.
Outside, Luo Yan was visibly shaken,
her complexion pale as she stared blankly at the entrance of the boxing gym.
"All is well now," Ye Feng reassured her.
donning a serene and cultured smile that completely dispelled the earlier aura of menace.
"Brother Feng, let us return swiftly, I am frightened." Luo Yan's eyes were red. Fear and distress evident in her expression.
Ye Feng understood that this incident would leave an indelible mark upon her, gently ruffling her hair as he comforted her. "Very well.
We shall head back at once." She nodded vigorously. Ye Feng retrieved his electric scooter parked at the entrance, ferrying Luo Yan away into the dim embrace of the night.
After seeing her home, he returned to his residence, the clock nearing midnight, and soon succumbed to slumber.
Meanwhile,
Lianqing was engulfed in chaos. Under Lu Sandao's command, fierce clashes erupted in the wake of Xia Haixing's death.
Another faction, led by the notorious One-Eyed Dragon, swiftly received word of the upheaval and dispatched his men to seize Xia Haixing's territory. By the end of the night, both factions had claimed portions of what once belonged to Xia.
Upon occupying Xia Haixing's domain, Lu Sandao and the One-Eyed Dragon, displaying an unspoken understanding, refrained from conflict, maintaining a precarious balance. Lu Sandao was wary of the formidable power amassed by the cunning old fox, the One-Eyed Dragon.
Through Xiaolan,
the One-Eyed Dragon learned of the events at the boxing gym, his apprehension towards the enigmatic young man intensifying. Lianqing resembled a pond, teeming with fish of every size, where even the slightest disturbance could send ripples throughout its depths. The Chen family, the foremost clan in Lianqing, had dominated the region for decades,
amassing assets worth billions through their monopolization of construction materials, real estate, and earthworks, establishing an entity that neither the underworld nor the legitimate world dared provoke.
The Chen family's enterprises were inevitably supported by both legal and illicit means, a fact well known to those with even a modicum of awareness. Among the three major forces within Lianqing's underworld, Xia Haixing was merely a pawn nurtured by the Chen family. Now, with the mysterious figure's assassination of Xia Haixing, the Chen family's nerves were deeply unsettled, marking a substantial loss for them.
Investigate. I want answers.
In the opulent and spacious hall of the Chen family villa,
the patriarch's countenance darkened as he thundered his command.
His son, the eldest heir Chen Xian, stood by in silence, carefully scrutinizing his father's expression.
Xia Haixing has passed away, and he comprehends the implications of this event. The Chen family's business largely relies on certain underhanded individuals. Now, with Xia Haixing's demise, their influence in Lianqing is bound to diminish. Although the family possesses martial arts experts as guardians, these resources are part of the family's heritage and cannot be easily deployed. "What should we do now, father?" asked Chen Xian.
"Useless.
What else can we do?"
"We must uncover the identity of the perpetrator behind the scenes and send our guardians to retrieve the head," Chen Hong replied solemnly. The Chen family had recently acquired a piece of land, intending to develop a lucrative area, and they were at a critical juncture for demolition. They had originally hoped Xia Haixing would facilitate the low-cost removal of the old buildings, thus saving a significant sum in demolition expenses.
Now,
it seems this matter will require some delay, and they might even have to consider collaborating with the One-Eyed Dragon.
The thought of relinquishing a portion of their profits filled Chen Hong with resentment.
"What are you still standing there for?
Hurry and take action," Chen Hong scolded Chen Xian.
"I will take care of it immediately," Chen Xian replied before departing. Yunfeng Building stands as the tallest structure in Lianqing and serves as its landmark. Constructed with an investment of 2 billion by Yunfeng Group. Situated in the most prosperous area of Lianqing, it towers over the city like a king, unmatched by any other. Even the prominent families of Lianqing can only look up to this solitary enterprise that has risen in recent years. In this land where every inch is precious, the current value of Yunfeng Building has multiplied several times compared to its initial investment. Just the assets of this skyscraper alone secure Yunfeng Group's position as a leader in Lianqing's business community.
Currently, the helmsman of Yunfeng Group, Xiao Jun,
has been recognized as an outstanding youth for 3 consecutive years and is regarded as a distinguished guest by the authorities.
On the top floor of Yunfeng Building, Xiao Jun,
clad in a meticulously tailored suit, exudes elegance and luxury as he stands before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his office.
He gazes silently at the panoramic view of Lianqing, filled with breathtaking scenery, yet he lacks the desire to appreciate it.
Under his leadership, Yunfeng Group has followed the business blueprint left by Ye Feng, reaching its current scale. The plan has been executed, and the enterprise appears to be at an insurmountable bottleneck, finding it difficult to ascend further. This year, there have even been subtle signs of decline, drawing criticism from several shareholders. They believe Xiao Jun's rise to his position was dubious, lacking the strategic vision necessary for corporate leadership, which makes him acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. The primary concern is that his shareholding fails to confer a decisive advantage over the other shareholders. Since Ye Feng's incarceration, his shares were confiscated and auctioned, and Xiao Jun has managed to obtain a portion. However, 55 of the shares remain unaccounted for, leaving the position of the major shareholder perpetually vacant. These shares have become a thorn in his side, deeply embedded in his heart, impossible to remove. Over the years, he has contemplated reforming the board of directors, seeking to dilute that elusive 55 of shares through financing. He then maneuvered within the confines of the situation, hoping to smoothly ascend to the position of the main shareholder of Ye Feng Group, thereby becoming the undeniable helmsperson. However, he consistently faced opposition from other shareholders, and as his stake remained below 51%, he found himself unable to implement his plans. It was as if he were condemned to an unrelenting torment. Xiao Jun muttered a curse under his breath, his countenance devoid of any semblance of refinement, instead marred by a sinister glare. The implication in his words was unmistakable. He was alluding to Ye Feng, who was still languishing in prison. Director Xiao, this year's board meeting has been arranged. It is scheduled for 3 days from now.
Is there anything else you wish to organize?
A strikingly attractive secretary, clad in a white blouse and a form-fitting skirt, entered the room, speaking with utmost caution.
Proceed according to the established agenda, Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly, a hint of resolve flickering in his expression.
Since they were unwilling to cooperate with the reforms, he would have to resort to more forceful measures.
Chapter 21, The Misfortune of Su Weiwei. As soon as the Ye Feng Group confirmed the convening of the board meeting, Ye Feng received notification from Zhang Guozhong.
After hanging up the phone, he contemplated the grand surprise he intended to bestow upon his former classmates in a few days. Were it not for the assistance of Xiao Jun, even if someone from the Ye family had attempted to frame him, it would not have been so straightforward. Yet, Ye Feng could never have anticipated that the person he trusted most would be the one to betray him. This betrayal ignited in him a hatred for Xiao Jun that was rivaled only by his animosity toward the Ye family. Had it not been for his imprisonment, perhaps his mother would still be alive. Even if he were to lose the Ye Feng Group, he would not bat an eye, however. The loss of his mother would forever remain an unhealable wound in his heart. Each time he reflected on this, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming desire to exact vengeance upon those who had wronged him. In 3 days, he would not only reclaim what was rightfully his but also ensure that Xiao Jun's head would serve as a sacrificial offering. Only through blood could he cleanse this indelible hatred. No one could impede his path to retribution, not even the Ye family. He firmly believed that one day, all those involved from the Ye family would pay with their blood. He was convinced that this day was not far off. Suppressing these thoughts, Ye Feng initially intended to visit the mall to discuss matters with Zhang Guozhong in person. At that moment, however, he received a call from Su Weiwei, requesting his guidance at her store. After some consideration, he agreed as it was conveniently on his way. He then made his way to Lu Po's residence, eager to check on Luo Yan, who had been quite frightened the night before. Following the events of the previous night, Luo Yan remained somewhat shaken, akin to a startled rabbit. Ye Feng understood, for she was merely a college student who had never encountered such scenes, let alone being kidnapped and struck several times. After offering her some words of comfort, she seemed to recover somewhat. Whether it was Zhou Hai or the individual named Xiangzi, it was likely that Lu Sandao had already dealt with them. After leaving Lu Po's home, Ye Feng proceeded directly to Liancheng Plaza, reaching the uppermost office area. The security personnel had been replaced, indicating that Zhang Guozhong had been diligent in his duties, dismissing the 2 previous guards. Director Yi. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Zhang Guozhong respectfully called out, reminiscent of his days as Ye Feng as subordinate. Ye Feng was satisfied with his demeanor. After 2 days of subtle probing, he was assured that Zhang Guozhong harbored no ulterior motives. Thus, he dismissed the formalities, stating calmly, "Old Zhang, you need not be so formal. Just act as you did before." Half an hour later, Ye Feng emerged from Zhang Guozhong's office, content that all matters had been settled. He then proceeded to the third floor of the mall, following the bright corridor towards Su Weiwei's shop. The third floor was expansive, featuring a variety of brands, including clothing, handbags, and cosmetics. It also boasted several world-renowned luxury boutiques, making it a veritable paradise for female shoppers. Su Weiwei's store was located at the end of the corridor, somewhat secluded, resulting in a relatively low foot traffic in the vast mall. Otherwise, given the bustling nature of the shopping center, it is inconceivable that the rent could be a mere few tens of thousands of yuan per month. Each store here is indeed a precious piece of real estate, with not a single vacancy. Many individuals have even resorted to leveraging connections, striving earnestly to secure a lease for a shop in this prime location. In Su Weiwei's store, Ye Feng indeed did not encounter the two sales assistants, but the number of customers had noticeably increased. With no staff available, Su Weiwei took the initiative to attend to the customers herself, assisted by a girl whom Ye Feng did not recognize. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Su Weiwei's face brightened with a smile as she set aside her tasks to greet him eagerly. Ye Feng returned her smile and remarked, "Su, the beauty. Your shop seems to be thriving today." Su Weiwei blushed slightly and replied, "It's all thanks to your good fortune." Ye Feng humbly responded, "I merely spoke a few words, I do not wish to take credit." "Please, come in and have a seat," Su Weiwei invited, pulling a chair from the reception area. "Never mind, I won't sit, I must return shortly," Ye Feng said. "Could you assist me in considering what improvements the shop might need?" Su Weiwei asked earnestly, her smile fading. For a clothing store like this, extensive modifications are not particularly necessary, as there are numerous upscale brands nearby. If she were to pursue a high-end approach, she would undoubtedly face significant competition. The current setup is actually quite commendable. However, the primary focus should remain on ensuring quality and service, which left Ye Feng with few suggestions to offer. Your shop attracts customers with remarkable precision, as long as you maintain service and quality. Leveraging the bustling foot traffic of the shopping center, your business will surely prosper, Ye Feng stated with a slight smile. "I will keep that in mind for the future," Su Weiwei replied earnestly. In truth, Su Weiwei possessed commendable business acumen, it was merely that she sometimes struggled with being too soft-hearted and unable to make tough decisions. For instance, the two previous sales assistants, due to familial ties, were difficult for her to dismiss, leading to dismal sales and significant losses, almost bringing the shop to the brink of closure. Had Ye Feng not intervened yesterday, the shopping center staff would have undoubtedly offered her no time at all. It is worth noting that a long line of individuals outside were eagerly waiting to lease a store, some even leveraging relationships with management to secure a space in Lianqing shopping center. "Well, since your business is flourishing, I shall not intrude any longer," Ye Feng said with a smile. "I will see you out," Su Weiwei replied as she followed him outside. Just then, a man in his 30s approached, his expression dark and filled with fury as he strode into the shop. Upon seeing Su Weiwei, he loudly demanded, "Su Weiwei, why did you fire my sister?" His voice was raised, showing no regard for her feelings. Su Weiwei, unable to meet Ye Feng's gaze, turned pale, her expression shifting rapidly. Her timid nature surfaced as she bit her lip and remained silent. What was happening? Ye Feng appeared utterly bewildered, entirely at a loss as to the situation at hand. However, from the man's words, he could discern the intention behind his visit, which pertained to the dismissal of two sales employees by Su Weiwei. It was not difficult to surmise that the man before him was none other than Su Weiwei's disappointing husband. Zhang Guozhong had previously informed Ye Feng about Su Weiwei's predicament. Her husband was deeply entrenched in gambling, having squandered their entire fortune. He frequently visited the mall, demanding money from Su Weiwei in her store, and if denied, he would create a ruckus, drawing considerable attention. The commotion had become so commonplace that the security personnel and management of the mall had grown accustomed to it. This had left a profound impression on Zhang Guozhong regarding Su Weiwei. Otherwise, amidst the multitude of merchants in the mall, it would be unlikely for the general manager to recognize her. After a lengthy pause, Su Weiwei clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Your sister is utterly unsuitable for this job. If she continues here, my business will inevitably face ruin. If this persists, my son and I will be unable to afford even our meals." Su Weiwei seemed to be teetering on the brink of an outburst, her words nearly erupting in fury.
Chapter 22, One should not be shameless. Su Weiwei. This is your affair. You must hasten to bring them back to work, or you shall compensate them handsomely, otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest. Indeed. The ultimate aim is still monetary gain. Despair flickered in Su Weiwei's eyes, her unfortunate marital life had already drained her of vitality. The shop, which had begun to show some promise, was thrown into chaos by Wu Dong's uproar, causing customers to flee in droves, fearful of being embroiled in the turmoil. With a heart heavy with despair, Su Weiwei cast a glance at Wu Dong and then at Ye Feng. A glimmer of courage sparked within her, and she coldly retorted. Wu Dong, I will not allow my sister to return to work, and I have no money to give you. Upon hearing this, Wu Dong erupted in rage, lunging forward to seize Su Weiwei by the hair, poised to strike her. However, he quickly found his hand firmly grasped by another, rendered immovable as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Ye Feng held his hand tightly, his voice icy as he said, So you are Weiwei's husband? Wu Dong was momentarily taken aback, but his fury surged anew. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? I may not concern myself with your marital disputes. But should you resort to violence, that is wholly unacceptable. One may be shameless, but one must not be disgraceful. Ye Feng replied coldly, pushing Wu Dong away. He could hardly fathom that after years apart, Su Weiwei had ultimately chosen such a man. Her marriage was indeed a tragedy. To strike her so brazenly in public painted a grim picture of their domestic life. Living under the shadow of domestic violence, how could one possibly thrive? Once a proud girl, Su Weiwei now trembled before Wu Dong, her eyes brimming with fear. Ye Feng was not one to meddle in others' affairs. He would typically ignore minor spats between couples. Yet, should violence arise, he would not stand idly by. Wu Dong scrutinized Ye Feng with growing rage and shouted. So it is true, Su Weiwei, my sister claims you are seducing men. I initially dismissed her words, but it seems she was not lying, you wretched creature. I did not. Su Weiwei cried, her eyes reddened and voice choked with emotion. Still denying it? I shall end you, you vile harlot. Wu Dong charged forward, intent on delivering a vicious beating. Su Weiwei, terrified, stumbled backward, her complexion pale as a ghost. Ye Feng, witnessing her distress, swiftly intervened once more to block Wu Dong. So, you have a lover protecting you? Let me show you how I will deal with both of you scoundrels. In his blind fury, Wu Dong lost all reason and swung a fist at Ye Feng. Such threats seemed to Ye Feng akin to ants threatening an elephant, utterly futile. With one hand, he seized Wu Dong's arm and delivered a powerful kick, sending him hurtling across the room. With a resounding crash, Wu Dong collided with the glass door, shattering it into 1,000 pieces, and fell to the ground, bloodied and battered amidst the wreckage. His body bore multiple wounds from the shards of glass, and his face was a mask of horror. Such a man would only bully his wife, he dared not confront anyone slightly more formidable, rendering him even less worthy than the likes of Zhou Hai. Trembling in fear, he struggled to rise, pointing an accusing finger at Su Weiwei as he seethed. How dare you summon your lover to strike me? Just wait until I return home, you shall see how I deal with you. After uttering harsh words, she turned and left the shop. Su Weiwei's expression was complex, filled with fear and grievance, and eventually, she could no longer contain her sobs. Collapsing onto the counter in tears, pouring out the pent-up injustices she had concealed within her heart. Ye Feng let out a soft sigh. Having graduated many years ago, he could imagine that many classmates might not be leading fulfilling lives, yet witnessing it firsthand still tugged at his heartstrings. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to comfort her. At that moment, Su Weiwei's friend approached, gently patting her back. Weiwei, if it gets too unbearable, perhaps you should consider leaving him. Red Mei urged. He will kill me. Su Weiwei trembled as she spoke, her words laced with boundless terror. She had long suffered from domestic violence and threats to her life, trapped in a hellish existence from which she could not escape. Having been classmates for 3 years, Ye Feng understood that Su Weiwei's character leaned towards timidity. Faced with Wu Dong's threats, she was likely to compromise, too afraid to think of her own well-being. The girl named Red Mei glanced at Ye Feng and then said, Won't you help Weiwei? Ye Feng felt helpless. He truly didn't want to intervene in someone else's family matters, yet he couldn't bear to watch an old classmate endure such suffering. After a moment of contemplation, He sighed and said, Wei Wei, this person is too dangerous. You might consider separating for a while. As for divorce, that is your decision to make. If you're afraid to return home, I can arrange for a few security personnel to accompany you, ensuring your safety. Whatever choice you make, whether to divorce or not, he will not pose a threat to you.
Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei seemed to reach a decision, lifting her head to wipe away her tears, her fear dissipating somewhat. Ye Feng offered her some words of comfort, then called Zhang Guozhong to arrange for several mall security guards to accompany Su Weiwei to handle her affairs. Even if she chose not to divorce, it would be prudent to live apart.
Continuing to cohabitate would only lead to further suffering for Su Weiwei.
Ye Feng instructed Zhang Guozhong that if Wu Dong continued to cause trouble at the mall, he should be taken directly to the police station. Such individuals would not learn their lesson without facing consequences. After leaving the Liancheng Mall, Ye Feng felt a profound melancholy.
In life, there are those who rejoice and those who sorrow.
At the 13th boxing gym, following a thorough cleansing, the establishment had completely changed hands.
Not only the gym,
but the territory and assets once belonging to Xia Haisheng had been largely devoured by Lu Sandao. The remnants had fallen under the control of another powerful figure known as the One-Eyed Dragon.
Lu Sandao did not bask in the triumph of his victory, rather,
he felt a sense of foreboding, sensing danger looming from the Chen family.
In Liancheng, everyone knew that Xia Haisheng was a lapdog of the Chen family.
And now that this dog had inexplicably perished, the Chen family had already placed the blame squarely on Lu Sandao.
With his current strength alone,
he could not hope to contend with the might of the formidable Chen family. Not only Lu Sandao, but even the One-Eyed Dragon, who had established himself in Liancheng for decades, would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the wrath of a powerful clan. As Lu Sandao furrowed his brow in distress, a young man named Shaosan entered. Third brother, the person has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Sandao felt a chill run down his spine. The scene of Xia Haisheng's demise still vivid in his mind. The execution was decisive and impeccably swift, devoid of any hesitation. The individual's prowess likely far surpassed that of a mere military king.
Such a person is indeed intimidating.
Perhaps the only uncertainty lies in whether this individual can withstand the wrath of the Chun family.
A thought sparked in Lu Sandao's mind, and he hastily exclaimed, Take me there at once. In the hall of the boxing gym, an eerie silence enveloped the space, desolate and tranquil, as no matches had been held since Xia Haisheng's death. Ye Feng reclined casually in the audience seats.
Lu Sandao strode purposefully towards him, a look of utmost respect on his face, and addressed him, Boss. There's no need to call me boss, I do not subscribe to your conventions.
In the future,
simply refer to me as Mr. Yi, Ye Feng replied with a nonchalant tone.
Chapter 23, The young master of the Chen family. Although Ye Feng spoke in a calm manner, he emanated an aura akin to that of a deity of death to Lu Sandao.
Beneath that smile lay a terrifying intent to kill. The memory of the moment when Ye Feng took the life of Xia Haisheng further solidified Lu Sandao's conviction that this individual was far from ordinary.
Mr. Yi, may I inquire what brings you here? Lu Sandao ventured cautiously.
Up to this point, he remained uncertain of Ye Feng's true nature. And he could not fathom the intentions of this formidable being who had effortlessly snuffed out Xia Haisheng's life. In accordance with his prior thoughts, maintaining a semblance of goodwill towards Ye Feng seemed prudent. At the very least, it might provide him some leverage when the Chen family came knocking. Perhaps he could enlist this man as a shield, or even gauge if he possessed the strength to contend with the Chen family.
If he did, it would certainly serve as a stable ally.
If not, it would not be a misfortune for Lu Sandao, as he could conveniently shift the blame for Xia Haisheng's death onto Ye Feng. It was a win-win strategy. I require your assistance with a matter, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly,
dismissing Lu Sandao's inner turmoil.
Should Lu Sandao prove uncooperative, Ye Feng would not hesitate to add another corpse to the tally. Lu Sandao, treading cautiously, asked, Mr. Yi,
may I inquire what this matter entails?
Do not ask what should not be asked, in due time, you shall know, Ye Feng replied, leaving Lu Sandao momentarily speechless. Though frustration bubbled within him, he dared not show it. He had intended to inquire about the specifics of the timing, but just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, indicating the arrival of several individuals. Instinctively, Lu Sandao turned towards the door, only to see a young man enter. followed by a dozen burly figures clad in suits, clearly trained individuals. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. The strength of this group was formidable. Particularly the middle-aged man accompanying the young man, whose prowess surpassed even that of the elite soldiers, likely stronger than Lu Sandao himself, and exuding an air of menace. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Sandao's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Chen Xian?" The young man was none other than the heir of the Chen family, Chen Xian. In recent days, Chen Xian had been seething with indignation. The death of Xia Haisheng had nearly uprooted the Chen family's underground influence. While the full extent of the damage to the powerful Chen clan remained uncertain, it felt akin to losing a vital claw. This incident had enraged the head of the Chen family, who issued a stern directive to Chen Xian, demanding that he resolve the issue post-haste. Failure to do so could jeopardize his status as the designated heir. Dressed in opulent attire and exuding an imposing presence, Chen Xian stood out as a remarkable scion of the aristocracy within Liancheng. Among the numerous offspring of the Chen family, being named the sole heir indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Striding confidently into the room, he fixed his narrowed gaze upon Lu Sandao and demanded, "Lu Sandao, you dare to kill Xia Haisheng and brazenly encroach upon his territory? Do you truly disregard the Chen family?" Completely disregarding Ye Feng, he merely regarded him as one of Lu Sandao's subordinates. Upon hearing this, Lu Sandao was inwardly wryly amused. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. The Chen family had inevitably come knocking. "Chen Xiao, it was not I who killed Xia Haisheng." After speaking, he cast a furtive glance at Ye Feng, only to find the instigator sitting there, unperturbed, calm as a mountain, exuding an air of confidence. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, spoke in a grave tone, "Lu Sandao, regardless of who killed Xia Haisheng, you have encroached upon his territory, and this matter is inextricably linked to you." Chen Xian was well aware that Lu Sandao was not responsible for Xia Haisheng's demise. However, he needed to provide an explanation to the family head. This explanation could only culminate in the eradication of Lu Sandao. To him, the manner of Xia Haisheng's death was of secondary importance. His sole objective was to preserve his position as heir and to deliver Lu Sandao's head as a form of accountability. Whether or not he was the killer had become inconsequential. Chen Xian bore a sardonic smile, devoid of any intention to delve deeper into the matter with Lu Sandao. "You simply need to comprehend that today, you must perish." Chen Xian articulated each word with chilling clarity. As his words echoed, the air around them seemed to thicken. The individuals accompanying Chen Xian advanced, enclosing Lu Sandao and Ye Feng within their ranks. Lu Sandao's few loyal followers also assumed a defensive posture, the atmosphere brimming with imminent conflict. If a confrontation were to ensue, Lu Sandao possessed no chance of victory. The adversaries were evidently seasoned fighters. Moreover, with their superior numbers, he had no time to summon reinforcements. They had meticulously prepared, having fully assessed his circumstances before initiating their assault. Lu Sandao's expression darkened as he furtively glanced at Ye Feng, only to discover that the latter exhibited no discernible reaction, although presently at a disadvantage. Lu Sandao had emerged from a life of combat, and he did not show a hint of fear as he solemnly inquired, "Chen Xian, what do you intend to do?" Still asking? "Attack!" Chen Xian commanded. "Hold on!" Ye Feng interjected, raising a hand to halt the impending violence. He felt a sense of satisfaction with Lu Sandao's demeanor. At the very least, the latter had not divulged the fact that he was the one who killed Xia Haisheng. This alone elevated Lu Sandao in Ye Feng's estimation. Typically, an individual in such a predicament would have hastily cast Ye Feng aside. Upon witnessing the interruption, Chen Xian's gaze shifted to Ye Feng, who was clad in casual light blue trousers and a grey down jacket, with sneakers adorning his feet. Though not ostentatious in appearance, in terms of temperament, he slightly eclipsed Chen Xian, and in terms of handsomeness, he was beyond Chen Xian's reach. "Who do you think you are to dare obstruct me?" Chen Xian furrowed his brow, yet before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying. Ye Feng flashed a grin, responding with a flurry of fists and kicks. The young master of the Chen family was notorious, and while Ye Feng had heard much about him, he had never encountered him in person. However, this did not imply that Ye Feng held any fear of the Chen family. A mere Chen family was scarcely worthy of his regard. This scene left everyone astounded, particularly Lu Sandao. The young master of the Chen family, while Lu Sandao himself was not afraid, he dared not provoke him lightly. To his astonishment, He found himself struck down by Ye Feng, propelled away without a moment's thought. The individuals accompanying Chen Xian were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. They were all henchmen nurtured by the Chen family, and with their young master in trouble, they knew they would inevitably face severe repercussions upon their return. Particularly, the formidable middle-aged man, a warrior of exceptional skill, stared intently at Ye Feng, his eyes bulging with fury. They must be eliminated, all of them. Chen Xian, struggling to rise from the ground, blood staining the corner of his mouth, shouted frantically at Ye Feng. The Chen family was the most prestigious clan in Lian City, and as a scion of the family and the designated heir, he had never endured such humiliation. What were they waiting for? In a fit of rage that threatened to overwhelm his senses, Chen Xian bellowed at the elite warrior. Chapter 24, You are not worthy to know my name. The esteemed guardian hired by the Chen family, who had been paid a substantial sum, immediately regained his composure and approached Ye Feng with a grim expression. Lu Sandao observed coldly, having no intention of intervening. It was the perfect moment to gauge Ye Feng's true capabilities. The Chen family's guardian was a robust man, not yet 40, with a military-style crew cut that hinted at a background in the armed forces. Clad in a well-fitted suit, he could not conceal the aura of menace that emanated from him. With a calm demeanor, he sneered at Ye Feng. How do you wish to die? In terms of perception, this man's strength surpassed even that of Lu Sandao, making him a coveted figure among influential families. However, to Ye Feng, such power was akin to that of an ant. You may possess that strength, but let us see. Ye Feng replied with a slight smirk and a congenial smile. The Chen family's guardian felt a surge of anger. He had never encountered anyone who dared to belittle him in such a manner. You seek death. With that, he propelled himself forward, charging at Ye Feng with a clenched fist raised, ready to deliver a blow that would surely subdue him. In the next moment, a loud thud echoed as a figure was sent flying, crashing down on Chen Xian. Ah! Chen Xian let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. In that moment, he was filled with despair, wondering why he was always the one to suffer. Beyond the excruciating pain, a sense of dread consumed him. What kind of power could effortlessly send a guardian of his family sprawling? Chen Xian could scarcely fathom it, realizing he had just struck a steel wall. Glancing at the guardian beside him, now sprawled on the ground with a contorted face and blood seeping from his mouth, it was evident he had sustained significant internal injuries. The once composed guardian was now stripped of his calm demeanor, his eyes filled with terror. In the entirety of Lian City, there were hardly any who could best him, and he had never encountered anyone capable of dismissively sending him flying with a single strike. Who was this person? A question loomed in the minds of everyone present, including Lu Sandao. Lu Sandao had initially believed that even if Ye Feng possessed formidable strength, he would ultimately falter against the prowess dispatched by the Chen family. He was astonished by how effortlessly Ye Feng triumphed. At that moment, any doubts he had about Ye Feng's abilities vanished, replaced instead by admiration. Several of Chen Xian's subordinates rushed over, attempting to help him up, only to elicit a fresh round of agonized cries. It's broken, it's broken. They looked at Chen Xian's leg, which hung limply, clearly shattered by the tremendous force of the Guardian's strike. His subordinates struggled to lift him. Unsure of how to proceed, the pain-induced sweat mingled with the cold sweat of fear trickling down Chen Xian's forehead. Eventually, they could only lay him flat on the ground. With great effort, Chen Xian propped himself up on one elbow, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Ye Feng, "Do you know who I am? You are courting death." Chen Xian would soon pay the price for his bravado once more. In the next instant, Ye Feng stepped forward without uttering a word and delivered a resounding slap across his cheek. Crack! The sound of teeth cracking resonated clearly, sending a jolt of fear through the heart. Ruthless. This was the thought that surfaced in everyone's mind, a true embodiment of ruthlessness. Lu Sandao stared in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. He had thought that Ye Feng's act of killing Xia Haishang was already brutal enough. Yet he found the same level of mercilessness directed towards the young master of the Chen family. At this moment, he completely extinguished the last flicker of doubt. The Chen family's protector, rendered powerless, crawled on the ground, gazing up at Ye Feng and asking in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" Logically, such a terrifying figure should not exist in the small town of Liancheng. Yet, here he was, faced with this menace.
who had effortlessly left him without any means of resistance with just a single strike. This level of power was utterly terrifying. Despite having encountered numerous skilled fighters, the Chen family's protector had never witnessed such a formidable presence. "You are not worthy of knowing my name. If you wish to avoid death, take this trash and leave," Ye Feng coldly instructed, pointing at the wailing Chen Xian on the ground. The protector of the Chen family hesitated, weighing Ye Feng's ferocity against his own capabilities, ultimately deciding to relent. "Leave." With a wave of his hand, the protector summoned all those who had come with Chen Xian, helping him to his feet as they departed. Chen Xian, enduring excruciating pain, seemed as though he wanted to speak. However, Ye Feng had struck hard enough to dislocate his jaw and knock out his teeth, leaving him unable to articulate anything beyond muffled sounds. The once aggressive Chen family, with great fanfare, retreated from the 13th boxing gym in a diminished state. Lu Sandao observed Ye Feng's demeanor, which was devoid of any earlier doubt and filled instead with respect. Here stood a man entirely deserving of his admiration. Setting aside everything else, the sheer ferocity and audacity with which Ye Feng regarded the Chen family left Lu Sandao feeling inadequate. Although he came from the underworld, he would never dare underestimate such a colossal entity as the Chen family, while Ye Feng seemed to regard them with utter disdain. Yet, a shadow of concern lingered in Lu Sandao's mind. They had thoroughly offended the Chen family. Would they truly be able to stand against them? In the realm of the underworld, while strength is undoubtedly paramount, influence holds even greater significance. Though Ye Feng was a formidable fighter, he remained a solitary figure. Even with Lu Sandao as support, they might still pale in comparison to the Chen family. The Chen family's influence extended beyond the underground. They had connections in the political arena as well. Should they choose to wield the power of the government against Ye Feng, the consequences would be unfathomable. Ye Feng discerned Lu Sandao's unease. "Do not worry, a mere Chen family cannot do anything to me. If you assist me well, I will ensure your safety. At least you need not fret about matters on the official front." Ye Feng spoke with confidence, offering Lu Sandao a measure of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Lu Sandao immediately knelt, bowing deeply with a solemn and sincere expression. "Mr. Yi, should anything arise in the future, please feel free to issue your commands." At this moment, Lu Sandao was entirely won over by Ye Feng, and this bow signified his willingness to submit. Ye Feng gazed down at Lu Sandao, nodding in satisfaction with a smile. "Very well, in that case, please select a group of exceptional and reliable individuals as I previously instructed, ready to be mobilized at my discretion." "I will attend to it immediately," Lu Sandao replied solemnly. This time, he refrained from inquiring about Ye Feng's intentions, understanding that such matters were beyond his purview. As a subordinate, his duty was to execute tasks diligently, other considerations were not his concern. This principle was not lost on him. "Rise and proceed swiftly. I shall inform you in due course. Should the Chen family trouble you again, feel free to notify me, and I will handle the situation." Ye Feng spoke casually, his demeanor betraying no concern for the Chen family. In truth, he regarded them with indifference. Should he choose to employ the might of the Shenzhou Guard, the Chen family would be easily obliterated. The Shenzhou Guard served as a stabilizing force. Its deployment was reserved for dire circumstances, as its ramifications could unsettle many. Lu Sandao, of course, was unaware of these intricacies. However, Ye Feng's calm demeanor and formidable strength provided him with ample assurance. Chapter 25, The Ruthless One. Upon hearing these words, Lu Sandao resolutely declared, "Indeed, Mr. Yi." With that, he waved his hand and departed. Lu Sandao promptly rose to escort him. Outside, Ye Feng mounted a rather antiquated electric scooter from the Luo family and leisurely made his exit. Behind him, Lu Sandao's lips twitched. "Mr. Yi rides such a modest scooter?" He pondered inwardly whether he should procure a more befitting vehicle for Mr. Yi. Inside the Chen family villa, Chen Hong slammed his hand on the table, glaring at the wailing Chen Xian. He scolded fiercely, "Useless. You cannot even handle a mere Lu Sandao." "Dad, Lu Sandao is not particularly formidable. With our strength, we could easily subdue him. However, an unexpectedly ruthless individual has emerged, one who even the esteemed one cannot contend with." Chen Xian hastily attempted to clarify, suppressing his anger. Chen Hong turned to the family elder, Chen Guohua, and asked solemnly, Guohua, what exactly is going on?
The elder, known as Wan Guohua, coughed violently before responding slowly, Master. This matter is indeed not the young master's fault. That ruthless individual is truly extraordinary. It is almost certain that Xia Haisheng was killed by him.
Wan Guohua still felt a lingering dread from Ye Feng's earlier kick, which had left him severely injured.
He had encountered many martial arts masters, some even superior to himself. But few could so effortlessly send him flying with a single strike. Perhaps only those reclusive martial arts sects or the scions of martial families possessed such strength. Wan Guohua began to speculate about Ye Feng's identity, elaborating his thoughts to Chen Hong.
After listening to Wan Guohua's account, Chen Hong's expression gradually turned grave.
As a prominent figure in the Chen family, he held Wan Guohua in high regard, and his words were undoubtedly trustworthy.
Could it be that this ruthless individual truly harbored some astonishing background? As the head of the Chen family, Chen Hong was inherently cautious. If what Wan Guohua suggested was accurate, the Chen family would need to deliberate seriously about the forthcoming implications. Though he was not a martial artist, his position afforded him knowledge of the prowess of martial families. If, indeed, the opponent was a descendant of a martial sect or an heir from a powerful lineage, he would be reluctant to pursue the matter further.
The Chen family could hardly withstand the wrath of such formidable forces.
With this in mind,
Chen Hong regained his composure and instructed Wan Guohua, let this matter lie for now, we shall investigate thoroughly before proceeding.
Be mindful not to alert the other party. And avoid any reckless confrontations.
Wan Guohua nodded in agreement.
Very well, you may take your leave.
Ensure this waste is taken to the hospital.
After rubbing his forehead anxiously, Wan Guohua hastily summoned several subordinates to carry Chen Xian away. The murder of Xia Haisheng and the complete dismantling of the Chen family's underground influence was no secret in the pawn-like environment of Liancheng. However,
many remain oblivious to the circumstances, only aware that a formidable individual has recently emerged in Liancheng.
This person has not only eradicated the Chen family's underground influence but has also dealt a severe blow to the Chen family's heir, Chen Xian, who now lies bedridden in a hospital. This news detonated like a torpedo, sending ripples throughout the entirety of Liancheng. What is the Chen family, you may ask?
They are the foremost clan in Liancheng, having dominated the region for decades, and for years, no one dared to provoke their wrath.
This legendary figure has not only dared to confront them but has even knocked out one of their fangs, rendering the Chen family silent. Yet,
the identity of Ye Feng remains shrouded in mystery, with only scattered rumors circulating within the Chen family, suggesting that he is indeed a ruthless character.
In Liancheng,
aside from the Chen family, the individual whose arrival has stirred the most intrigue is undoubtedly the notorious one-eyed dragon, known in reality as Lu Baoshang. A true local of Liancheng, it is said that he once ventured abroad, only to return after losing an eye under unknown circumstances. Leveraging his seasoned experience in the underworld and his ruthless tactics, he quickly established his foothold and ascended to become one of Liancheng's prominent figures,
commanding respect even from the Chen family.
However, in recent years, the one-eyed dragon has seemingly lost interest in the struggles of the underworld, tempering the fierceness of his earlier years.
Nevertheless, the recent death of Xia Haisheng has undeniably shaken him.
2 days have passed, and the one-eyed dragon has been dispatching individuals to investigate Ye Feng's background, yet Lu Sandao's efforts at secrecy have proven effective. To date, there have been no leads, aside from the scant information leaked by the Chen family. In the old district of Liancheng stands a massive, antiquated villa, adorned with numerous guards. This is the stronghold of the one-eyed dragon, where he has resided for many years without relocation.
Perhaps he is a man of nostalgia.
For despite the recent development of a luxurious villa area in Liancheng, he remains attached to this place. Within the villa, the classical decor exudes an air of antiquity, devoid of the superficial opulence of Western embellishments, instead resonating with an essence of traditional scholarly elegance.
Xiaolan, have you uncovered any details about him?
An elderly man with a single eye inquired from his chair in the study, idly manipulating a string of prayer beads.
This venerable figure is none other than the infamous one-eyed dragon of Liancheng.
The girl before him, Xiaolan, was a witness to Xia Haisheng's murder at the 13th boxing gym and is also the only daughter of the one-eyed dragon.
Lu Xiaolan furrowed her brows and replied, Father, there is still no news.
After encountering Ye Feng that day, she had sent out her own people to investigate, yet they had yielded no results.
Originally,
She hoped to trace the lead through Qingqing's so-called classmates, but the situation remains perplexingly elusive. It is as if he appeared in Lianqing out of thin air, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Quietly sending individuals to continue the investigation, it is imperative to remember to avoid any conflict with the opposing party and Lu Sandao. If the truth remains elusive, so be it, even the most concealed fish shall eventually surface. The one-eyed dragon maintained his usual calm demeanor. The reason he has managed to hold sway in Lianqing for decades, apart from his formidable strength, lies in his ability to remain composed and assess situations astutely. This is the secret to his survival through numerous tribulations. Despite the emergence of new forces, the one-eyed dragon does not hastily engage in hostilities. Whether it was the former Xia Haisheng, Lu Sandao, or the mysteriously formidable figure that has recently appeared, he merely seeks to uncover their true nature, harboring no intentions of enmity. It is only when his adversaries show signs of weakness that he will deliver a decisive blow.
Chapter 26, Awaiting the right moment. Lu Xiaolan, somewhat perplexed, expressed her concerns. Father, with Lu Sandao encroaching on most of Xia Haisheng's territory, could this pose a threat to us? Following Xia Haisheng's demise, Lu Sandao, swift and cunning, seized the majority of the remaining lands and businesses. The one-eyed dragon, albeit a beat behind, managed to acquire a small portion. Thus Lu Sandao's influence had begun to rival that of the one-eyed dragon. It was not surprising that Lu Xiaolan harbored such worries. The underworld often revolved around life and death struggles. To extinguish an adversary in its infancy and emerge as the sole dominant force is the preferred choice. Little did she know that her father, having held sway over Lianqing for many years, had opportunities to monopolize power but refrained from doing so. Should the one-eyed dragon consolidate his grip over the entire underworld, the absence of a balance of power would render him vulnerable. Setting aside the pressure from authorities, even the prominent families of Lianqing would likely not tolerate him. At that juncture, he would become a target, with death looming near. The emergence of a new figure to restrain the Chen family would, in fact, be beneficial for him. The depth of the one-eyed dragon's remaining eye was unsettling. Yet he spoke with calm authority. Trust in my judgment, pay them no mind. Let us first observe the Chen family's stance. If they cannot manage it, any rash action on our part could severely deplete our strength. Lu Xiaolan smiled knowingly, understanding immediately. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. If there is nothing pressing, I will get back to my tasks, father. Replied the one-eyed dragon, his tone nonchalant. As he watched Lu Xiaolan depart, the seasoned figure sighed softly. This daughter inherited his temperament. She was not a delicate flower but rather spirited and drawn to the intrigues of the underworld. Whether this was a boon or a bane remained to be seen. For several days, Ye Feng remained indoors, confined to his modest dwelling. During this time, Zhang Guozhong reached out to him multiple times, confirming that the board meeting of Yunfeng Group had been established. Zhang Guozhong was also discreetly working behind the scenes, hinting to several shareholders, and had nearly secured the support of the entrepreneurial veterans who had once rallied under Ye Feng's leadership. Although the group had achieved notable success under Xiao Jun's guidance in recent years, insiders were well aware that these accomplishments stemmed from Ye Feng's earlier business strategies and the efforts of the esteemed veterans. Over the past year, Yunfeng Group's operations had begun to exhibit signs of decline, exacerbated by Xiao Jun's rigid approach to restructuring the board, which sparked discontent among numerous shareholders. Should Ye Feng's 55% equity be diluted, the stakes for the smaller shareholders would diminish further, stripping them of their remaining voice within the company, an outcome none of the shareholders wished to witness. Additionally, Lu Sandao's preparations were complete, poised to respond at a moment's notice. Everything was in place, awaiting only the right moment. At that moment, atop the Yunji building, Xiao Jun sat in his office chair, facing two middle-aged men. Are all matters prepared? Xiao Jun inquired with a faint smile. The two middle-aged men exchanged a subtle smile and replied, Rest assured, Chairman Xiao, once we intervene, the shareholders of your company will have no choice but to acquiesce. Everyone has their vulnerabilities. These two middle-aged men were none other than members of the Ye family. Since the incident years ago when they conspired against Ye Feng, Xiao Jun had become a mere pawn of the Ye family. Xiao Jun and Yunfeng Group had become a formidable extension of the Ye family's influence in Lianqing. To successfully reform Yunfeng Group, he could only rely on the power behind the Ye family. Mere words were insufficient to sway those obstinate shareholders. since they refused the kind invitation.
They shall have to endure the consequences, Xiao Jun mused comfortably as he adjusted his chair and leaned back. For several days, there had been no sign of Luo Yan,
prompting Ye Feng to check on her.
Lupo's residence was merely a few houses away from Ye Feng's, a short distance indeed.
The neighbors spotted Ye Feng.
Some with whom he had a decent rapport greeted him, while others averted their gaze and completely ignored him, reveling in his misfortune of imprisonment.
During Chen Mei's time here,
her relationships with the neighbors were neither particularly good nor bad, with minimal interaction.
As a widow, she was often avoided by men. And women like Lu Hong were openly hostile towards her, driven by jealousy, often disparaging her as a vixen. After Ye Feng departed, whispers began to circulate. This child,
Ye Feng, will struggle to find employment in the future, someone lamented.
He brought this upon himself, engaging in criminal activities. How could he not face imprisonment? Another scoffed.
Such a person is already a lost cause, even if he seeks work, who would want him?
In his earlier days,
Ye Feng excelled academically and had a promising career ahead of him, a height unattainable for many in the vicinity, inciting envy among countless individuals.
Some were simply envious,
while others were consumed by jealousy, unable to bear the thought of Chen Mei having such an outstanding son.
Now that Ye Feng had fallen from grace,
he became the subject of mockery. Growing up in this area, Ye Feng was well aware of the nature of these individuals and could hardly be bothered by their disdain. He made his way to Lupo's doorstep.
Lupo's household was modestly comfortable, neither wealthy nor impoverished. Luo Yan's parents worked in the provincial capital,
and their years of savings had allowed them to construct a 3-story small villa, relatively well off in this neighborhood.
As Ye Feng arrived at the entrance, Lupo was busy harvesting vegetables for a meal.
Fengzi, what brings you here?
Lupo inquired warmly.
I came to pay you a visit.
Ye Feng replied.
Come in and have a seat. Lupo beckoned him inside. Ye Feng placed the gift box he had brought on the table,
revealing 2 wild ginseng roots from northeast China.
A few days ago, when Ye Feng met Zheng Guozhong, someone presented him with a gift, which he casually accepted. This reminded Ye Feng that he had not brought anything for Lupo upon his return, so he decided to take it back with him.
Just as he settled down,
Lupo began to inquire about his well-being with great enthusiasm, leaving Ye Feng somewhat at a loss for words.
Brother Feng, when did you arrive? At that moment,
Luo Yan, dressed in pajamas, hurried down from upstairs, her eyes still squinting as if she had just awakened. Ye Feng scrutinized her closely. Her complexion had improved significantly, no longer reflecting the fear she had exhibited 2 days prior.
Xiao Yan, are you all right? Ye Feng inquired.
Luo Yan managed to muster a charming smile and playfully replied.
What could possibly be wrong?
However, her smile quickly faded, and with a hint of gloom, she said, Brother Feng, a few of my high school classmates want to get together.
Could you accompany me out this evening? Chapter 27, Your boyfriend? You treat me as your bodyguard.
Ye Feng chuckled lightly.
Yet, I am filled with trepidation.
Luo Yan replied, pursing her lips.
After the events of the past few days,
she genuinely felt a tremor in her heart at the thought of stepping outside. However, Ye Feng bestowed upon her an inexplicable sense of security. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Ye Feng found his initial reluctance to be somewhat feeble and, with a resigned gesture, said, Very well, just let me know when we shall go.
At 8 o'clock.
Upon hearing Ye Feng's acquiescence, her spirits lifted significantly, and the earlier despondency dissipated like mist.
I'll call you then. With that,
she bounded up the stairs like a spirited fawn.
Xiao Feng, shall we dine at Lupo's house later?
Ye Feng shook his head and replied, No need, Lupo. I have brought you some ginseng, please slice a few pieces to brew when you have the time.
You see, my child, what money could you possibly have upon your return? There is no need for you to bring me gifts. Lupo expressed her discontent immediately.
Lupo? It was a gift from a friend, truly of little value, just graciously accept it. Lupo, perplexed, picked up 2 exquisitely packaged boxes, narrowing her eyes to scrutinize them closely.
Really?
Ye Feng nodded earnestly. You are a thoughtful child.
After Ye Feng's insistence,
Lupo sighed softly and accepted the 2 boxes of aged wild ginseng. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 5 in the afternoon.
There was still ample time until evening.
After exchanging pleasantries with Lupa, Ye Feng returned home. As night fell, he encountered a multitude of people. Naturally, he became the subject of various discussions. The conversation revolved around Ye Feng, with some expressing regret and others finding amusement, a reflection of the fickleness of human nature. In the past, Ye Feng had topped the college entrance examination in Lianqing, ranking among the best in the province, greeted by smiling faces upon his return. Even someone like Lu Hong had shown him deference then. The contrast with the present was stark. He acutely felt that during his ascendance, he was met with admiration and flattery. Now, however, in his downfall, the jealousy within many had been laid bare, revealing an abundance of scornful remarks.
Within the small neighborhood,
Ye Feng witnessed the ugliness of human nature with clarity, feeling neither anger nor resentment, only a calm acceptance.
Soon evening arrived, and Luo Yan called Ye Feng. Shortly thereafter,
a charming figure appeared at the foot of his building.
Luo Yan's attire today was unexpectedly exquisite. She had adorned herself with a hint of makeup, radiating youthful beauty.
A stark contrast to her earlier disheveled appearance in pajamas. In terms of both figure and looks, Luo Yan was exceptional, exuding a gentle grace reminiscent of a refined lady. In Ye Feng's heart, only Lu Yingying surpassed her in beauty. Ye Feng appraised her and remarked, somewhat speechless, "You truly prioritize glamour over everything else." She donned a white down jacket over a white knitted dress, her slender legs clad in flesh-tone thick tights, complemented by a pair of chic ankle boots.
"Brother Feng, do I look good?"
She was unperturbed by Ye Feng's teasing, twirling in front of him to showcase her elegance. "Beautiful, truly beautiful." Ye Feng touched his nose and remarked. Upon hearing Ye Feng's praise, Luo Yan proudly lifted her little head and graciously linked her arm with his.
"Let's go." This time,
Ye Feng did not ride that little electric scooter but chose to walk alongside Luo Yan by the roadside.
Beneath the dim streetlights, a Lexus was parked by the curb.
A vehicle that adhered to conventional standards, while not particularly luxurious, it certainly held its own in terms of appearance.
Originally, Lu Sandao intended to gift Ye Feng a car.
But Ye Feng declined and instead drove away in this Lexus borrowed from Zhang Guozhong. Zhang Guozhong had initially considered giving Ye Feng his own Mercedes. But Ye Feng also turned that down, as he preferred to remain low-key. Having just returned, there was no need for him to drive an ostentatious car.
Upon seeing the vehicle, Luo Yan joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Feng, is this your car?" A girl, to some extent, possesses a degree of vanity. Luo Yan was no exception.
Although she did not overly concern herself with such matters, having a car was better than not having one at all. After all, she placed considerable importance on the class reunion.
"It's not mine, I borrowed it from Manager Zhang. I certainly wouldn't want you to be teased by classmates," Ye Feng replied.
Luo Yan quickly felt relieved. Given Zhang Guozhong's status, it was no surprise that he could easily lend a Lexus worth hundreds of thousands. However, Luo Yan underestimated Ye Feng's significance in Zhang Guozhong's eyes. Had Ye Feng merely asked, Zhang Guozhong would have gladly bestowed upon him even a luxury vehicle worth millions. Though whether Ye Feng would accept such a gesture remained another matter.
Thank you, Brother Feng."
Luo Yan was so elated that she nearly jumped in joy.
"All right. Let us hurry and get in the car, we're heading out."
After saying this, Ye Feng swiftly hopped into the driver's seat.
"Where is your gathering taking place?"
he inquired while fastening his seatbelt. "At the Star Tavern," Luo Yan replied casually. Ye Feng paused at this revelation. He was quite familiar with this establishment.
A high-end bar in Lian City.
The prices inside were substantial, with fine drinks costing upwards of 10,000 yuan. Which did not align with a university student's budget like Luo Yan's. However, he chose not to press further, understanding that many students came from well-off families. And high spending power was not entirely absent. He drove the car directly towards the city center.
The night scenery in Lian was breathtaking.
Illuminated with vibrant lights and flickering neon signs, as cars flowed steadily along the wide thoroughfare. This aspect reflected the remarkable development of Lian City over the past few years, showcasing an economy that had reached new heights.
The bustling nightlife serves as a benchmark for a city's economy, and this was splendidly displayed in Lian.
Ye Feng drove with focus, feeling no unfamiliarity behind the wheel. After all, during his time in prison, he had not lacked for vehicles.
Meanwhile, Luo Yan,
seated in the passenger seat, was engrossed in her phone, connecting with her classmates. 3 years of high school had come to an end with the conclusion of the college entrance examination, marking a new chapter in their lives as former classmates ventured their separate ways. Such transitions often evoke a sense of nostalgia, prompting Luo Yan to engage deeply with her friends. Before long, they arrived at the Star Tavern.
It was the end of the year, and the crowd was substantial,
leaving no available parking spaces. After circling the area a few times, Ye Feng ultimately had to park the car a bit farther away. The two then walked towards the Star Tavern.
Yan, over here.
Upon arriving outside the Star Tavern, I noticed 2 girls from a distance,
waving and calling out to Luo Yan.
Though they were both striking in their own right, their beauty paled in comparison to Luo Yan's.
Nevertheless,
they would undoubtedly turn heads in any crowd. Each girl sported long hair and their attire was even more flamboyant than Luo Yan's, as their long legs, clad in black stockings, trembled slightly in the chilly breeze. Luo Yan waved back in acknowledgement and made her way through the throng of people to join the 2 young women.
Upon seeing Ye Feng, their brows furrowed slightly as one of them inquired, Yan, who is this? Surely he isn't your boyfriend?
After speaking, their eyes roamed over Ye Feng, assessing him. He was dressed quite ordinarily and possessed a certain handsomeness, albeit with a maturity that suggested he was no longer young, a rather charming older gentleman. Chapter 28, a heartfelt confession. Though the 2 young ladies were quite youthful, they adorned themselves in opulent attire, each clad in renowned brands. One of them sported a Gucci handbag slung over her shoulder and a vibrant red Hermes scarf around her neck. However, they lacked the refined demeanor typical of affluent offspring. Instead, their extravagant garments bestowed upon them an incongruous air, akin to gilded decay.
Upon hearing their inquiries,
Luo Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily whispered, "No, that's my older brother who has grown up with me."
After uttering this,
she cast a furtive glance at Ye Feng.
"I knew it. Our Yan is so beautiful, how could she possibly choose such an unremarkable man?"
The 2 girls seemed utterly oblivious to Ye Feng's feelings, and their words pierced his ears rather harshly. Ye Feng remained composed, his expression as tranquil as still water.
Conversely,
Luo Yan was visibly displeased, her countenance darkening as she retorted, "Xine, how can you speak of my brother like that? Apologize to him."
In Luo Yan's heart,
despite Ye Feng's transformation since their earlier days, his image remained untarnished. She was acutely aware that he was not as ordinary as he appeared.
The girl named Xine, sensing Luo Yan's rising anger, quickly interjected, "Alright, don't be upset, I'll apologize, okay?"
With a flippant demeanor, she addressed Ye Feng with barely concealed disdain, "Sorry about that. Now that Xine has apologized, you really should calm down," chimed in another girl, who approached Luo Yan to offer comfort.
Luo Yan glanced at Ye Feng,
who simply smiled and said, "It's fine, no worries. Let us go upstairs." Ye Feng chose not to take offense, after all, they were Luo Yan's classmates. And he saw no reason to cause her discomfort over a trivial matter. Following the intervention by the other girl, the earlier awkwardness swiftly dissipated, and they proceeded to the Star Tavern. From their conversation, Ye Feng learned that the other girl was named Xiu Hong, Luo Yan's closest friend from high school.
In terms of eloquence and poise, Xiu Hong far surpassed Xine.
The group ascended to the 3rd floor and entered an extravagant private room, where a considerable number of guests had already gathered, both male and female.
Upon their entrance, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted, declaring,
"The 3 most beautiful ladies in our class have arrived."
Luo Yan surveyed the room, recognizing many familiar faces.
Although merely half a year had passed since their last meeting, it felt as though eons had elapsed.
They quickly fell into animated conversation, some singing, others drinking. The atmosphere seemed somewhat ill-suited for Ye Feng,
who found himself relegated to a corner, occupied with his phone.
As the initial exuberance faded into a more subdued chatter, a voice piped up, "Hey, did you all hear?
I heard the owner of the Star Tavern passed away not long ago."
Not far from Ye Feng,
several young men were engrossed in discussions regarding the fate of Xia Haisheng. One of them, holding a wineglass, swirled the crimson liquid within in feigned maturity, stating, "In the world of martial struggles, Xia Haisheng is indeed dead, even this very bar has changed hands." They urged Nine Hua to share more.
The young man,
of notable lineage rumored to have an uncle in a high position at the Lianqing police station, was privy to the deeper truths surrounding Xia Haixing's demise.
The others, however,
were mere recipients of hearsay, grasping at fragments of gossip.
Amidst the eager prodding from his peers, Nan Hua, with a hint of pride, began to elaborate. The rumors suggest that Lu Sandao allied with the one-eyed dragon to eliminate Xia Haixing, but the reality is far more complex. He paused deliberately, savoring the suspense.
As a few female classmates leaned in, their interest piqued, he continued, in truth, a formidable individual orchestrated this. It is said that in the 13th boxing gym, one blow was sufficient to end Xia Haixing's life, compelling even Lu Sandao to submit. A collective gasp escaped the group.
The 13th boxing gym was notorious, a venue where life and death duels unfolded daily.
The astonishing notion that someone could vanquish Xia Haixing with a single strike was beyond their comprehension. Despite being students, they were well acquainted with Xia Haixing's reputation as the most prominent figure in Lianqing. The identity of this assailant remained elusive.
I do not know who they are, only that they are ruthless.
It is said that the Chen family suffered greatly afterward and has since refrained from any actions.
Nan Hua shook his head. No wonder, my father works at Chen's company.
And I've heard that the young master of the Chen family was severely injured a few days ago and is still hospitalized. Their conversation drew the attention of many classmates, who gathered around, eager to listen. Clearly, Nan Hua held a significant standing within Luo Yan's circle.
Yet, Luo Yan's complexion paled.
She had witnessed the entire sequence of events firsthand. Although she had kept her eyes shut during Ye Feng's lethal blow to Xia Haixing, the shock of that atmosphere haunted her still.
Ye Feng was somewhat taken aback.
He had anticipated a ripple effect from Xia Haixing's death but had not expected such a widespread commotion, even drawing conversations from returning university students. Just as he wished to continue listening, the door to their private room swung open. A young man entered, bearing a vibrant bouquet of roses. His smile as radiant as the blossoms he cradled.
The atmosphere, once calm, erupted into excitement at his arrival. Wu Xiao is here. Our main character has finally arrived.
Both male and female classmates showered him with compliments. Only Luo Yan's complexion became exceedingly unnatural, as if a hint of disdain were subtly revealed in her expression. The young man, with a smile gracing his lips, confidently strode in, prompting several classmates to yield him passage.
He approached Luo Yan directly, knelt on one knee, presented her with flowers, and earnestly declared, "Yan Yan, I have feelings for you, will you be my girlfriend?"
The crowd in the private room erupted in cheers, clapping and vociferously urging her to respond. The gathering of classmates today was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated event by Wu Xiao, intended solely for the purpose of confessing his affections to Luo Yan.
Chapter 29, Do not ruin my good fortune. The rising and falling shouts reverberated,
leaving Luo Yan momentarily disoriented, her expression tense and her mind in a flurry.
The young man, Wu Xiao, was none other than Wu Hao,
a classmate from her high school. Luo Yan, renowned for both her academic excellence and beauty, was the belle of her class, attracting the gaze of many suitors. Since her second year of high school, a multitude of admirers had pursued her, including the very Wu Hao before her.
However, Wu Hao's background was somewhat unique.
His father owned a construction company in Lianqing, overseeing numerous projects within the city and amassing a fortune in the hundreds of millions. While he may not have stood shoulder to shoulder with the prominent families of Lianqing, he was nonetheless a figure of considerable stature,
which provided Wu Hao with ample confidence as he pursued Luo Yan.
Under the weight of his threats and intimidation, many of Luo Yan's admirers had retreated, leaving her with little competition.
Yet, each of Wu Hao's declarations of affection had been met with Luo Yan's firm rejection.
Undeterred, he persisted in his relentless pursuit,
much to her disdain.
It was only after their high school graduation that this torment ceased, but to her dismay, he had chosen this gathering to declare his feelings once more. In fact, it seemed that this gathering was orchestrated by Wu Hao himself, aimed at this very moment. What truly repulsed Luo Yan was not merely Wu Hao's incessant advances, but rather his character.
Despite his seemingly sincere affection for her,
she was acutely aware of the countless girls he had toyed with behind the facade. This was the aspect of him that disgusted her the most.
Yan Yan, what are you hesitating for? This is simply romantic. Wu Xiao is such a wonderful person, hurry and agree, urged a girl named Xine from the side. Yet, Luo Yan remained silent, finding herself in an unfamiliar predicament. Being somewhat naive and inexperienced, she was at a loss. It was then that another girl, Xiu Hong, tugged at her sleeve and gave her a knowing glance. Instantly, Luo Yan regained her composure, her brows furrowing as she declared, "Wu Hao, I will not agree to your proposal." As her words fell, a sigh of relief escaped Xiu Hong, who feared that Luo Yan, in her flustered state, might inadvertently acquiesce to Wu Hao. Everyone knew Wu Hao's true nature. She did not wish for her dearest friend to leap into a pit of flames. The moment Luo Yan rejected him, the surrounding cheers abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Those who had presumed Wu Hao's elaborate declaration would win Luo Yan's heart were taken aback by her refusal. Wu Hao's expression soured, his face aflame as if he had been struck, utterly humiliated. Xine quickly pulled Luo Yan aside, attempting to persuade her. "Yan Yan, think it over. Wu Xiao has liked you for so many years, how can you bear to reject him?" "Tang Xine, what are you doing?" Xiu Hong retorted angrily. "Am I wrong? I am only looking out for Yan Yan." Xine exclaimed loudly. "Isn't it up to Yan Yan to decide? Must you meddle? What shortcomings does Wu Xiao possess? Do not presume that merely attending a prestigious university elevates one's stature. In the eyes of the Wu family, such accomplishments are inconsequential. Even if one graduates from university and toils throughout a lifetime, they could never reach the heights of Wu Xiao." Tu Xini proclaimed to Xiu Hong with righteous indignation. In truth, she harbored unspoken thoughts. Had Wu Xiao shown interest in her, she would have eagerly offered herself. "You." Xiu Hong was rendered speechless, astonished that a classmate, with whom she shared a relatively amicable relationship, could exhibit such a disposition. Wu Hao raised the flowers slightly higher and, with an unwavering heart, addressed Luo Yan. "Yan Yan, I implore you once more, would you consider being my girlfriend? Yan Yan, please contemplate this further. Wu Xiao is genuinely sincere towards you. He has invested considerable effort for this meeting." The surrounding onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, chimed in with their comments. "Wu Hao, you need not waste your efforts on me." "I shall not acquiesce," Luo Yan declared resolutely. Ye Feng sat quietly in an inconspicuous corner, refraining from interrupting this unfolding drama. As long as no one coerced Luo Yan into anything, he would remain uninvolved. Luo Yan's repeated rejections left Wu Hao's pride in tatters. The girls he pursued previously had always been eager to reciprocate his affections. It was unfathomable that his persistent courtship of Luo Yan was met with relentless refusals. The mounting frustration ignited a fiery rage within him, culminating in a violent toss of the flowers. He stood abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Yan, exclaiming, "Wretched woman! How dare you be so ungrateful? Today, you will agree, whether you desire to or not." At last, Wu Hao unveiled his true nature. Following his declaration, he seized Luo Yan's hand, intent on dragging her away. "Wu Hao, what are you doing?" Luo Yan trembled as she spoke, taken aback that he would resort to such actions before a gathering of peers. The classmates, however, merely observed with detached indifference, offering no words of discouragement. Xiu Hong intervened, confronting Wu Hao with indignation. "Wu Hao, have you no shame?" "Li Xiu Hong, mind your own business," he retorted, shoving her aside and gripping Luo Yan tightly as he attempted to leave. "What concern is it of yours regarding Wu Xiao?" Xiu Hong was quickly restrained by her classmates, unable to intercede. "Release me," Luo Yan protested, incessantly striking Wu Hao's grasp and struggling fervently. Wu Hao, now unapologetic, revealed a smirk, turning to drag Luo Yan out of the room. In that instant, a man positioned himself before them, dressed modestly yet exuding an air of refinement. He bore a faint smile. "Let her go." A simple command, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Feng Gu." Luo Yan's voice quivered, her gaze fixed on Ye Feng as though he were a beacon of hope. Wu Hao was taken aback, astonished that this bold interloper dared to thwart his intentions. Although the stranger possessed a commendable demeanor, his attire belied any notion that he was to be trifled with. Thus, Wu Hao shouted, "Get out of my way. Don't interfere with my business." "How audacious!" Ye Feng firmly grasped the arm of his opponent, exerting a slight pressure, causing Wu Hao to cry out in agony. The intense pain compelled him to release his grip,
freeing Luo Yan, who swiftly withdrew her arm and sought refuge behind Ye Feng.
With a decisive kick, Ye Feng sent Wu Hao hurtling into the glass table situated in the center of the private room. A collective gasp filled the air as the unexpected scene unfolded, leaving everyone astonished. It was unimaginable that someone would dare to provoke Wu Hao, whose family was affluent and held numerous business ventures in Liancheng. Allegedly, due to business ties. He maintained a cordial relationship with Lu Sandao, marked by frequent interactions. Recently, Lu Sandao's influence had surged, expanding his territory into the northern part of the city. This emboldened Wu Hao, providing him with the audacity to act aggressively towards Luo Yan. At this moment, a girl named Xiu Hong gazed at Ye Feng with incredulity. He had previously appeared unremarkable, yet had the audacity to strike Wu Hao. The remaining onlookers regarded Ye Feng with a mixture of pity and disbelief. Chapter 30, The Wrath of Wu Hao. Wu Hao, with his flushed face, clumsily rose from the ground, his eyes reddened with fury. As the sole heir of the Wu family, he had long been accustomed to arrogance and bullying. He was always the one to strike. And who would dare to retaliate against the young Master Wu? Moreover, this affront occurred in front of his peers, and the adversary was merely an inconspicuous lad. Enraged, Wu Hao pointed at Ye Feng, exclaiming loudly, "You have some nerve." The atmosphere thickened with tension as Tu Sini, a girl nearby, smirked, seemingly reveling in the spectacle. "What will you do now that you've provoked young Master Wu?" she taunted. This sentiment resonated with the crowd. Who could withstand Wu Hao's fury? True to form, Wu Hao produced his phone and swiftly made a call for reinforcements. Moments later, several young men entered, their demeanor brash and attire trendy. Unmistakably the type that frequented such venues. "Young master, what do you need us for?" they greeted him. Having failed to enroll in university after high school, Wu Hao had spent his time mingling in various entertainment establishments throughout Liancheng, often treating others and forging connections with those in the nightlife scene. With backup at his disposal, Wu Hao felt emboldened, sneering at Ye Feng, "This brat is quite arrogant, make sure you take him down." He touched his still stinging face, a smug expression gracing his features. "Just wait, I'll show you how it's done." The group of ruffians regarded Ye Feng with disdain, feeling no need to take him seriously. After all, in their territory, they called the shots. The Xingxing Tavern was theirs to command, and one needed to possess a certain audacity to thrive in such an environment. A roughneck approached Ye Feng, casting a scornful glance before rallying his companions. "Brothers, teach this kid a lesson for daring to provoke young Master Wu." As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 or 4 thugs closed in around Ye Feng. "Yan, perhaps you should agree to be young Master Wu's girlfriend. Maybe he will spare your friend," Tu Sini suggested to Luo Yan, her tone feigning concern. Luo Yan clenched her teeth, remaining silent. "Your friend is standing up for you. Having offended young Master Wu, can you bear to see him suffer for your sake?" Others chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Luo Yan hesitated, truly unwilling to witness Ye Feng come to harm. Her expression conflicted. She turned to Wu Hao. "Wu Hao." Just as she was about to acquiesce, Ye Feng grasped her arm. "Xiaoyan, you need not agree to anything, these thugs are beneath my notice." "But..." Luo Yan appeared troubled. "Such arrogance. Brothers, attack him fiercely," the ruffian leader shouted. In the realm of those who lived by the code of the streets, particularly the thugs present, reputation was paramount. Ye Feng's indifference only fueled the leader's irritation. Upon receiving the command, the young men advanced, raising their fists to strike Ye Feng. The onlookers wore smug smiles, many mockingly deriding Ye Feng for his audacity to stand against young Master Wu. Particularly the girl named Tu Sini, who was especially smug, felt a surge of jealousy within her. She envied Luo Yan's figure and beauty, and was envious that Luo Yan had captured the attention of young Master Wu. Alas! Young Master Wu did not favor her, otherwise, she would have long since offered herself without hesitation. Tu Sini was acutely aware of Wu's background. Becoming his woman would grant her a life of luxury beyond imagination. She had already spent countless nights with a corpulent man in his 50s. All for the sake of her designer handbags and clothing, employing her skills to please him, which led to the generous purchase of numerous luxury items. Contemplating this, Tu Sini felt a fierce envy towards Luo Yan, coupled with an intense resentment for her apparent lack of appreciation. However, in the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded.
A sharp intake of breath filled the air as several thugs approached Ye Feng. With a frigid gaze, Ye Feng unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, sending the unsuspecting thugs sprawling.
The room erupted in cries of alarm, transforming into chaos, as the leader of the thugs stared in disbelief. How could 4 or 5 of them be no match for this monstrous figure?
You seek death, the thug leader exclaimed, drawing a dagger and lunging at Ye Feng.
Unsurprisingly,
the next moment found him bleeding on the ground, pleading for mercy. Yet, the disparity between his expectations and reality was stark. And the thug leader soon felt the weight of this realization. Ye Feng deftly seized the thug's arm, which held the dagger, and with a swift motion,
struck down upon it.
The sound of cracking bone echoed through the air, followed by the thug's anguished screams. With a powerful kick, Ye Feng sent him flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the floor. The thug leader lay incapacitated, devoid of the strength to rise, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Ye Feng was doomed, or so everyone thought. It was common knowledge that the thug leader was the enforcer at the Star Bar and a subordinate of Lu Sandow.
Call.
Brother San, the thug leader stammered to his companions. One of them quickly retrieved a phone and dialed a number.
After hanging up, tension filled the room.
As everyone understood that the thug's superior was none other than Xiao San, Lu Sandow's most trusted ally. To provoke Xiao San was tantamount to crossing Lu Sandow himself. Wu Hao's expression grew more triumphant. He recognized Xiao San as well, but he had no intention of involving such a formidable figure in trivial matters. Now that Ye Feng had assaulted the thug leader and summoned Xiao San, it was the perfect turn of events for him. Once Xiao San arrived,
Ye Feng would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Wu Hao chuckled inwardly, reveling in his own superiority. In Lianqing, few dared to directly offend Xiao San.
Ye Feng remained oblivious to the identity of the person being summoned, yet he knew that, irrespective of who it was, their arrival held little significance for him. They were merely insignificant insects, easily crushed underfoot. Shortly thereafter, a young man with a buzz cut, exuding an aura of menace, entered the room with several subordinates in tow. The arrival of this individual cast a somber atmosphere over the private room, as if the very air had turned cold. Third brother. Wu Hao hastily approached to greet him. Wu Hao's father was engaged in construction projects and had previously collaborated with Lu Sandow on numerous occasions. Many unsavory matters had been deftly resolved by this young man known as Xiao San. Consequently, Wu Hao was quite familiar with him. The room was dimly lit, and Xiao San initially failed to notice Ye Feng, his attention drawn instead to Wu Hao.
Young Master Wu? What brings you here? Xiao San inquired,
glancing at Wu Hao before surveying the fallen ruffian on the ground. Just moments ago, when Ye Feng had struck him, he had exerted considerable force, resulting in not only broken bones in his hand but also several fractured ribs from a kick delivered by Ye Feng. The ruffian lay groaning on the floor, desperately suppressing his agony as he uttered, Third brother. Who did this? Xiao San's expression darkened. It's this brat, help me deal with him, Wu Hao said, pointing at Ye Feng with a sinister smile. Following Wu Hao's gesture, Xiao San's gaze finally landed on Ye Feng in the corner. In the next instant, his countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 31, He is just my brother. Xiao San never anticipated encountering Ye Feng in such a place, leaving him speechless with anxiety. The dread instilled by Ye Feng surpassed even that of Lu Sandow, for after all, Xia Haisheng was no match for him. Ye Feng slightly raised his hand, signaling him to refrain from speaking recklessly. Understanding the cue, Xiao San fell silent. Third brother, this brat. Get rid of him quickly. Wu Hao, unable to grasp the situation, pointed at Ye Feng with a sinister expression. Xiao San's fury reached its peak upon hearing this. He had come here only to discover that the person before him was Mr. Yi. Not only was he powerless against Mr. Yi, but if Lu Sandow were to find out, he would surely face dire consequences. His resentment towards Wu Hao boiled over. He turned and slapped Wu Hao, shouting, Get lost. The force of the blow left Wu Hao dazed. Third brother, you've got it wrong. It's that brat. Wu Hao, still dazed, was met with a flurry of punches and kicks from Xiao San. The several lackeys accompanying him exchanged glances. How could they not assist their leader in a brawl? Soon, 4 or 5 of them rushed in, unleashing a cacophony of blows upon Wu Hao, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. This scene stunned everyone present.
The narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Wasn't Xiao San the underworld boss who had summoned Wu Hao? How could it be that they were the ones getting beaten?
Li Qiuhong's gaze shifted to Ye Feng, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She had observed Xiao San's demeanor towards Ye Feng, which was rife with fear,
compounded by the unfolding spectacle.
She sensed that this man was far from ordinary.
After some time, Xiao San and his companions dispersed around Wu Hao. Turning to Ye Feng with deference. Mr. Yi, I will provide you with an account regarding this matter later.
Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction, pointing at the earlier thug with a cold voice.
You allow such trash into your ranks?
If all of you are of his ilk,
then I see no reason for your existence.
Though this statement appeared casual to bystanders, it felt like a weighty decree to Xiao San. He never doubted the gravity of Ye Feng's words. When he ordered Xia Haixing to perish, he would surely not draw another breath.
When he declared he would deal with the Chun family's heir, that individual would undoubtedly leave horizontally.
A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiao San's forehead as he hurriedly replied, Mr. Yi, rest assured, we will not disappoint you.
Very well. I entrust the matters here to you. I hope you will not let me down.
Ye Feng patted Xiao San's shoulder.
Xiao San nodded fervently, too intimidated to breathe.
Despite his considerable strength, he knew he paled in comparison to Ye Feng.
Xiao Yan, let us depart. There is no need for you to linger with these classmates.
With that, he grasped Luo Yan's hand and turned to exit the private room. Li Qiuhong quickly followed suit, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. The mistress arrived here, and remarkably, her counterpart seemed entirely unscathed. In contrast, Wu Hao suffered an unjust beating. After Ye Feng departed, the mistress took a deep breath and surveyed the disheveled room. Addressing her subordinates in a low voice, she commanded,
Take all of them to the basement. The moment her words fell, everyone was taken aback.
The basement of the Star Tavern was notorious for dealing with individuals who caused disturbances. It was rumored that during Xia Haixing's tenure,
many unruly patrons who misbehaved at the tavern were taken to the basement and tortured to death.
At that moment, Wu Hao began to feel genuine fear. He pleaded with the mistress, Brother, please let me go, don't take me down there.
My father has a good relationship with your brother Lu. Please don't do this.
Wu Hao's voice trembled as he clung to the last shred of hope, relying on his father. The mistress was acquainted with Wu Hao's father and had assisted him on several occasions. However, Wu Hao had offended Ye Feng, and if she did not deal with him, she would ultimately face Lu Sandao's wrath. The mistress regarded Wu Hao with amusement and coldly replied, Your father cannot save you. You have only yourself to blame for crossing the wrong person. Wu Hao's heart sank in shock. Who was that Luo Yan associated with? To warrant such protection from the mistress? He now regretted provoking Ye Feng. Take him away. The mistress ignored Wu Hao's desperate pleas, and several of her subordinates forcibly dragged him out of the private room, along with the gang leader who had been severely beaten by Ye Feng. Luo Yan's classmates exchanged glances, perplexed by the unfolding events. At this point, Ye Feng had already exited the establishment, and Luo Yan quietly followed behind. After a while, she softly said, Brother Feng, I'm sorry. Ye Feng turned to look at the young girl and gently replied, What are you talking about? Remember, not all classmates possess a kind heart. In the future, limit your interactions with these people. Ye Feng spoke the truth. Had he not been present that day, the consequences could have been dire. The group of classmates observed coldly. Even as Luo Yan was forcibly taken away, none showed any intention of intervening. These classmates were of little consequence, but one girl, named Xiu Hong, caught Ye Feng's attention. Although her assistance was minimal, her willingness to speak up was commendable. Seeing that Ye Feng did not appear angry, Luo Yan smiled and approached him, linking her arm through his with joy. Brother Feng is so wonderful. This scene resembled their childhood, with Luo Yan always trailing after Ye Feng. Whenever she was bullied, Ye Feng would fiercely retaliate against her tormentors, avenging her grievances. Hey! Do you two have no sense of loyalty? Leaving me behind. Li Qiuhong panted as she caught up, her voice filled with indignation. You, Luo Yan, have forgotten your friends in the face of affection. Luo Yan was reprimanded by her close friend, her face instantly flushed crimson. Pouting, she exclaimed,
Where is the affection in that? Humph, as inseparable as glue, yet you still refuse to acknowledge it? He is my brother. Luo Yan rolled her eyes. Indeed. She had always regarded Ye Feng as her elder brother, and he, in turn, treated her as a younger sister. It was not as complicated as Li Qiuhong had imagined. Really? Li Qiuhong asked incredulously. Indeed. Luo Yan affirmed. Then I shall take action. With that, she snatched Ye Feng's phone. Before he could grasp what was happening, a notification pinged. The other party had already scanned his Feishin and added him as a friend. Subsequently, Li Qiuhong generously returned the phone to Ye Feng, who appeared utterly bewildered. Are today's girls so unreserved? Chapter 32. You are too soft-hearted. Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words regarding the girl named Qiuhong. Retracting his phone and falling into silence. Yan, how about I treat you all to a late-night snack? Li Qiuhong suddenly proposed. Brother Feng, what do you think? Luo Yan did not immediately agree but turned to seek Ye Feng's opinion. If you wish to go, then let's. Ye Feng also felt a pang of hunger. Come. Let us indulge in some late-night fare. The group then made their way across the street towards the parking area. Upon seeing the Lexus, Li Qiuhong displayed a hint of surprise. Get in. Ye Feng called out cheerfully, and they all hopped into the car, which soon sped away. This time, guided by Li Qiuhong, they found a reasonably good barbecue joint. The three savored their meal heartily, only leaving after settling the bill around 11 o'clock. Li Qiuhong did not request Ye Feng to drive her home, and he did not insist either. After exchanging farewells, he returned home with Luo Yan. Once home and after refreshing himself, Ye Feng was preparing to rest when a message pinged on his phone. Brother Feng, have you returned home? It was accompanied by a playful emoji. This young lady, he mused, was quite enigmatic. Li Qiuhong had made a favorable impression on him by stepping in to assist when Luo Yan was most in need. Just arrived, about to sleep. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng decided to respond politely. As soon as he sent the message, a notification chimed again, a near-instant reply. Then rest early. See you tomorrow, good night. She had made plans with Luo Yan to go shopping at the Lian Mall the next day, and Ye Feng had agreed. Good night. Ye Feng typed the 2 words and sent them off. The response was immediate again, accompanied by a moon emoji. Ye Feng chose not to reply further. His gaze drifted to the contact named Little Biscuit. The message he had sent remained unanswered, perhaps indicating that the recipient no longer used that messaging service. Or perhaps they simply did not wish to respond. Ye Feng had initially intended to send another message, but as his finger hovered over the screen, it froze. With a light sigh, he withdrew his finger, abandoning the thought of further messaging. If the other party chose not to reply, continuing to send messages would be redundant in any case. He was suddenly reminded of Lu Yingying, and joyful memories of the past flooded his mind. Many places in Lian City bore the marks of their shared history, encapsulating Ye Feng's happiest moments. Had it not been for the treachery of the Ye family, he might have been married with children by now. The cruel twists of fate had rendered everything void. These were irrevocable memories, perhaps in this lifetime. He would never encounter such a wonderful girl again. With this thought, Ye Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He set his phone aside and resolved to sleep, hoping to quell his tumultuous emotions. However, rest eluded him, as his mind was burdened with too many thoughts. Particularly the loss of his mother, which remained an irreplaceable regret in his heart. He recalled the Ye family and Xiao Jun, and the fervent desire for revenge surged within him. It would not be long before you all would pay a bloody price for the events of the past. It was only at 3 o'clock that Ye Feng succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a restless slumber. The following day, he was awakened by Luo Yan's phone call. Glancing at the clock to find it was already 10 o'clock. He suddenly remembered that he had promised to accompany them to the mall that day. He hastily got out of bed, freshened up, donned his clothes, threw on a trench coat, and rushed out the door. As he stepped outside, Luo Yan bounced over, pouting. Brother Feng, you overslept. Qiuhong has already urged you countless times. It was just past 10, hardly late, so off they went. Ye Feng drove his Lexus directly to the Lianqing Mall. On the way, Luo Yan contacted Qiu Li and Qiuhong.
her fingers incessantly tapping the screen of her phone to send messages. Ye Feng arrived at the underground parking lot, where the spaces were still ample. Even during the peak season, when crowds surged, finding a parking spot was never an issue, indicating the meticulous planning and high-quality service of the establishment.
At that moment,
Xiuhong had already arrived in the lobby on the first floor, her face beaming with enthusiasm as she rushed to greet them. The two women chatted animatedly as they walked, leaving Ye Feng, the sole man, unable to interject, relegated to the role of an accompanying bodyguard. This shopping trip differed from the last, previously. They had specifically come to purchase New Year goods, thus heading to the underground supermarket. Now, accompanied by a friend, Luo Yan embraced her feminine instincts and led them to the third floor. The third floor was filled with shops selling clothing, cosmetics, and jewelry, stores that women of all ages adored.
Ye Feng's visit this time did not disturb Zheng Guozhong, as the board meeting for Yunfeng Group was just 2 days away, necessitating his thorough preparations. "Xiuhong, do you see who that is? She looks so much like Cindy." Luo Yan halted, her gaze fixed on a shop. Li Xiuhong glanced over, her expression peculiar as she scoffed, "I thought she wouldn't wear branded clothes, her family doesn't seem affluent." In truth, after last night's events, both Li Xiuhong and Luo Yan had developed a profound aversion towards Tu Cini, and their relationship had sharply deteriorated. Not only did she fail to support Luo Yan, but she also incessantly urged her to acquiesce to Wu Hao's requests. The mere thought was repulsive. Ye Feng too looked with keen interest, observing the opulent shop where Tu Cini was dressed in an extravagant manner, with heavy makeup adorning her face and perched on high heels. She was linked arm in arm with a portly, balding man, their demeanor exceedingly intimate. Ye Feng suddenly understood, it was evident she had latched onto a wealthy patron. No wonder she had been so snobbish, displaying a displeased countenance upon encountering Ye Feng last night. Truly shameless. Li Xiuhong spat in disdain. "Let us go in and take a look," she urged, tugging Luo Yan along. However, Luo Yan hesitated, rooted in place, and said, "Xiuhong, is it really appropriate for us to do this?" Luo Yan is soft-hearted, and she understands that such matters often render one reluctant to face others. After all, they have been classmates for years, and she wishes to preserve some dignity for the other party. Li Xiuhong, filled with indignation, reproached, "Have you considered what she said about you last night? You are simply too soft-hearted." Ye Feng believed that Li Xiuhong's words held truth. Tu Cini's remarks from the previous evening were indeed excessive. Nevertheless, he was aware of Luo Yan's compassionate nature, and thus chose to remain silent, observing quietly from the sidelines. Just as the three were about to depart, Tu Cini, inside, noticed them. Her expression shifted to one of panic as she hurriedly withdrew her hand from the older man's grasp, wishing she could vanish into a hole at that moment. Xiuhong's expression turned peculiar. Since they had already been discovered, there was no point in leaving. It was better to confront the situation openly, as they had nothing shameful to hide. She promptly took Luo Yan's hand and stepped into the establishment, addressing Tu Cini with a feigned cheerfulness. "Cini, what a coincidence." Chapter 33, I Want a Hug from Dad. Tu Cini took a deep breath, never imagining she would encounter Li Xiuhong and Luo Yan here. Stammering under Li Xiuhong's probing gaze, she hesitated for a moment before evasively responding, "Xiuhong, what are you doing here?" "Ah, Tu Cini. Is this what you wore to come here?" Li Xiuhong bluntly pierced through her facade, showing no mercy. Luo Yan tugged at Li Xiuhong's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further comments. Unperturbed, Li Xiuhong continued, "Tu Cini, do you truly think you deserve this?" Tu Cini's face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of red and white, rendering her expression exceedingly unflattering. Angered and humiliated, she retorted defiantly, "What is wrong with me? What have I done wrong?" "Oh, Tu Cini, you certainly have some nerve," Li Xiuhong scoffed, her disdain palpable. She held in contempt women like Tu Cini, who, for mere gain, would sacrifice their dignity, practically yearning to climb into the beds of older men. The most detestable was indeed the incident from the previous night. Li Xiuhong's words struck Tu Cini like a spear, piercing through the last vestiges of her defenses. Enraged, she erupted, "Li Xiuhong, what right do you have to mock me? Do you think everyone is like you? Born into privilege? Is it a crime to aspire for something better?" Tu Cini nearly shouted in her fervor. "Aspiring for better? Such a pretty phrase. But it's merely vanity.
Li Qiuhong's criticisms left Tu Xinyi speechless, rendering all her justifications feeble against the stark reality. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice, she suddenly crouched down, weeping uncontrollably. Li Qiuhong observed coldly, devoid of any sympathy for the girl with whom she once shared a cordial relationship. The events of the previous night had left her utterly disappointed. This scene captured the attention of many within the luxury store. It was not uncommon to see a mistress shopping, yet witnessing someone like Tu Xinyi, so brazenly unashamed, was a first.
Nearby, the rotund older man accompanying Tu Xinyi fumed at the sight, glaring at Li Qiuhong and exclaiming, "Who do you think you are, little girl?" Luo Yan discreetly assessed this older man, noting his corpulence, thinning hair, pockmarked skin, greasy complexion, and yellowed teeth. Such a man was rather repulsive. She felt a twinge of regret that Tu Xinyi had fallen to such depths, lowering herself to this individual's level.
"What does it matter where I'm from?" Li Qiuhong retorted defiantly. "You." The older man was visibly irritated. "You uncouth girl, I'll teach you some manners on behalf of your parents," he fumed, raising his hand to strike Li Qiuhong. However, he was swiftly restrained by Ye Feng, who smiled gently and said, "The young lady is merely ignorant." "Is it worth your ire?" With that, he pushed the man lightly, causing him to stagger back, nearly losing his balance. "Qiuhong, let us not linger here. Look at Tu Xinyi, crouched down and crying into her hands," Luo Yan said, her heart aching at the sight. Ultimately, it was merely a schoolmate encounter. Although Tu Xinyi's remarks yesterday were somewhat excessive, Luo Yan did not wish to embarrass her too much. Li Qiuhong's observations were indeed accurate, she was simply too soft-hearted. Li Qiuhong was also disinclined to engage in further disputes in such a public setting, as it would be unbecoming. The three turned and departed from the scene. Tu Xinyi's matter was not worth dwelling upon. After leaving, under the guidance of the two, they ascended to the third floor to stroll about. During this time, Ye Feng led them to Su Weiwei's shop. The store was bustling with customers, and Su Weiwei had replaced two sales staff with more competent individuals, transforming the shop's business from its previous downturn to a significant improvement. Su Weiwei was not present in the store. The trio selected several reasonably attractive outfits as a gesture to support Su Weiwei's business. Subsequently, they visited a cosmetics shop. Both women intended to purchase a set of cosmetics, opting not for the high-end brands but for a store called Mingxi. Once the conversation turned to feminine products, the two chattered incessantly. "Mingxi is exceptionally effective. I have always used this brand of cosmetics, and the value for money is remarkable," Qiuhong articulated as they entered the shop. In truth, Luo Yan possessed a naturally exquisite beauty, one that did not necessitate cosmetics. "Qiuhong, I heard this brand is a local enterprise from Liancheng, founded by one of our seniors," she remarked. "But I forgot the name." "I think it was the daughter of the Lu family, I've heard my family mention it," Qiuhong replied. Her affluent background allowed her to be somewhat aware of the upper echelons of Liancheng society. While the two conversed, Ye Feng was oblivious to the fact that a delicate little girl was staring at him intently from behind. "Daddy!" The little girl eventually could not contain herself and exclaimed. Ye Feng was momentarily startled, turning to see that this was indeed the little girl he had encountered at school a few days prior. He felt a surge of delight at this unexpected meeting. What an adorable child! Luo Yan and Qiuhong approached, unable to resist the urge to gently touch the girl's cheek. Ye Feng, however, was at a loss, unsure why this little girl was so adamantly calling him daddy. Nevertheless, he crouched down, smiling slightly, and said, "Little darling, I am not your father, you mustn't call me that." The little girl, somewhat impatient, declared loudly, "You are my daddy." At that moment, a sales assistant hurried over, apologizing. "Excuse me, esteemed guests, this young lady is the daughter of our chairman, I apologize for the inconvenience." She reached out to pick up the little girl. "I don't want my sister to hold me, I want daddy to hold me." The little girl stepped back, extending her arms toward Ye Feng. Qiuhong and Luo Yan were both taken aback, not expecting this little girl to be the daughter of the Lu family. Luo Yan felt a sense of astonishment, while Qiuhong was not surprised. Lu Ying had become a subject of ridicule in Liancheng after having a child out of wedlock, and her family was one of the prominent clans. Naturally, he was well aware of such matters. Ye Feng, exuding a gentle demeanor, hesitated momentarily before lifting the little girl into his arms, saying, "Come, give your uncle a hug." He then addressed Xiao Hong and Luo Yan. "I'll wait for you here, you may go ahead and choose your items." The two women nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to select cosmetics. "Sir, I apologize for the disturbance caused by the children," the sales clerk said, offering an awkward smile. "It's quite alright, I have a fondness for little girls." Ye Feng replied. "You're not my uncle, you're my daddy," the little girl declared stubbornly. "Don't say such things, how could I possibly be your father?" Ye Feng chuckled at the girl's antics, playfully pinching her cheek. The little girl continued to call Ye Feng daddy, leaving the sales clerk with a peculiar expression, pondering whether this man had any connection to their chairman. Chapter 34, striking resemblance. Ye Feng paid no heed to the salesperson's conjectures and engaged in conversation with the little girl, whose innocent charm captivated him. He learned her name was Coco, and initially, he assumed she was the daughter of a teacher he encountered at school. To his surprise, she turned out to be the daughter of the chairman of Dreamy Cosmetics. Coco was quite clingy, wrapping her arms around Ye Feng's neck and refusing to let go. "How about this, Coco? If you come down, Uncle will give you a gift," Ye Feng gently coaxed. "Daddy is going to give Coco a gift?" Coco echoed her father's words, loosening her grip on Ye Feng's neck. With a sigh of resignation, Ye Feng retrieved a scarf he had just bought. Initially intended for Luo Yan, and without hesitation, draped it around Coco's neck. The scarf was a size too large and appeared mismatched. Yet the pink hue added an extra touch of cuteness to Coco. The salesperson watched from a distance, hesitant to move, captivated by the joyful scene unfolding before her. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a tender father-daughter moment. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern an uncanny resemblance between Ye Feng and Coco. After adjusting the scarf around Coco's neck, Ye Feng produced a beautifully packaged box of chocolates, shaking it slightly as he said, "Coco, Uncle has a delicious treat for you." The little girl's face lit up with delight as she accepted the box, exclaiming, "Thank you, Daddy." "Please don't call me Daddy, alright?" Ye Feng replied with a smile. It was rather embarrassing for a little girl to publicly refer to him as her father. He could only imagine the ridicule it would invite. Upon hearing this, Coco's smile faded, and she looked at Ye Feng with a pitiful expression. Understanding her sentiment, Ye Feng gently patted her head and explained, "If you call me that, people will laugh at Uncle." In a display of stubbornness, the little girl declared, "You are my daddy." Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, the image of him had taken root in Coco's mind. She was, in fact, his biological daughter. He could never fathom that Lu Yingying, from years past, had been pregnant and had given birth to a daughter. Seeing Coco's determination, Ye Feng felt helpless. Just then, Luo Yan arrived at the front desk after purchasing her cosmetics. "Brother Feng, we're all set," Xiao Hong called out to Ye Feng. As they prepared to leave, Coco hurriedly clutched Ye Feng's clothing, pouting and refusing to let him depart. "Daddy, please don't leave Coco. My classmates will laugh at me, and my uncle will scold me." Her face was a portrait of grievance and reluctance. Ye Feng glanced at the salesperson, who quickly understood the situation and rushed over to console Coco, saying, "Coco, Uncle has to go, but your mommy will be back soon." "I want Daddy," Coco murmured softly. Ye Feng quickly added, "Uncle will come back to play with you another time, alright?" Coco remained silent. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng turned and left with Luo Yan. Encountering a little girl like Coco on the street would leave any man feeling vulnerable. Just as Coco attempted to run after him, the salesperson swiftly scooped her up, determined to prevent any mishap involving the chairman's daughter. The little girl was on the verge of tears. Yet her delicate hands were no match for the force of the salesperson behind her. This allowed Ye Feng and his companions to make their escape. As they stepped out of the store, a woman approached them. She was strikingly beautiful and impeccably dressed in professional attire, her white blouse nearly bursting at the seams, and she wore high heels that accentuated her poise. This woman was Xian Xian, the secretary of Lu Yingying. Upon catching sight of Ye Feng, she momentarily froze. As Lu Yingying's close friend, she had often seen the photo of him in her office. His resemblance was uncanny. This thought flickered in her mind, prompting her to steal another glance at Ye Feng. However, she quickly shook her head, recalling that Lu Yingying's boyfriend, and the biological father of Coco, was incarcerated and unlikely to be released. Thus, she refrained from approaching him. Ye Feng and his party hurried past. After they had distanced themselves, Xiao Hong remarked with a hint of envy, "Brother Feng, your charm is undeniable. Did you not notice how that beautiful woman was staring at you? Was she looking at me?" Ye Feng had been completely oblivious. Luo Yan nodded knowingly in agreement. Ye Feng was speechless. Inside the Mengxi cosmetics store, Xian entered and immediately spotted Coco. She rushed over and lifted the little girl into her arms. Noticing the child's sullen expression, she asked with concern, "Coco, why do you look so unhappy?" After a moment of contemplation, Coco pouted and replied, "Sister, I saw Daddy again." At this, Xian recalled the man she had seen earlier at the entrance and instinctively glanced back, but he had already vanished into the crowd. "Daddy even gave me a gift," Coco exclaimed joyfully, shaking the chocolate box in her hand. Xian was at a loss for words. The memory of the man who bore a striking resemblance to Coco's father stirred her thoughts, making her wonder if Coco was longing for her father. Had she not known that the man was imprisoned, she might have mistaken him for Coco's dad. After comforting Coco, she inquired about the incident to the salesperson, who recounted the events in detail. Pondering for a moment, Xian deemed it necessary to inform Ying about the situation. After all, someone who looked so much like Coco's father was exceedingly rare, and she felt it was too significant to overlook. "Coco, shall we head back?" Xian decided to take Coco back to the office to share this matter with Ying. Coco nodded, clutching her chocolate box tightly, her expression somewhat forlorn. Xian hurried back to the company, only to find that Ying was not in her office, having gone to inspect the factory that day. In the company, Lu Ying was always the busiest, juggling her work responsibilities while often tending to little Coco. Many times, when overwhelmed, it was Xian who helped look after the child. Fortunately, Coco was well behaved and rarely caused trouble, quietly playing with her toys in the office or gazing intently at the photograph. Just after placing Xiao Coco down, she carefully set aside the chocolate in her hands and hurriedly dashed beneath the office desk to retrieve a picture frame. She rushed back to Xian, confidently proclaiming, "Sister, Coco is not lying, I truly saw Dad." Xuan's gaze fell upon the frame, where a man with a gentle smile resided. The resemblance was uncanny, indeed, it was astonishing. Xian found it hard to believe that someone could bear such a striking likeness. A few days prior, Coco had been incessantly insisting that she had seen their father. Both she and Lu Ying had dismissed it, thinking that the child was merely yearning for her father and speaking nonsense. They had not taken it to heart. However, upon encountering Ye Feng outside the shop, even she was taken aback, realizing that the child had not been fabricating tales. Coco wore a serious expression, and Xian quickly reassured her, saying, "Sister knows Coco is not lying. So, could you help me find Dad?" Coco's youthful face radiated with hope. The wishes of children are often a source of dilemma, leaving Xian at a loss. Where could she possibly find her father for her? Just then, the sound of steady high heels echoed from outside the door. Ying had returned. Chapter 35. Is it really him? Mother! As Ying entered the office, Coco eagerly rushed over. The weary Lu Ying's face brightened upon seeing her beloved child, and she lifted Coco into her arms, showering her with affectionate kisses. "Has Coco been well behaved today?" "Coco has been very good today, and she even saw Daddy." Coco initially beamed with joy, but her expression quickly soured as her longing for her father overwhelmed her. "Coco is just talking nonsense," Lu Ying teased, gently pinching Coco's little nose. "I am not talking nonsense." Coco pouted defiantly. "Daddy even gave me a present, look." To convince Lu Ying, she proudly showcased the oversized scarf around her neck, her expression resolute. "And the rest chocolate too." Lu Ying, noticing the scarf, asked with curiosity, "Xian, why did you buy her such a large scarf?" She dismissed Coco's mention of her father, assuming it was Xian who had taken her out shopping. Xian, with a resigned smile, said, "Ying, there is something I've been meaning to discuss with you." "What is it?" "You might not believe this, but today, while I was at the Lianqing Mall with Coco, I encountered someone who looked exactly like the man in this photo." Xian pointed to a picture of Ye Feng on the table. "That is impossible,"
Lu Yingying asserted firmly. She could not fathom that a man who had been imprisoned for 5 years could possibly appear before her. This was a lingering pain in her heart. Years ago, she had entrusted her future to him, only to be met with disillusionment. Yingying, it's true. Coco had called him daddy upon seeing him.
If he didn't resemble him so closely, Coco wouldn't have called him that. Xian spoke earnestly.
Upon hearing this, Yingying's brows furrowed,
and she staggered back as if struck by a jolt of electricity. After a long pause, she finally regained her composure, asking, Xian.
Could it just be someone who looks remarkably similar?
Xian pondered for a moment before replying, I cannot be certain, I had never seen that man before. But compared to the photo, he bears a striking resemblance, about 90%.
Did you manage to get his contact information? Lu Yingying inquired, her demeanor betraying her anxiety.
I only caught a glimpse of him, and by the time I wanted to approach him, he had already left. Lu Yingying's face fell, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. She yearned for the return of that man, yet harbored a deep-seated resentment and unexpressed grievances. Years ago, Ye Feng had been sentenced to life imprisonment, and to this day, she remained oblivious to his whereabouts, having searched in vain for years. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, just someone who bore a resemblance. If it truly were him, why had he not sought her out? Regardless of the truth, Lu Yingying felt an urgent need to see him in person to ascertain the reality. It was not merely her own yearning for that lost man, but the sight of Coco's daily longing for her father weighed heavily on her heart. This was the only lead she had, and she was determined to confirm it. Xian, please ensure that if that man appears in the shop again, you must detain him and inform me, said Lu Yingying, her teeth clenched. I will take care of it right away. Xian replied before promptly exiting to make a call to the shop.
Lu Yingying nodded wearily. At that moment, Coco timidly inquired, Mom, are you trying to help me find Daddy?
The memories flooded back, and Lu Yingying's eyes reddened. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, all her frustrations dissipated.
She quickly embraced Coco, affirming, yes, Mommy will help you bring Daddy back. Really? Coco asked. Yes, Lu Yingying nodded earnestly.
Subsequently, she set aside her work and engaged in conversation with Coco, recounting tales of her encounters with her father. Meanwhile, Xian had immediately called the shop, yet her efforts proved futile. The staff there had no information regarding Ye Feng, and the 2 girls who accompanied him had left no trace. Nonetheless, Xian refused to surrender. She understood how crucial it was for Lu Yingying if he truly was that man, especially for Coco, who desperately needed a father figure.
Just as Lu Yingying was filled with anticipation, the phone rang.
She answered, only to be met with a sharp voice on the other end, you stubborn girl.
The old man at home is demanding you prepare to return for the family banquet. Why are you refusing? Mother, do you truly wish to step back into that house and endure their humiliation? Lu Yingying nearly shouted. Days prior,
Lu Yuan had reached out to Lu Yingying about the family gathering, but she had declined. To her surprise, unable to sway Lu Yingying, they had now turned their attention to her parents. It was important to note that while Lu Yingying harbored disdain for returning to the Lu household, her parents held a different perspective, particularly her father. For years, the Lu family had barred them from attending the annual gatherings, treating them as if they were exiled. Each year, her parents lamented, dreaming of restoring their status within the Lu family, longing for at least the opportunity to attend the year-end banquet. Now that you have achieved these accomplishments, if we return, we can hold our heads high, the voice continued from the other end. I don't care, this year. Your father and I must attend the family banquet, the caller declared before abruptly hanging up. Lu Yingying felt a throbbing headache. Although she was uncertain why the Lu family had specifically summoned them this year, she suspected it could not bode well. Especially her uncles, each of whom was cunning, likely fearing their return to claim a share of the family assets, wishing they would never come back. There was certainly something amiss that required careful contemplation.
Yingying.
There is not a shred of information from that side. Xian entered, disappointment etched on her face, just as Lu Yingying was engulfed in her tumultuous thoughts. Lu Yingying furrowed her brow and remarked, if we cannot find any information, let's set it aside for now. As the end of the year approaches, we must first attend to the company's affairs, and we can revisit this matter later. Lu Yingying harbored little hope regarding this issue, after all.
It was quite extraordinary for a person sentenced to life imprisonment to suddenly appear alive and well. She was more inclined to believe that it was someone resembling Ye Feng.
Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that her current workload was indeed pressing, requiring her to prepare year-end summaries and plans for the upcoming year. Thus, they had no choice but to temporarily shelve this matter.
2 days swiftly passed. Today marked the day of the board meeting for Yunfeng Group, with nearly all shareholders and directors converging at the Yunfeng building.
Inside the conference room, Xiao Jun occupied the chair at the head of the table, flanked by rows of directors and shareholders. The only vacant seat was that of Zhang Guozhong. The atmosphere was somewhat serious, as Xiao Jun had arranged for impeccably dressed individuals to guard both the interior and exterior of the meeting room. Even behind him, 2 individuals stood vigil, never straying far from his side. The sight of this caused the various directors to draw in a sharp breath. What was Xiao Jun planning? Chapter 36, a forceful return. At this moment, all the directors had gathered in the conference room, save for one vacant seat, that of Zhang Guozhong. Xiao Jun cast a sweeping glance across the room and spoke in a low, grave tone. Why has Zhang Guozhong not yet arrived? As the most loyal minister of Ye Feng in years past, Xiao Jun had harbored dissatisfaction towards him for quite some time. He had long contemplated removing Zhang Guozhong from the board as a means of setting an example. Yet he had been compelled to restrain himself due to the unwavering support of the other directors.
Regardless, after today, the entire Yunfeng Group would undergo a ruthless cleansing. Thereafter,
the company would truly belong to Xiao Jun, free from any obstructions.
This board meeting was of utmost importance.
Whether Zhang Guozhong attended or not would bear no consequence on the outcome of the day.
With unwavering confidence, Xiao Jun addressed the assembled directors. Today, we shall deliberate upon a singular issue.
As we all know, with the expansion and growth of the group, we have encountered certain challenges.
Our company now requires further financing to secure its continued development. Consequently, reforming the board is an unavoidable necessity.
I have drafted a proposal for this reform, and I urge you all to review it. If there are no objections, please raise your hands to approve it.
With that, Xiao Jun gestured,
and a strikingly beautiful secretary entered, carrying a stack of documents to distribute to each director present.
Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Jun observed the reactions of the attendees.
Most displayed expressions of disdain, clearly dismissing the importance of his reform proposal. Nevertheless, the directors pretended to peruse their folders, glancing at the reform plan within.
The contents, however,
remained unchanged, offering no substantial benefits to the board members. At this juncture, someone could no longer contain their derision. Director Xiao, if your reforms come to pass, we might as well all resign from the board. It is plainly an attempt to dilute our shares.
I will not support this.
The director emphatically rejected the proposal,
slamming the document down onto the table with a resounding thud. Indeed, such reforms would leave us with no foothold whatsoever.
The murmurs of dissent began to swell among the crowd, signaling a clear consensus against the changes.
Absolutely not.
What a ridiculous proposal.
Are you merely seeking to have us relinquish our shares?
The once quiet conference room erupted into a cacophony of voices, filled with indignation.
Witnessing this uproar, Xiao Jun's countenance darkened considerably. However, he had anticipated this outcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I advise you to consider approving this proposal, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your personal safety.
Xiao Jun remarked coldly.
The moment the words left his lips, an icy silence enveloped the room. The threat woven into his statement was palpable.
The attendees were not naive children and could discern the underlying implications. After a brief pause, one individual rose in fury, slamming their hands on the table. Xiao Jun, what do you mean by that? No wonder you ordered such stringent security for the company today. What exactly are your intentions? Some board members, unwilling to be so easily manipulated by Xiao Jun, began to voice their indignation passionately.
They had all worked tirelessly, and it was under Ye Feng's distribution that they had acquired their rightful shares. Now, with Xiao Jun's mere mention of reform, he seeks to dilute their holdings. How could they accept this?
What do you intend to do? Xiao Jun sneered.
He then clapped his hands, and the Ye family's hired enforcers, who had been discreetly positioned around the room, surged into the conference hall. There were at least a dozen or 20 of them. If you acquiesce and pass this vote obediently,
I shall treat you kindly, otherwise, the view downstairs is quite lovely. Who among you wishes to take a closer look? Xiao Jun finally revealed his sinister side. His visage twisted with malice. Observing the menacing figures surrounding him, some shareholders fell silent, compelled to bow their heads under the threat. Yet, there were those who scorned Xiao Jun's methods, boldly accusing him, "Xiao Jun, you vile scoundrel. You once used despicable tactics to frame Director Yi. And now you resort to coercing the board into voting. How shameless you are." The speaker was Li Song, the executive vice president of Ye Feng Group. One of those whom Ye Feng had elevated in the past. With the facade shattered, he offered no quarter to Xiao Jun, directly exposing his wounds. "Why do you not trust me after all these years as chairman? Under my leadership, the company has grown to its current stature. How could Ye Feng ever compare to me?" Xiao Jun nearly roared, consumed by jealousy over Ye Feng's capabilities, unable to bear the reality of his own inferiority. "Li Song, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, Xiao Jun's demeanor turned frenzied. "Seize him." At his command, several of the Yi family's thugs rushed forward, pinning Li Song down and delivering a crushing blow to his chest. A sharp pain radiated through Li Song's body, and he began to wail in agony. This scene sent tremors of fear throughout the conference room. Xiao Jun straightened his suit and coldly declared, "This is the consequence of your non-compliance." With the Yi family's enforcers present, Xiao Jun understood that no matter how fiercely they struggled today, the outcome was predetermined. A smirk of triumph crept onto his face as he continued, "Let us proceed with the vote, throw him out." He waved his hand dismissively. Several burly men in suits dragged Li Song away. "Xiao Jun, may you meet a terrible end," Li Song shouted defiantly. However, his words were but a fleeting expression of anger that would not alter the course of events. Under the oppressive weight of Xiao Jun's intimidation, the entire board began to bow their heads, for they understood the wisdom of avoiding immediate peril. With Li Song as a cautionary example, even if they harbored discontent, they dared not rebel. The fate of Li Song was clear, casting a heavy shadow of oppression over them, leaving them with no choice but to capitulate. Meanwhile, downstairs at the Ye Feng building, several luxurious cars sped in, halting at the plaza before the entrance. A multitude of robust men descended from their vehicles, led by Ye Feng, with Zhang Guozhong and Lu Sandao flanking him. They strode directly into the Ye Feng building. Clad in a well-tailored suit, Ye Feng's refined demeanor was accentuated to an extraordinary degree. He exuded an air of confidence, composed and unperturbed, as if everything lay within his grasp. Zhang Guozhong followed closely behind, his face alight with excitement, reminiscent of days gone by. The most astonished among them was Lu Sandao. As one of the titans of the underground world in Lianqing, he could not possibly be unaware of the Ye Feng Group, an enterprise of paramount importance in Lianqing, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions and held in high regard even by the authorities. The Ye Feng Group existed as a transcendent entity in Lianqing, one that even the most established families dared not provoke lightly. Rumor had it that the group enjoyed the backing of prominent families from the provincial capital, endowing it with formidable strength. Lu Sandao was taken aback, realizing that the task Ye Feng had assigned him was an assault on the Ye Feng Group. His heart swelled not only with trepidation but also with exhilaration. The security personnel of the Ye Feng building quickly approached upon sighting Ye Feng and his entourage, eager to intervene. In addition to the building's security, Xiao Jun had also stationed several members of the Yi family to oversee the premises. Upon recognizing Ye Feng's presence, they immediately sensed impending turmoil and hurried to assist the security team. Lu Sandao's subordinates were meticulously chosen, exhibiting considerable prowess, and in a swift confrontation, they incapacitated the guards. Seizing control of the Ye Feng building, Ye Feng did not falter in his stride. Under Zhang Guozhong's guidance, he ascended to the top floor, heading towards the conference room. Meanwhile, within the conference room, Xiao Jun surveyed the trembling board members, a victorious smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Let us proceed with a swift vote. Those who have no objections to the board's reform, please raise your hands." Chapter 37, The Unexpected Ones. The conference room was enveloped in a profound silence, with not a single soul daring to utter a word. Even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. The board members appeared as despondent as frostbitten eggplants, each one bowing their heads in silence. Despite their strong aversion to Xiao Jun's tactics,
they found themselves powerless against the prevailing situation. The room was entirely under Xiao Jun's control, surrounded by a dozen imposing figures, all exuding an air of intimidation.
These formidable men were not ordinary.
They were elite subordinates meticulously trained by the Ye family, each possessing remarkable strength. Furthermore, Xiao Jun had the backing of two individuals of martial prowess, akin to military kings.
This formidable force represented the Ye family's recent establishment in Lian City, a testament to their growing influence.
Despair began to take root among the board members, for they realized they had no means of resistance against such overwhelming power. They understood that might often triumph over right, and reluctantly, they were compelled to yield. With the example of Li Son lingering in their minds, the fear of facing Xiao Jun became even more pronounced.
Ultimately, dread eclipsed reason, and one member, albeit begrudgingly, raised his hand to declare, "I agree."
A satisfied smile spread across Xiao Jun's face. Had he employed such assertive tactics sooner,
the Ye Feng group would have already undergone a successful transformation. "I agree. I agree." With the first member's concession, the others followed suit, raising their hands in agreement.
At that moment, the board members were consumed by despair and heartache, reflecting on their contributions to the Ye Feng group, now facing such humiliation. It seemed they would soon lose their positions on the board, their years of dedication poised to dissolve into nothingness, leaving them filled with bitterness and a sense of helplessness.
Alas! One of the board members could not suppress a sigh. "I oppose."
Just as Xiao Jun believed victory was within his grasp, an incongruous voice cut through the tension. Two figures entered, capturing everyone's attention. It was Ye Feng and Zhang Guozhong. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Xiao Jun's pupils constricted sharply, his expression freezing in disbelief. A tempest of emotions surged within him, his heart racing.
"Ye Feng? Director Ye?" Both Xiao Jun and the board members gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the scene before them. The two members of the Ye family flanking Xiao Jun were equally taken aback, unable to believe that the man they had imprisoned 5 years ago was now standing before them. It is worth noting that the prison where Ye Feng had served his sentence was notorious, known as the death prison, from which no one had ever emerged alive. The sight before them felt surreal, as if they had been struck by lightning, leaving everyone in the room in a state of disbelief. Moments later, as they regained their composure, expressions of joy illuminated their faces, and they rose in unison, calling out, "Director Ye!" Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Except for a few dissenting board members, the majority still rallied behind him as chairman. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Jun's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that even after 5 years, Ye Feng would still command such authority and respect. Most of the board members still regard Ye Feng with disdain, utterly ignoring his position as chairman. Even more surprising is that Ye Feng managed to emerge unscathed from prison. Ye Feng is out. Will he reclaim everything that once belonged to him? However, Xiao Jun shook his head. Even if he were to return, it would likely change little. After all, he is merely a reformed convict, having lost any power to contest for authority. Xiao Jun's expression darkened as he declared, "This is our group meeting. All unrelated personnel must leave, especially fugitives." "Unrelated personnel? Xiao Jun, now that my company has fallen into your hands, am I to be considered irrelevant?"
Ye Feng retorted with conviction. "Xiao Jun, you may have forgotten that I still hold 55% of the group's shares. I remain the largest shareholder. According to the company's regulations, I can dismiss you as chairman right now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun's countenance darkened further. The 55% stake in Ye Feng's possession has always been a thorn in his side. Now, as Ye Feng brings it up again, he feels a touch of anxiety. Yet, glancing at the members of the Ye family in the conference room, he feels emboldened. As long as the board resolution passes today, Ye Feng's shares will be diluted, making him the major shareholder of Ye Feng Group, thus capable of controlling the company's operations. Contemplating this, Xiao Jun sneered, "Ye Feng, you are far too naive. What does that small stake mean in the face of overwhelming power? You are akin to a struggling grasshopper, easily crushed at will. If I could deal with you once before, I can certainly do so again today." His voice resonated with authority. He is acutely aware of the enmity between Ye Feng and the Ye family. Even without his interference, the Ye family would not spare Ye Feng. In their eyes, even if Ye Feng miraculously survived in prison, he poses no threat. Without formidable strength, the final outcome remains unchanged. they can simply return him to prison.
Who would have thought you could actually walk out alive? But don't worry, I will take my time to ensure your downfall. Interjected one of the Ye family members beside Xiao Jun.
The two individuals accompanying Xiao Jun are not to be underestimated.
One, named Ye Xianhai, belongs to a branch of the Ye family, sharing the same generation as Ye Feng's father, Ye Xianxian.
He is the Ye family's appointed head in Liancheng, commanding their influence and has cultivated significant power over the years. His strength is formidable, having reached the level of a martial king, surpassing even Lu Sandao. Despite his calm demeanor, he is one of the key figures behind Xiao Jun, a genuine powerhouse. Ye Feng is all too familiar with him. All the injustices he faced during his wrongful imprisonment were orchestrated by this man. At this moment, Ye Feng's expression darkens to an extreme, as memories of the past flood his mind, igniting a surge of anger. He takes a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage, striving to regain his composure. Before Ye Feng could unleash his wrath, Ye Xianhai intoned with a grave demeanor, "Seize this wretched spawn." As his words echoed, several burly subordinates of Ye Xianhai advanced immediately,
intent on apprehending Ye Feng.
The atmosphere shifted palpably, onlookers exchanged anxious glances. Even the shareholders who had once rallied behind Ye Feng now shook their heads in resignation, recognizing that the era had irrevocably changed. Faced with the backing of the Ye family, it seemed that Chairman Ye had little choice but to relinquish control of the company. At this moment, a triumphant smile adorned Xiao Jun's face. In the early days of their partnership in founding the company, all the accolades had been bestowed upon Ye Feng. Whether in academia or in the corporate realm, Ye Feng had always been the brightest star.
In contrast, Xiao Jun had merely been a shadow, a modest green leaf overshadowed by Ye Feng's resplendence.
Consumed by envy, he could no longer bear to dwell in Ye Feng's shadow.
Now,
he reveled in the realization that he had finally acquired everything, while that illustrious man from yesteryears had now been reduced to a mere convict.
Yet, amidst this turmoil,
only Zhang Guozhong remained steadfast in his unwavering faith in Ye Feng. He recognized that the confident and composed man before him was no longer the Ye Feng of the past. Ye Feng had cultivated his own power,
endowing him with immense fortitude.
His gaze drifted towards the entrance of the conference room. With a resounding crash, the door to the conference room was forcefully kicked open.
A throng of figures surged in, led by the formidable Lu Sandao.
Chapter 38, a clean sweep of collective gasp echoed through the room.
The assembly comprised the elite of Liancheng, all of whom were well acquainted with Lu Sandao, a notorious figure renowned for his audacity.
Several years prior, he carved out his own territory in Liancheng through sheer bravery, compelling even the likes of the One-Eyed Dragon and Xia Haisheng to watch helplessly as he rose to prominence. Rumor has it that Xia Haisheng recently met his demise, entangled in a web of connections with Lu.
The current landscape of Liancheng is no longer a tripartite stalemate but has transformed into a bifurcated dominion.
No one could have anticipated that Lu Sandao, who had consistently refrained from allying with any family in Liancheng, would join forces with the recently released Ye Feng. This unexpected alliance not only astonished Xiao Jun but also instilled confidence among the board members present.
Ye Feng's return indicated he was no mere solitary figure.
He possessed sufficient strength to contend with Xiao Jun, a development that delighted them.
They understood that if today Ye Dong controlled the group,
he would undoubtedly avoid diluting their shares and might even enhance their stakes.
Lu Sandao, do you dare to oppose the Ye family?
Ye Xianhai erupted with formidable authority, his voice laced with fury. Although Ye Xianhai was the Ye family's representative in Liancheng, he seldom engaged with local powers. Lu Sandao had heard of this man,
reputed to hail from a prominent family in the provincial capital.
However, they had never crossed paths. Lu had nothing but his audacious spirit.
He retorted immediately, "What is your Ye family to me?
I shall pursue my ambitions without your interference."
Seeking death, are we? Upon hearing this, Ye Xianhai's rage ignited.
He lunged forward, intent on eliminating Lu Sandao, convinced that Lu was the source of Ye Feng's audacity that day.
He believed that by dispatching Lu,
Ye Feng would be rendered a powerless chick, vulnerable to slaughter.
Attack! Lu Sandao commanded urgently.
His subordinates sprang into action, targeting the Ye family members within the conference room. Chaos erupted, the air filled with the cacophony of violence. The shareholders hastily sought refuge beneath the conference table, striving to avoid collateral damage. Yet Ye Feng remained unfazed,
seated calmly as he observed the tumult unfold.
Meanwhile, a member of the Yi family, who had earlier been alongside Yi Xianhai, fixated on Ye Feng with intense scrutiny.
Suddenly,
he launched himself from behind Ye Feng, exuding a menacing aura, aiming to capture or eliminate Ye Feng.
This man, known as Hu Lin,
was a venerated member of the Yi family, later bestowed with the Yi surname by the matriarch herself.
His prowess was not significantly inferior to that of Yi Xianhai,
and his demeanor was one of cold disdain towards Ye Feng.
Capture the leader first, he mused,
convinced that seizing Ye Feng would leave Lu Sandao and his ilk directionless and easily manipulated. Although Ye Feng's attention was directed at Lu Sandao,
he remained acutely aware of every movement behind him.
In an instant, he spun around, seizing Hu Lin mid-attack, whose expression shifted dramatically. Ye Feng's onslaught showed no signs of abating as he delivered a powerful strike to his opponent's head.
A resounding crack echoed through the air.
Hu Lin's face was a mask of disbelief, his expression frozen in sheer horror, and he soon became utterly unresponsive. A stream of blood flowed from his forehead, trickling down his astonished visage. His gaze gradually dimmed, the light in his eyes extinguishing, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Ye Feng had shattered his skull with a single blow,
ensuring Hu Lin's demise.
This Hu Lin was the very individual who had once captured Ye Feng on behalf of the Yi family, and consumed by anger. Ye Feng felt no compassion nor restraint. With a cold glare, Ye Feng kicked Hu Lin's lifeless body aside, not even sparing it a glance.
The battle raged on around them.
Yi Xianhai found himself entangled in combat with Lu Sandao. Although a branch of the Yi family, Yi Xianhai possessed formidable strength,
which justified his deployment to Lian City.
His movements were swift and deliberate, steadily forcing Lu Sandao to retreat. If this continued, it was merely a matter of time before Lu Sandao would face defeat, as his abilities were ultimately inferior. Ye Feng furrowed his brow. He had no time to waste in this drawn-out confrontation. A swift resolution was imperative. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the fray, his fists like the wind,
aimed directly at Yi Xianhai.
With a thunderous crash, Yi Xianhai was caught off guard and sent flying by Ye Feng's punch, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth.
Just one punch.
Yi Xianhai lay on the ground, gravely injured and unable to move. Lu Sandao was utterly astonished.
He had grossly underestimated Ye Feng's prowess. This realization only solidified his determination to follow Ye Feng.
Ye sir.
Lu Sandao attempted to speak, but Ye Feng interrupted him. We must conclude this swiftly, we cannot allow him to escape.
I still have questions to ask.
Lu Sandao nodded and rejoined the fray.
The subordinates trained by the Yi family were evenly matched with the people Lu Sandao had brought. Yet, as Lu Sandao freed himself to take part in the battle,
the tide turned overwhelmingly in their favor.
Soon, dozens of Yi family's men fell to the ground, some dead, others wounded, their cries of anguish ringing out incessantly.
Severely injured,
Yi Xianhai looked on in despair at the unfolding scene.
He pointed at Ye Feng and shouted, "You wretch, the Yi family will not spare you." Still defiant? Slap.
Ye Feng delivered another resounding blow, sending Yi Xianhai flying once more, several teeth flying from his mouth.
His face instantly swelled on one side.
Lu Sandao observed in chilling disbelief. It was crucial to note that Yi Xianhai was no ordinary foe, he was a genuine king of soldiers, even surpassing Lu Sandao in strength. Had it not been for Ye Feng's intervention, Lu Sandao would never have stood a chance. It was no wonder that for years, Yi Xianhai had maintained a foothold in Lian City, with the major families wary of provoking him. Beyond the terrifying influence of the Yi family,
it was primarily Yi Xianhai's extraordinary power that enabled him to contend against any force in Lian City.
However, he now appears utterly disheveled. His once neat hair in complete disarray, and his cheeks swollen. He sprawls on the ground like an ailing cat, at the mercy of others. As the altercation subsides, the directors who had been hiding emerge from beneath the table. Upon realizing that it is Ye Feng who has taken control of the situation, their faces light up with delight. In contrast, Xiao Jun sits in the chairman's seat, ashen-faced and lost in a daze. Ye Feng strides towards Yi Xianhai, stopping before him, and speaks emphatically, "Speak. Who orchestrated my downfall and my mother's death?"
This is the matter of utmost significance to Ye Feng. Years ago, he was wrongfully imprisoned. And while he knows that the Ye family was behind it, he remains uncertain about the individual responsible. After all, the Ye family is vast. The elder has 4 sons and countless grandchildren. When the elder of the Ye family declared Ye Feng as the rightful heir, intending to cultivate him as the successor, it threatened the positions of many direct descendants, who might seek to eliminate him. If he can pry open Ye Xianhai's lips, the fog of the past will dissipate. And everything will become clear. Upon hearing Ye Feng's inquiry, Ye Xianhai disdainfully turns his head away, showing no inclination to cooperate or divulge information. Ye Feng remains unperturbed. As long as the man lives, he will extract the answers he seeks. In Shili prison, there exists a particularly cruel form of torture, reputed to be so brutal that it could compel even the dead to speak. Ye Feng, fortuitously, is well versed in its application. Whether faced with the most vicious criminals or the esteemed warriors captured in the northwest, none dare defy Ye Feng, let alone a mere master of martial arts. Chapter 39. The soul choice. In this moment, Ye Feng had no time to waste. He swiftly ascended and brought his foot down upon Ye Xianhai's thigh. The sound of cracking bones reverberated, a familiar echo of brutality. Ah! This was followed by Ye Xianhai's anguished scream. His face contorted in agony, drained of color. He gritted his teeth in desperation. He could never have anticipated that the once feeble Ye Feng, who had been incapable of harming a fly, could now exude such terrifying power. The sheer force of a single punch that left him grievously injured was an unprecedented display of strength for Ye Xianhai. Even the most esteemed guardians within the Ye family he believed he could withstand for a few exchanges. Never would he have imagined himself in such a wretched state as today. He dared not speculate further on Ye Feng's capabilities, for he had no time to entertain such thoughts. Another swift kick from Ye Feng came crashing down, shattering his other thigh. A chilling scream echoed throughout the conference room, instilling dread in all present. Even the seasoned Lu Sandao could not help but admire Ye Feng's ruthlessness. Such torment was 100-fold more horrifying than the mere act of killing. Yet, the most terrified of all was Xiao Jun, who now appeared ashen-faced, his eyes devoid of life. Years ago, he had conspired with the Ye family to imprison Ye Feng, and the latter harbored an intense hatred for him, second only to that of the Ye family itself. Xiao Jun was left in the dark as to how Ye Feng would choose to torment him. He knew his fate would be no less brutal than that of Ye Xianhai, perhaps even more so. As this realization dawned upon him, his bones felt as though they were turning to jelly, rendering him powerless, slumping into his chair like a puddle of mud. His gaze darted around the room, which was filled with Lu Sandao's men, effectively blocking all exits. He found himself devoid of any hope of escape. Despair washed over him. Ye Feng had broken all of Ye Xianhai's limbs, yet the latter still refused to divulge any information. At this point, Ye Xianhai's tendons were severed, and he lay on the brink of death, a pitiful sight indeed. Who would have guessed that this wretched figure, now resembling a dying dog, had been a master of martial prowess merely half an hour prior? Nevertheless, he remained obstinate, unwilling to reveal the secrets of the past. Take him away. But ensure he does not perish, Ye Feng commanded with a wave of his hand, instructing his men to carry the barely conscious Ye Xianhai away. All eyes in the boardroom were fixated on Ye Feng. He was mindful not to conduct himself too bloodily in front of the assembly, opting instead to momentarily set aside the matter. Soon, several individuals escorted Ye Xianhai out, along with the fallen members of the Ye family. After a thorough cleanup, all present began to exit the conference room. The space, once crowded with dozens, now felt remarkably expansive, the recent events lingering in memory like a dream. Only the bloodstains on the carpet bore witness to the ferocity of the earlier struggle. Thus, after a 5-year hiatus, the Yunfeng group once again fell under Ye Feng's dominion. Faced with this former classmate, Xiao Jun was engulfed in panic, his heart consumed by a profound terror. After 5 years apart, Ye Feng remained the same formidable figure he had always been. Even upon his release from prison, he exhibited no signs of despondency. Rather, he radiated an even more formidable sharpness, akin to a gleaming sword poised within his heart. Old classmate, do you have nothing to say to me? Ye Feng approached Xiao Jun, who shuddered and nearly slipped from his chair. I have nothing to say. Xiao Jun stammered. Xiao Jun, I was not unkind to you in the past. I led you into entrepreneurship and bestowed upon you the largest share of our venture. Yet, you chose to betray me?
Ye Feng's eyes burned with fury, his chest heaving violently, teetering on the brink of madness. The memories of that time pierced his heart. Especially the fact that his imprisonment had led to his mother's demise, a burden he could never absolve. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Jun's previously dim eyes suddenly flickered with a glimmer of light. He shouted in anger, "Why? Why do you bask in the limelight while I am forever shrouded in your shadow? What gives you the right to be celebrated while I am ignored? Tell me, why?" Gathering the last remnants of his courage, Xiao Jun yelled at Ye Feng, his final expression of resentment. After speaking, he seemed utterly drained, collapsing to the ground.
Is that all? Is this your justification for betraying me? Ye Feng scoffed.
The bond forged through years of camaraderie ultimately succumbed to the ravages of envy. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng appeared to reach a resolution, slowly closing his eyes and intoning, "Xiao Jun, today, you must end this yourself. I have no desire to act."
Ha ha ha, you wish to kill me?
Xiao Jun was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into wild laughter.
Ye Feng remained silent,
granting him the agency to conclude his own fate, a final vestige of dignity after years of friendship.
If Xiao Jun could not choose a graceful exit,
then Ye Feng would assist him in achieving it. Xiao Jun understood that today's upheaval rendered him a defeated man, no amount of struggle could alter the outcome.
Death was his sole recourse.
Slowly rising from the ground, he felt as though his heart had turned to ashes, his gaze devoid of any spark.
He looked at Ye Feng and said, "Ye Feng, you have won."
With that, he turned to face the window of the conference room, pausing momentarily.
Suddenly,
he felt as if awakening from a dream. Moments ago, he had threatened the board members. The view below was beautiful. Yet he had not anticipated that he would ultimately be the one to claim it. After a brief moment, he slowly turned back to Ye Feng and said, "Fengzi, if you harbor even a shred of our past affection, grant my family a chance at life." Ye Feng offered no reply.
Xiao Jun let out a self-deprecating laugh. The two were now irrevocable adversaries. What room was there for sentiment? Farewell.
Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jun propelled himself forward,
becoming an arc that slipped through the window.
It was over.
Everything had concluded.
With a piercing scream, Xiao Jun's body plummeted from the 30th floor of the Yunfeng building,
crashing to the ground.
All the board members stood transfixed, gazing out the window at the spot where Xiao Jun had leaped.
An air of disbelief enveloped the room. Had Xiao Jun truly met his demise?
Just moments ago, he had exuded an aura of invincibility, only to succumb to suicide.
With Xiao Jun's passing, the Ye family's influence was eradicated, signaling the reinstatement of Ye Feng's dominion over Yunfeng Group.
Ye Feng gradually closed his eyes, took a moment to compose himself, and then turned to occupy the chairman's seat. The meeting continued, and only then did the board members regain their senses.
"Congratulations on your return, Chairman Ye," they exclaimed in unison, rising to offer their accolades. Ye Feng's resurgence at the helm of Yunfeng Group heralded substantial changes ahead. Reactions were mixed. While some rejoiced, others wore expressions of distress.
The directors who had once pledged their allegiance to Xiao Jun appeared particularly disconcerted, whereas the rest radiated delight. Notably, Zhang Guozhong, whose fortunes were now intertwined with Ye Feng's success, sensed a promising elevation in his standing within the group.
"Chairman Yi, I am aware of Xiao Jun's family whereabouts. Shall we eliminate any potential threats?"
inquired a board member, skilled in the art of flattery. Chapter 40, A Deadly Strike. The speaker was a middle-aged man named Su Yang, the executive president of Yunfeng Group.
Previously,
Zhang Guozhong had provided Ye Feng with a dossier detailing the newly appointed board members, all of whom had been promoted under Xiao Jun's patronage. They were positioned in key roles within the group, serving as Xiao Jun's support in his governance of Yunfeng Group. The reason for Su Yang's words was merely a reflection of the unfavorable circumstances. He sought to curry favor with Ye Feng, as if offering a token of allegiance. Xiao Jun would never have anticipated that those he had entrusted would so eagerly betray him, revealing that his chosen associates lacked any principles. Ye Feng cast a disdainful glance at Su Yang and coldly remarked, "They are vulnerable. What do you propose we do?"
Ye Feng's enmity with Xiao Jun was personal.
He had never intended to eradicate him completely. After all, he could not bring himself to harm women and children. Despite his deep-seated resentment towards Xiao Jun's past treachery, There remained a bond of camaraderie between them, and Ye Feng was adept at distinguishing between personal grievances and moral boundaries.
Upon hearing Ye Feng's statement,
Su Yang hastily offered a suggestion. Director Yi, they reside in Hanlin Garden.
Just drag him out, I do not wish to see him. Ye Feng interrupted.
Repulsed by the notion of conversing with such a person, doing so would be a disservice to himself.
Lu Sandao promptly kicked him out. Director Yi, I speak the truth. Su Yang Navelli believed that Ye Feng doubted his words, unaware that Ye Feng had no desire to even look at him.
Su Yang had unhesitatingly betrayed Xiao Jun and urged Ye Feng to eradicate any remnants of Xiao Jun's family. Such a character could not be permitted to remain within the company. He was a ticking time bomb, potentially ready to sell Ye Feng out to someone more powerful.
Perhaps even to members of the Yi family.
As Su Yang was taken away, the remaining 2 board members who had supported Xiao Jun turned pale with dread.
They realized that after today, their chances of remaining on the board were extinguished. However,
it was a tremendous stroke of luck that Ye Feng had not turned his wrath upon them.
In stark contrast, the fate of Xiao Jun was chilling to contemplate.
Ye Feng then proceeded to conduct the board meeting with methodical precision, implementing sweeping personnel changes within the group, directly removing several of Xiao Jun's affiliates. He assigned crucial positions to trustworthy individuals, appointing Zheng Guozhong as the executive president, a gesture of utmost gratitude towards him. Once the personnel matters were settled, Ye Feng entrusted the remaining tasks to Zheng Guozhong and departed Yunfeng building with Lu Sandao.
Downstairs, Xiao Jun's lifeless body lay in a pool of blood, grotesquely contorted from the fall.
Fortunately, most of the employees had already been granted leave, preventing any onlookers from gathering. Ye Feng promptly entered his vehicle and departed with a contingent of men. Yi Xianhai and his subordinates had all been apprehended by Lu Sandao's operatives, leaving no trace behind. Ye Feng had also instructed Zheng Guozhong to maintain strict confidentiality regarding his identity and the events of the day, officially declaring that Xiao Jun had taken his own life. As for the widow of Xiao Jun, Ye Feng did not pursue a relentless vendetta. Instead, he allowed Zheng Guozhong to settle the matter amicably. He acquired all the shares held by the opposing party, thereby bringing the issue to a close.
This was Ye Feng's greatest act of leniency towards Xiao Jun.
Without lingering at Yunfeng building, he placed his trust in Zheng Guozhong's capability to manage the situation effectively. At the Xingxing Tavern, in the dimly lit basement, Yi Xianhai lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, bloodied and suffering from multiple fractures.
He was in a state of near unconsciousness, hanging by a thread.
Ye Feng brought him back to this place and immediately subjected him to the most horrific tortures known within the confines of Shili prison. Numerous criminals and foreign spies had succumbed under such torment, divulging all their secrets.
How much easier would it be to break a mere Yi Xianhai?
Previously in Shili prison, Ye Feng recalled that the most resilient among the captives was an overseas warlord. After being captured by Ye Feng himself, the warlord, who had initially been defiant,
was afforded the highest level of hospitality by Ye Feng.
Remarkably, his willpower was unyielding. He held out for 3 days before finally surrendering and revealing the necessary information. Yi Xianhai, under Ye Feng's hospitality, lasted just over an hour before he laid bare the events of years gone by.
With the fog in Ye Feng's mind dissipated, he suddenly comprehended everything that had transpired back then.
His interactions with the Yi family had been limited, and his understanding of them superficial. This ignorance was one of the pivotal reasons he had fallen prey to treachery. The elder Yi had 3 sons and 1 daughter.
The eldest was Ye Feng's adoptive father, Yi Xianxian.
The second son was Yi Xianru, and the third, Yi Xianhui.
The youngest daughter was named Yi Changge.
It was the second and third branches, namely Yi Xianru and Yi Xianhui, who sought to undermine Ye Feng.
From the moment the elder Yi intended to groom Ye Feng, their interests were directly threatened. After all, as the heir to the family, who would willingly relinquish their position?
Seeing no option to thwart him, they acted with haste,
orchestrating Ye Feng's swift arrest and imprisonment. Had it not been for the covert assistance of Ye Feng's aunt and his adoptive father,
Ye Feng might have already met his demise.
Regarding his mother's death, Yi Xianhai provided some insights.
He mentioned that after Ye Feng was incarcerated, Chen Mei had visited the Yi family but did not encounter either Yi Xianxian or the elder Yi. Instead, she faced the disdainful matriarch of the Yi family, who had always harbored animosity towards her. Following that encounter, Chen Mei returned to Lianqing in a state of despair and passed away within a month.
Upon receiving this information,
Ye Feng clenched his fists, his chest heaving with rising fury. Regardless of the mysteries surrounding Chen Mei's death, accountability must be demanded from the Ye family. Particularly from the matriarch who had seen Chen Mei. Ye Feng took a deep breath, his gaze turning icy.
The Ye family. Striving to quell his anger, he glanced at the nearly lifeless Ye Xianhai on the floor. In a decisive motion, Ye Feng brought his palm down, shattering Ye Xianhai's skull. Blood gushing forth and staining his expensive Armani suit, as Ye Xianhai breathed his last.
Ye Xianhai met an untimely demise. His death is merely a beginning, not an end. The flames of wrath burning within Ye Feng can only be extinguished by the blood of those from the Ye family. As he stepped out of the Star Tavern, it was already midday, and the cold wind bit at his face, sending shivers through him. The matters concerning Ye Xianhai's death and the handling of his subordinates can simply be entrusted to Lu Sandao. Such affairs are well within their expertise. In the past, at Xia Haixing's boxing gym, fatalities occurred daily, yet they were managed with impeccable precision, thus, this situation poses no significant challenge for them. After leaving the Star Tavern, Ye Feng returned home directly. The following day, the news of Xiao Jun's death detonated like a bomb in Lianqing, stirring tumultuous waves of shock. Chapter 41, The Shock of Lian City. In a matter of mere hours, the dramatic upheaval within Yunfeng Group reverberated throughout Lian City. The enigmatic demise of Xiao Jun, in particular, raised numerous eyebrows. Although Yunfeng Group publicly declared that Xiao Jun succumbed to depression and, overwhelmed by pressure, leapt from the pinnacle of the company to end his young life, the families within Lian City speculated that his death might be the consequence of internal corporate strife. Yet, who among them would dare to lay hands on Xiao Jun, shielded as he was by the formidable Ye family? Due to the company's efforts to suppress information, many remained oblivious to the true events that transpired the previous day. Only snippets of rumors provided a glimpse into the reality, leaving the rest shrouded in ambiguity and reliant on conjecture. This bred a sense of crisis among many families, casting a pall of unease over Lian City. The Chen family, particularly sensitive since the downfall of Xia Haisheng, felt the weight of anxiety. As the year drew to a close, all factions were astounded by the upheaval at Yunfeng Group. To Ye Feng, these sordid affairs were trifles. He regarded Xiao Jun's death as just desserts. The Ye family's influence, in his eyes, was merely a target to be eliminated. His ambitions extended far beyond the demise of a mere pawn like Ye Xianhai. They reached towards the distant provincial capital, to the ominous Ye family estate. There, some individuals were far more deserving of their fate. The insignificant offshoot, Ye Xianhai, was but a sacrificial piece in Ye Feng's grand design. It was the formidable matriarchs, Ye Xianru and Ye Xianhui, who truly embodied the source of his hatred. Their heads would appease the wrath that festered within him. In Ye Feng's perspective, even the blood of many could not restore the life of his mother. In the past few days, Ye Feng found himself pressed for time, needing to meticulously reconfigure Yunfeng Group's developmental strategy for the coming years. Over the last couple of years, the company had strayed from the trajectory envisioned prior to Ye Feng's return, gradually descending into decline. Now that he had regained control, it was imperative to bolster the enterprise. With his strategic acumen, he believed that leveraging Yunfeng Group's current advantages, transforming it into a trillion-yuan enterprise within the next few years was not an insurmountable challenge. As Ye Feng prepared to step out, Luo Yan arrived at his residence, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing him. "Brother Feng, would you accompany me out today?" In her mind, it was clear that since Ye Feng had just returned and had yet to commence work, his schedule must be quite flexible. With a resigned gesture, Ye Feng replied, "Xiao Yan, I am not available today. How about this? You could invite Xiao Hong to join you for a shopping spree." "Brother Feng, what have you been up to these past few days? You seem so busy." "I've arranged to meet some friends to explore potential job opportunities." Ye Feng chose to withhold details about Yunfeng Group, as it was still in a confidential phase, and he preferred to keep certain matters under wraps. Upon hearing Ye Feng was job hunting, Luo Yan's face brightened. "Really? Then you must put in your best effort." In truth, she had heard no shortage of gossip regarding Ye Feng from the neighbors over these past few days. Among the most prevalent rumors is that Ye Feng has a criminal record, having served time in prison, which undoubtedly complicates his quest for employment. Each time Luo Yan hears this, her heart brims with indignation, yearning to voice a rebuttal. Yet, she finds herself powerless, for their arguments are grounded in reason.
Moreover, it is true that Ye Feng currently finds himself unemployed. Should Ye Feng's life find its way back onto a stable path, Luo Yan would genuinely rejoice for him from the depths of her heart. Truly, when has Brother Feng ever deceived you? Ye Feng offers a faint smile.
He has always maintained this demeanor, treating those close to him with warmth and cheer.
For those familiar with him,
it is difficult to fathom that individuals like Xia Haisheng fell victim to his formidable prowess.
Brother Feng, you have no idea what others are saying about your return. Enough of that, we must take our leave. Let them say what they will, can you truly silence their tongues? With that, he strides towards the exit. Luo Yan hastily follows, timidly inquiring, Brother Feng, do you truly not care?
You little gossip, hurry up and get in the car, Ye Feng retorts playfully, evading her question.
Before entering the vehicle,
Ye Feng drives the Lexus he acquired from Zhang Guozhong, speeding along the road.
Upon entering the city,
he delivers Luo Yan to the Lianqing shopping mall, instructing her to wait for Qiu Hong there.
Ye Feng then proceeds directly to Yunfeng building.
The security personnel at the entrance have been replaced, the faces are unfamiliar, likely a temporary reassignment from Zhang Guozhong, while the previous guards have probably been dismissed.
The Lexus Ye Feng drives is not ostentatious, blending in seamlessly.
Upon announcing Zhang Guozhong's name, he is met with no request for identification.
After parking,
Ye Feng ascends to the top floor via a dedicated elevator, one that was previously reserved for Xiao Jun, forbidden to all other employees.
Director Yi. Director Yi.
Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Guozhong and Li Song, who had been waiting at the door, simultaneously address him. Both men are impeccably dressed in suits,
radiating vitality and confidence.
Director Yi, fortuitously you arrived yesterday, otherwise, I would have been at a loss, Li Song exclaims, still astonished by the events of the previous day.
After clashing with Xiao Jun, he had been forcibly removed by the Yi family's enforcers, and an altercation seemed imminent. Thankfully, at a critical moment,
Ye Feng came to his rescue. Old Li, you are a man of courage, commendable, Ye Feng praises. Li Song, not particularly old himself, is in his early 30s.
Slightly older than Ye Feng, yet one of the founding members of their enterprise.
Ye Feng has always referred to him as Old Li Zhang Guozhong. Upon hearing this, gives a thumbs up, saying, Old Li, to be honest, had I not followed Director Yi, I doubt I would possess your bravery. Li Song chuckles awkwardly, responding, I would never consent to Xiao Jun's reform proposal, even at the cost of my life. In that moment, my blood was boiling,
and I had nothing left to lose.
Enough of this chatter, let us step inside and continue our discussion, Ye Feng suggests.
Ye Feng was the first to enter the office. This chairman's office had originally belonged to Xiao Jun.
It was spacious and bright, adorned with opulent decorations,
featuring a vast floor-to-ceiling window.
Standing before this window offered a breathtaking view of the bustling commercial district, resembling a monarch surveying the entirety of Lian City from above, evoking a sense of dominion over all. As Ye Feng surveyed his surroundings, he noted that while the decor was lavish, it did not align with his personal taste. Zhang Guozhong, seasoned by the vicissitudes of the business world and adept at reading the room, immediately discerned Ye Feng's sentiments. Chairman Yi, in a couple of days, I will arrange for someone to come and redecorate this space.
You may choose the style of decoration.
Ye Feng nodded in agreement. After all, the furnishings were remnants of Xiao Jun's tenure, which he found somewhat disconcerting and certainly in need of change.
All right. Please take a seat so we can discuss the company's plans for the coming year.
Meanwhile, downstairs, a business vehicle pulled into Yunfeng Group, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the secretary named Xian Xian, who worked for Lu Engying.
Chapter 42, A Cry for Help. Recently,
Engying has been troubled by matters concerning the Lu family, leaving her with neither the inclination nor the time to attend to the affairs of the company. The Dreamthink company has a crucial collaboration with Yunfeng Group, which originally required Engying to personally discuss terms with a director from Yunfeng.
However, due to the Lu family's issues,
Lu Engying, overwhelmed, could only delegate the task to Xian Xian, who would be responsible for signing the contract. Although Dreamthink company is not insignificant in scale, it pales in comparison to Yunfeng Group. Neither Xian Xian nor Lu Engying holds the qualifications to meet an individual of such high stature as the president of Yunfeng Group. In fact, the collaboration between DreamThink Company and Ye Feng Group had been negotiated and settled long ago.
Yet, it has always been one step away from finalization, lacking only the signing of the contract.
They hope for a smooth resolution this time.
Xian, in the car, secretly encouraged herself. However, the thought of that corpulent,
lecherous director filled her with revulsion. With the chairman of Ye Feng Group having committed suicide, she wondered if such a significant upheaval would affect their collaboration.
Xian was not optimistic about this trip.
Skillfully maneuvering the business vehicle, she found a suitable parking spot.
Dressed impeccably,
Xian stepped out clutching the contract and made her way to the top floor of Ye Feng Group. The building was vast, with the upper echelons of the company predominantly operating on the top floor. Thus, to locate the director, she had no choice but to ascend to that level. In her high heels, Xian swayed her hips as she approached an office door.
Knocking softly, she announced her presence. "Come in."
A gruff voice beckoned from within. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. Inside sat a rotund man at the desk, who looked up upon her entrance, his eyes gleaming with interest.
"Miss Xian? What brings you here? Where is Director Lu?" This man, named Luo Ren, was the operations director of Ye Feng Group, overseeing the planning and leasing of shopping malls under the Group's banner.
In recent years, Ye Feng Group has expanded beyond just the Lianqing Mall, employing the same successful model to flourish in numerous locations. Presently, Ye Feng Group boasts nearly 10 shopping malls in major cities across Lingnan province.
Undoubtedly,
the malls under its name attract significant foot traffic, with many brand stores eager to collaborate, hoping to elevate their own visibility through Ye Feng's esteemed venues.
Xian,
aware of the director's salacious gaze, felt a wave of nausea but managed to suppress her discomfort, smiling gracefully as she spoke. "Our chairman is unavailable today,
so I will be negotiating with Director Luo." Xian was a stunning woman, her beauty rivaling that of Lu Yingying, enough to captivate anyone.
Particularly striking was her well-tailored suit, with a fitted blouse that barely contained her figure. To Luo Ren, the vision before him was undeniably alluring, igniting his desires. Upon hearing that Lu Yingying would not be present, he felt a tinge of disappointment, quickly replaced by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Even the enchanting figure before him was sufficient to stir his heart. In truth, the collaboration with DreamThink Company represented a mutually advantageous endeavor, and through numerous negotiations,
Lu Yingying had already made considerable concessions.
Luo Ren's reluctance to agree to the partnership with DreamThink stemmed merely from his desire to exchange the contract for physical favors. Having served as the operations director for many years, he had employed such tactics with great success. Originally, he was confident in his ability to win over Lu Yingying, and he believed he could do the same with Xian. He rose, adjusted his bulging suit, and approached Xian, displaying a lecherous smile as he said, "Miss Xian, signing the contract is not out of the question. It's just..." He paused, his greasy hands reaching directly for Xuan's delicate, fair hand, laden with suggestive implications. Xian frowned, yanked her hand away, her face clouded with anger as she replied sternly, "Mr. Luo, please conduct yourself with more respect." Countless women had entered this office seeking assistance, and he had always succeeded in making them yield. He presumed Xian was merely putting on an act, and he moved closer,
wrapping an arm around her waist.
"Xian, if you comply with me, not only will I secure this contract for you, but you will also have access to endless wealth."
"Isn't that preferable to being a mere secretary at DreamThink? If you are willing, I can arrange a position for you at Ye Feng Group."
With that, he began to grope her indiscriminately. Xian attempted to struggle, but Luo Ren tightened his grip. In a moment of heated desperation, she slapped him across the face.
Pushing him away as she exclaimed, "Luo Ren, what do you think you're doing?"
Luo Ren was momentarily stunned. Who dared to strike him within the company?
His shock quickly morphed into fury as he pointed at Xian, exclaiming, "You filthy whore, what are you pretending for? Today, I shall have my way with you."
With that, he lunged toward her.
Xuan's face went pale as she hurried toward the door.
In her panic, her high heel slipped, causing her to fall to the ground.
Luo Ren,
seeing this, let out a laugh and pressed himself down upon her, intent on forcing his advances.
In the chairman's office,
Ye Feng unveiled the future development blueprint of the company to the two highest-ranking executives. The more they listened, the more engrossed they became, indeed. If the company continued to develop according to this plan, reaching the trillion threshold within the next 2 years would no longer be a mere dream.
Deep within, they felt genuine admiration for Ye Feng's business acumen.
Well, now that you have a general idea, the actual implementation will depend on everyone's efforts.
With that, Ye Feng concluded his presentation.
Chairman Yi, we will do our utmost to execute this business plan promptly and begin implementation next year, Zhang Guozhong asserted, thumping his chest proudly. Both Zhang Guozhong and Li Song were individuals in whom Ye Feng placed immense trust. With these two managing the company's operations, he felt considerably relieved,
knowing he only needed to oversee the larger developmental direction.
Very well, henceforth the affairs of the group will be entrusted to the two of you.
In due time, I shall consider increasing your shares. Thank you, Director Yi.
Thank you, Director Yi.
The two quickly expressed their gratitude.
There is no need for thanks.
I assess matters purely based on capability.
Should the group flourish, you will be rewarded accordingly, Ye Feng stated earnestly.
This illustrates Ye Feng's expansive vision.
He is not stingy with shares, as long as one can generate value for the company. Therefore, he would not hesitate to allocate more deserved shares to capable individuals.
Now, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave.
Ye Feng rose, preparing to exit the company, as that young lady, Luo Yan, was waiting for him to pick her up.
We shall see you off.
The two promptly stood to accompany him.
Upon leaving the office and heading toward the elevator,
Ye Feng happened to pass by Luo Ren's office.
Help!
A cry for help resonated from within. The soundproofing of the office was quite effective, although the voice was soft. It still distinctly reached Ye Feng's ears.
Chapter 43, could it be him?
Ye Feng halted his steps, his brows slightly furrowed. This was the Yunfeng group. How could there be cries for help?
However, he was certain that the sound emanated from an office nearby.
He cautiously approached the director's office and inquired, "Old Zhang, whose office is this?" As a few individuals gathered before the director's office, the woman's voice suddenly ceased, yet the sound of banging persisted from within. Even Zhang Guozhong could discern it and hurriedly knocked on the door.
"Who is it?"
A rough voice responded, breathless.
"Luo Ren, what is happening in there?"
Zhang Guozhong asked, frowning. Luo Ren's rank was slightly lower than his, yet previously, he had been subdued by Xiao Jun. In reality, his authority was considerably less than Luo Ren's, for the latter,
as an operations director, wielded power over all commercial affairs of the company.
After being assigned to the Lianqing Mall, his jurisdiction was strictly limited to that location,
unable to encroach upon others.
Nevertheless, his position as a board member afforded him a level of respect within Yunfeng. Inside, Luo Ren had pinned Xianxian to the ground, covering her mouth, terrified that she might scream and alert those outside. Although Ye Feng stood outside, he knew there were indeed people inside.
He twisted the doorknob, attempting to gain entry, only to find it locked tight.
"Luo Ren, open the door," Zhang Guozhong commanded in a low voice. Zhang Guozhong was well aware of Luo Ren's true nature. It was rumored that he often exploited his power to coerce attractive women from partner companies into submission. This was no secret within the company. However, as Luo Ren had been promoted by Su Yang, a staunch supporter of Xiao Jun, the company turned a blind eye to such misconduct. Even if Zhang Guozhong disapproved, he felt powerless to intervene. Zhang Guozhong had been contemplating a purge of the mid-level management at Yunfeng Group to establish his authority, and Luo Ren presented an opportune target. With silence resonating from within, Ye Feng stepped back and forcefully kicked the office door open. The door splintered under the impact, revealing a shocking scene. Beneath Luo Ren's corpulent frame lay a delicate beauty, her hands and feet restrained, her clothing torn asunder, both individuals in a disheveled state.
"Luo Ren, what are you doing here?"
Zhang Guozhong's voice was grave.
"Zhang. Director."
Luo Ren stammered, panic-stricken, utterly flustered and unable to articulate a coherent response, his expression one of acute embarrassment. Xianxian, trapped beneath him, was a sight to behold, her hair disheveled, garments tattered, her voluptuous form exposed.
The lace edges were completely revealed, exceedingly alluring.
Seizing the moment of Luo Ren's disarray, Xianxian kicked him directly in the stomach. His heavy body toppled backward, and she scrambled to her feet, hastily fleeing towards the door. Ye Feng gazed upon Xian Xian, his mind devoid of the inclination to admire her beauty, as he found her visage somewhat familiar. Yet, he could not recall their previous encounter. Out of courtesy, he hastily removed his overcoat and offered it to her, asking, "Are you all right?"
"And no. I'm fine."
Xian Xian stammered, trembling as she accepted the garment, her voice quivering with fear as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes.
Shaking,
she draped the coat over her shoulders to conceal her exposed form and then crouched by the wall of the corridor, covering her face as she wept bitterly.
Such occurrences,
though distressing, are regrettably commonplace in the workplace. Many companies experience similar incidents, and it is not solely a phenomenon exclusive to Yunfeng.
However, many women often choose to compromise,
while a minority, suffering indignities, dare not speak out, ultimately opting for a quiet resolution. The beauty of women, while conferring certain advantages in both professional and commercial spheres, simultaneously attracts countless predators, leaving them vulnerable to being devoured in a moment of carelessness.
This is the poignant and unjust reality faced by many women. Jean. General.
Luo Ren clumsily scrambled to his feet, panic etched across his face, struggling to utter a single word.
"How dare you engage in such behavior within the company, Luo Ren?" Zhang Guozhong reprimanded sternly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ren hastily knelt, his voice trembling. "Zhang, please spare me this once."
Zhang Guozhong dismissed him with indifference, directly calling the security department to have him escorted away.
Luo Ren's transgressions extended beyond this incident.
He was implicated in embezzlement and misappropriation within the company, and Zhang Guozhong intended to pursue these matters thoroughly. Meanwhile, Xian Xian remained on the carpet, cradling her head and sobbing uncontrollably.
Zhang Guozhong, noticing her distress, approached and exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Xian Xian?"
She had been responsible for overseeing the brand store when Mengxi Company established its presence in Lianqing Mall. Zhang Guozhong had interacted with her on several occasions during that time. The success of the Mengxi store had indeed prompted the company to consider opening additional outlets under the auspices of the Yunfeng Group.
"Do you know her?" Ye Feng inquired with curiosity.
"She is from Mengxi Company, we have met before." Zhang Guozhong replied awkwardly with a smile.
"Mengxi?" Ye Feng recalled the name. Not long ago, he had accompanied Luo Yan and others to purchase cosmetics from Mengxi, leaving a lasting impression.
Although he was not well versed in cosmetics,
the enthusiasm of Luo Yan and Xiao Hong suggested that the company's products were indeed exceptional, garnering the affection of many young women. Despite not being a luxury brand, it wielded considerable influence.
"Old Zhang, I have heard of this company, their products are highly regarded and favored by many young women," Ye Feng remarked.
"Indeed.
It is a local brand in Lianqing, known for both quality and authenticity. Otherwise, I would not have permitted them to set up shop in the mall." Zhang Guozhong replied respectfully. At that moment, Xian Xian had regained her composure and cautiously raised her gaze, observing Zhang Guozhong conversing with a young man of unremarkable appearance. Due to the angle, Ye Feng remained with his back turned to her, preventing her from recognizing him. However, their conversation left her utterly astonished. Zhang Guozhong treated the young man with utmost respect, akin to a subordinate reporting to a superior. Zhang Guozhong had already held a significant position within Yunfeng Group, and after the suicide of Xiao Jun and the subsequent upheavals within the company, his stature had risen even higher.
Apart from the enigmatic chairman,
he had become the most influential figure in Yunfeng Group. He was no longer required to bow to anyone, yet his demeanor towards this young man was surprisingly deferential. Due to the stringent information blockade, aside from the board members, no one knew who the chairman of Yunfeng Group was. Even those within the organization were oblivious,
let alone outsiders like Xian Xian.
The information they had access to was merely fragmented rumors circulating outside, leaving them completely unaware of the true identity of the insider.
At that moment, a bold speculation crossed her mind. Could he be the chairman of Yunfeng Group?
With his overcoat draped over her shoulders? Xian Xian felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Nevertheless, she quickly dismissed her thoughts, despite his remarkable aura. His attire was inexpensive and did not resemble that of a leader of a major corporation.
Who could he possibly be? Just then, Zhang Guozhong finished a brief introduction of the Mengxi Group. Ye Feng felt reassured and instructed Zheng Guozhong, "Old Zhang, if you find it satisfactory, arrange for someone else to negotiate promptly. Moreover, I do not wish to witness a repeat of today's events." With that, he slowly turned around and came face to face with Xian Xian. The sight of Ye Feng struck her with profound shock. It was him. Chapter 44. His name is Li Hai. Upon recognizing Ye Feng's visage, Xian Xian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Ever since their fleeting encounter at the Liancheng Mall, she had increasingly convinced herself that he was Coco's father. Following Yin Ying's suggestion, she had painstakingly sought information, but to no avail. Her subsequent work commitments had hindered her from pursuing the matter further. Little did she anticipate that she would encounter Ye Feng once more in this place. And his identity seemed quite extraordinary, as even Zhang Guozhong treated him with utmost respect. Just as she was about to inquire, Ye Feng addressed Zhang Guozhong, saying, "Old Zhang, please handle this matter appropriately, I have other pressing engagements." With that, he departed abruptly, leaving no opportunity for Xian Xian to speak. His hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor until he vanished from sight. Helplessly, Xian Xian suppressed her curiosity, gazing blankly at Ye Feng's retreating figure. "Miss Xian, are you all right?" Zhang Guozhong inquired, observing her dazed expression. Xian Xian snapped back to reality and quickly asked, "Mr. Zhang, who is he? What is his name?" Zhang Guozhong was momentarily taken aback by her question, before replying, "Oh, you mean that young man? He is the son of one of our clients, named Li Hai." Unbeknownst to Xian Xian, Zhang Guozhong had misled her, following Ye Feng's prior instructions to conceal his identity. Ye Feng believed it was not yet the time to reveal himself, especially to avoid alerting the Yi family. Upon hearing the name, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xian Xian's face. It seemed he was not Coco's father, merely someone who bore a striking resemblance. "Is something the matter, Miss Xian? Are you interested in this young gentleman?" Zhang Guozhong probed cautiously. "Not at all. Not at all."
Xian Xian hurriedly explained, "He simply resembles an old friend of mine."
Zhang Guozhong quickly understood and chose not to dwell on the topic further. He continued, "Miss Xian,
I apologize for the events that transpired here.
We will ensure that Luo Ren's misconduct is handed over to the authorities."
Xian Xian remained silent, as today's events had been profoundly disheartening for her. Had it not been for her unexpected encounter with Ye Feng, she might still be lost in her thoughts. Seeing her silence, Zhang Guozhong hastily added, "Miss Xian, allow me to arrange for someone to escort you home.
As for our collaboration,
I will send a team to your company to discuss matters as compensation for today's incident."
Zhang Guozhong's considerate demeanor was indeed commendable.
Xian Xian found no reason for dissatisfaction and merely nodded in agreement. His adept handling of the situation was thorough and meticulous, leaving no room for criticism. He enlisted a reliable subordinate to see Xian Xian safely away, before instructing the details of the collaboration with Meng Si Company.
If all went well, the partnership between Meng Si and Yunfeng Group would be solidified. Since leaving Yunfeng Building, Ye Feng went directly to Liancheng Mall. Just as he was about to call Luo Yan, an incoming call interrupted him. It was Su Weiwei. He hurriedly answered. "Old classmate, have you been busy lately?" came Su Weiwei's melodious voice from the other end. In the past, Su Weiwei was not only beautiful but also possessed an enchanting voice. She was the cultural committee member of their class. Many had pursued her, yet Ye Feng could hardly fathom that she had ended up with such an unworthy man. Perhaps the sting of her unrequited feelings for Ye Feng back then, or perhaps other more complex reasons, had led her to this point. Regardless of the cause, the fact remained that her life over the past few years had been quite tumultuous. Hearing Su Weiwei's words, Ye Feng sighed, "My dear Miss Su, I am currently unemployed and have plenty of time. Are you inviting me to dinner?" Su Weiwei seemed to be in good spirits today, cheerfully replying, "It's a small matter. Come to Liancheng Mall, I'll treat you to a grand meal. I happen to be here. Why don't you come up to my shop and offer some guidance?" "All right. I'll be there shortly," Ye Feng responded before ending the call. He then entered the mall and sent a message to Luo Yan, asking her to wait for a moment at the entrance. Upon arriving at Su Weiwei's shop, he noticed it was bustling with young couples shopping for clothes. Ye Feng had previously seen the trendy and innovative styles in her store, which were perfect for the youth.
She had employed 2 polite and enthusiastic sales assistants who were helping customers try on various outfits. If the shop continued to operate in this manner, it would undoubtedly avoid the fate of nearing bankruptcy. Ye Feng stood at the entrance and did not enter right away. When Su Weiwei, busy with her work, spotted him, she set her tasks aside and rushed out, exclaiming, "How did you get here so quickly? The business looks great. It's all thanks to you. Without your help, I would have been on the streets by now."
"Thank you, Ye Feng,"
Su Weiwei said earnestly, her smile fading for a moment.
"Indeed."
If she had not fortuitously met Ye Feng, her shop would have been facing closure. Had it not been for Ye Feng's advice to dismiss those 2 sales assistants, she wouldn't be experiencing such success today. Although Ye Feng hadn't directly assisted much, his influence on her was profound.
Su Weiwei felt genuinely grateful. "What's wrong? Are you so moved that you're about to burst into tears? Planning to offer yourself in return?" Ye Feng teased. "How inappropriate," Su Weiwei retorted. Now, she understood that any romantic notions with Ye Feng were impossible. Thus, she no longer harbored emotional fantasies, cherishing instead the camaraderie from their school days. "Well then, do you think there is anything else I should change?"
Ye Feng pondered for a moment while observing the shop and finally said, "If you wish to satisfy Shaoan,
this setup is already quite commendable.
If one aspires to cultivate a flourishing career, it is indeed imperative to alter operational strategies."
Su Weiwei was once a woman of ambition, achieving commendable success in her endeavors.
However, marriage proved to be a substantial setback for her, not only wreaking havoc on her personal life but also hindering her professional aspirations. Now divorced, her focus has shifted predominantly towards her career.
Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, she promptly exclaimed, "Old classmate, I certainly wish to expand and thrive. Let us dine first, and afterward, I would appreciate your insights." She is an astute woman who has never underestimated Ye Feng. She recognizes that his ability to establish a billion-dollar enterprise from scratch marks him as a true mogul in the business realm. His counsel is invaluable, potentially presenting a significant opportunity for her professional journey. Chapter 45, Enlightenment. Thus, Su Weiwei cherished this opportunity and greatly valued the opinions offered by Ye Feng. "Weiwei, do you mind if I invite a couple more people?" he inquired. "Not at all, the more, the merrier," Su Weiwei graciously replied. The 2 then made their way downstairs.
Perhaps due to a slight improvement in circumstances, Su Weiwei opted not to dine at the mall's restaurant this time but instead sought a more upscale establishment. Upon reaching the mall's entrance, they spotted Luo Yan and Xiao Hong waiting outside, their arms laden with numerous bags, suggesting they had made quite a few purchases. Luo Yan noticed Ye Feng's arrival and waved, calling out, "Fengge, over here." After exchanging pleasantries, Ye Feng drove the 3 of them, following Su Weiwei's directions, to a restaurant named Leiden. "Fengge, how is your job search going?" As they entered the private room of the restaurant, Luo Yan eagerly asked. "It's going all right," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. "What do you mean by all right?" she pressed. "I should be able to start working after the new year," he deflected casually. Su Weiwei found herself speechless. The young girl was indeed naive, unable to discern Ye Feng's true circumstances, and was even worrying about his employment. Although Ye Feng had served time in prison, his capabilities and the connections he had previously established meant he would hardly struggle to find work. The attitude of Zhang Guozhong towards Ye Feng was a clear indicator of this. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "That's wonderful. Those people are just talkative. Saying you can't find a job, that no company wants you," Luo Yan expressed indignantly. It was evident that she had heard such gossip from neighbors, which had caused her considerable concern. Recently, Ye Feng and Luo Yan had grown closer, and some had even advised her against associating with a former convict. However, Luo Yan kept these sentiments to herself, fearing it might hurt Ye Feng's pride. "Old classmate, what do you think I should do to expand my shop?" Su Weiwei, unconcerned about Ye Feng's employment situation, recognized him as a golden dragon who would not be confined to shallow waters. Her thoughts were more focused on her own career. This was a rare opportunity to seek Ye Feng's advice, and future chances might not be as plentiful. Upon hearing Su Weiwei's question, Ye Feng inquired, "Weiwei, didn't you study fashion design?" "Yes," Su Weiwei nodded. Once, she had harbored dreams of becoming a renowned fashion designer.
However, a series of unforeseen developments,
coupled with the constraints of marriage, had thwarted her aspirations in this field. With her confirmation, Ye Feng continued, I have observed the clothing in your store. The styles are innovative, trendy, and quite popular among the public.
If I am not mistaken, they must have originated from your designs. Su Weiwei nodded and replied.
In my spare time, I design some garments and collaborate with small processing factories for production.
However, due to insufficient funds, the craftsmanship is rather crude,
and I am unable to produce them in large quantities.
Su Weiwei expressed her disappointment. Vivi, do you believe in me?
You can certainly establish your own fashion company. And in the future, your store can evolve towards becoming a recognized brand. Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei smiled bitterly and replied, having such thoughts is futile.
I currently lack the necessary funds.
Indeed, starting a clothing company requires substantial capital, and launching a brand store demands even greater investment.
The promotion of brand recognition will necessitate considerable effort. Many individuals have faltered at this hurdle.
Furthermore, without design achievements and industry accolades,
it is challenging for a clothing company to gain prominence.
Su Weiwei is not in a position to bear such expenses at present. There are many talented individuals in the world, yet few truly carve out a successful career in the industry.
Vivi, are you interested in pursuing this path?
If you genuinely wish to do so, I might be able to offer you some resources. Ye Feng contemplated that if Su Weiwei was earnest in her desire to forge a career, he could assist her. Whether it be the startup capital required to establish a company or the resources to open a brand store, he could provide support. Particularly in the matter of opening a brand store, he could facilitate preferential treatment from the shopping centers under Ye Feng Group.
Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei's breath became heavy, and she excitedly exclaimed, Ye Feng, is that true? If conditions permit, I would like to give it a try. That is not an issue.
Please prepare a business development plan for me to review, and I will make appropriate adjustments. I will find solutions to any other problems. Ye Feng nodded in agreement.
Ye Feng, thank you. Su Weiwei was nearly in tears from her excitement. Over the years,
her unhappy marriage had compelled her to bear the weight of her family alone. The misfortunes in her career had left her in significant debt. During her most challenging times, she had sought help from what she once believed were her closest friends and classmates. However, the warmth of human connections had faded, and many avoided her. Some even suggested she engage in dubious activities to navigate her difficulties, which was a tremendous humiliation for the proud Su Weiwei. Each time she reflected on this, she found herself without anyone to confide in. Yet, Ye Feng, recalling their bond from years ago, repeatedly offered her assistance, providing her with a sense of security she had long yearned for.
With eyes reddened, Su Weiwei gazed deeply at Ye Feng, momentarily at a loss for words.
The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward, prompting Ye Feng to break the silence, saying, All right, let us not give anyone a spectacle, there are others present. He then pulled out a tissue from the table and handed it to her. Su Weiwei, now smiling through her tears, accepted the tissue and dabbed at her moist eyes.
Brother Feng, are you planning to start a company with Sister Weiwei? Luo Yan inquired, approaching them. Ye Feng nodded.
Wow, Brother Feng, when I graduate, I can work for you and Sister Weiwei. Xiu Hong, who had remained silent, chimed in teasingly. You little girl, your family is quite wealthy.
Do you really need to work for someone?
Ye Feng replied candidly. Li Qiuhong undoubtedly hails from a family of considerable means, despite her reluctance to disclose such information. However, with Ye Feng's discerning eye, it becomes evident that this young woman is certainly not the offspring of impoverished parents.
Who said I don't need it?
I am quite poor, you know, Li Qiuhong hastily refuted. Ye Feng merely smiled, offering no reply. Ye Feng, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Su Weiwei suddenly interjected.
What is it? Tomorrow, our class is hosting a reunion. Will you attend?
Su Weiwei inquired cautiously.
A high school reunion?
Ye Feng pondered. Having lost contact with everyone since his enrollment, he hesitated, initially inclined to decline the invitation. Su Weiwei continued. Our homeroom teacher has retired and has not been in good health these past few years.
Don't you want to pay him a visit?
Chapter 46. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Ye Feng was lost in thought, reminiscing about his former mentor.
So many years had passed.
And he must have retired by now. It had been 5 or 6 years since they last met. Upon hearing that his teacher's health had deteriorated, Ye Feng hurriedly inquired.
Wei Wei, how is the teacher?
Su Weiwei responded slowly, I haven't seen teacher 2 in many years either. I've only heard that he has some issues with his legs. Ye Feng sighed in relief upon hearing this. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that attending the class reunion was not out of the question.
Initially, he had been resistant,
as the accusations against him had once brought deep disappointment, even shame, to those teachers. Although he had been wrongfully imprisoned, he still found himself at a loss for words. In the eyes of many, he was no longer the once promising prodigy but rather a figure of ridicule, a convict.
Yet now,
he had reclaimed his company and was once again the Ye Feng of old. Perhaps certain matters warranted explanation to his teacher. Meeting him once more was not a monumental affair.
Wei Wei, how about I accompany you tomorrow?
Ye Feng resolved within himself and agreed to Su Weiwei's request.
At this moment,
their meal was served, and the two engaged in discussions regarding Su Weiwei's aspirations to establish a clothing company.
Ye Feng, lacking expertise in the fashion industry,
could only offer suggestions regarding business models, while the intricate details of execution would rest upon Su Weiwei. This was a testament to Ye Feng's astuteness. In the early days of his entrepreneurial journey, he excelled at utilizing talent. Anyone with capability was welcomed without scrutiny and given the opportunity to shine. Zheng Guozhong and Li Song were both elevated through such means. As a classmate, Ye Feng had never contemplated developing Su Weiwei as a subordinate. His intentions were purely to offer support. Meanwhile, at the company, under Zhang Guozhong's careful management, Xian was returned to Mengxi Company. The ordinary employees had already left for the day, with only some management remaining.
Upon her return, Xian went straight to Lu Yingying's office. Xian, what happened to you?
Lu Yingying rushed over, concerned at the sight of Xuan's disheveled appearance.
Coco was not present, likely taken away by Lu Yingying's parents. It was that lecher, Lu Oren. He bullied me today.
Xian, back at the company, still bore a look of grievance, her eyes reddened. She recounted the events involving Yunfeng Group to Lu Yingying.
Lu Yingying frowned upon hearing this, her gaze falling on Xuan's tattered clothing. I should not have let you go. Yingying.
I'm just glad I encountered the president of Yunfeng Group, otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences.
Lu Yingying's anger intensified. Xian, this cannot end here. We must report it and make him pay. If necessary, we will cease our collaboration with Yunfeng Group. Lu Yingying's expression was filled with righteous fury. Although the collaboration with Yunfeng Group is of paramount importance to Mengxi, she is reluctant to relinquish it.
However, should the opposing party behave in such an egregious manner,
Lu Yingying would undoubtedly not let them off the hook easily.
It is worth noting that although Xian appears to be her secretary, in truth, they share a sisterly bond,
with many matters being managed by Xian on her behalf. Within Mengxi Company, Xuan's position may not be particularly high, yet in terms of authority, she stands second only to Lu Yingying.
Upon hearing Yingying's words, Xian shook her head and said, Yingying,
the president of Yunfeng Group has intervened and has already sent Lu Oren in.
Yingying sighed in relief, grateful that her dear friend was safe, otherwise, she would bear the guilt for a lifetime. Indeed, Yingying, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Xian said, taking a moment to compose herself.
What is it? Lu Yingying inquired with curiosity.
It concerns the man I encountered at Lianqing Mall, who bears a striking resemblance to Keek's father. I saw him again at Yunfeng Group.
Does he work there? Xian, take me to see him.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yingying's excitement surged, her usual composure vanishing as she grasped Xuan's hand tightly, displaying a moment of uncharacteristic fervor. Xian shook her head and replied, Yingying, we were mistaken, he is not Keek's father.
I inquired with the president of Yunfeng Group, named Li Hai, and he is merely the son of one of their clients.
Xian stated with certainty, as she had never truly met Ye Feng. And the photographs from several years ago did not quite match the current individual. She did not believe that Zhang Guozhong had any reason to deceive her. And given Ye Feng's notorious reputation, it was inconceivable for him to be free. Thus, she had concluded that the resemblance was merely coincidental and that he was not the man from Yingying's past.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yingying slumped onto the office sofa,
her expression heavy with disappointment. It seemed her expectations of Ye Feng had been overly inflated, despite harboring resentment towards him. The longing Kiki had for her father made her wish fervently that he truly was Ye Feng.
Yet, greater expectations only lead to greater disappointment. Indeed. How could he possibly emerge?
Given his crimes, even death would be lenient.
How could he regain his freedom in just a few short years? After a long silence,
Lu Yingying slowly regained her composure, murmuring, "It appears I have been overthinking things recently."
Yingying, try not to dwell on it.
Xian hurriedly comforted. Aware of the myriad of worries plaguing Lu Yingying, especially the pressures from the Lu family. Otherwise, she would not have represented Yingying in negotiations with such a significant corporation. Lu Yingying, a formidable figure in the business realm, quickly regained her poise after a brief lapse in focus. Her demeanor brightened as she gently remarked, "Let us not concern ourselves with this matter any longer, just refrain from mentioning him in front of Kiki from now on.
You should change into something else. I have some clothes in the changing room."
"Understood." Xian replied softly, swaying her alluring figure as she made her way to the changing room in Lu Yingying's office. She did not have a spare outfit here, but her figure resembled that of Lu Yingying.
She directly donned Lu Yingying's clothing. After changing, she found herself at a loss, holding the trench coat in her hands.
Unsure whether she should return the garment, she contemplated for a moment before folding it neatly.
Stepping back outside,
Xian said to Lu Yingying, "Yingying, we mistakenly targeted the wrong person earlier. Luo Ren, that scoundrel, deliberately refused to sign the contract with us for a reason.
This time,
encountering President Zhang, it was settled with just a word." Just as Lu Yingying was about to respond, her phone rang. Checking the screen, she saw her mother's number. Upon answering, she was met with the heart-wrenching sound of sobbing.
"Mom! Mom!
I don't want to stay at Grandpa's house, come pick me up, please." Chapter 47, Lu Yingying's fury. On the other end of the phone, Coco's voice trembled with tears, causing Lu Yingying's heart to shatter. She understood that Coco had undoubtedly been taken to the Lu household by her parents.
To Coco, the Lu residence was akin to a den of ferocity.
In previous encounters, whenever Lu Yingying and Coco were seen by the Lu family, they were met with derisive remarks, and in Lu Yingying's absence, they were even subjected to insults and violence. Such experiences inflicted profound wounds on Coco, compelling Lu Yingying to go to great lengths to shield her from the Lu family's presence. She could not bear the thought of Coco enduring such intangible harm.
Hearing Coco's distress, she knew something must have transpired at the Lu residence. "Don't cry, Coco. Mommy will come to get you right away," she reassured her. "Mom! Mommy, Coco is scared. I'll be there soon. Xian, let's go to the Lu mansion," Lu Yingying declared as she grabbed her coat, addressing Xian beside her.
Xian hurriedly followed her out, and they quickly drove towards the Lu mansion.
The Lu family,
an ancient lineage in Lianqing, boasted an expansive estate nestled amidst the mountains and waters, occupying a substantial hillside.
Decades ago, the Lu family was the foremost clan in Lianqing.
But under the current patriarch, their status had drastically declined. Today, they languished at the bottom of the rankings among Lianqing's families,
lacking the strength to compare with their former glory.
Nevertheless, the grandeur of the Lu ancestral home still exuded an air of nobility befitting a large family. In one of the courtyards of the Lu mansion, Coco crouched in a corner, clutching her phone tightly, trembling all over, with a large, red handprint emblazoned across her face. Surrounding her were several children aged 7 or 8, along with a woman nearing 30.
This woman, Ding Shui, was the wife of Lu Yingying's cousin, Lu Yuan.
"Little wildling! How dare you come to our Lu family without manners and break our toys? I'll make you pay."
Ding Shui snarled as she pointed menacingly at Coco.
I didn't break brother's toy," Coco stammered, her body shaking, her face a portrait of injustice.
"Mom, it was her. Hit her,"
a nearby boy urged relentlessly.
I didn't," Coco protested desperately. Still denying it? Ding Shui advanced and struck Coco's face again,
causing the other side to swell.
"Wah!" Coco erupted into tears. "Still dare to cry?"
Ding Shui seized one of Coco's arms and began to strike her repeatedly on the backside. "Beat her,
beat this little wildling."
The surrounding children cheered gleefully,
making faces at Coco.
Coco eventually stifled her sobs, biting her lip tightly, afraid to utter a sound, as large tears rolled down her cheeks. After Ding Shui had vented her anger, she carelessly tossed Coco aside, giving her a hard shove that sent Coco stumbling back to collide with the wall,
falling onto the ground.
A child, barely 4 or 5 years old, trembled under Ding Shui's harsh blows, too frightened to even whimper, casting a pitiful gaze at those around her.
After a brief respite, Ding Shui kicked Coco with disdain, exclaiming, "Why don't you just die, you little wildling? How dare you come to our Lu family?"
With that, she turned away with several other children. Throughout the ordeal, Coco maintained a tight-lipped expression, suppressing any cries.
Her entire body shook with fear, feeling utterly helpless.
She could only curl up in a corner, quietly awaiting her mother, yearning to escape this dreadful place, wishing to evade the sight of these wicked individuals. Confusion swirled in her mind. She could not fathom why her brother would wrongfully accuse her or why her aunt would strike her, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Raising her adorable little head, she scanned the surroundings and, finding no one, mustered the courage to dial Lu Yingying's number once more, and it connected almost instantly.
"Mom, have you arrived?"
This time, Coco displayed remarkable fortitude, refraining from wailing. En route to the Lu residence, Lu Yingying held the phone to her snow-white earlobe, soothingly assuring, "Don't be afraid.
Coco, I will be there soon. Mom, please hurry, Coco is scared. I'm on my way."
Hearing Coco's voice laced with tears nearly shattered Lu Yingying's heart, prompting her to urge Xianxian to drive faster.
After hanging up,
Coco buried her head between her legs, unconsciously succumbing to tears once more. Time slipped by, and Lu Yingying arrived at the familiar mansion,
quickly dialing Coco's number to confirm her location.
Upon reaching the courtyard where Coco was, her heart bled at the sight of her daughter huddled in the corner. She rushed forward and scooped Coco into her arms. Upon seeing her mother, Coco melted into Lu Yingying's embrace, akin to a small boat swaying in the wind that had finally found refuge in a safe harbor, enveloped in warmth.
"Mom!" At that moment, Coco could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into heart-wrenching sobs.
After a painful moment of anguish, Lu Yingying examined Coco closely, noting her body was swollen and bruised. Apart from her cheeks, her bottom and body bore various red and swollen marks. The handprint on Coco's face was unmistakably the mark of an adult, not a child.
Lu Yingying could no longer suppress her fury. Who could inflict such cruelty upon a mere 4 or 5-year-old?
Her expression darkened as she cradled Coco and swiftly departed, making her way to the Lu family mansion.
Inside, a number of people had gathered, including the elder of the Lu family, Lu Yingying's parents, Lu Yuan and his wife,
along with several children. As Lu Yingying entered with Coco in her arms, Coco instinctively shrank back upon spotting Ding Shui, her innocent face filled with fear.
In that instant, Lu Yingying recognized the culprit.
Setting Coco down, she pointed an accusatory finger at Ding Shui, her voice trembling with anger. "Ding Shui, did you strike Coco?" The room fell silent, everyone bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired to provoke Lu Yingying's wrath. Especially the old gentleman, who has always harbored a disdain for Lu Yingying, was visibly displeased when she dared to express her anger in his presence.
"Yingying, what is the matter?" inquired Lu Yingying's mother.
She then scolded, "You wretched girl.
What do you think you are doing? Can't you see your grandfather is here?"
Su Yumei, fearing that the old gentleman would perceive her as inept at discipline,
reprimanded Lu Yingying without seeking the facts.
Over the years, she has held Lu Yingying responsible for being an unwed mother,
which led to their expulsion from the family home by the old gentleman. Thus, she has never shown Lu Yingying any kindness.
Lu Yingying, indifferent to her mother's words,
turned once more to Ding Shui and demanded, "Ding Shui, I am addressing you, have you lost your voice?"
Initially, Ding Shui looked at Lu Yingying with anger,
feeling a bit intimidated, yet the presence of so many people, including the old gentleman, emboldened her.
She retorted, "So what if I did? The illegitimate child lacks proper upbringing, and I merely intervened to administer some discipline." Before she could finish, Lu Yingying, without hesitation, seized Ding Shui by the hair and delivered a resounding slap.
Lu Yingying was incensed.
Chapter 48, The decision of the Lu family. Though Lu Yingying appeared delicate, akin to a gentle woman, her temperament was anything but meek. In her previous relationship with Ye Feng, even he dared not provoke her, let alone Ding Shui.
Coco was Lu Yingying's cherished treasure, her most vulnerable weakness, and now,
having been so brutally harmed, Lu Yingying, as a mother, had completely erupted, resembling a furious tiger. With a swift motion, she struck Ding Xue's cheek, leaving it flushed,
momentarily stunning the latter. After a brief pause, Ding Xue regained her composure, anger surging within her as she shouted, "Lu Yingying, you shameless harlot, how dare you hit me?" Slap! Another resounding blow echoed in the room. Lu Yingying retorted fiercely, "Ding Xue, what's your language?" Following her words, she forcefully pressed Ding Xue's head down, landing several more strikes. Yet, this act did little to quell the raging fury within Lu Yingying. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, she towered over Ding Xue, who was barely 1.6 meters. Additionally, Lu Yingying had practiced combat techniques during her university days, while she may not have been a martial arts master. She was more than capable of overpowering Ding Xue, who had no means of retaliation. The scene rendered everyone in the room momentarily dazed. After a considerable time, Lu Yuan rushed to assist. Lu Yingying's father, Lu Chundong, fearing for his daughter's safety, hurried to help and pulled Lu Yingying back. After much effort, they managed to separate the two. At that moment, Ding Xue appeared battered and bruised, her hair disheveled, sobbing as she pointed at Lu Yingying, yelling, "This harlot, bringing a little bastard, dares to be so brazen in our Lu family. Do you still want more?" Lu Yingying glared at Ding Xue, her expression suggesting she was ready to continue the assault. Ding Xue promptly fell silent, her brash demeanor instantly deflating as she hesitated to continue her tirade. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's expression shifted repeatedly as he pointed at Lu Yingying, exclaiming, "Lu Yingying, how dare you strike my wife in front of grandfather?" The elderly patriarch, seated in the grand hall upon an antique sandalwood chair, had long since turned sullen. Regardless of the circumstances, "To act violently in my presence is a blatant display of disrespect," he declared. "Chundong, look at the daughter you've raised, what a disgrace." Lu Chundong stood silently beside him, having lost his voice in the family ever since his qualifications as the heir were stripped away. "Humph, look at your pitiful state. You cannot even manage your own daughter. Thank goodness the Lu family was not entrusted to you, otherwise, who knows what it would have become," the patriarch sneered. Due to the absence of a son, the elderly Lu harbored a strong aversion towards Lu Chundong, favoring his second son, Lu Chunnan, who had given birth to a grandson, Lu Yuan. Yet, Lu Chundong was not as incapable as the patriarch claimed, in his prime. He was the most distinguished young gentleman in Lianqing, possessing remarkable business acumen. At that time, the Lu family had fallen into disarray, even diminishing from the ranks of the 10 prominent families of Lianqing. Subsequently, Lu Chundong took over some of the family businesses, and after several years of diligent effort, he managed to restore the family's former glory. It could even be said that the current Lu family still basked in the remnants of its past splendor, a testament to Lu Chundong's earlier salvation. However, no matter how capable one may be, the absence of a male heir weighs heavily. Due to the lack of a son, the elder of the Lu family grew increasingly distrustful of Lu Chundong, coupled with the incessant instigation from Lu Chunnan's family, and the fact that Lu Yingying had given birth to Coco, the elder ultimately expelled their entire family from the Lu family residence. With his granddaughter being struck and then scolded by the elder, Lu Chundong felt a profound sense of discontent. After a long period of contemplation, he finally spoke softly, "Father, you cannot solely focus on Yingying's actions, look at what has become of Coco." Lu Chundong chose to side with his daughter, believing that Lu Yingying's actions were not entirely unjustifiable. Beside him, Lu Yuan, filled with anger, exclaimed, "She's just a little illegitimate child, if she gets hit, so be it. Besides, I had my reasons for striking her. That little wildling sullied our family name the moment she stepped in, and she even dared to break our little June's toy. She deserved it. I believe we should have dealt with her harshly back then, she should never have been allowed to live." Ding Xue gritted her teeth and spoke venomously. The so-called family law grants the head of the family the ultimate authority over the Lu family members, allowing for the punishment of those who violate it. 5 years ago, there were proposals to eliminate Coco in her infancy, but ultimately, Lu Chundong had left the family, relinquishing his rights as heir to ensure her survival. Upon hearing Ding Xue's words, Lu Yingying's face turned pale. No matter the extent of her own suffering, she would not falter.
But Coco would always remain her most vulnerable heartstring. No one could harm her in the slightest. She was acutely aware of the severity of the Lu family's laws. However, at that moment, she could only bite her lip tightly, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Suyume's expression changed, and she launched into a tirade against Lu Yingying, saying, "You wretched girl. How dare you strike someone in front of Grandpa? Apologize to Ding Shui." Lu Chundong, seeing past grievances brought up by Ding Shui, was engulfed in fury. "Ding Shui, what are you trying to do? Do you intend to invoke family law against my family?" Lu Chundong's words carried significant weight, for he had once presided over the family's affairs for several years. Although Ding Shui may not have witnessed Lu Chunan's formidable presence, Lu Yuan was well aware that his uncle was not to be trifled with, hastily interjecting, "Uncle, he's just speaking out of turn, please do not take it to heart." Lu Chundong snorted coldly and fell silent. At that moment, the elder, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Chundong, both Yingying and Coco are behaving inappropriately. To compensate Ding Shui, you shall have Yingying hand over that cosmetics company to Xiao Yuan for management." He had originally intended to reclaim the cosmetics company for Lu Yuan. The elder, shrewd and cunning, knew that Lu Yingying would not easily relinquish it and had planned to prompt her to do so at the New Year's banquet. A rather significant event has transpired, and he might as well seize the opportunity to reclaim what is rightfully his. "Father, you cannot take that company away," Lu Chundong interjected to halt the proceedings. "It is essential to understand that their family's well-being currently hinges entirely upon Lu Yingying's company. Without that enterprise to sustain them, he knew the Lu family would offer no assistance whatsoever. Consequently, they would be left to beg for sustenance. Enough of this chatter, this is my decision." The elder dismissed Lu Chundong's protests with finality. Upon hearing this resolution, Lu Yuan's face immediately illuminated with joy. Ding Shui also felt a sudden relief wash over her features. "I will not hand over the company to you," Lu Yingying declared resolutely, cradling Coco in her arms. Chapter 49, Grudging Compromise. Lu Yingying resolutely declined. The cosmetics company was her brainchild, the result of countless efforts. She would never relinquish it. Years ago, her family was ousted from the Lu household, leaving the three of them, including the infant Kiki, to endure the most arduous times. Lu Chundong was deeply affected, succumbing to alcohol and neglecting his family. Lu Yingying had no choice but to work in a shop, relying on meager earnings to sustain their household. When she aspired to start her own business, she found herself devoid of funds. It was Lu Chundong who pleaded at the Lu estate for an entire day and night. And only out of fear of losing face did the elder Lu grant him a sum of 100,000. With that amount, Lu Yingying embarked on her journey in reselling cosmetics, gradually amassing capital and ultimately establishing her own brand. Thus, the Dream Cosmetics Company was born. To Lu Yingying, Dream was akin to a child of her own endeavors, and she would never part with it. Although she had received 100,000 from the elder Lu, over the years she had compensated the Lu family with millions. What was owed had long been repaid. Now, to her astonishment, they sought to seize her company. She would never acquiesce to such demands. At that moment, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, aware that his grandfather intended to reclaim the cosmetics company for his management. Observing Lu Yingying's apparent ignorance, he remarked, "Lu Yingying, that company was established with grandfather's funding. How can you simply refuse? Do you dare to defy grandfather? The company belongs to the Lu family. Without us, you are nothing. How could you possibly possess such a substantial enterprise?" With a single statement, Lu Yuan dismissed all of Lu Yingying's efforts. In his eyes, her accomplishments stemmed solely from the Lu family, and reclaiming the company was a matter of course. The elder Lu, listening to such words, felt a sense of relief as his previously furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed, the cosmetics company should return to the Lu family. Ding Shui chimed in supportively. "Lu Yuan, do you expect me to surrender the cosmetics company? Think again." Lu Yingying retorted with a cold laugh. "Father, the company was founded solely by Yingying. It is unreasonable to take it away with just a few words." Lu Chundong frowned, addressing the elder Lu. He was not foolish. He understood that if the company were truly handed over, their family would be left utterly destitute. The elder Lu sat regally in his grand armchair, exuding an imperial demeanor. This chair had been custom-made at Lu Yuan's suggestion, placed prominently in the hall.
During family meetings, the elder Lu always sat high above,
with the younger members of the Lu family standing below, satisfying his desire for superiority.
Consequently, he favored Lu Yuan even more, preparing to entrust Lu Yingying's company to him for management.
In his eyes, Lu Yingying was merely a girl who had brought shame to the Lu family. He firmly believed that such a significant enterprise should be held firmly in the hands of the Lu male heirs to ensure its security. Growing increasingly resolute in this thought, he turned to Lu Chundong and said, "Chundong, you need not say much, my decision is made. After the new year, Yingying's company will be entrusted to Xiao Yuan." Lu Chuandong's expression darkened considerably, and he hastily replied, "Dad, you need not continue." The old man waved his hand, interrupting Lu Chuandong's words. Lu Yuan and his wife, meanwhile, were silently overjoyed and quickly expressed, "Thank you, Grandpa. I will certainly revive the glory of the Lu family."
The old man,
stroking his beard with satisfaction, nodded approvingly and said, "Very well, work diligently, the hopes of our family rest in your hands." Though the Lu family still appeared among the top 10 families in Liancheng, their business was in a state of decline.
Lu Chunnan had always been a good-for-nothing scoundrel,
and after Lu Chundong took over the family business, it suffered continuous losses. Had it not been for the solid foundation left by Lu Chundong, the Lu family might have long since fallen into complete ruin. "Grandpa, I will surely work hard." Lu Yuan beamed with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "I would rather die than relinquish the company," Lu Yingying declared through gritted teeth. Seeing Lu Yingying's unwavering stance, Lu Yuan was instantly enraged, exclaiming, "Lu Yingying,
that company belongs to the Lu family. Do you intend to defy Grandpa's wishes?
Your family clearly holds no regard for him." The old man had always valued his authority within the household, and being confronted so openly by Lu Yuan was a blow to his pride. He replied solemnly, "Chundong, you speak.
Will you concede the company?"
"Dad, that is Yingying's hard work."
Lu Chundong replied, visibly troubled. "Grandpa, if she refuses to surrender the company, then we shall invoke family discipline against that illegitimate child.
After all, her existence only brings shame to our Lu family," Lu Yuan said with a venomous tone. Like many other families, the Lu family maintained a significant number of family retainers, who unquestioningly obeyed the head of the family's commands.
Besides safeguarding the family's security, they were also a crucial force under the patriarch's control.
They had a specific duty to enforce family discipline. Lu Yingying was acutely aware of the harshness of the Lu family's rules, and her face paled as she tightly embraced Coco, pleading, "Grandpa, you must not do this."
"Dad, do not listen to Lu Yuan's nonsense."
Lu Chundong also hurriedly interceded, his expression fraught with anxiety. The old man pondered for a moment before stating, "Yingying,
if you are unwilling to hand over the company, do as Xiao Yuan suggests."
Lu Chuandong's words held no weight before the old man.
The family's interests far outweighed those of a cosmetics company.
The old man's focus was solely on Lu Yuan, firmly believing that only he and his son could sustain and bring glory to the Lu family. At that moment, the entire hall fell silent.
Lu Yingying was deeply conflicted.
She was loath to relinquish the company she had painstakingly built. Yet, she understood the brutal nature of the Lu family's discipline. If she refused,
Coco would be mercilessly harmed. After a long while, Lu Yingying relented. Coco was her treasured darling, no amount of money could possibly equate to her safety. However, simultaneously, the last vestiges of her feelings for the Lu family dissipated.
Regaining her composure, she clenched her teeth and declared, "I am willing to relinquish my cosmetics company, but henceforth, I shall sever all ties with the Lu family.
From now on, I will have no further association with you." With that, she embraced Coco and turned to leave,
feeling a deep aversion towards those present.
She could not bear to remain for even a moment longer.
The so-called Lu family was merely a collection of parasitic wretches devoid of familial bonds, consuming one another.
Witnessing this, Lu Chundong grasped Su Yumei's hand and followed suit without a hint of nostalgia.
He did not even bid farewell to the old man, revealing his profound anger towards the grandfather's decision. Even when stripped of his status as heir years ago, he harbored no grievances.
Yet, witnessing the same tactics employed against Yingying,
he, as a father, felt a deep despair regarding the Lu family's actions. "Grandfather, look, this entire family has no regard for you."
Once outside, Lu Chundong could faintly hear Lu Yuan's inciting words from within the house.
Silently, he followed Ying away from the Lu family's grand residence.
Chapter 50. This is quite good. After leaving the Lu family, Lu Ying drove directly to the hospital with Xian. Although Coco's injuries were merely superficial,
she felt uneasy and decided to arrange for a comprehensive checkup for her.
Ying, are you truly considering handing the company over to the Lu family? Xian inquired with evident concern during the drive. What other choice do I have? Lu Ying replied despondently.
If the other party intended to use Coco as leverage, she had no option but to concede. She could not allow even the slightest harm to befall Coco. Despite having grown up in the Lu family, Lu Ying harbored no genuine affection for such a clan, viewing it primarily through the prism of self-interest. When her father was still the heir of the Lu family, their family had often faced scorn and disparagement. Now that they had fallen from grace within the Lu family, their status had diminished to insignificance. And against such a formidable family, she possessed no capacity for resistance. She was acutely aware of the Lu family's might, particularly the formidable power wielded by their esteemed patrons. Lu Ying faintly recalled an incident from her childhood when a distant cousin of the Lu family had offended the elder. He had been executed by a patron of the Ye family in the backyard, a scene that remained etched in her memory.
Uncertain of how to comfort Lu Ying,
Xian silently focused on driving, refraining from further conversation.
Coco, perceptive beyond her years, ceased her tears, sensing her mother's distress, and nestled quietly in Lu Ying's embrace.
Even if they desire the company, I will not allow them to acquire it so easily.
Xian, when we return, let us swiftly detach the company's finances and operations from Mengxi. We shall present Lu Yuan with nothing but an empty shell, Lu Ying declared with a cold smile.
Having been overly tense moments before, she now found clarity and devised a plan to hand over a company devoid of core operations and financial substance to Lu Yuan, thus fulfilling the elder's promise while leaving no room for further contention.
Ying, you are truly brilliant. I will begin the preparations immediately upon our return. Indeed.
Lu Ying seemed somewhat fatigued, responding softly and leaning her head back against the seat. Ye Feng was unaware that he had a daughter in this world. If he were to learn of Coco's plight within the Lu family, it was likely that blood would flow like rivers within the Lu household. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, with only 2 days remaining until New Year's Eve, the festive atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The streets of Lianqing were adorned with red ribbons and New Year greetings, creating a jubilant ambience.
Ye Feng arrived at the Lianqing shopping mall in his unassuming Lexus.
Zhang Guozhong had suggested upgrading Ye Feng's vehicle to a finer model, but Ye Feng had declined.
He preferred not to attract undue attention, as it did not align with his current identity.
Moreover, he had grown accustomed to this car over the past few days.
After finding a parking space nearby, he waited for 10 minutes before Su Weiwei gracefully approached.
She was elegantly attired, with a touch of subtle makeup that accentuated her mature and poised demeanor. In her school years, she was the epitome of beauty, and even after all these years, her allure could still overshadow even the most heavily made-up girls. Upon seeing Ye Feng, she expressed mild surprise, widening her eyes and exclaiming, "Ye Feng, is this how you plan to show up?" Ye Feng took a moment to assess his appearance. He was still clad in the outfit he had picked up from Su Weiwei's shop that day.
Although the style was commendable, the craftsmanship left much to be desired, with loose threads protruding.
On his feet were a pair of nameless sneakers, clearly of the roadside stall variety. Presently, Ye Feng paid little heed to his attire. If he wished, Zhang Guozhong could effortlessly provide him with a wardrobe of extravagant value within minutes.
"It's perfectly fine,"
Ye Feng replied nonchalantly.
"Fortunately, you are unaware of how superficial our classmates have become over the years.
If they saw you like this, they would surely be in fits of laughter."
Su Weiwei shot him a pointed glare. "Come on, let's head to the mall and get you something better." Taking hold of Ye Feng,
she led him towards the shopping center.
"My dear Miss Su, have you even glanced at the time? At this rate, we'll be late." Su Weiwei checked her watch.
It was already past 11. They had originally agreed to meet at 11 at Liancheng's most upscale restaurant, Liancheng Hotel. It would take at least half an hour to get there, and time was indeed pressing.
"Oh well, this is just fine.
I'm quite accustomed to rough fabric. Overly delicate clothing would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Besides, I'm merely going to see Teacher 2, I hardly care about the opinions of those classmates. With that, Ye Feng wasted no time in ushering Su Weiwei to the car, shoving her into the passenger seat before making his way around to the driver's side.
You certainly have a carefree attitude, Su Weiwei remarked with a hint of admiration, not resisting any longer. What is there to be anxious about?
I have weathered far greater storms. This little scenario is nothing I cannot handle.
You underestimate me, Ye Feng.
With that, he revved the engine and set off towards Liancheng Hotel. Outside the hotel, a BMW came to a slow halt, and two stunning women emerged from the vehicle.
They were Yingying and Xianxian.
Lu Yingying, donned in tailored trousers and black stilettos, exuded the aura of a successful career woman. Her impressive figure drew the gaze of many passers-by at the hotel. At 28, Lu Yingying bore no trace of age upon her face. She seemed like a favored child of the heavens, blessed with skin as pristine as snow and a breathtaking visage that required no makeup to captivate. As the year drew to a close, many individuals who had ventured away for work returned home, prompting a flurry of class reunions. Being the premier restaurant in Liancheng, the private rooms had been fully booked, with throngs of people coming and going.
Lu Yingying, an alumnus of Liancheng Experimental High School,
was in the same graduating class as Ye Feng, though they were in different sections.
Her visit to Liancheng Hotel today was at the invitation of the school's leadership,
who sought assistance from alumni for the construction of a new teaching building. Many individuals have responded generously, contributing substantial sums to the school, with Lu Yingying leading the way by donating 8 million, securing her position at the top of the school's donor list. In gratitude for the unwavering support from these students, the school's administration organized a banquet at Liancheng Restaurant to honor them. As the largest benefactor, Lu Yingying naturally became the primary invitee of the school leaders. However, the recent series of events had left her in a rather dismal mood, and she initially had no intention of attending. Yet, she could not withstand the relentless phone calls from her homeroom teacher, compelling her to prepare for a mere appearance. Wherever Lu Yingying went, she remained the center of attention. Upon entering the restaurant, she was met with the intense gaze of many, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable.
Chapter 51, A Gentle Pat. Do you see that?
That is the president of Dream Company, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. As they approached the elevator, some recognized her. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, many attending various gatherings, including former students of Liancheng Experimental Middle School. The ages varied, some were youthful and radiant, while others were quite portly. Lu Yingying rarely made public appearances in Liancheng outside of her business engagements, so she was not widely known. However, in the upper echelons of Liancheng society, particularly among prominent families, her reputation was considerable. Beyond her exceptional abilities and successful career, she was renowned as Liancheng's most beautiful woman. The scandal surrounding her unwed motherhood had only amplified her notoriety. Some had seen her in person, while many had heard of the Lu family's eldest daughter through casual conversations at dinner tables.
Wow, she is the president of Dream Company? How stunning! Exclaimed one girl. I've been using their cosmetics.
No wonder her skin is so flawless, it looks like it's made of water.
As Lu Yingying's identity was revealed,
a few young ladies behind her began to whisper. I heard she graduated from our high school too.
Indeed.
They say the school initiated a funding campaign to construct a new teaching building, and she donated 8 million.
It's all the talk in our high school group,
one girl said enviously. In their eyes, Lu Yingying was not only beautiful but also successful, embodying an idol-like presence.
Lu Yingying, overhearing the girls' chatter, paid them no mind and quickened her pace into the elevator.
Xianxian followed closely behind.
Just as the elevator doors were about to close,
Ye Feng entered the restaurant lobby with Su Weiwei after parking his car outside. Weiwei, which room did you reserve? Ye Feng asked as he strode in. This was his first visit to this upscale restaurant. He had not had such privileges when he studied in Liancheng. Later, he went to the provincial city for university and entrepreneurship, rarely returning to Liancheng. At that time, Yunfeng Group was still based in the provincial capital. He had planned to relocate the headquarters back to Liancheng, but before he could act, he found himself imprisoned. Now, with Yunfeng Group having moved back to Liancheng and constructing a new headquarters, the operations were carried out by Xiao Jun and the board members, while he had merely devised a detailed plan.
This high-end restaurant, reputed to be the only five-star establishment in Liancheng, was backed by the Xie family. One of the prominent families in Liancheng, with assets in the billions, ranking third after the Fu and Chen families. Let's head to the third floor. I'll lead the way, Su Weiwei said before dashing ahead. Before long, they arrived at the elevator. While waiting, Ye Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Guozhong. After a moment of contemplation, he answered. Director Yi, our group executives are holding a company dinner at the Liancheng restaurant today. Would you like to join us? On the other end of the line, Zhang Guozhong spoke with utmost respect. A company gathering? This matter had not been mentioned by Zhang Guozhong before. And the suddenness of it took Ye Feng by surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved not to attend and replied, I am currently at the Liancheng Hotel. As for the company gathering, I shall not be present, please represent me in toasting the others. The company had appointed a new chairman. And Ye Feng had scarcely visited the group in recent times. Consequently, the number of individuals who had met this chairman was exceedingly limited. Coupled with the high-level confidentiality. Even now, most executives remained unaware of who this chairman truly was. Many were eager to seize the opportunity of the year-end gathering to acquaint themselves with the newly appointed chairman. Thus, Zhang Guozhong still hoped Ye Feng would make an appearance. However, upon hearing Ye Feng's refusal, he did not press further, understanding that Ye Feng had his own reservations. After ending the call, Su Weiwei curiously inquired, who was that? Zhang Guozhong, he is dining here and wanted me to join him. However, that kind of occasion is not suited for me, so I declined, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Showing no particular concern about dining with Zhang Guozhong. Su Weiwei was unaware that Ye Feng had reclaimed control of Yunfeng Group. Nevertheless, she recognized the significance of Ye Feng's relationship with Zhang Guozhong, who could easily exempt her from rental fees with a mere word, a privilege not afforded to everyone. Furthermore, Ye Feng had promised her that he would secure funding and resources from Zhang Guozhong to facilitate the establishment of her clothing company next year. This indicated that even though Ye Feng was no longer Zhang Guozhong's superior, the bonds of the past still held weight, proving that even after 5 years of imprisonment, Ye Feng was far from ordinary. However, she believed Ye Feng should not have declined Zhang Guozhong's invitation and asked, aren't you going to at least show your face? After all, he was a general manager in the business realm. While they shared a noteworthy friendship, Su Weiwei felt it was essential for Ye Feng to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Guozhong, especially since Ye Feng was no longer the same person he once was. The willingness to assist stemmed from personal connections. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Feng currently felt no need to ingratiate himself with anyone. At that moment, the elevator arrived. Ye Feng smiled slightly, opting not to respond to Su Weiwei, and instead said, let's go. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a throng of individuals spilled out. A strong scent of alcohol wafting forth, prompting Su Weiwei to quickly cover her nose. Among them, a young man, visibly intoxicated and swaying, stumbled out, his face flushed. Clearly having consumed a significant amount of alcohol. Just as they were about to step into the elevator, the young man caught sight of Su Weiwei. His eyes lighting up with a lewd grin. With a sudden burst of audacity fueled by liquor, he reached out and slapped Su Weiwei sharply on her well-rounded backside. The crisp sound resonated in the air, leaving Su Weiwei momentarily stunned, her face flushing with embarrassment. She halted in her tracks, pointing at the drunken young man, and exclaimed indignantly, "Rogue, what are you doing?" Su Weiwei was genuinely furious, having been inappropriately touched without provocation. Particularly in front of Ye Feng. How could she possibly face him after such an incident? Although she had completely dispelled any thoughts of Ye Feng, she still wished to preserve her dignity in his presence. To her astonishment, she was overtly teased, which incited her anger, prompting her to raise her hand and deliver a resounding slap to the young man's face. The sound echoed sharply. The inebriated youth staggered, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am?" The young man slurred, his speech halting as he attempted to rise, but his limbs felt weak, leaving him collapsed on the floor. With great effort, he managed to get back on his feet, swaying unsteadily as he approached, intent on lunging at Su Weiwei. At that moment, Ye Feng emerged from the elevator, swiftly seizing the young man's arm and forcefully pushing him away. The drunken man, lacking strength, stumbled again and fell back onto the ground. "Let us go."
There is no need to bother with such individuals, Ye Feng stated, expressing his disdain for the likes of him.
Chapter 52, One Table for You. One table for me. Entangling with such individuals is simply beneath one's dignity. Su Weiwei, fuming with indignation,
felt a significant measure of her ire dissipate after delivering a sharp slap to the other party. Moreover, time was of the essence. They were already considerably late and were unwilling to linger any longer. With Ye Feng's persuasion beside her, she huffed softly and turned to step into the elevator.
Why? You, don't run away.
The inebriated young man behind them slurred his words, attempting to pursue them, but the elevator doors had already closed. He could only feebly kick the now closed doors, shouting, "Why you come out, young master demands it." The commotion from the elevator attracted numerous curious gazes. Many halted to observe, and soon, the security personnel of the establishment arrived.
Upon noticing the young man sprawled on the floor,
the guards exchanged worried glances and hurried over to assist him.
"Young master, how could you have drunk to this extent?"
one of the guards exclaimed, awakening the onlookers to the gravity of the situation. It seemed that this was none other than Ye Feng, the eldest son of the Ye family.
"What do you mean seemed? It is indeed him."
A few regular patrons of the establishment immediately recognized the young man's identity. Fortunately, the two individuals had departed swiftly. Being entangled with this young master from the Ye family would not bode well.
"Get out of my way. Find those two scoundrels who just assaulted me." At this moment,
Ye Feng appeared to regain some clarity, shaking his head and shouting at the nearby guards. "Young master, please rest here, we will certainly assist you in locating them." The guards assured him, promptly escorting Ye Feng to the lounge area of the restaurant. Ye Feng, however, cared little for the other party's identity, once provoked. It made no difference to him whether the individual was the young master of the Ye family or not.
The elevator soon ascended to the third floor. As the doors slowly opened, Su Weiwei stepped out first, leading the way.
Before them lay a spacious corridor, extending into the distance, flanked by the doors of various private rooms. Even the corridor itself was adorned in lavish decor, resplendent in gold and brilliance, with vibrant carpets underfoot. The walls on either side were embellished with several exquisite paintings, exuding an antiquated charm and evoking a sense of being within a palace. The entire third floor housed the most opulent private rooms of Lianqing restaurant, not accessible to ordinary patrons.
Those fortunate enough to dine here were predominantly the elite of Lianqing. As they walked, Su Weiwei remarked that their ability to secure a private room on the third floor was largely due to Ye Chuanqing's efforts.
Ye Feng was familiar with this individual. During his high school years, Ye Chuanqing had harbored intentions towards Su Weiwei, yet her affections remained steadfastly with Ye Feng.
Consequently,
Ye Chuanqing's aspirations were thwarted, culminating in an altercation where Ye Feng had decisively bested him. This encounter had since forged a significant rivalry between them.
Following Su Weiwei,
Ye Feng traversed the corridor until they arrived at a private room. Gently pushing the door open, a cacophony of voices erupted from within. The room was spacious, featuring two large rotating round tables, lavishly laden with an array of delectable dishes. The two tables were filled with people, and the arrival of two individuals drew countless gazes. The class beauty had arrived, prompting someone to exclaim loudly. In any setting, a woman is invariably the focal point, particularly if she possesses beauty. Although Su Weiwei was married, her appearance could undoubtedly overshadow the majority. In the past, she had been the object of affection and teasing among her classmates, and even after graduation, many sought to inquire about her. "Su Banhua, come quickly and take a seat, or you will be penalized with 3 drinks shortly."
Yet soon, their attention shifted,
as if they had discovered a new continent, to the figure standing behind Su Weiwei.
A familiar man stood there, dressed modestly yet exuding an extraordinary aura.
His demeanor calm and confident. This sight left some within the gathering frozen, their wineglasses half raised, unable to regain their composure.
Ye Feng? After a considerable time, the crowd finally snapped back to reality, astonished to find Ye Feng standing behind Su Weiwei. The news of Ye Feng's imprisonment had circulated among them,
and most of the classmates were aware of it. After all, Ye Feng had been the most outstanding among them, both academically and in his subsequent career. No one present could match the heights Ye Feng had once reached. He had always been a figure of intrigue and discussion among his peers.
Now.
Seeing him again took everyone by surprise, leaving them in a state of shock, their expressions frozen.
Hadn't it been said that it was impossible for him to emerge from prison in this lifetime? Was this a mere impostor posing as Ye Feng?
Many were engulfed in doubts, filled with questions about the Ye Feng before them. However, the current Ye Feng presented a stark contrast to their preconceived notions.
In his prime,
Ye Feng had a net worth nearing $1 billion, surrounded by admirers wherever he went. Yet now, he wore inexpensive clothing.
though he appeared somewhat spirited,
it was evident that he bore the marks of a struggling life. One could only imagine that upon being shackled and incarcerated, he had lost everything. No matter how resplendent his past achievements had been, they were akin to a magnificent firework display that had long since faded. Even upon his release, the circumstances he faced were undoubtedly arduous. This was the prevailing sentiment among most of those present. After a brief moment of astonishment, interest in Ye Feng waned. The man before them was no longer the Ye Feng they once knew, no longer worthy of their admiration or flattery.
Some even secretly mocked him,
recalling how glorious he had once been, now reduced to this state.
Su Banhua, come, sit over here. Someone broke the chilly atmosphere, inviting Su Weiwei to join them.
Many were reluctant to even acknowledge Ye Feng, as associating with a former convict was hardly seen as a prudent choice. They believed themselves to have matured through years of societal experience, developing a composed demeanor and the ability to navigate fortune and misfortune. Ye Feng, however, seemed unperturbed, after all. During his high school years, he had devoted most of his time and energy to his studies, maintaining a lukewarm relationship with his classmates.
The warmth of human relationships is fickle. His current predicament renders him a pariah, a natural consequence of circumstance.
Ye Feng's gaze swept across the private room. Two large round tables stood in stark contrast, each hosting a distinct group. One table, occupied by individuals of mediocre demeanor, likely comprised those who had not fared well in their studies. The other table, however, was filled with individuals of remarkable presence, adorned in expensive attire, exuding confidence, and engaging in animated discussions. It was evident that they were accomplished. They barely spared a glance at Ye Feng, for he had become a relic of the past. Among them sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair, his eyes alight with excitement as he regarded Ye Feng.
With a soft sigh,
Ye Feng approached and managed a wry smile, saying, "Teacher Tu, it has been many years since I last saw you. It is wonderful that you are here, please
have a seat," exclaimed his former homeroom teacher, eagerly gesturing for Ye Feng to sit down.
Chapter 53, Harsh Sound. The elderly gentleman with silvery hair was none other than Tu Ligua, Ye Feng's high school homeroom teacher. Regardless of the passage of time, Ye Feng's respect for this venerable figure remained unwavering. In those days, Ye Feng's family circumstances were rather humble. Chen Mei, raising Ye Feng alone, faced considerable hardships, particularly during his high school years. Throughout the challenging period, this esteemed elder offered him support akin to that of a second set of parents.
A kindness Ye Feng could never forget.
Years ago, when the school was constructing a new teaching building, this former mentor merely mentioned it to Ye Feng.
Without hesitation,
Ye Feng contributed 10 million, thereby enhancing his mentor's reputation within the school. He still vividly recalled their last meeting before his incarceration, when Tu Ligua had not yet shown such signs of age. Indeed, time spares no one. In just a few years, this once stern teacher, now retired, appeared frail and aged. Reflecting on this, Ye Feng felt a pang of sorrow and compassion. He promptly approached, grasping Tu Ligua's gnarled hand, and softly said, "Teacher Tu, I have brought you shame over the years. There's no need to dwell on the past. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. Please
have a seat so we may converse properly."
Tu Ligua quickly gestured for Ye Feng to sit. To his embarrassment, Ye Feng noticed that the table lacked chairs.
"Teacher, allow me to sit over there instead. This table is not meant for just anyone."
At that moment, a sarcastic voice interjected from nearby. It was Fu Hai, who Ye Feng recalled as being closely associated with He Chuncheng. Back in high school, He Chuncheng had sought to provoke him, leading to a confrontation where Ye Feng had single-handedly bested both he and Fu, who were both slightly over 5 feet 7 inches tall. Ye Feng, despite his seemingly frail appearance, stood nearly 6 feet tall, and he had left them in tears. Subsequently, they had gone to complain to Tu Ligua.
Tu Ligua.
Well aware of Ye Feng's temperament, generally quiet and studious, understood that he would not instigate trouble unless provoked. Hence, rather than reprimanding Ye Feng, he had chastised the other two instead. Recognizing the tension, Tu Ligua promptly stated, "Ye Feng, you should sit right here." He then turned to Fu Hai, saying, "You should speak less." Fu Hai, begrudgingly, turned his head away and ceased his comments. Ye Feng offered a slight smile, dismissing him entirely, and called out to a nearby waitress,
"Could you please bring me an additional chair?"
In such an upscale restaurant, particularly in a private room, the staff was always on hand to assist.
Upon hearing Ye Feng's request, a uniformly clad, attractive waitress quickly responded, "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment."
She swiftly returned with an extra chair. Amidst the curious gazes of his former classmates, Ye Feng sat down beside Tu Ligua, his composure unruffled. This gathering of long-separated teacher and student commenced with an exuberant exchange of pleasantries. With a beaming smile, Teacher Tu expressed genuine concern for Ye Feng. Teacher Tu's favoritism was evident. He had always shown an extraordinary kindness towards Ye Feng, despite the latter now being a complete pariah.
The teacher's unwavering attitude stirred resentment among many present.
Su Weiwei took a seat nearby, while Fu Hai approached her, resembling a sycophant, attempting to present himself as a gentleman as he engaged her in conversation. Gradually, the private room was enveloped in a convivial atmosphere of lively discussion.
Ye Feng's presence evidently sparked a multitude of topics. Whispers began to circulate. Wasn't Ye Feng's sentence quite severe? How did he manage to be released? Who knows? Perhaps he escaped clandestinely. It was hard to believe that someone who once basked in such brilliance, with a net worth exceeding $1 billion, could have fallen to such depths. The surrounding classmates were no longer the naive youths of their school days, they had been tempered by the harsh realities of society. It was clear to them that Ye Feng's current attire, obviously from a street vendor, indicated his dire circumstances. Who would attend a reunion dressed in such shoddy clothes? With threads still dangling?
The murmurs persisted. No matter how downcast Ye Feng had become, he had once reached an extraordinary height, not to be underestimated.
Some held differing opinions. What did past glories matter?
He had just emerged, burdened by a criminal record. Finding employment would be a daunting task, let alone staging a comeback.
A few classmates sighed in resignation, deeming it his just deserts for engaging in illegal activities.
They mocked him, suggesting that his previous wealth came from dubious means. Although their voices were hushed, Ye Feng could clearly hear their remarks, yet he seemed unfazed.
"Hey, I told you to dress better. Can't you hear how harsh those comments sound?"
Su Weiwei leaned closer to whisper urgently in Ye Feng's ear.
"What should I do? Maybe I should give them a beating?"
Ye Feng quipped, a playful glint in his eye.
"You're so carefree," Su Weiwei muttered under her breath.
Observing Ye Feng's calm demeanor, Ye Feng dismissed her concerns and turned back to continue his conversation with Teacher Tuesday. As he and Su Weiwei engaged in hushed dialogue, the camaraderie displayed ignited a wave of envy among many male classmates, particularly Fu Hai, whose face turned as dark as soot.
Seeing Su Weiwei again undoubtedly stirred feelings within him.
Since graduating high school, Fu Hai had enrolled in a respectable university, though it paled in comparison to Ye Feng's institution. Nevertheless, he graduated from a prestigious university, ranking above average in his class. After college, he secured a position at a large corporation, and after several years of hard work, he had risen to the level of manager, achieving a modest degree of success among his peers.
He exuded confidence, bolstered by his remarkable charisma and well-honed eloquence.
Seizing the opportunity presented by this gathering, he hoped to win over Su Weiwei, thereby compensating for the regret of his unfulfilled pursuit years ago.
However,
Su Weiwei appeared indifferent to him, engaging in perfunctory conversation while seemingly more inclined to share playful exchanges with Ye Feng.
Her affectionate demeanor towards Ye Feng only intensified Fu Hai's jealousy. Why should this be? In their school days, he had excelled, garnering all the attention, yet now, reduced to a mere labor reformer, Ye Feng enjoyed Su Weiwei's unwavering favor?
He forcibly suppressed his discontent, ultimately refraining from voicing his feelings. The group briefly mentioned Ye Feng before shifting topics, mindful of his presence.
After all, they dared not be too overt. Conversations veered into different subjects.
As is customary at class reunions, where those who fared well sat at one table, while those less fortunate gathered at another, each discussing topics that brought them comfort.
The less fortunate reminisced about the past, while the successful conversed about careers and shared insights. At Ye Feng's table, someone remarked, "I heard that the chairman of Yunfeng Group committed suicide by jumping off a building." The sudden demise of the chairman of Yunfeng Group, the largest enterprise in Liancheng, sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the city. Chapter 54, Celebration? The demise of Xiao Jun. Officially attributed to depression and an unbearable burden that led him to leap from the 30th floor, is shrouded in suspicion among the discerning residents of Liancheng. The identity of the new chairman remains an enigma, fueling a plethora of conjectures among the populace. Numerous versions of the truth circulate, with no one certain of their validity. At the table with Ye Feng, his classmates, eager to display their knowledge, began to discuss matters concerning Yunfeng Group. This topic piqued the interest of many female classmates, including Su Weiwei, who eagerly awaited further revelations. The circumstances surrounding Xiao Jun's death are far from straightforward. A male classmate seated across from Ye Feng wore a self-proclaimed gentlemanly smile as he spoke slowly. Although each of these classmates had achieved notable success, they remained inconsequential compared to the elite of Liancheng. Their access to information was limited, and the various rumors circulating about the upper echelons became fodder for their discussions. Generally, the closer one is to the upper class, the more comprehensive their information. Thus, such matters often become a means for some to showcase their insights and assert their social standing. The speaker was named Su Yun, a standout among his peers. As gleaned from their earlier conversation, Su Yun had, over the years, leveraged his family's support to establish a thriving building materials business in Liancheng. He currently owned a company with assets exceeding 10 million, a remarkable achievement that garnered the envy of many classmates. His long-term presence in Liancheng and his business dealings had afforded him connections with prominent figures in the region, granting him access to a wealth of information. Su Yun, enlighten us. Several female classmates urged him to continue. With a slight smile, Su Yun noted their eager attention, satisfying his vanity. After a brief pause, he elaborated, "It is said that Yunfeng Group has been undergoing board reforms over the past 2 years, embroiled in a struggle for control. It is highly likely that Xiao Jun lost and was driven to suicide. Many reports suggest that on the day of his leap, numerous mysterious individuals infiltrated Yunfeng Tower, seizing control of the entire group. To this day, Yunfeng Group has maintained strict confidentiality regarding the events of that day, leaving much to speculation." Su Yun's eloquent account provided a veritable feast of gossip for the assembled guests, particularly regarding such high-profile figures. Ye Feng, who had been engaged in a spirited conversation with Tu Ligua, found himself drawn in by Su Yun's words. He had not anticipated that his own affairs would become the topic of conversation. Despite extensive efforts to maintain confidentiality, it is nearly impossible to keep everything under wraps. In this era rife with conspiracy theories, even the simplest of events can become convoluted, transforming into a popular subject of discussion at dining tables. Just as Ye Feng wished to hear more, the door to the private room swung open. A man clad in luxurious attire entered the room. And as Ye Feng lifted his gaze, he was taken aback to find it was He Chunqing. "You might as well inquire with Chunqing. He serves as a manager at Yunfeng Group and should possess a deeper understanding of their internal affairs," Su Yun remarked upon encountering He Chunqing. He dared not display his inadequacies in front of He Chunqing. Within Yunfeng Group, He Chunqing held a legitimate position as a retail manager, on par with the former Zhang Guozhong. However, his jurisdiction did not extend to Liancheng Mall but rather encompassed another city's establishment under the auspices of Yunfeng Group. He enjoyed considerable connections throughout Yunfeng Group, suggesting a promising future ahead. Though Su Yun had gradually established a foundation and achieved notable success in Liancheng, he still paled in comparison to He Chunqing. As everyone gathered, their enthusiasm surged upon seeing He Chunqing. "Manager He, what brings you here so late? Come, let us raise a toast to Chunqing." As He Chunqing settled in, Fu Hai led the charge, and the assembly eagerly lifted their glasses in tribute to him. The stark contrast to the cold reception Ye Feng had faced upon his arrival was striking. Ye Feng's past glories were now mere memories, and his prospects appeared dim, burdened by his history. Securing any employment seemed a fortune. In contrast, He Chunqing was thriving as a mall manager at Yunfeng Group, wielding substantial resources. No matter the industry,
It was likely that future encounters would be beneficial, highlighting He Chuanqing's significance. Reality is often harsh. Without value, one might as well be invisible, overlooked even by a dog, let alone by fellow humans. Seeing the warm reception, He Chuanqing promptly raised his glass, stating, "Let us keep it light. I just concluded a gathering with my group and have imbibed more than enough with our president." While his tone was modest, the undertone of boasting was unmistakable, and it elicited expressions of astonishment from several attendees. It was a privilege few could claim to share a drink and converse with the president of Ye Feng Group, underscoring He Chuanqing's esteemed position within the organization. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I am slated to be reassigned to Lianqing next year as the general manager of Lianqing Mall, He Chuanqing revealed, dropping a bombshell. The Lianqing Mall, valued at nearly 1 billion, stands as one of the most valuable assets of Ye Feng Group. The commercial space is akin to gold, its worth unparalleled by other establishments, replete with lucrative opportunities. When Ye Feng had visited Zhengguozhong, he witnessed numerous individuals flocking to the mall, eager to curry favor with management in hopes of securing a storefront, a telling indication of its desirability. In a certain sense, He Chuanqing's appointment as general manager of Lianqing Mall, while maintaining the same title, could be perceived as a significant promotion, or at the very least, a recognition of his value within the company, heralding a bright future ahead. Especially as Lianqing Mall lay within reach, the prospects became even more tangible for all involved. If a good rapport could be established with He Chuanqing, it would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits in the future, allowing for the easy acquisition of various business undertakings. Everyone is eager to cultivate a relationship with He Chuanqing, raising their glasses in a toast. Let us celebrate General Manager He's ascent and extend our heartfelt congratulations. At this moment, all present stand to clink glasses with He Chuanqing. Observing this scene, He Chuanqing's face beams with joy as he promptly reciprocates the congratulations of each individual. The atmosphere becomes vibrant and bustling. Tu Ligua, hindered by mobility issues in his role as a teacher, remains seated. Ye Feng chooses to accompany Tu Ligua in his chair, and throughout He Chuanqing's entrance, he remains unnoticed in the corner. Chapter 55, The mature young man as the focal point of the dining table. He Chuanqing was enveloped in a cacophony of compliments, causing him to narrow his eyes in delight. At that moment, Su Yun spoke up, "Chuanqing, we've just been discussing your Ye Feng Group." "Discussing our Ye Feng Group?" He Chuanqing inquired, a hint of skepticism evident in his voice. "Chuanqing, you must be aware that the chairman of your group has committed suicide, correct?" Before Su Yun could respond, Fu Hai interjected. Fu Hai had previously shared a close bond with He Chuanqing, having once teamed up with him to confront Ye Feng over issues concerning Su Weiwei. Although He Chuanqing had been working for Ye Feng Group, he had primarily been stationed away from the headquarters and had not been present during this troubling time. He was indeed aware of Xiao Jun's suicide, but his knowledge was somewhat limited. Nevertheless, as a member of Ye Feng Group, his understanding of the situation was undoubtedly more reliable and comprehensive than the rumors circulating among the others. Upon hearing Fu Hai's question, He Chuanqing's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. The company had enforced a ban on discussing the chairman's death privately. Yet considering their shared history as classmates and his own good spirits that day, he lowered his voice and said, "This matter is prohibited from discussion within the company. But in light of our camaraderie, I can share a few insights. However, I must caution that my information is also not exhaustive. It is currently under confidentiality and supposedly involves the new chairman. As for further details, I cannot elaborate, but those in the know will understand." With that, He Chuanqing's demeanor turned grave. Could it be that he was murdered? Fu Hai exclaimed in astonishment. "That is your assertion, not mine." He Chuanqing raised his voice slightly. "Now, let us refrain from discussing this topic any further. After all these years of rare reunion, I have brought along 2 exquisite bottles of wine for everyone to enjoy." Upon his words, the guests finally noticed the 2 bottles of red wine he had placed on the table, 2 bottles of Lafite, quite a valuable selection. Ye Feng recognized the worth instantly, although not from an exceptional vintage. Being produced by the esteemed Lafite winery meant that even the lesser bottles were not within the reach of the average consumer. The 2 bottles He Chuanqing brought, each worth around 100,000 yuan, were enough to captivate the attention of all present. For instance, Su Yun, whose wealth reached into the millions, stood out among her peers. While she could afford a 100,000 yuan bottle, she would never indulge in such extravagance lightly. As for the others, they likely would never have the opportunity to savor such expensive wine unless invited by someone else. The women at the table were particularly dazzled, imagining that after finishing a bottle of this wine, they would possess a newfound source of pride in conversation. They could boast to their friends or suitors, "I once drank a wine worth 100,000 yuan." Such a statement would surely deter many eager admirers who sought their attention. Perhaps in the future, when love proves unsatisfactory, one may indulge in endless lamentations, embellishing them with vivid imagery shared among friends. A woman who has once been accompanied by exquisite wine worth 10,000 yuan should not settle for a mere 4 yuan beer, should she? Such musings serve to elevate her seemingly inflated self-worth. Over the years, He Chunqing has sailed smoothly in his career, yet his romantic endeavors have been fraught with disappointment. To this day, many of his classmates have married, while he remains steadfastly single. Among his peers, his solitude is perceived quite differently from that of Ye Feng. The latter, having achieved considerable success at a tender age, now serves as the general manager of a shopping center under Yunfeng Group. Shining brightly as the most captivating man in the room, a coveted figure in the eyes of many female classmates. In stark contrast, Ye Feng, despite his past brilliance, has now faded into obscurity, merely an older youth. Although he possesses striking looks, being the most handsome man present, his peers, seasoned by the trials of life, understand well that mere attractiveness cannot sustain one. It is power that truly captivates a woman. At this juncture, several female classmates begin to stir with excitement, approaching He Chunqing with a boldness that sees them leaning in close. With an air of playful arrogance, one exclaims, "Chunqing, let us share a drink." He Chunqing, ever welcoming, receives their advances. Even a few who are already married, with children in kindergarten, exude a confidence that emboldens them to flirt with him, clinking glasses with a playful charm. Such scenes are familiar to Ye Feng. Before his incarceration, such interactions were commonplace. After all, his status ensured he was never without admirers eager to vie for his attention. Soon, after the initial pleasantries, He Chunqing scans the table, intending to engage with Professor Tuesday. To his astonishment, he encounters two familiar faces, Ye Feng and Su Weiwei. He is taken aback, staring in disbelief at the pair. While Su Weiwei's presence does not surprise him, Ye Feng's unexpected appearance is shocking, given the well-known fact of his imprisonment for serious charges. He Chunqing struggles to trust his own eyes. "Weiwei, you remain as stunning as ever," he compliments, having harbored feelings for her in the past. The years have not dulled her beauty, rather, she has grown more elegant and enchanting, igniting a longing within him. He contemplates seizing this opportunity to win her over. In the past, He Chunqing had been persistently tenacious in his pursuit of Su Weiwei, but she had never held him in high regard. Yet, out of courtesy, she smiles and nods, responding, "He Chunqing, you flatter me, I am no longer young." He Chunqing smiles in return, then shifts his gaze to Ye Feng, remarking with a hint of mockery, "Ye Feng, how have you come to be in such a state? Not a single decent piece of clothing to your name?" Though his tone lacks outright malice, it is laced with derision. "Chunqing, are you not aware that Ye Feng has just been released from prison? He probably can't even muster 100 yuan now. It's quite remarkable for him to be wearing such clothing," Fu Hai chimed in mockingly. This remark immediately elicited laughter from the crowd. It wasn't genuinely humorous, rather, many were simply seeking to forge a closer bond with He Chunqing through this jest. Ye Feng sat quietly to the side, observing He Chunqing with keen interest, pondering how long this smile could possibly endure. "Teacher too, how could the promising student you once valued so highly have fallen to such a state?" He Chunqing turned to Tu Liguai and spoke, his smile tinged with arrogance, for he believed he possessed ample grounds for pride. In the past, Ye Feng had been Tu Liguai's most esteemed student, a fact that He Chunqing found deeply resented. This time, he had meticulously orchestrated the situation to demonstrate to Tu Liguai just how flawed his judgment had been. The student he had once dismissed was now among the most successful in the class, no less accomplished than anyone else. Chapter 56, Go ahead and strike. Tu Liguai smiled faintly, seated with an air of calm, and did not respond to He Chunqing's inquiry. After a moment's pause, he leisurely remarked, "Chunqing, you have indeed achieved remarkable success at this young age, there is still ample time ahead of you." Tu Liguai's implication was clear, although Ye Feng may currently appear downcast, the road ahead is long.
and he might very well become an object of your admiration in the future.
Teacher, you may be disappointed later, He Chunqing retorted, sensing Tu Ligua's reluctance to engage.
He turned to Ye Feng and added, if I were in your position, I would certainly refrain from attending this reunion. Don't you find it embarrassing? Indeed, chimed in Fu Hai. Even if he were to secure a job now, he wouldn't be able to afford a meal like this with just a year's earnings.
Many nodded in agreement. Society is not kind to those with a criminal record, and individuals like Ye Feng, who have served time, often find themselves ostracized upon reintegration. Job opportunities would be scarce, relegating them to menial labor, with little hope for advancement.
He Chunqing, what gives you the audacity to speak to me this way?
Ye Feng replied with a calm smile, fixing his gaze on He Chunqing. Having navigated the business world for many years, Ye Feng was accustomed to commanding the respect of capable individuals, such as Zheng Guozhong and Li Song.
Though his smile was gentle, it radiated an innate authority.
Under Ye Feng's penetrating stare, He Chunqing felt a twinge of insecurity, his bravado waning. The pride he had taken in his skills dissipated in that instant.
Yet,
he feigned composure and retorted, Ye Feng, you remain as arrogant as ever. Then, with a shift in tone, he added, if you truly struggle to find work, I could arrange a position as a security guard at Lianqing Shopping Mall. It would be but a simple matter. He Chunqing aimed to humiliate Ye Feng with this suggestion. Fu Hai quickly caught on to He Chunqing's intent and chimed in, Chunqing, please reconsider, after all, he has a criminal record.
What if some valuables go missing at the mall?
Oh, I almost overlooked that detail, considering he is an ex-convict, He Chunqing exclaimed, theatrically slapping his forehead. The two engaged in a back-and-forth performance, mercilessly mocking Ye Feng. You are being excessive, after all, we have been classmates for so many years.
Is such treatment necessary? Ye Feng remained silent as Su Weiwei interjected.
Though Ye Feng has just re-entered society, he is not as despicable as you portray.
Even if he has fallen.
He once held a fortune exceeding $1 billion and contributed $10 million to the school for building a teaching facility.
What have any of you accomplished in comparison? Su Weiwei's fervent challenge left He Chunqing speechless. Indeed.
No matter how you perceive him now, Ye Feng once occupied a height beyond your reach. Those at the base of the mountain mocking the descending deity truly exposed their ignorance. At that moment, He Chunqing's previously triumphant demeanor faded, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Had others voiced such sentiments, perhaps the impact would not have been so profound. However, Su Weiwei was different. She had once been his most cherished woman. The accomplishments he took pride in were, unexpectedly, deemed insignificant compared to those of Ye Feng in the eyes of others. This sentiment was not exclusive to Su Weiwei, even Teacher Tu shared this perspective, which left him profoundly embarrassed. Strangely, he remained silent, fuming as he sat in his chair, not uttering a word. The atmosphere grew tense, with no one daring to speak, especially given the weight of Su Weiwei's tone. Everyone observed from a distance, some believing that Su Weiwei's words held merit, while others thought her ungrateful for siding with Ye Feng against He Chunqing.
He Chunqing's expression darkened to an extreme.
Had anyone else defended Ye Feng, he might have remained unfazed, but it was Su Weiwei, which ignited his jealousy. He found himself perplexed,
wondering why Su Weiwei still felt compelled to defend a nearly discarded labor reform prisoner.
Unbeknownst to him, He Chunqing subtly signaled to Fu Hai, the intent behind which was unclear. Fu Hai understood the cue, promptly rising to raise his glass before Ye Feng, sneering, Ye Feng, how about we share a drink? Ye Feng glanced over, regarding Fu Hai with disdain, retorting coldly, what are you to think you can drink with me? Fu Hai had initially aimed to provoke Ye Feng in accordance with He Chunqing's wishes, hoping to teach him a lesson. Ye Feng's words fell perfectly into his trap. Feigning anger as he exclaimed, Ye Feng, don't overestimate your worth. With that, he splashed the drink across Ye Feng's face, leaving him drenched. Ye Feng chuckled. It was the first time he encountered someone so audaciously provocative. In the past, in the Northwest, countless formidable foes had tasted defeat at his hands. No one had ever dared to challenge him so brazenly. Unbeknownst to Fu Hai, he was treading a path toward self-destruction. Teacher Tu's reputation still warranted respect. Touching his face, he turned to Tu Ligua and said, Teacher, what do you think?
Fight, came Tu Ligua's succinct response, after which he fell silent.
Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately stood, exiting his seat to seize Fu Hai by the collar. Seeing this, Fu Hai raised his fist, ready to strike Ye Feng. Having been humiliated in high school when Ye Feng had bested him 2-1, he had long harbored resentment. Now, unable to contain himself, he sought to teach Ye Feng a lesson. However, he overestimated his own capabilities. In their respective fields, they could not compare to Ye Feng, and in a physical confrontation, they were even less matched. Ye Feng had faced countless enemies in the northwest, wielding his blade against numerous foes. To him, Fu Hai was no more significant than an ant. The outcome was inevitable. Before Fu Hai's fist could land, Ye Feng delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him flying backward. He crashed into a chair behind him, the tremendous force breaking the chair's backrest. Fu Hai lay on the ground, curled up, clutching his stomach, trembling. His face contorted in pain, letting out a continuous wail. This scene unfolded with such rapidity that it was almost a mere blink of an eye, leaving everyone momentarily stunned by the commotion. Even the students at the adjacent table turned their gazes toward the unfolding drama. It was well known that Ye Feng had previously been at odds with He Chunqing and Fu Hai. What was initially perceived as mere verbal disputes unexpectedly escalated into a physical confrontation. Ye Feng, as ever, displayed his fierce demeanor. He Chunqing stood frozen, having intended for Fu Hai to instigate trouble, so that they could teach Ye Feng a lesson. To his astonishment, the adversary proved to be remarkably formidable. Before he could even approach, Fu Hai was sent flying, collapsing to the ground. "Provoking me? You are not worthy," Ye Feng coldly remarked, eyeing Fu Hai sprawled on the floor. After a brief moment of dazed disbelief, He Chunqing regained his composure and pointed accusingly at Ye Feng, exclaiming, "Ye Feng, how dare you strike someone? Call the police, call the police." Panic began to set in for He Chunqing, fearing that Ye Feng might turn his wrath upon him as well. In a flurry, he retrieved his phone and dialed the emergency number, knowing that he had connections at the police station. This was the perfect opportunity to ensure Ye Feng faced the consequences of crossing him. Chapter 57, S-Class Confidential Files. Ye Feng chuckled coldly as he returned to his seat, a hint of disdain crossing his face. "He Chunqing, whatever game you wish to play today, I shall indulge you. Teacher 2, did I perhaps strike too hard?" Tu Ligua, far from reproaching Ye Feng, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. When the time comes to act, one must take decisive action. A gentleman who bears humiliation should unleash his wrath to intimidate the petty, for that is true courage. Bowing one's head and avoiding conflict is mere cowardice. Your composure in handling matters and your unflinching demeanor in the face of adversity is commendable. I continue to hold high hopes for you." Tu Ligua expressed with a look of satisfaction. He did not believe that Ye Feng's current predicament would lead to his downfall. After all, a truly capable individual will always find a way to shine again. As Ye Feng engaged in pleasant conversation with Tu Ligua, those around them began to voice their indignation towards Fu Hai. "Ye Feng, how could you resort to violence?" One remarked. "No wonder you've been imprisoned. Your nature remains unchanged." "Humph, having offended Mr. He, let us see how you extricate yourself from this situation." The table erupted in uproar, with some seeking to criticize Ye Feng to curry favor with He Chunqing, while others appeared indifferent, eager to witness Ye Feng's humiliation. After all, the time for resolving disputes with brute force had long passed. During their school days, one could rely on fists to assert dominance over He Chunqing and his ilk. However, they were no longer children. In the harsh world outside, power and wealth were the true currencies. Who was He Chunqing? The manager of the esteemed Yunfeng Group, soon to return to Lianqing Market as its general manager. His stature was significant, wealthy, influential, and deserving of respect even from official circles. And what of Ye Feng? Reduced to a state of destitution, freshly released from prison and burdened by a criminal record. How could someone like him dare to challenge He Chunqing? The onlookers could easily envision the impending outcome. Once the police arrived, Ye Feng would be escorted away. Some lamented that Ye Feng, barely out of prison and still clad in his inexpensive attire, was destined to don prison garb once more. Yet Ye Feng paid no heed to the doubts of those around him, regardless of the individuals He Chunqing summoned. He was confident that nothing would transpire. He still possessed a measure of standing. At that moment, after a bout of painful howling, Fu Hai slowly stood, clutching his abdomen. However,
He dared not return to sit beside Su Weiwei, his eyes filled with dread as he shifted a chair away and hurried to sit beside He Chuncheung, gritting his teeth in agony from the intense pain. Ye Feng had shown restraint, sparing him from internal injury. Had he truly exerted his strength, Fu Hai would have already succumbed to his wounds, leaving no opportunity to remain alive and kicking. Following the commotion between Fu Hai and Ye Feng, the atmosphere grew tense, devoid of the earlier joviality. Before long, a few police officers arrived. Ye Feng shifted his gaze to the entrance, recognizing one of the newcomers, Zhaoan. Behind him stood 3 or 4 uniformed officers. Ye Feng scrutinized them closely. There were 4 in total. Zhaoan held the highest rank, being the deputy chief. Next was a sullen-faced man whose rank was only slightly below Zhaoan's, as indicated by the insignia on his shoulder. The 2 individuals behind them were ordinary officers. Yet they bore firearms at their waists, exuding an air of sternness. Ye Feng had recently noticed He Chuncheung making a call to a private number, engaging in a remarkably familiar conversation. Could it be that Zhaoan was the one backing He Chuncheung? Ye Feng felt a twinge of doubt. After all, it seemed unnecessary to dispatch a deputy chief for such trivial matters. Despite Zhaoan's discord with the chief and the ostracism he faced within the precinct, he still held the position of deputy chief. It was perplexing that he would attend to such minor issues. Was He Chuncheung indeed the one who summoned him? Upon seeing the arrival of the officers, He Chuncheung's previously somber expression brightened, and he turned to greet them. "Team Leader Li, you finally made it." He directly shook hands with the sullen-faced man, who had a rank just below Zhaoan's. He was oblivious to Zhaoan's presence, completely disregarding him without even a greeting. "Mr. He, what on earth is happening?" The dark-faced man, named Li Donglin, was a captain in the Lianqing police department. He had some connections with Li Shi, whom Ye Feng had previously bested in a confrontation. They belonged to the same lineage. Li Shi secured his position in the police force through Li Donglin's influence. Li Donglin's rank surpassed Li Shi's by a significant margin, placing him just below a few deputy chiefs in the Lianqing police department. At this moment, He Chuncheung wore a smug smile, turning to point at Ye Feng, proclaiming, "Team Leader Li, this is the scoundrel who harmed someone without cause. And he just got out of prison." He Chuncheung deliberately emphasized the latter part of his statement. Typically, officers would not apprehend an ordinary person without just cause. But those with a criminal background were treated differently. Whether justified or not, the protocol was to bring them into the station first. "How dare you accuse me of assaulting someone without reason, He Chuncheung? Do you truly believe I am an unjust aggressor?" Ye Feng retorted with a cold laugh. Beside him, Li Donglin's expression grew even darker. He had encountered many such brazen individuals who dared to act defiantly in front of the law. However, once they were brought into the precinct, whether they were dragons or tigers, they would have to comply with the process. After He Chuncheung pointed him out, Zhaoan followed his gaze and his countenance shifted, disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Ye Feng. Ever since their last encounter, he had intended to review Ye Feng's archived records. Ye Feng's release from prison astonished him. Shili Prison was renowned as one of the most secure and fearsome prisons in the country, where he had once served as a special forces officer. He was acutely aware of the conditions within. Typically, once individuals entered, the likelihood of seeing the outside world again was nearly non-existent. Every inmate there posed a significant threat to society. Zhaoan began to take the situation seriously. He revisited Ye Feng's archived records from years past, discovering that Ye Feng had been charged with numerous offenses, backed by ample evidence and testimonies. However, upon meticulous examination, he discovered that each accusation against Ye Feng was remarkably tenuous, fraught with doubts. A possibility began to dawn upon him: this young man might very well be the victim of a malicious frame-up. The manner in which he managed to emerge from Shili Prison remained an enigma. He had once sought to peruse Ye Feng's records from Shili Prison, only to be informed by a former comrade that Ye Feng's file was classified as S-level, the highest encryption status, with no more than 10 individuals throughout the entirety of the nation possessing the authority to access it. This revelation left Zhaoan utterly astounded. He was acutely aware of the implications of such a high level of encryption. Unless it pertained to the most critical personnel within the national military, whose records necessitated confidentiality, such a degree of secrecy would not be warranted. Wasn't he merely a prisoner? Why would the state invest such significance in him? Regardless,
the true identity of this individual was beyond Zhao En's capacity for conjecture. At that moment, Zhao En realized that Ye Feng was far from an ordinary inmate. Perhaps he harbored an even more terrifying identity.
Chapter 58, Is he wronged?
Bring him here, handcuff him and take him back, commanded Li Donglin, oblivious to Zhao Enxin's concerns. He gestured to the two officers behind him, ready to apprehend Ye Feng. Li Donglin had a distant familial connection with He Chunqing, who, just the previous year, had leveraged his authority to secure a shop for Li Donglin's wife in Yunfeng Plaza. Thanks to He Chunqing's assistance, her business flourished, earning over $1 million the prior year alone. Thus, the value of He Chunqing to Li Donglin was unequivocal, especially since He Chunqing was set to return to Lianqing as the general manager of Lianqing Plaza the following year.
Their mutual interests dictated that, regardless of Ye Feng's justification, Li Donglin would not relent.
At that moment, He Chunqing wore a triumphant expression, exuding the confidence of a victor, as if to say, Ye Feng, the times have changed.
What do you possess to contend with me? The onlookers, including former classmates, regarded Ye Feng with indifference, eagerly anticipating his humiliation.
Individuals like He Chunqing were not only revered but also courted. Ye Feng, however, had gravely misjudged the situation, not only offending He Chunqing but also assaulting Fu Hai. The consensus was that Ye Feng had brought this upon himself. As the two officers approached, Su Weiwei's expression shifted to one of alarm. She feared for Ye Feng's safety. Ye Feng reassured her with a gentle pat on the arm, signaling her to remain calm.
Do not intervene, you cannot touch him.
At that juncture, Zhao En intervened,
halting the officers. Li Donglin, taken aback, questioned, Deputy Director Zhao, what do you mean?
Li Donglin had initially not intended to accompany Zhao En, but given the significant backing of Lianqing Restaurant, he thought it prudent to have Zhao alongside him, in case of any unforeseen complications.
After all,
the restaurant was affiliated with the powerful Xie family, far beyond the reach of a mere captain. Now, seeing Zhao En halt his actions, Li Donglin felt reluctant. Yet he recognized Zhao as his superior. Torn between his superior and the vested interest of He Chunqing, he appeared conflicted.
Donglin, I know this young man.
Let this matter rest for now, Zhao En asserted in an authoritative tone. Zhao En's words astonished those present. No one had anticipated that Ye Feng would have connections to a deputy director, especially one who seemed to be advocating for him. He Chunqing, visibly perturbed, had intended to embarrass Ye Feng that day. In a moment of desperation, he pointed at Ye Feng, exclaiming, Deputy Director Zhao, he just assaulted someone.
Moreover, he is an ex-convict. Are you truly allowing him to roam freely in society? He Chunqing's urgency rendered his tone somewhat heavy-handed. As expected, Zhao En's brows furrowed in displeasure, and he admonished, who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Zhao En detested being dictated to, especially by that director,
who possessed no real abilities but excelled in indulgence and corruption. Upon hearing this, Li Donglin inwardly lamented the situation. Zhao En's notorious temper within the police station was well known,
and he was quite obstinate, often disregarding even the director.
Their relationship was fraught with animosity, largely attributable to Zhao En's character and temperament. When Zhao En was in a foul mood, few dared to provoke his wrath. A retired Special Forces soldier, he possessed formidable combat skills, earning him the reputation of a battle-hardened warrior. No one dared to provoke him lightly. He Chunqing stood speechless, his face growing increasingly grim.
In truth,
Ye Feng's earlier actions had not been particularly severe. Fu Hai had not sustained any significant injuries. While it was procedurally acceptable to take Ye Feng away, it felt somewhat forced. Li Donglin pondered for a moment, fearing that Zhao En might unjustly vent his anger on He Chunqing, and quickly intervened, saying, Director Zhao,
please do not be upset. He merely acted thoughtlessly. Since you suggest letting it go, let us do so.
You may handle this matter as you see fit. With that, he led the two officers away from the private room. Inwardly, Li Donglin resented leaving, but with Zhao En present, he dared not express his discontent. He could only exit alongside the two officers.
Captain Li, allow me to see you off, He Chunqing said, hastily following suit and leaving the room as well.
Zhao En watched them depart before striding confidently towards Ye Feng.
With a slight smile, he remarked, Mr. Yi, have you forgotten me? Director Zhao, What brings you here?
Ye Feng responded, appreciative of Zhao An's earlier interventions, which had left a favorable impression on him. I merely happened to accompany Li Donglin, it was a trifling matter.
Zhao An replied, dismissing the earlier incident from his mind.
His curiosity was piqued, however, regarding Ye Feng's identity.
What kind of individual warranted classification within an S-level confidential file?
Over a decade ago, Zhao An had received orders to ensure the safety of a national treasure, a scientist whose file was also highly classified, though not to the S level. This indicated the paramount importance of Ye Feng's background to the nation. From comrades in arms, he learned that although he could not access Ye Feng's records from Shili prison, he understood that those listed in such confidential files had made extraordinary contributions to the country. Zhao An himself, with his service history, was also under confidentiality, inaccessible to the general public. However, officials of slightly higher rank possessed the authority to review such records. Individuals like Ye Feng, whose files could be viewed by fewer than 10 high-ranking officials in the military across the nation, astonished him greatly. Had Li Donglin insisted on taking action against Ye Feng, Zhao An would have unhesitatingly intervened to eliminate Li Donglin. He recognized that someone like Ye Feng was far from a mere prisoner. He was an extraordinary figure of immense significance. Wherever one may be, they shall receive the protection of the state.
Zhao An's demeanor, however, astonished his peers.
For Ye Feng was a recently released convict. It is commonly said that officials and criminals do not walk the same path. How could a deputy director display such warmth towards a person with a criminal record? The narrative should not unfold in this manner. According to their previous assumptions, He Chongqing's summons would have been met with immediate handcuffing of Ye Feng, followed by his confinement in the police station for a fortnight or so. If He Chongqing were to exert further influence, Ye Feng could have endured untold hardships within, as the inmates there were hardly benevolent.
Yet, everything was unfolding contrary to their expectations.
Before Ye Feng could respond, Zhao An continued, Mr. Yi, the circumstances surrounding your case are fraught with ambiguities.
If I am not mistaken, you have been wronged. Should you desire, I can assist in initiating a re-examination, restoring your good name. Zhao An's expression was earnest, devoid of any semblance of mere politeness. Was Ye Feng truly wronged during his imprisonment?
Zhao An's words sent ripples of unease among those present.
Chapter 59, Encounter. Even Tu Ligua, who stood nearby, could not maintain his composure. He gazed at Ye Feng, his voice trembling slightly. Is what Director Zhao said true? Tu Ligua's eyes sparkled with anticipation, yearning for an answer from Ye Feng.
The elder had dedicated several decades to the teaching profession, nurturing countless students.
However,
the one he was most proud of was Ye Feng. When Ye Feng was imprisoned years ago, Tu Ligua had lost countless nights of sleep,
unable to comprehend how such an exceptional young man could commit such incomprehensible acts. How could a student, who was exemplary in every aspect and possessed a gentle disposition, become entangled in matters of murder and assault?
The multitude of charges against him was staggering, and it would be an understatement to say they were unspeakable. He understood the immense pressure that such a reputation could bring, and he was more eager than anyone else to ascertain whether Ye Feng had been wronged.
Seeing the elder's agitation, Ye Feng sighed inwardly. Teacher too, there were indeed people who harmed me back then. However, it is all in the past now. What significance does it hold to revisit it? Upon receiving the answer, Tu Ligua's furrowed brow relaxed, and a broad smile illuminated his face. Well done. I always knew you were not that kind of person.
Many teachers at the school mocked me, saying my student had become a nationally infamous criminal.
Yet I knew I had never misjudged you, Tu Ligua expressed with relief.
Ye Feng observed the elder's expression and felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that his own troubles had imposed considerable stress on this teacher.
Teacher, even if I were to explain, no one would believe me.
Especially since the verdict from back then is already public knowledge.
Mr. Yi, if you wish to clear your name, I might be able to assist you. Zhao An interjected once more.
Ye Feng smiled faintly and replied, Director Zhao, I appreciate your goodwill. However, this matter is beyond your involvement. The individuals from that time possessed power far beyond your imagination. Although Zhao An held a respectable position, he had no sway over the case involving Ye Feng. After all, the influence of the Yi family loomed large. Even Ye Feng, in his current state, would need to tread carefully in dealing with the Yi family, avoiding rash actions. let alone someone as modest as Zhaoan. If Ye Feng were to mobilize the forces of the Shenzhou Guard to eradicate the Yi family, it would be an effortless task. However, that was not his desire. He had already attracted considerable attention from various foreign powers due to his notoriety. Recklessly invoking the Shenzhou Guard could jeopardize his identity, leading to endless troubles. Bearing the weight of established accusations was preferable to being harassed by foreign forces. Ye Feng wished for a stable life, especially since he needed to conceal his identity and keep those behind the Yi family at bay. Thus, it was not yet time to clear his past transgressions. Zhaoan was taken aback by Ye Feng's refusal. If it had been someone else, they would likely have yearned to erase the accusations against them. Who would willingly bear the weight of injustice in this world? Although Zhaoan could not fathom Ye Feng's intentions, he recalled that Ye Feng might possess an alternate identity. This thought brought him a degree of solace. After all, having once served in the military, he understood that some individuals resort to special identities to conceal their true selves, achieving a sort of deceptive camouflage. Thus, he refrained from pressing further and continued, "Mr. Yi, should you come to a realization in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Zhaoan offered a promise. "Absolutely," Ye Feng replied casually. "In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer." Zhaoan prepared to leave. After all, he did not find it fitting to linger in such a gathering of former classmates. Ye Feng did not urge him to stay, instead saying, "Director Zhao, thank you for today. Please take care." Zhaoan nodded before turning to depart. The situation surrounding Ye Feng left the others somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated that he was wronged. Some attendees believed this to be true, recalling that Ye Feng had always exhibited a calm demeanor during their school days. Throughout their 3 years of high school, apart from a few disagreements with He Chunqing, he had not clashed with anyone else. Conversely, others remained skeptical, noting that Zhaoan had merely pointed out inconsistencies in the case and had not conclusively proven Ye Feng's innocence. The claims of injustice were seen as Ye Feng's personal narrative, lacking substantial credibility. Moreover, Ye Feng had been publicly convicted at the time, leading many to place their faith in the legal system. Ye Feng was indifferent to the opinions of these individuals, given his current stance. He anticipated few opportunities to interact with this group of classmates in the future. His willingness to assert his innocence was largely a consideration for Tu Ligua's feelings, otherwise, he would have been disinclined to explain himself. As Zhaoan exited, Fu Hai's anxiety, which had been hanging by a thread, finally eased. He genuinely feared that Ye Feng, emboldened by Zhaoan's support, might come to confront him yet again. Just then, He Chunqing returned from seeing off Li Donglin, his demeanor marked by a smile that concealed a hint of malice. Upon entering, he addressed everyone, "I apologize for the earlier tension, we are all classmates, after all. And there's no need for such discord." Fu Hai apologized to Ye Feng. What was happening? What did He Chunqing mean? The shift in his attitude was too abrupt for everyone to comprehend. Even Fu Hai appeared bewildered. Yet, under He Chunqing's scrutinizing gaze, he reluctantly stood up, his face reflecting his unwillingness, and said, "Ye Feng, I'm sorry, I was out of line earlier." Ye Feng scoffed coldly, offering no response. As the two resumed their odd dance of conflict. If they were to pursue a career in performance, they would undoubtedly earn accolades. Such a gathering had lost its significance. Ye Feng decided to take his leave and bid farewell to Tu Ligua. As he turned to exit the private room, he passed by He Chunqing and remarked with a faint smile, "He Chunqing, I think you would be quite suited to guarding the entrance." After speaking, she departed directly, leaving He Chunqing in a state of bewilderment. Observing this, Su Weiwei bid farewell to the others and followed suit, vacating the private room. The atmosphere here was decidedly unwelcoming. As Su Weiwei trailed behind Ye Feng, He Chunqing's eyes nearly ignited with fury, yet he restrained himself from erupting. In the corridor outside, Ye Feng and Su Weiwei walked side by side. Noticing the remnants of the drink that Fu Hai had splashed onto Ye Feng's face, she retrieved a tissue from her bag and began to wipe it away. Fu Hai had indeed overstepped his bounds. As she cleaned, her indignation was palpable. The two appeared remarkably intimate, akin to a married couple, with the wife tenderly tending to her husband's face. Ye Feng felt uncomfortable and was about to push Su Weiwei's hand away when, unexpectedly, the door to the private room swung open, revealing two graceful figures.
Ye Feng froze, captivated by the sight of Lu Yingying before him. Chapter 60. He is unworthy of being Coco's father. Lu Yingying stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Ye Feng. In that moment, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. The world around them suspended in this fleeting second. The two exchanged a silent stare. Ye Feng could hardly fathom that he would encounter Lu Yingying here, the woman he had once loved most dearly. He had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting her again, yet he never anticipated that their reunion would be so abrupt and hasty, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Lu Yingying, too, was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. She quietly scrutinized the handsome man before her, his chiseled features and straight, sword-like brows exuding a gentle charisma that was remarkably comforting to behold. No matter how altered he might appear, she would recognize him even in ashes. The moment she laid eyes on Ye Feng, an overwhelming joy surged within her, accompanied by a warm current of sentiment. Conflicted feelings stirred in Lu Yingying's heart towards Ye Feng. She experienced an intense love intertwined with profound resentment. The love stemmed from the happiness and delight he had once brought into her life, while the hatred arose from the crime of assaulting a female subordinate. Ye Feng's imprisonment had been partly due to this egregious act, orchestrated by a female colleague in collusion with Xiao Jun, who had testified against him during the trial, accusing him of heinous behavior. Lu Yingying held unwavering faith in the judicial verdict. Moreover, her resentment towards Ye Feng intensified because these years had rendered Coco a child deprived of paternal affection. Each time she heard Coco yearning for her father, her heart ached as if cut by a knife. This agony was something Ye Feng could never comprehend. Countless nights, she would silently ponder whether, should she encounter Ye Feng again, she could truly find it in her heart to forgive him. She had once hoped for Ye Feng's return, envisioning him providing Coco with complete fatherly love and becoming a worthy parent, while she herself would let go of the past and forgive him entirely. However, now, witnessing a woman affectionately wiping Ye Feng's cheek, an overwhelming surge of jealousy consumed her. Regardless of the type of woman, emotions often overshadow rationality. Even the shrewd businesswoman Lu Yingying found herself losing her usual composure. The flicker of joy and warmth that had initially ignited in her heart was extinguished, replaced by a chilling indifference. She did not delve into the reasons for Ye Feng's sudden appearance or his release from prison. All she knew was that he had betrayed their love years ago and now seemed to have found someone new. Lu Yingying could not help but question whether this version of Ye Feng could truly be a competent father. No. He was unworthy of being Coco's father. With gritted teeth, Lu Yingying felt the last glimmer of hope she had for him extinguish in that moment. A silent stream of sorrow flowed within her, and her eyes began to redden. Equally stunned was Xian. She could never have anticipated encountering Ye Feng in this place. Among those who knew Yingying best, she immediately recognized the man before her as the one from Yingying's past, the father of Coco. After a prolonged silence, Ye Feng finally spoke. Yingying, it's been a long time. There was no impulsive embrace, no tears of joy, no lamentation over the twists of their relationship, just a simple greeting. Though he appeared calm on the surface, a tempest of emotions churned within him, difficult to contain. After 5 long years apart, despite the abruptness of their separation, he was left wondering how she had fared, whether she had married and started a family. These thoughts restrained him from any rash actions, suppressing the emotional turmoil within. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yingying struggled to quell her emotions, staving off the tears that threatened to spill forth, her expression gradually turning cold as she forced a smile. Indeed, it has been a long time. Having long since resigned herself to despair, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. How have you been these years? She asked, her tone deliberately ambiguous. What else could it be? Marriage, children, just the typical trajectory of an ordinary life, she replied. Are you married? The weight of this question sent a jolt through Ye Feng, leaving him engulfed in a shadow of melancholy. In that moment, it felt as though the world had lost its brilliance, his heart burdened by an irreparable regret. The once fervent passion within him had turned to ashes. His hopes dissipated into nothingness. 5 years had passed in a fleeting blink. How many 5-year spans can one person endure? Time is the most merciless force in existence, capable of erasing all, even the most sincere feelings, under the relentless march of years. How many women in this world would willingly wait for a man for 5 years? Especially one who had vanished without a trace, imprisoned and devoid of hope? Once love is lost, and after enduring a period of suffering,
a person inevitably returns to the focus of daily life.
Lu Yingying's actions were beyond reproach, leaving Ye Feng momentarily speechless.
Faced with this former lover, now a mere stranger,
he could only lament the tumult of his own life.
Little did Ye Feng know that the woman who once loved him deeply had not only remained unmarried but had also given birth to a beautiful daughter for him.
Meanwhile,
Xianxian stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why Yingying would lie to him, especially when Coco often cried out for her father, her eyes filled with hope and eagerness. She understood that although Yingying claimed to despise that man, her love for him surpassed all. What Yingying truly harbored was not hatred, but a need to vent her grievances. At that moment, she noticed Su Weiwei standing beside Ye Feng and instantly understood Yingying's demeanor.
With lingering doubts about Ye Feng's past transgressions,
seeing him now accompanied by another woman was a blow no woman could easily bear.
How could Lu Yingying not feel a sense of despair?
Ye Feng, I too must take my leave. Lu Yingying pursed her lips and turned to walk towards the elevator.
Xianxian hurriedly followed suit. Yingying, can we have a proper conversation?
Ye Feng urgently attempted to call out to Lu Yingying, wishing to discuss certain matters with her.
However, as soon as he spoke, Lu Yingying quickened her pace.
And in the blink of an eye, they had entered the elevator. She offered him no response, akin to a passerby they had merely brushed past. Ye Feng hastily pursued her, yet the elevator doors closed just in time, obstructing his path. He stood in a daze, gazing at the now closed doors. His expression one of melancholy.
Was she your former girlfriend?
Although their exchange had been brief, Su Weiwei could discern from their expressions that the bond they once shared was far from ordinary. Besides the relationship of lovers,
Su Weiwei could not fathom why Ye Feng appeared so despondent. Ye Feng nodded without replying to Su Weiwei's inquiry.
He sensed something amiss with Lu Yingying, yet he could not articulate it. He absolutely could not allow her to escape so easily. Disregarding Su Weiwei, Ye Feng turned and dashed towards the stairs, making his way to the first floor in hopes of intercepting Lu Yingying.
Chapter 61, Could such fortuity exist? Ye Feng, wait for me. Su Weiwei called out from behind, hastily chasing after him. Downstairs, Lu Yingying and Xianxian strode out of the elevator, their high heels echoing against the floor as they made their way outside.
Lu Yingying struggled to suppress her emotions, yet her beautiful face betrayed her turmoil. Tears streamed down her cheeks incessantly. Her heart was in disarray. The composure she had feigned before Ye Feng was merely a facade. She longed to escape this place, to avoid encountering the man who had caused her such sorrow and tears. The moment she witnessed Su Weiwei tenderly wiping Ye Feng's face, her heart shattered into countless pieces. The beliefs she had clung to over the years were mercilessly trampled.
Lu Yingying felt like a mere fool. Once deeply in love,
she had endured her family's opposition and scorned to bear him a child, Coco, despite his imprisonment. She had willingly brought Coco into the world,
hoping for a tangible outcome of their love.
Had he vanished completely, perhaps Lu Yingying could have held onto a glimmer of hope in her heart.
However,
his reappearance had unveiled a scene she could not bear to witness. With these thoughts consuming her, Lu Yingying quickened her pace, determined to conceal her distress from prying eyes. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the restaurant, Xia Feng lounged lazily on a sofa, his eyes fixed on the comings and goings of patrons.
Recently intoxicated,
he had been inexplicably slapped, and now, with his senses returning, fury surged within him.
Who was he?
The young master of the Xie family,
accustomed to being the one who dealt blows, not receiving them.
If word of this incident spread, where would he find the courage to face others?
How could he maintain his reputation in the small circle of young masters in Lianqing without becoming the subject of ridicule?
The more he pondered, the angrier he became, nearly bursting with indignation. He initially contemplated sending security to search each private room for the offending couple, but was quickly reprimanded by his formidable sister overseeing the establishment. Cowed by her authoritative presence, Xia Feng dared not pursue the matter further. Thus, as the effects of the alcohol began to wane, he retreated to the lobby, waiting patiently for the couple to emerge. He could not believe that they would evade the exit of this establishment. The memory of being publicly humiliated stoked his resentment further. He vowed that should he encounter the offending pair, he would unleash a torrent of fury upon them, allowing them to witness the might of the Xie family. He fantasized about their cries for mercy, their pleas echoing in his ears.
In the midst of his vengeful imaginings, an exquisite figure caught his eye,
igniting a spark of desire within him. True to his nature, he felt compelled to tease her. However, upon recognizing her as the esteemed young lady of the Lu family, he hesitated, suddenly feeling small. The prominent families of Lianqing were well acquainted with one another, and he could not afford to misstep in her presence. Lu Yingying is a prominent figure in Lianqing, renowned for her beauty, but equally infamous for the rumors surrounding her unwed motherhood from several years ago. She has become the subject of ridicule within the city, with many speculating about the identity of the man who won the affection of such an exquisite woman.
Upon hearing the news, Ye Feng expressed immense admiration for the gentleman who managed to tame this formidable lady.
Despite her delicate appearance and seemingly gentle demeanor, the young scions of several influential families in Liancheng were well aware that she possessed a fiery spirit. Many of these young men had suffered at her hands.
Even a miscalibrated conversation could provoke the wrath of Miss Lu, leaving them unjustly tormented. However, since Lu Yingying gave birth to her daughter and with Lu Chuandong's decline in the family's fortunes, she had not reappeared in social circles. At that time, Ye Feng was curious about the extraordinary individual who had subdued this fierce tigress, considering such an achievement worthy of emulation. This woman was not to be trifled with. A thought that flickered through Ye Feng's mind as he discreetly buried his head in his luxurious trenchcoat to evade her gaze. This was characteristic of the young Master Xie, who preferred to pick on the soft targets and avoid confrontations with those he could not afford to provoke. Was she being harassed by someone?
Observing her retreating figure, Ye Feng poked his head out of the coat, muttering to himself.
Just then,
Ye Feng rushed into the hall in a flurry, inadvertently locking eyes with Ye Feng, who immediately felt a rush of excitement.
Indeed, diligence pays off, and fortune favors the prepared. Finally, he had his chance.
A smug smile spread across Ye Feng's face.
However,
the manner in which Ye Feng conducted himself was far from that of the thoughtless young rakes of his age. He scrutinized Ye Feng carefully. The young man was undeniably handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor that exuded refinement and grace. Though Ye Feng was somewhat narcissistic, he could not deny this young man's advantages. Yet, Ye Feng's attire, composed of cheap clothing, restored Ye Feng's confidence. He immediately perceived him as a weakling,
an easy target devoid of any threat. Eager to assert his dominance, Ye Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he prepared to confront Ye Feng, ready to deliver a thorough beating that would leave him crying for mercy and teach him a lesson about the prowess of young Master Xie. With determination,
he sprang from the sofa to intercept Ye Feng, standing tall and casting a disdainful glance at him. "You, lad, just embarrassed me in front of that girl.
And now you think you can escape?"
Ye Feng halted his steps, glancing at the young man before him. His gaze drifted towards the entrance of the restaurant, where he caught a glimpse of Lu Yingying's silhouette as she entered a BMW with Xianxian. He had no time to waste with Ye Feng, so he pushed past him, intent on leaving. However, seeing Ye Feng's attempt to exit, Ye Feng quickly repositioned himself to block his path once more.
"You think you can run after crossing paths with me? How naive."
With sleeves rolled up, Ye Feng prepared to teach this oblivious young man a lesson. Ye Feng's gaze was icy as he forcefully pushed him away once more, making a beeline for the exit. The immense force sent Ye Feng tumbling to the ground. By the time Ye Feng burst outside, the BMW had already sped away, swiftly vanishing at the road's end, leaving no chance to pursue. For the first time, Ye Feng felt a constricting sensation in his chest. Had it not been for that fool inside, he would have already intercepted Lu Yingying.
"Security, hurry and stop him." Inside,
Ye Feng, having been knocked down by Ye Feng, rose in a fury, frantically calling for the security personnel in the lobby,
fearful that Ye Feng might seize the opportunity to escape.
If the other party were to flee, where could he exact his revenge?
Anxiously stamping his feet,
Ye Feng lamented that Ye Feng had already reached the exterior of the restaurant.
If the latter truly intended to leave,
even the restaurant's security would be unable to apprehend him. Just as Ye Feng pounded his chest in regret for failing to detain Ye Feng, he was taken aback to see the latter returning with a grim expression. Instantly, joy surged within him, his face breaking into a broad smile.
He had returned? Such unexpected fortuity. Chapter 62,
bruised and beaten Ye Feng was clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, hastily beckoning the security personnel beside him. He pointed at Ye Feng and shouted, "Quick, block him." The two guards exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond. The young lady had just instructed them not to engage in any frivolity with the young master. They fell into contemplation. "What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up!" Ye Feng rolled up his sleeves once more, angrily reprimanding the guards. Although Ye Feng had little desire to acknowledge this fool, his persistent obstruction had caused him to miss the chance to pursue Lu Yingying, which was exceedingly vexing. He forcefully pushed aside the security guard attempting to block him and directly approached Ye Feng. Ye Feng's face lit up with a smile. Secretly delighted that this fellow was indeed perceptive enough to come forward for a beating. It seemed he was aware of Ye Feng's reputation and had come to offer his apologies. Indeed, Ye Feng's standing in Liancheng was formidable, his renown still resounding. Ye Feng gazed at Ye Feng standing before him, nodding in satisfaction. "Well then, since you are so understanding, I shall go easy on you." With that, he raised his hand, intending to slap Ye Feng. In the next moment, Ye Feng seized Ye Feng's somewhat lengthy hair and, without hesitation, unleashed a flurry of punches. The two guards, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror. Their young master, who typically dominated his surroundings, had never been subjected to such a beating. If the young lady were to learn of this incident occurring right under their noses, they would surely face dire consequences. The two guards rushed forward to intervene, only to be kicked away by Ye Feng with a swift motion. Determined to teach this fool a lesson to prevent future encounters, Ye Feng struck with relentless precision, eliciting a rhythmic chorus of wails from Ye Feng. Even Su Weiwei, who had just caught up, watched in astonishment, her heart aching at the sight. This spectacle had entirely reshaped her perception of Ye Feng. In her memory, he had always been a gentle and refined individual, courteous in his speech and exuding a sense of comfort. She had never witnessed him initiate violence against anyone. Clearly, Ye Feng had been provoked to the point of fury. Unaware of Ye Feng's true identity, Su Weiwei was nonetheless aware of the formidable forces behind the Liancheng tavern. Fearing that Ye Feng might cause a commotion, she hurriedly approached to dissuade him. "Ye Feng, stop. You might kill him." "Ah, a goddess." Ye Feng looked at Su Weiwei as though she were a savior. Under the relentless barrage of Ye Feng's strikes, he felt utterly despondent, wishing for death itself. How had he incited such a wrathful force? Ye Feng was not entirely inept. Although he was a wastrel, his martial prowess was not to be underestimated. He had once trained in remarkable martial arts with his family's guardians, making him one of the more outstanding youths among the clans of Liancheng. Yet, before Ye Feng, he found himself utterly powerless, akin to a helpless chick being tossed about. Ye Feng could only attribute his inability to counter to the effects of the alcohol still clouding his senses. He had long contemplated surrender. Yet the thought of his esteemed reputation in Lian City compelled him to endure. Su Weiwei's words of counsel felt akin to divine grace bestowed upon him. However, Ye Feng seemed relentless in his pursuit. "Weiwei, I know my limits. You should sit over there while I deal with this fool." With that, he raised his fist and unleashed a merciless onslaught upon Ye Feng. Again? Ye Feng grimaced in pain, truly frightened. This man had no sense of martial ethics. His blows were as unrelenting as a drumbeat. For the first time, a sense of dread crept into his heart. Ye Feng, though delivering a fierce beating, did not genuinely intend to inflict severe harm. As a master far beyond the level of a war god, he wielded his strength with exquisite precision, every punch merely leaving external bruises. He would not cause internal injury. However, the agony inflicted was sufficient for Ye Feng to remember for a lifetime. At that moment, Ye Feng could no longer endure. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, clutching Ye Feng's leg and weeping bitterly. "Hero, spare me. I surrender, I surrender." Ye Feng had abandoned his carefully cultivated reputation, his mindset had completely transformed. A true hero knows when to yield, and flexibility is the essence of valor. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng paused his assault. It appeared that Ye Feng had genuinely capitulated. There he was, holding onto Ye Feng's leg, his once handsome face now swollen beyond recognition, stripped of all previous arrogance. Ye Feng kicked him away, coldly stating, "Do you dare still call yourself young master?" "I dare not."
I dare not.
Ye Feng hastily replied, his swollen visage bobbing like a rattle. You are the true master, from now on, you are my lord. With that, Ye Feng felt a rush of satisfaction, his demeanor reflecting a sense of mentorship. Indeed, there was a certain pleasure in administering a beating. He uttered a remark that made Ye Feng want to curse, though he certainly did not dare to voice it. Internally, he lamented, for heaven's sake. Don't take your frustrations out on me. He seemed to forget that Ye Feng was the one he had captured. Wei Wei, let us go. Ye Feng beckoned to Su Weiwei and turned to leave the Lian City Tavern. Su Weiwei, now feeling anxious, dared not linger and hurried after him. Were they truly leaving just like that? Su Weiwei found it hard to believe. They had just engaged in a brawl in the tavern, targeting the young master of the Xie family, and now they were simply walking away. Earlier, she had worried that Ye Feng's actions might lead to trouble, fearing repercussions from the powerful Xie family in Lian City. Despite Ye Feng's decent relationship with Zhang Guozhong, the Xie family held considerable sway, and there was no guarantee that Zhang would come to his aid. Nevertheless, she had never considered fleeing out of fear of the Xie family. In Ye Feng's eyes, this former classmate of his was 100 times better than those sycophantic peers in the private room. After Ye Feng departed, Ye Feng collapsed onto the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Damn it, why is it always the face that gets hit? Who is this person? A peerless beauty, renowned throughout her life, is destined to meet her downfall today. At this moment, a tall, classically dressed woman emerges from within, clad in a provocative, high-slit cheongsam and draped with a white mink coat. She exudes an exquisite charm and an air of sophistication. Sister. Ye Feng murmured as he caught sight of her, lowering his head. You foolish child. I warned you against causing trouble, yet you disregarded my counsel. The woman rebuked sharply. Sister. I witnessed everything clearly inside, they have already shown you mercy. Do not act as though you have suffered a great loss, she interrupted Ye Feng, continuing her admonishment. He is not an ordinary individual. Even 10 of you are no match for him. How embarrassing. After delivering her scathing words, the woman turned and departed, dismissing her ineffectual brother. She, too, is a master of martial arts, and while it is common knowledge that the Xie family has a young lady of notable prowess, few are aware that this seemingly delicate heiress is the Xie family's foremost martial expert. Even the formidable fighters that the Xie family employs at great expense would find themselves no match for her skill within 10 moves. On the main road of Liancheng, a BMW sped away, distancing itself from the Liancheng restaurant. Within the vehicle, Lu Yingying could no longer contain herself, she collapsed onto her lap, weeping uncontrollably. To ensure their safety, Xianxian found a place to park and sought to comfort Lu Yingying. She understood the extent of her best friend's grievances over the years and recognized the need for her to vent. Chapter 63, Trepidation. Ever since the establishment of the Dream Cosmetics Company, Xianxian has been the most trusted confidant of Lu Yingying. Their bond transcends mere friendship, akin to that of sisters. In the entire Liancheng, the fact that Lu Yingying is an unmarried mother is common knowledge. However, the identity of her child's father remains shrouded in mystery, even to Lu Chundong and his wife, who are oblivious to the man who has wronged their daughter. Yet, Xianxian is well aware of these matters, highlighting her role as a reliable keeper of Yingying's secrets. Observing Yingying in her sorrow, Xianxian felt at a loss. Lu Yingying's character is not one of a delicate and submissive woman, otherwise, she would not have been able to manage such a substantial company. Seeing her in tears made Xianxian realize that Yingying, too, is a woman who bears her own burdens of grievance. She needs an outlet to express the injustices she has endured over the years. Rather than intruding, Xianxian chose to stand by in silent support. After a considerable pause, she hurried to console her. Yingying, please don't cry. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as you perceive. Lu Yingying, with tears brimming in her reddened eyes, raised her head, her disheveled hair and smeared makeup rendering her a picture of distress. Xianxian, no matter what, I will never forgive him, she declared, her voice heavy with resolve. With a gentle sigh, Xianxian replied, Yingying, maybe you should consider giving him a chance, after all, he is Coco's father. Xianxian had often taken care of Coco and genuinely adored her. She had witnessed the little girl's yearning to call out for her father. If the man were to disappear forever, it would be one thing, yet, since he remains present, Xianxian felt it unfair to both Coco and Ye Feng.
Nevertheless, she deeply understood Ying's current mindset, a classic case of love transformed into hate, devoid of rationality.
Once Ying had calmed considerably, she shook her head, stating, Xian.
I will never allow him to see Coco. He is utterly unworthy of being her father. Will he bring another woman to meet Coco? What kind of harm would that inflict upon her?
I will not let Coco witness such a cruel scene.
She clenched her teeth in determination. Xian sighed, recognizing Ying's stubbornness.
Once she made up her mind, it was as if a herd of cattle could not sway her. Thus, she refrained from provoking Ying's fragile nerves during such a sensitive moment.
Yet, she harbored lingering doubts about Ye Feng. That day at Yunfeng Group,
she had inquired of Zhang Guozhong regarding the man's identity. Zhang had informed her that he was the son of a client named Li Hai. A man of Zhang's stature would hardly fabricate a lie for a mere individual.
Yet, it was clear that he had lied. But why? Xian began to question. Her intelligence as Lu Yingying's secretary surpassing the ordinary.
Reflecting on Zhang Guozhong's deferential attitude toward Ye Feng, she felt a sudden jolt of concern, giving rise to a conjecture that even she found astonishing.
He may not be as simple as he appears.
Initially, he intended to share his thoughts with Ying, but he could sense her acute sensitivity towards the name Ye Feng. After some contemplation, he ultimately refrained from speaking, fearing it might trigger her once again.
Once Lu Yingying gradually regained her composure, Xian resumed her drive. After leaving the Liancheng restaurant, Ye Feng wore a gloomy expression, his spirits persistently low.
He had believed he had come to terms with his past, yet upon learning that Lu Yingying was married, a tumult of emotions surged within him, beyond the pain. There lingered a profound sense of regret. After all, they had once loved each other. It felt as though the happiness that rightfully belonged to him had been snatched away. He found himself torn, contemplating whether he should seek Lu Yingying out for a heartfelt conversation. It would not be a daunting task to locate her in Liancheng,
given its manageable size.
Whether through the underground influence of Lu Sandao or the open resources of Yunfeng Group, he could likely track her down.
However,
it was abundantly clear that Lu Yingying was quite resistant to him, as her demeanor suggested a desire to avoid entanglements.
This reaction was entirely understandable,
considering she was now married and needed to protect her reputation and various aspects of her life.
How could she possibly become embroiled with an ex-boyfriend? Reflecting on this,
Ye Feng let out a bitter smile, resolutely deciding to abandon the idea of searching for Lu Yingying.
Mutual non-interference seemed the wisest choice,
providing a less than perfect closure to their past relationship while granting her a tranquil life, effectively burying their shared history and returning to a state of normalcy.
Ye Feng drove Su Weiwei back home.
Since her divorce, she had rented a modest apartment near the Liancheng market, facilitating her back and forth between shops, especially with a 6 or 7-year-old child to care for.
Although the apartment was centrally located, it was an aging building,
with the exterior tiles covered in moss and stained black. The location was advantageous, but the rent was not particularly affordable. Despite her considerable debts, Su Weiwei's shop had returned to normal operations, alleviating much of her financial pressure. With steady operations, repaying her debts was merely a matter of time. She was immensely grateful to Ye Feng. Had it not been for him, she shuddered to think of her current circumstances. With her shop shut down and no money to her name, the thought of her child's welfare was a nightmare she dared not entertain. Ye Feng parked his car downstairs,
exchanging farewells with a wave before departing. Today marked the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, with only a few days remaining until New Year's Eve.
Many who had been working away from home had returned for the holiday. The roads outside Ye Feng's house were lined with numerous cars,
a testament to the influx of those returning for the spring festival.
As he approached home, he found no parking spots near his residence,
forcing him to leave his car at a distance and walk back.
Upon reaching his doorstep, he suddenly noticed that the neighbors were moving out. A small truck parked by the roadside as they loaded items for departure.
It was Lu Hong.
At this moment, Lu Hong had shed her previous brazen demeanor. Her gaze towards Ye Feng was unsteady, her complexion pale with fear, unable to meet his eyes. It had been quite some time since Zhou Hai had returned home, and she remained oblivious to the events that had transpired.
Yet, even in her ignorance, she understood that Zhou Hai was unlikely to return. Simultaneously,
She recognized that his disappearance was inextricably linked to Ye Feng, for it was indeed on that fateful day that Zhou Hai had set out seeking vengeance against him. With Zhou Hai's misfortune, the once audacious Lu Hong now found herself gripped by fear. She had scarcely enjoyed a single restful night, dreading the prospect of being buried alive should she falter. All she desired was to flee from this place, to distance herself from Ye Feng, terrified of potential retribution. When Ye Feng paused to cast a glance in her direction, her heart tightened with apprehension. Relocating would be beneficial, such a person was indeed an eyesore. Ye Feng was certain that Zhou Hai had been dealt with by Lu Sandao. Had the latter not resorted to targeting Luo Yan, Ye Feng might have spared him. However, given the maliciousness of his actions, Ye Feng could not turn a blind eye. Yet, he harbored no intentions of harming Lu Hong. He was not a bloodthirsty fiend. Provided she did not provoke him further, he had little interest in her affairs. Observing Lu Hong's intention to move away, he deemed it a positive development, as her departure would bring a semblance of tranquility to the surroundings. Paying no heed to Lu Hong's frightened gaze, he strode into the house. As he settled into a chair on the second floor, a commotion erupted from downstairs, accompanied by shouts. Chapter 64, Priceless. The voice was eerily familiar, prompting Ye Feng to hastily rise and peer out of the window. Below stood a youth with a simple, endearing face, robust and lively, clutching a multitude of bags and looking up at Ye Feng with an upright posture. Upon noticing Ye Feng's head poking out from the window, the young man grinned broadly and exclaimed, "Fengzi, quickly open the door." The young man below was Tu Yongheng, a fellow resident of the same alley. They were of the same age and had grown up together as companions, characterized by his honest and earnest demeanor throughout their elementary and middle school years. They shared the same classroom, but as they progressed to high school, they gradually drifted apart. Even after entering university, their interactions were sporadic, limited to the occasional festive homecoming. After graduation, Ye Feng, brimming with ambition, took on the management of Yunfeng Group. Tu Yongheng, on the other hand, graduated from a mediocre teacher training college and now toils away at a junior high school in the provincial capital, fulfilling the noble role of a teacher. Recalling their childhood, Ye Feng remembered how many of the local children were forbidden by their parents from associating with him. The reason was simple: after Ye Feng's mother, Chen Mei, settled in the area, she had never remarried. There existed a local superstition against allowing one's children to play with the offspring of widows, fearing it would invite misfortune. Framed as a custom, the underlying reason was the apprehension of some wives that their husbands might take advantage of visits to a widow's home under the pretext of seeking out their children. Tu Yongheng was different. Raised by his grandfather, he had known no parental guidance, which freed him from such constraints and provided Ye Feng with a companion during his lonely childhood. Years had passed since their last meeting, and Tu Yongheng had matured considerably. No longer the youthful boy with a cherubic face, Ye Feng smiled broadly, feeling a rare joy in reconnecting with an old friend. The cloud of gloom cast by Lu Yingying dissipated as he called out cheerfully, "All right." With that, he turned and dashed down the stairs with eager footsteps. "I just returned and heard you were back." Tu Yongheng entered without ceremony, laden with an assortment of festive goods, including rice cakes, cured meats, and various snacks and fruits. Ye Feng, somewhat bemused, remarked, "Hong, you could have just come without bringing all these things." "I have no need for them." Tu Yongheng surveyed the sparsely furnished room. Noting its emptiness, apart from a few pieces of old furniture, there was little else. In earlier days, when Ye Feng lived at home, everything had been managed by Chen Mei, creating a cozy atmosphere, albeit small. Now, in stark contrast, his current living conditions could only be described as bare. It wasn't that Ye Feng lacked the means to acquire necessities, rather, he found himself too lazy to shop for them, content with the basic provisions that sufficed for his needs. However, to Tu Yongheng, this scene painted a different picture. He concluded that Ye Feng's situation stemmed from his recent release from incarceration. Setting the items he had brought on the table in the living room, he said, "These are all things I brought back from the provincial capital, just a little something for you." Ye Feng initially intended to have him take it back, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. Despite Tu Yongheng's seemingly honest and straightforward demeanor, he possessed a stubborn temperament. If Tu offered something and it was declined, he could engage in a lengthy discourse, akin to a nagging wife. "Come, let us converse upstairs." Ye Feng wasted no time on trivialities and beckoned Tu Yongheng to the second floor.
After brewing some tea, he offered his guest a cigarette.
Tu Yongheng raised the cup to his lips, taking a delicate sip, yet he declined the cigarette. After several years apart, Tu Yongheng had not changed much.
Save for a newfound maturity, his character and appearance remained as they were.
Their bond had not diminished despite the passage of time. Nor had it been strained by Ye Feng's imprisonment. Having witnessed the fickleness of human emotions, Ye Feng found solace in this unwavering friendship. In the course of their conversation, Ye Feng learned that Tu Yongheng had married a local woman from the provincial capital, who was also a teacher at the same school.
A stable life sounds delightful. Why haven't you brought your child and wife over for a visit? Ye Feng inquired with a smile.
Tu Yongheng hesitated, explaining that they had just returned and that his wife preferred to stay home. One could easily discern his lack of experience in deceit.
Ye Feng, seasoned in the ways of human nature, saw through Tu Yongheng's clumsy fib. There seemed to be an unspoken issue.
Perhaps his wife had recently been swayed by some gossiping neighbors, advising her to keep their family distanced from Ye Feng, especially considering his recent release from prison. It was only natural that she would be reluctant to visit, given that since Ye Feng's return, few neighbors had made an effort to greet him.
At that moment, Tu Yongheng's phone rang. Yes. I'll return now. Don't be upset.
Ye Feng surmised that the caller was likely his wife, urging him to come home upon learning of his visit to Ye Feng. After hanging up, Tu Yongheng's expression darkened, and he awkwardly stated, "Fengzi, I must take my leave." Ye Feng nodded with a smile. "All right, then, do head back.
We can chat again when you have time."
As Tu Yongheng turned to leave, he suddenly recalled something. He rummaged through his pocket, producing a bulging red envelope, which he handed to Ye Feng with sincerity.
"Fengzi, since you've just come out, take this money for now.
If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will find a way to assist you."
The earnestness in Tu Yongheng's expression was palpable.
Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, a wave of warmth washing over him. He pushed the money back, genuinely stating, "Ahang, I truly do not need this right now. Please take it back." Having grown up together, Tu Yongheng understood Ye Feng well. He was fiercely proud and would not easily ask for help, believing that Ye Feng's refusal stemmed from his pride. Thus, with a firm resolve, he stuffed the red envelope into Ye Feng's pocket, asserting,
"If you still consider me as your brother, you must accept this."
With that, he hurried down the stairs, leaving no room for Ye Feng to decline. Ye Feng gazed at the pristine red envelope, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a peasant distributing relief grain to a wealthy landlord. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Tu Yongheng's gesture filled Ye Feng's heart with warmth. Such camaraderie is priceless. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, since marrying, Tu Yongheng had transformed into a quintessential henpecked husband. The financial reins of the household had completely slipped from his grasp, with a meager monthly allowance of less than 300 yuan. Although his funds were scant and his situation rather strained, his profession required minimal social engagements and expenses, thus he did not find life unbearable. The money he had given Ye Feng was accumulated from his leftover spending allowance and occasional earnings from tutoring.
After Tu Yongheng departed, Ye Feng unwrapped the envelope to reveal a small stack of 100 yuan notes.
Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be around 10,000 yuan. With a sense of curiosity, he counted it, discovering a total of 10,300 yuan.
Why the extra 300? Could it be that this fellow had given all his available cash to him? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. Never mind.
He would return the favor by sending Tu Yongheng some gifts in the coming days. Ye Feng chuckled softly to himself. This bond of friendship, he would cherish forever. Chapter 65. The upstart Ye Feng descended to the lower floor, meticulously organizing the gifts brought by Tu Yongheng before ascending to the second floor. After some contemplation, he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Guozhong. The call connected promptly, but the tone on the other end was notably heavy, with uneven breaths suggesting that he had indulged quite a bit at the Lianqing restaurant. It was evident that he was already somewhat inebriated. For Zhang Guozhong, such merriment was indeed warranted. Ye Feng's return elevated his career to new heights. Otherwise, he would have been left stagnant at the Lianqing Mall, with the worst outcome being a swift dismissal from the company at the hands of Xiao Jun. Ye Feng initially intended to ask him to prepare some gifts for the new year, to be presented to Lupa and Tu Yongheng.
However, sensing Zheng Guozhong's intoxication, he decided to hold off on the conversation until the following day. After ending the call,
Ye Feng casually opened Feishin and his gaze fell upon a message from someone named Xiao Bingan. He clicked to reply but found himself at a loss for words.
Ying, shall we find a time to meet?
After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ye Feng finally sent a message to Lu Yingying.
As anticipated, it sank into silence, receiving no response.
The avatar of Xiao Bingan remained as immovable as a rock, while another group chat erupted with activity, boasting a glaring 99 unread messages. This was the group of Ye Feng's high school classmates, typically a stagnant pool of silence, with few engaging in conversation. Yet during festive seasons, it transformed into a whirlwind of chatter, where men boasted of their career achievements and women sweetly sought to strengthen connections. It seemed that the gathering at the Lianqing Hotel had concluded, and through this crucible of socialization, everyone had discerned who had thrived and who had floundered, establishing the appropriate attitudes to adopt towards each other. Most of the messages were lavish praises directed at He Chuqing. Aside from the sycophantic flattery, a large group was already planning a series of activities for the evening, eager to cement their 3 years of camaraderie. Perhaps due to Ye Feng's earlier slight to Ye Chuqing in the private room, his name went unmentioned in the group.
However, someone did tag Su Weiwei, inviting her to join the evening's festivities.
Ye Feng cast a cursory glance and quickly lost interest, opting to exit the group.
At that moment, a cacophony of harsh insults erupted from outside.
Ye Feng approached the window and peered out, spotting a woman not far from his home, vociferously berating someone.
You little brat! You scratched my car. Can you afford to pay for it?
With your father's meager income, your family could never cover this cost. It was already the end of the year, and the street below Ye Feng was lined with a multitude of compact cars. A testament to the influx of travelers returning for the spring festival, among which were several luxury vehicles.
Right beneath Ye Feng's window sat a brand new red Lamborghini,
occupying a significant portion of the roadway, while a toppled electric scooter lay nearby.
A lavishly dressed woman stood before the car, hurling sharp,
scathing remarks at a girl who stood there, head bowed, too intimidated to utter a word. The electric scooter seemed oddly familiar.
Isn't that the electric bike belonging to Luo Yan?
Ye Feng could easily recognize it, having seen her ride it frequently just a few days prior. Upon glancing at the girl being scolded, it was clear that it could only be Luo Yan. The woman hurling insults, whom Ye Feng also knew, was a familiar face in the neighborhood. Her name was Tu Xiaoxiao, a few years older than Ye Feng, likely in her early 30s.
Tu Xiaoxiao had a domineering personality, much like her mother.
It was well known that her mother was infamous in the alley for her loud and aggressive confrontations, even causing a tough woman like Lu Hong to feel a chill in her heart and respectfully refer to her as third sister. Ye Feng vividly recalled his elementary and middle school days when, during lunch breaks, he would often hear Tu Xiaoxiao's mother-esque cursing,
resonating through the air like a school loudspeaker. The cacophony was deafening.
Not only had Tu Xiaoxiao inherited her mother-esque sharp and biting temperament, but she had also inherited that formidable voice. At present, she was vociferously berating Luo Yan, who seemed utterly defenseless, her hands hanging limply, on the verge of tears. Luo Yan's home was not far from there, merely a few dozen meters away, separated by 4 or 5 households. The piercing sound of Tu Xiaoxiao's voice soon drew the attention of Lupo and Luo Yan's parents, who had returned home for the new year.
They all hurried to the scene.
Upon seeing the adults from Luo Yan's family arrive, Tu Xiaoxiao's demeanor became even more brazen.
Luo Laosi, she declared, addressing Luo Yan's father by his nickname, your daughter scratched my vehicle while riding her electric bike. What do you intend to do about it? Luo Laosi was a moniker for Luo Yan's father, a name that most would refrain from using directly. As a simple, hard-working man without wealth or influence,
Tu Xiaoxiao hardly regarded him with any respect. Though they lived next door, according to social hierarchy, she should have addressed him as uncle, but Tu Xiaoxiao, with her brash nature, held no regard for traditional values of respect for elders and love for the young. Even when her family's circumstances were modest, she never hesitated to unleash her wrath on anyone who displeased her. In recent years, having gained some fame through her online videos and amassed wealth, she had become even more arrogant, dismissing the Luo family entirely. Unaware of the situation's details, Luo Laosi turned to Luo Yan, urgently asking, Yan Yan,
Did you damage her vehicle?
Luo Yan, keeping her lips pressed together, nodded seriously before shaking her head.
Just that day,
her parents had returned home with an abundance of delicious food, and Lupa had invited her to summon Ye Feng for a meal.
The area was already congested,
with Tu Xiaoxiao's bike parked downstairs, taking up a significant portion of the road. As Luo Yan rode past Tu Xiaoxiao's vehicle, she happened to be preparing to start her own bike. When Tu Xiaoxiao turned the steering wheel, the proximity led to a collision with a resounding bang.
Luo Yan recounted the incident to Luo Laosi.
If that were the case, the responsibility would entirely lie with Tu Xiaoxiao.
Upon hearing Luo Yan's account,
Tu Xiaoxiao immediately exploded with rage, pointing at Luo Yan and angrily shouting, "You shameless little hussy, and you still have the audacity to claim innocence after scratching my vehicle? Today, by all means, you must compensate me for the cost of repairing my car," shouted Tu Xiaoxiao with fierce determination.
The couple, Luo Laosi and his wife,
were not adept at quarrels and could only stare in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Lupa was unwilling to accept the situation, indignantly retorting,
"Our yin yen did not collide with you, so why should we pay you?
You old hag, don't think your age intimidates me.
Your reckless granddaughter scratched my car, and she must compensate me.
At your age, if you wish to die, prepare your coffin, but do not rely on your seniority to bully me."
Tu Xiaoxiao venomously cursed.
Lupa, infuriated, gasped for breath, nearly stumbling to the ground, only to be steadied by Luo Laosi, who angrily exclaimed, "You young lady from the Tu family.
What kind of words are those?"
Unfazed, Tu Xiaoxiao became even more brazen, declaring, "Old woman, even if you pretend to be dead, you must pay me to fix my car." Her words were harsh and utterly unbefitting of a human being. Ye Feng directly descended the stairs,
glaring at Tu Xiaoxiao's ostentatious demeanor, and demanded, "How much do you want as compensation? Name your price." Chapter 66, The Car Incident. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Luo Yan's previously dim eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. However, her demeanor was more fraught with anxiety than calm. Despite being in university,
she remained a girl with limited life experience. Lacking social acumen and feeling intimidated by the formidable presence of Tu Xiaoxiao, she found herself at a loss. Even if she were somewhat naive, she understood that the vehicle in question was a luxury car. Should she be liable for damages, the financial implications would be significant.
Naturally,
her timid nature rendered her helpless in the face of Tu Xiaoxiao's assertiveness.
At that moment, encountering Ye Feng felt like a beacon of hope.
After enduring a series of events, she had developed an intrinsic trust in him, a sentiment her well-meaning but straightforward parents could never provide.
Ye Feng raised his hand,
signaling her to remain silent, and Luo Yan swallowed the words that had nearly escaped her lips.
Upon noticing Ye Feng, Tu Xiaoxiao's expression stiffened momentarily before quickly reverting to a mocking tone. "Ye Feng, are you planning to defend them? Ha! Do you even have the standing to do so?"
Ye Feng remained unperturbed, instead wearing a slight smile as he surveyed the car beside him. This Lamborghini was no trivial expense, its market price hovered around 4 million. A scratch, about the size of a palm, marred the left side from a minor collision with an electric vehicle.
Should it be taken to the dealership for repairs?
The costs would likely range from 10 to 20,000.
He reiterated firmly, "State your terms."
"My vehicle is worth 4 million, you owe me 100,000.
Not a cent less."
Regardless of whether Ye Feng was financially capable of demanding such compensation, Tu Xiaoxiao audaciously declared, "What?
You think fixing that old wreck will cost 100,000?
Don't mind her, it wasn't our Yan Yan who hit her," interjected Lu Pa,
startled by Tu Xiaoxiao's brazen remark.
Having never encountered a sum of 100,000 in her lifetime, the prospect of such a demand left her flabbergasted.
Ye Feng,
disinterested in engaging in futile dialogue with Tu Xiaoxiao, stated plainly, "The repair costs at the dealership will be no more than 20,000.
If we share the blame equally, I'll offer you 10,000. Not a penny more."
In truth, 10,000 was already generous, as Ye Feng preferred to resolve matters amicably rather than engage in a protracted dispute.
After all,
he was keen to avoid unnecessary embarrassment over a matter that could be settled with money. Tu Xiaoxiao, typically unreasonable, bristled at the mention of a mere 10,000.
"Humph. You, a convict, dare to speak such nonsense?
If you can't come up with 100,000, no one is leaving."
Her resolve appeared unyielding. Miss Two. I too am a driver.
While your car has sustained a minor scratch, it surely cannot cost 100,000 to repair, attempted Luo Laosi to reason with Tu Xiaoxiao. The couple, who made a modest living from their driving business, barely earned over 10,000 a month. With a son studying in provincial capital and Luo Yan's university expenses, their financial situation was strained, leaving them with little to spare. He could barely scrape together 100,000 yuan, but it would leave his entire family financially drained. After the new year, there would be Ro Yan's tuition fees, along with various expenses for her younger brother studying in the provincial city, all of which would become exceedingly difficult to manage.
Contemplating this, Luo Laosi's expression turned somewhat grim.
Being ensnared by the Tu family would extract a heavy toll, even from the most resilient of souls.
Very well, Uncle Luo.
You and the others should take Lupa back first. I will handle this matter for you, Ye Feng spoke up.
Luo Laosi hesitated for a moment.
Yet he chose to place his trust in Ye Feng, replying, Fengzi, speak with her.
Regardless of the outcome, our family will take responsibility.
Luo Laosi held a deep trust in Ye Feng, as his reputation from years past spoke volumes. Ye Feng nodded reassuringly, indicating that he could be counted on.
Lu Pa,
still agitated by Tu Xiaoxiao, was breathing unevenly due to her age.
Luo Laosi and his wife could only support her as they turned to leave.
Ro Yan stood silently to the side, her gaze subtly assessing Ye Feng, her expression a blend of complexity. The weight of the situation burdened her young heart, making her feel as if she were the source of the trouble, bringing distress to her family. A wave of guilt washed over her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she dared not meet Ye Feng's eyes.
Tu Xiaoxiao, are you certain you want 100,000 yuan? Ye Feng inquired earnestly.
Tu Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his question before responding coldly, without 100,000, this matter will not be resolved.
Ye Feng grinned widely and continued. Would you prefer a Fei Xin transfer, or should I deposit it directly into your bank account? This time, Tu Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless. Was he truly so accommodating? Initially, she had prepared to throw a fit, intending to demand at least 50 or 60,000 as a settlement. Moreover, she was quite skeptical of Ye Feng's words. Just released from prison, could he truly produce such a sum? Nevertheless, since he had made the offer, she tentatively replied, a Fei Xin transfer. Ro Yan, filled with indignation, tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve with a pitiful expression, seemingly conveying, I truly did not hit her. Ding! A notification chimed on Ye Feng's phone, indicating the transfer had been completed, leaving Tu Xiaoxiao in disbelief. She had anticipated that Ye Feng would seek funds from Luo Laosi, yet he was so forthright. Truly, a fool with deep pockets. She thought to herself that in the future, she would need to find ways to exploit this girl further. With the money received, she felt it inappropriate to continue her tantrum. Holding her head high, she declared, I shall let you off this time. With such an expensive car. Next time it will not merely be a matter of 100,000. With that, she turned, slipping into her vehicle and departing with a flourish. Ye Feng rubbed his nose, shook his head, and smiled to himself, murmuring, rest assured, there will not be a next time. Soon, even the car had vanished. What was there left to discuss about a next time? Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I truly didn't hit her, Ro Yan said, her head bowed, a look of despondency on her face. I know. Don't dwell on it, Ye Feng reassured her simply, not allowing the matter to weigh heavily on his mind. Had it not been for Ro Yan's involvement, he would have already taken the opportunity to smash that car. However, considering that the Luo family should not create enmity with someone like Tu Xiaoxiao, he opted for an alternative approach. You should return promptly and inform your father that the matter has been resolved, but do not mention the financial assistance I provided her, Ye Feng instructed, waving his hand for Luo Yan to hurry home. Knowing Luo Laosi's temperament, if he were to discover that Ye Feng had fronted a substantial sum of 100,000, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to repay him, even at the cost of their family fortune. While 100,000 was not a significant amount for Ye Feng, it represented a crucial lifeline for the Luo family. It was simply easier to keep this matter under wraps. As for the Luo family's affairs, be it 100,000 or even 1 million, Ye Feng would not hesitate to offer his assistance. Years ago, after Chen Mei gave birth to Ye Feng, she had the diligent care of Lupa during her confinement.
This was a topic Chen Mei frequently reminisced about in Ye Feng's presence.
"Brother Feng,
My grandmother has invited you to dine at our home," Luo Yan said eagerly, propping up the electric scooter, her beautiful eyes shining with anticipation.
the young girl,
Having seen little of the world, felt a mix of guilt and overwhelming gratitude for the unexpected generosity of 100,000.
After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng replied, "You go ahead, I'll fetch a coat and join you shortly." "Okay."
Luo Yan responded with a light affirmation, pushing her scooter as she made her way home. Upon returning indoors, Ye Feng immediately called Lu Sandao, relaying Tu Xiaoxiu's license plate number to him. He instructed him to arrange for a few individuals to wait at the intersection and to destroy the vehicle.
Chapter 67, Watching a Play, Just to Smash a Car?
Upon concluding the phone call, Lu Sandao wore a perplexed expression but proceeded to make serious arrangements. Following a series of upheavals within Yunfeng Group and the grim circumstances surrounding Yi Xianhai's demise, Lu Sandao had become unwaveringly loyal to Ye Feng. His loyalty stemmed not only from a desire to align himself with Ye Feng but also from a profound fear of his formidable power. The horror of witnessing Yi Xianhai's lifeless body, crushed by a single strike that shattered his skull, with brain matter splattered everywhere, left Lu Sandao in sheer terror, causing chills to race down his spine. He understood all too well that Ye Feng, aside from his terrifying strength, was no benevolent or weak character.
After ending the call,
Ye Feng meticulously reviewed the video captured on his phone. In the footage, Tu Xiaoxiu displayed an outrageous demeanor, vehemently berating Luo Yan in a manner befitting a true shrew.
Wasn't she an internet sensation?
It was time to teach her a lesson, to unceremoniously drag her down from her pedestal. Ye Feng forwarded the video to Zhang Guozhong, instructing him to have the public relations team at Yunfeng Group manage the footage, ensuring it was polished before being released online to expose Tu Xiaoxiu's true, unsightly nature to the world. Once all tasks were completed, Ye Feng glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 in the evening, perfectly coinciding with dinner time. He decided to forego cooking and, after a brief tidy-up, donned his trench coat and made his way to Lupei's residence, intending to enjoy a meal there. At Lupei's home, Luo Laosi was in charge of cooking while Lupa relaxed on the sofa, and Luo Yan assisted in bringing the dishes to the table.
The banquet was lavish, featuring an assortment of poultry, soups, and several seafood dishes.
Lianqing, being a southern city, boasted a cuisine that favored lightness,
and the offerings were quintessential home-style dishes beloved by southerners.
Once Luo Laosi finished the last dish, Aunt Luo brought the food to the table and called out, "Yan Yan, hurry and urge your brother Feng to come over." Upon her return, the couple indeed caught Luo Yan and inquired about the resolution of the matter. Luo Yan relayed Ye Feng's words, stating that Tu Xiaoxiu had taken some money and left in her car.
The couple, well aware of Tu Xiaoxiu's family's nature,
were baffled by her unexpectedly agreeable demeanor.
Could it be that the sun had risen from the west?
Nevertheless, as the matter had been resolved, they were disinclined to delve deeper. Ye Feng had rendered them significant assistance, and they thought to treat him well. Just as Luo Yan was about to go find Ye Feng, a tall figure strode through the door.
"Uncle Luo, and Luo, Lupa."
Ye Feng greeted each of them in turn.
"Please, sit down and enjoy the meal."
Luo Laosi hastily invited Ye Feng to take a seat.
Ye Feng,
feeling no need for formality, sat down as his stomach rumbled, eager to satiate his hunger. Luo Yan dashed upstairs to call down her brother. With everyone gathered, they began to eat. During the meal, Luo Laosi inquired about Tu Xiaoxiu again, but Ye Feng deflected the question casually. Today, Luo Laosi was in high spirits, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Ye Feng for his assistance. He retrieved 2 bottles of wine, eager to share a few drinks with Ye Feng.
Given Ye Feng's mood,
somewhat dampened by the situation involving Lu Yingying, he readily agreed to indulge in a few glasses to alleviate his gloom.
The liquor cannot be deemed exceptional. It is merely a few hundred yuan worth of Wulianya, specially brought back by Luo Laosi as a New Year's gift from the provincial city.
Ye Feng has savored numerous fine wines, especially during his tenure founding Yunfeng Group, or seeking collaborations with prestigious companies necessitated entertaining with exquisite beverages, some of which could cost tens to hundreds of thousands. Although the Wulianye before him lacked the rich fragrance of those elite wines, in the harmonious atmosphere, it was quite pleasurable to drink. While Ye Feng engaged in casual conversation with Luo Laosi, Luo Yan uncorked a bottle of red wine and poured herself a modest glass. However, her tolerance for alcohol was not commendable. After barely half a glass, a rosy hue graced her delicate cheeks.
Due to his profession,
Luo Laosi was not a connoisseur of fine wines either, and after a few drinks, he exhibited signs of mild inebriation. The meal lasted nearly 40 minutes before Ye Feng departed from Lupo's residence. As he munched on a chicken claw upon reaching his doorstep, a series of loud banging noises erupted from a nearby intersection. Peering into the distance, he beheld the sight of Tu Xiaoxiao's expensive Lamborghini cornered at the roadblock. A group of young men surrounded the vehicle, wielding iron pipes and striking forcefully, the clanging sounds echoing incessantly. The car's windows shattered in response, and dents marred its once pristine exterior, creating a scene of utter chaos. Tu Xiaoxiao crouched beside it, trembling with fear, too intimidated to utter a word. Though she was known for her assertive and brash demeanor towards familiar neighbors, when faced with these reckless delinquents, she dared not utter a single curse. She could only watch helplessly as her multi-million yuan vehicle endured the relentless assault, gradually contorting into a heap of scrap metal.
"Please, don't smash it. Why are you doing this to my car?"
Despair shone in her eyes as she cried out frantically.
"You dare to cry, you filthy brat? We'll deal with you next." One of the youths raised his iron pipe menacingly, poised to strike.
Terrified, Tu Xiaoxiao instinctively shielded her head with her hands, retreating several steps before curling up on the ground, trembling and unable to utter another word.
Observing this,
Ye Feng sauntered to the roadside and seated himself on a concrete pillar.
As he continued to nibble on the chicken claw, he watched the unfolding drama with keen interest.
Within mere minutes, the luxurious sports car appeared as though it had been crushed, a sight too grim to behold.
With every strike of the iron pipe,
Tu Xiaoxiao felt as though her heart bled. After 5 or 6 minutes, the assailants finally ceased their assault. Yet one individual rushed to the front of the car and performed an act that sent Tu Xiaoxiao into utter despair.
With a loud thud,
he flung open the engine cover, revealing the oil inlet, and from the depths of his thick-down jacket, he produced a packet of white sugar.
In a flurry,
he poured it all into the engine.
"Ha! You'll think twice before crossing someone again,"
one of the young men taunted before they all jumped into a waiting sedan and sped off. If the exterior of the car were merely damaged, a trip to the forest shop could restore it, with losses amounting to at most a few $100,000.
However, with sugar poured into the engine,
the vehicle was rendered nearly irreparable. This was not a problem that could be resolved with a mere few $100,000.
Replacing the engine was tantamount to purchasing an entirely new vehicle.
Tu Xiaoxiao, a fiercely spirited individual, found it difficult to accept the reality before her. She slumped to the ground, carelessly casting aside her high heels, and erupted into tears. Her character epitomized the notion of bullying the weak while fearing the strong,
rendering her undeserving of pity.
This was the consequence of daring to swindle Ye Feng out of 100,000 yuan. Yet, Ye Feng was not truly concerned about such a paltry sum. He simply could not tolerate Tu Xiaoxiao's arrogant behavior, especially when it had encroached upon his own life. Her derogatory remarks about Lupa ignited a furious response within him, for Lupa had shown kindness to his mother.
Had she exhibited a modicum of humility today?
It would not have been a significant issue for Ye Feng to offer financial assistance for her car repairs.
However, her demeanor was excessively haughty,
and Ye Feng had no intention of allowing her to have it easy. After witnessing the unfolding drama, he lost interest in the subsequent events and turned to return home. Slightly inebriated, he soon succumbed to slumber. It was not until the following day that he was roused by a phone call from Zhang Guozhong. Chapter 68, Let him guard the entrance. The call connected, and on the other end, Zhang Guozhong incessantly apologized, explaining the incident involving Ye Feng's call yesterday, mentioning that he had indulged in excesses the previous night. Ye Feng hastily interrupted him, urging him to dispense with the pleasantries and arrange for some New Year's gifts to be sent over without delay, while specifying the recipients for him to choose from with care.
Zhang Guozhong nodded eagerly in agreement.
Ye Feng himself was at a loss regarding suitable gifts for Lupa and Tu Yangheng, thus he entrusted the decision entirely to Zhang Guozhong, confident that, as a seasoned figure in the business world, he would not falter in such matters. As for the video issue, although the public relations department of the group had already commenced their holiday, Zhang Guozhong nonetheless committed to ensuring that the manager, who was also on leave,
would handle the matter.
After ending the call, Ye Feng felt somewhat lightheaded, glancing at the clock to see it was past 8.
He hurriedly climbed out of bed,
feeling a jolt of energy course through him. Venturing into the hall and gazing out the window, he noticed that a fine drizzle had begun to fall, accompanied by a hint of chill. The scenery outside appeared somewhat hazy, and an insidious cold enveloped him, causing him to clasp his arms tightly around his chest. The southern winter, with its biting winds and persistent rain, was a chill that made one shiver. This cold was unlike the relentless snow of the northwest.
It was far more penetrating and unbearable.
Zhang Guozhong's efficiency was remarkable. Within just an hour, 2 luxurious cars were parked outside Ye Feng's residence. One was a Maybach, the other a Bentley, both elegantly positioned before his door. 4 individuals emerged from the vehicles: Zhang Guozhong, Li Song, and 2 young men clad in suits, presumably the drivers.
Zhang Guozhong surveyed the environment, his brow slightly furrowed.
This was a narrow street, leading to an alleyway that extended into the distance, flanked on both sides by a plethora of dilapidated houses. All the structures were built in the 1990s, with their stone and mortar facades exuding a strong sense of nostalgia. In the past, a sizable sugar factory had thrived nearby, and the residents were primarily former employees of that factory.
However, the factory had long since gone bankrupt, leaving many workers unemployed.
Years ago, Chen Mei had purchased the current residence from an unemployed worker at a bargain price, settling down here.
Decades had passed, and the houses had become enshrouded in dark moss,
with some families of better means opting to demolish and rebuild their old homes, while others simply renovated on-site, transforming their styles into quaint Western-style villas.
Nevertheless,
the majority of the houses retained their antiquated aesthetic.
Amidst this collection of dilapidated buildings, a few small villas stood out, appearing somewhat out of place.
The 2 men exchanged glances, each mentally calculating as they prepared to assist Ye Feng in acquiring a suitable property. From the moment the cars halted, Ye Feng upstairs had already deduced that Zhang Guozhong was the visitor. He hurriedly descended the stairs, only to be greeted by the sight of luxury vehicles worth over 10 million combined, along with the cheerful faces of Zhang Guozhong and Li Song. Though both were middle-aged, they were merely 3 to 5 years his senior, yet their frequent social engagements had rendered them jovial and robust. Each had developed a slight paunch,
resembling typical successful middle-aged gentlemen.
"Mr. Yi, we have come to pay our respects for the new year,"
one exclaimed. "Are you not being a bit too ostentatious? Come inside quickly."
Ye Feng muttered in dissatisfaction, hastily ushering the 2 men indoors, especially considering the heavy rain outside. The 2 portly figures stepped through the somewhat aged iron gate, followed closely by 2 drivers who hurriedly retrieved large parcels of gifts from the trunk and entered after them. The sight of 2 luxury vehicles parked conspicuously at the entrance was rather striking, though there were several other luxury cars in the vicinity. Vehicles valued over 10 million would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. A neighbor, glancing at the astonishingly expensive cars, discerned that the 2 men disembarking were no ordinary individuals. Their commanding presence, complemented by elegant and opulent suits, exuded an air of distinction.
He felt a jolt of astonishment. Who were these individuals?
What was even more incredulous was that, despite their imposing demeanor, they appeared to be remarkably humble as they approached Ye Feng, although the distance prevented him from overhearing their conversation. The scene unfolding before the neighbor's eyes was nothing short of astonishing. Upon Ye Feng's return, the residents of the alley were abuzz with speculation, ultimately concluding that his future had been irrevocably marred. Bearing an indelible criminal record, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to achieve anything significant in this society. This was also a key reason why many neighbors preferred to keep their distance from him. Just as he contemplated continuing his observations, the door to Ye Feng's home closed. Inside, the 2 men followed Ye Feng upstairs to the 2nd floor, where they each took a seat. Ye Feng prepared a pot of coarse tea, the leaves being of the kind priced at nearly dozens of yuan per kilogram, purchased during his last outing with Luo Yan. After the drivers set the parcels down on the 2nd floor, they discreetly retreated downstairs. Ye Feng served each of them a cup of tea, and they received it with astonished gratitude, cradling the cups with both hands.
"Mr. Yi, your place is rather modest,"
one remarked after taking a sip, with Li Song surveying the surroundings. "This is my ancestral home. It is quite comfortable to live in," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly.
"Indeed. Ye Feng was not one to be overly sentimental.
Whether before his rise to success or during his time in the western region's Shili prison, he had endured considerable hardship. It was not that he could not withstand simpler living conditions, on the contrary, he neither sought material wealth excessively nor was he stingy when circumstances allowed. The two men resonated deeply with his words, having also emerged from humble beginnings to reach their current positions.
Naturally,
they could appreciate the sentiment of returning to an ancestral home. Ye Feng preferred to forego pleasantries, and the two men, well aware of his character, engaged in open conversation. After a round of casual chatter, the topic shifted to the company's development, and Ye Feng briefly outlined the future direction of the business. The two men were filled with fervor and excitement, eager to embark on significant endeavors in the coming year, aiming to expand the group's market into more prosperous regions.
Old Zhang, are you aware of a person named He Chunqing within the company?
Ye Feng suddenly inquired, recalling He Chunqing.
It appears that he is the manager of the mall in the neighboring city.
And the Human Resources Department is preparing to transfer him back to Lianqing after the new year to take over my previous position.
I only recently came across the appointment decision submitted below.
Zheng Guozhong said cautiously, his gaze subtly sweeping over Ye Feng, who remained tranquil and inscrutable.
At that time,
simply instruct him to guard the entrance of the mall, Ye Feng stated with an authoritative tone.
Zheng Guozhong was taken aback,
unsure how Ye Feng was aware of this individual's existence. Yet, he was already mourning the fate of He Chunqing. A mere sentence was sufficient to plummet him from paradise to perdition. Although Zheng Guozhong was puzzled by Ye Feng's motives, he refrained from inquiring further, as He Chunqing was of no concern to him. He hastily replied, "All right, I will make arrangements." After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Li Song by his side. Li Song was nearly drenched in cold sweat. He had, at that time, agreed to He Chunqing's promotion. It was unexpected that Chairman Yi would specifically designate him to guard the entrance, and he suddenly realized that Ye Feng might have a conflict with He Chunqing. His heart sank with apprehension, fearing that the latter's troubles would ensnare him as well. In truth, Li Song had no real connection to He Chunqing. He had not intended to promote him. However, unbeknownst to him, He Chunqing had somehow managed to sway Li Song's wife, who had been incessantly advocating for him.
Exasperated,
Li Song had reluctantly acquiesced to his wife's wishes, facilitating He Chunqing's transfer back to the Lianqing Mall. At that moment, Li Song was seething with anger, having mentally cursed his wife countless times. Nevertheless, he felt a modicum of relief that Ye Feng seemed disinclined to delve deeper into the matter, merely instructing the removal of He Chunqing. Unbeknownst to He Chunqing, who mistakenly believed he had surpassed his station and could manipulate Ye Feng at will. It was here that a single utterance could determine his fate, casting him from the heights of success into the depths of despair. Chapter 69, The Unreliability of Rumors. At this moment, Li Song felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles.
After a moment of internal hesitation,
he resolved to be forthright with Ye Feng regarding the matter.
"Mr. Yi, it was I who consented to transfer He Chunqing back to Lianqing. I was short-sighted." Upon finishing, he keenly observed Ye Feng's reaction. To his relief, Ye Feng offered a faint smile and waved his hand, saying, "I bear you no blame in this matter." Ye Feng had a fair understanding of Li Song, despite the years that had elapsed since their last meeting. Li Song's adherence to his principles even under the threat of life and death commanded Ye Feng's admiration. Li Song exhaled a sigh of relief and continued. "It's all my wife's fault, she incessantly nagged me before bed. Otherwise, I would never have made such a choice." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng chuckled knowingly, understood. Such private sentiments were common to anyone, and Ye Feng naturally did not take offense. He was willing to overlook these minor details, yet insisted on the necessity of competence and adherence to fundamental principles. What he required now was the dismissal of He Chunqing, not an inquiry into Li Song's accountability. "It's getting late, you should return to your families and enjoy the new year. Quickly take those two conspicuous golden beasts away, they draw too much attention." Ye Feng urged them to depart. The two billionaires exchanged glances, a sense of helplessness evident on their faces. They had hoped to linger a while longer, but sensing Ye Feng's reluctance, they swiftly rose to leave. Ye Feng accompanied them downstairs. "Mr. Yi, perhaps we could arrange for the company to provide you with a better residence after the new year. This place is rather simple," Zheng Guozhong remarked as they descended. "Let us discuss that later, it's not urgent," Ye Feng replied calmly. Zhang Guozhong could only acquiesce. The two then bid farewell to Ye Feng at the entrance, their luxurious vehicles departing in succession. Returning indoors, Ye Feng began to organize the gifts prepared by the two men. There was an abundance of items, tea, wine, and numerous nourishing supplements, including traditional Chinese medicinal products. The tea, a prized de Hong Pao from Woi Mountain, was worth tens of thousands per pound, lacking elaborate packaging, which rendered it somewhat unassuming. This particular batch was hand-roasted by an elderly tea farmer at the source, making it a rare find. Those unfamiliar with tea would struggle to recognize its true value. Among the gifts were several bottles of Louis XIII, each priced around 30,000. Additionally, there were some nourishing items, such as deer antler and wild ginseng, including two particularly precious golden bear gallbladders. Wild bear gallbladders had long been prohibited, with most now being farmed, resulting in a significant disparity in medicinal value. The gallbladders Zhang Guozhong presented were evidently wild, their golden hue indicating their rarity. Ye Feng had an eye for such details. Lastly, there was a rare fish maw, approximately a foot in length, exceedingly uncommon, with market values exceeding 6 figures. Ye Feng portioned these gifts into 3 parts, one portion containing the tea, wine, and fish maw was intended for Tu Yongheng, while another portion comprising the deer antler and one bear gallbladder was prepared for delivery to Lupa shortly. The remaining bear bile, along with some nourishing items, was left by Ye Feng for Teacher Tuesday. After making a phone call to Tu Yongheng to notify him, Ye Feng picked up the bag of gifts and prepared to head out. After a moment's contemplation, he also tucked the red envelope that Tu Yongheng had previously left behind into the bag. Ye Feng's home was located at the entrance of the alley, while Tu Yongheng's residence was situated at the far end, approximately 100 meters apart. Tu Yongheng's house was similarly a dilapidated building from decades past, devoid of any adornments. The grandfather who had raised him had passed away several years ago, leaving only this house behind. Tu Yongheng and his wife had already secured a home in the provincial capital, where they worked and lived. They only returned during holidays to pay their respects to his grandfather. As Ye Feng arrived at the doorstep, he noticed a woman clearing away the clutter at the entrance. This must be Tu Yongheng's wife. Ye Feng had never seen her before, so he did not recognize her. He took a moment to observe her. She was clad in a pink fleece pajama set and stood about 1.60 meters tall. Her looks were not striking, yet not unattractive either, belonging to the type of woman who grows on you with time. She exuded a gentle grace, appearing somewhat refined. Upon noticing Ye Feng, she was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Who are you?" Before Ye Feng could respond, Tu Yongheng's head popped out from inside, exclaiming, "Fengzi, you're here. Come in and sit." He hurriedly stepped out to invite Ye Feng inside. Then, with a hint of shyness, he introduced, "This is my wife, just call her Wanling." "Ah, so she's the sister." "I am a childhood friend of Aheng," Ye Feng replied with a broad smile. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Wanling was noticeably startled and scrutinized him more closely, her expression one of surprise. She had been back for 2 days and had often heard neighbors discussing Ye Feng, labeling him a murderer, a vicious criminal burdened with numerous heinous acts. Some even advised her not to let her husband associate with Ye Feng, deeming him a true villain. When she heard such things, Wanling had imagined him as a brutish figure with a fearsome appearance. Today, she was taken aback. He was actually tall and upright, with sharp brows and bright eyes, radiating an air of gentility and elegance. It was truly astonishing, as he appeared to be entirely different from the monstrous description she had been given. Indeed, rumors are often unreliable, Wanling mused to herself. After a brief moment of surprise, Wanling quickly regained her composure and smiled warmly. "I've heard Yongheng mention you quite a bit, please, come inside." Ye Feng nodded and entered the modest abode. The interior was simple yet tidy, likely having been cleaned thoroughly by Tu Yongheng upon his return. "Fengzi, you needn't have brought so much," Tu Yongheng remarked, noticing the bag in Ye Feng's hand. "These are gifts from some friends of mine. I have more back home and thought to bring you a portion." "Just keep it," Ye Feng replied, placing the various packages on the table. There were quite a few items, among which was a box of tea, 2 bottles of wine, and a piece of yellow fish maw. Except for the 2 bottles of wine, both the tea and the fish maw appeared to lack any significant value. Even lacking proper packaging,
resembling ordinary local specialties produced at home. Upon witnessing this, Tu Yonghong remained silent, assuming they were merely trivial items. As a teacher, he had little knowledge of wine and was unaware that those 2 bottles of foreign liquor could equate to half a year's salary for him. As for the fish maw, it was even more evident that such exquisite goods could not be purchased even with ample wealth. Soon, Wanling served tea to Ye Feng, displaying great enthusiasm despite having heard numerous rumors about him. After engaging in casual conversation with Tu Yonghong for a while, Ye Feng bid farewell. As he still had to visit Lupo and teacher Tuesday, Wanling watched Ye Feng's departing figure, and after a long moment, she remarked, "Darling, he doesn't seem to be as the neighbors described. His demeanor and speech are quite refined, far from that of a villain. You shouldn't listen to their nonsense." "I've known Fengzi since childhood. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is?" "Oh." Wanling lightly responded and walked over to the table, perusing the items Ye Feng had brought. The moment she laid eyes on the fish maw, she was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 70, Gift. Wanling is a true urbanite. Although not from a particularly affluent family, she possesses considerable insight and discernment. Her attention was captivated by a piece of fish maw. "Is this piece genuine?" Wanling was astonished as she held the fish maw in her hands, scrutinizing it closely. To her surprise, this was not an ordinary fish maw, but rather a rare yellow-lipped fish maw. Wanling's mother, hailing from a prominent family, had once brought a rare yellow-lipped fish maw as a dowry when she married Wanling's father. Thus, Wanling was no stranger to such precious items. Fish maw is known for its blood-nourishing and energy-boosting properties, particularly beneficial for women suffering from anemia and weakness. After giving birth, Wanling had been quite frail. It was only when her mother provided her with a small piece of fish maw, preserved for many years, that her health began to improve significantly. Consequently, she understood more than anyone the true value of the item before her. Tu Yonghong, having never encountered such items, was understandably bewildered and inquired curiously, "What's wrong?" Wanling, her eyes alight with excitement, exclaimed, "Darling, is your friend really so wealthy? This piece of fish maw is worth a fortune." Tu Yonghong felt skeptical, reasoning that Ye Feng had just returned and could not possibly be in a position to gift anything of great value. Thus, he asked, "How much is it worth?" "This type of fish maw has become exceedingly rare. Even with money, it is hard to come by. I estimate it could be worth hundreds of thousands." Wanling cradled the fish maw as if it were a treasure. Her words left Tu Yonghong in a state of disbelief. Hundreds of thousands? For such an unremarkable piece? He could hardly fathom it and sought confirmation. "Is it really worth that much?" Wanling nodded earnestly. For women, this item is indeed a treasure. The last time she consumed a small portion, her mother lamented for quite some time. To think it was given so casually. And this piece was even larger than the one her mother possessed. After a moment of astonishment, Tu Yonghong immediately realized the implications. "No, I cannot accept something so precious. I must return it to Feng." He reached out to take the fish maw from Wanling, intending to return it to Ye Feng. Instinctively, he felt that Ye Feng's current circumstances were far from prosperous, and such a valuable item would surely be unwelcome. Wanling, who had always been frail, recognized that the fish maw would be immensely nourishing for her. She stepped forward, resolutely declaring, "No, once a gift is given, it cannot be returned. But given his current situation, we cannot accept such a valuable item." Tu Yonghong protested. "I don't care, other items can be returned. But this fish maw stays with me." Wanling was adamant, clutching the fish maw tightly. "Darling." Tu Yonghong attempted to say more, but the sight of her tears rendered him speechless, unable to utter another word. "Having been together for so long and now with a child, my health has waned. Yet you have never procured even a modicum of nourishing provisions for me. I have had to rely on returning to my family home to acquire some fish gelatin to alleviate my condition. Now that the items lie before you, you still wish to send them back." As Wanling spoke, her voice began to tremble, tears brimming in her eyes. At that moment, Tu Yonghong's stubborn temperament dissipated into thin air. He sighed, feeling utterly helpless. "Must you always resort to this tactic? Can you not employ a different approach?" All right. No returns." Tu Yonghong finally conceded. "Really? Wanling's cloud of despair lifted instantly. She rushed over and planted a fervent kiss on Tu Yongheng, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, darling." Afterward, she tucked away the piece of fish gelatin and began to tidy the items on the table. She noticed that even the 2 bottles of wine and the tea were of exceptional quality. However, Wanling was not the kind of woman who was swayed by material wealth. Her reluctance to allow Tu Yongheng to return the fish gelatin stemmed from her genuine need for it. She understood that such items were rare and difficult to procure. Had she been superficial, she would not have married Tu Yongheng in the first place. This also highlighted how astute Zheng Guozhong was in discerning people's hearts when it came to gift-giving. Ye Feng had merely informed him of Tu Yongheng's situation,
and he instinctively knew what a woman truly needed.
Tu Yongheng stood to the side, observing his elated wife, and sighed. The items that Ye Feng had given away could not be reclaimed. Even if Tu Yongheng were to retrieve them, he would not accept them back. Ye Feng returned home and delivered another gift to the Luo family, who, having never encountered such rare items, mistook them for local specialties. After some polite refusals, they accepted the gifts. Subsequently, Ye Feng took the remaining portion to his car, intending to visit Teacher Tu and check on him as well. Although Tu Ligua had retired, he still resided in the faculty dormitory and had not moved away. Upon arriving at the school gate, a light rain began to fall, enveloping the institution in a shroud of mist, reminiscent of hazy memories, vague yet stirring. This time, as he drove, the security personnel had become considerably more amiable, offering compliments and speaking with courtesy. Clearly, they did not recognize Ye Feng, who had visited just days prior. With a steady stream of visitors, how could the guard remember a person who had entered on an electric bike? Ye Feng briefly explained his purpose, and the guard promptly opened the rusted iron gate. The vehicle slowly entered the campus. The gloomy weather, coupled with the incessant rain, rendered the surroundings quiet, devoid of those who returned to reminisce. Having previously notified Teacher Tu of his visit, Ye Feng parked his car and ascended to the second floor. Arriving at the door, he gently knocked, and soon it swung open. Tu Ligua, with his hair turned gray and sporting a pair of reading glasses, held an old newspaper in his hands.
"Ye Feng, you've come. Hurry in and take a seat."
Tu Ligua warmly welcomed him.
"Teacher Tu, I have brought you some gifts on this visit."
"I have grown old and no longer require much, you need not bring anything." Tu Guoli waved the newspaper in his hand and remarked. Ye Feng smiled knowingly but chose not to respond, familiar with the routine as he entered the house and quietly set things down. Ye Feng was not a stranger to Tu Ligua's home. During his school years, he often visited this abode.
Besides seeking guidance on academic matters,
he occasionally stayed for lunch when he did not return home, much to Tu Ligua's delight rather than annoyance.
Each time Ye Feng visited,
he was diligent and eager to assist, tidying up the space and contributing in any way he could.
For a teacher, a student who excelled academically showed enthusiasm in helping,
and engaged in calm, respectful conversation was truly endearing. Ye Feng conversed with the teacher with a balanced demeanor, composed and unpretentious, unlike his peers who often trembled at the prospect of speaking before their instructor. Upon entering, Ye Feng surveyed the surroundings while seated on the long bench. It had been several years since his last visit, yet the decor remained remarkably unchanged. The narrow hall featured 2 long benches and a television mounted against the wall. The sofa was the same as before, unchanged, while the television had been replaced with a sleek LCD model, unlike the bulky one of yesteryear.
After settling in,
the two naturally resumed their conversation, as they had not fully relished their discussion at the restaurant the previous day.
With no outsiders present,
Tu Ligua candidly inquired about Ye Feng's life over the past few years. Shortly thereafter, the door opened, and a middle-aged man entered. Chapter 71, Seeking Sponsorship. The middle-aged man before me bore an air of cultured refinement reminiscent of Tu Ligua. Upon entering, he muttered, "Where are we to secure over $1 million in sponsorship?" After his lament, he plopped down onto the sofa and, noticing Ye Feng beside him, nodded in acknowledgement.
This man,
named Tu Jiazhou, was the son of Tu Ligua. Hailing from a family of educators, he followed in his father's footsteps and became a teacher himself. During Ye Feng's high school years, Tu Jiazhou was not employed at Lianqing Experimental Middle School. He had only returned to this institution in recent years. Thus, while Ye Feng was aware of Teacher Tu's son, he had never had the opportunity to meet him and felt an unfamiliarity.
Tu Ligua hastily introduced the two,
and then turned to his son, who wore a despondent expression.
Zhao, what troubles you? He inquired. With a sigh, Zhao replied, Father, you may not be aware, but our school is planning to construct a new teaching building, correct? Although you have retired, you must have heard about it.
The recent meeting revealed that we have a funding shortfall of over 10 million, and the onus has fallen on us, the current teachers, to seek sponsorship from former students. Zhao spoke slowly, expressing his discontent. It seemed rather unjust to him. He had only been teaching at the school for 2 to 3 years and had not produced many graduates. Even those few he had mentored had yet to complete their university education. Where was he to procure sponsorship? This thought left him in a state of distress, cursing the principal's lack of integrity in his mind. However, despite his grievances, he understood the necessity of fulfilling the task, for failing to do so would lead to embarrassment if he were singled out by the principal. This was the underlying reason for his display of sorrow in front of Ligua, as he hoped to enlist his father's assistance. Observing his son's demeanor, Ligua furrowed his brow, well aware of the underlying dynamics from his years of teaching at the school. Although seeking sponsorship appeared unrelated to their work, it would significantly impact their year-end evaluations. In the past, Ligua had been assigned similar tasks. One year, Ye Feng had generously contributed 10 million, which had greatly enhanced Ligua's standing at the school, leading to commendations and a substantial increase in his bonuses compared to previous years. Father, could you possibly reach out to some of your former students to assist in securing sponsorship for the school? Zhao, sensing a glimmer of hope in his father's expression, urged. Ligua nearly rolled his eyes, contemplating for a moment before responding, I could indeed mobilize some of those students, but I cannot guarantee how much support we might receive. With a heavy sigh, he ultimately resolved to assist his son. In truth, the initiative for this sponsorship had long been underway. Many of Ligua's former students were quite capable, however, several of his contemporaries had not yet retired. By this time, many students had likely already pledged their support to other teachers. Given his retirement, it would be challenging for him to approach former students without losing face or competing with his still-serving colleagues. This endeavor posed its own difficulties for him. Had he not yet retired, many students might have shown him a degree of respect, perhaps even a modicum of deference. However, now it seems rather challenging. This was evident even to Ye Feng, who stood nearby. Yet, Zhao failed to grasp the situation fully, upon hearing Ligua's agreement to assist. A look of elation spread across his face. In his subconscious, he believed that his father's stature in the eyes of the students far surpassed his own. In this regard, Zhao felt he could never measure up to his father. After receiving Ligua's affirmation, Zhao departed shortly thereafter. Ligua, sitting beside him, wore a somewhat troubled expression, exhaling a sigh of frustration, with a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his features. Ye Feng, keenly perceiving the teacher's predicament, paused for a moment before speaking. Teacher, perhaps I could assist you in securing some funding? In the past, Ye Feng had been quite enthusiastic about funding the construction of educational facilities. Yet, he later developed some reluctance. At one point, he had contributed 10 million. And the school's leaders had treated him like a benefactor, throwing a grand welcoming ceremony in his honor and consistently showcasing his significant contributions in the school's cultural corridor. After the completion of the educational building, it was even named Wenfeng Building in his memory. However, at the moment of Ye Feng's imprisonment, the school hastily removed all references to him from the cultural corridor. The grand letters on the building were also taken down, as the institution rushed to sever all ties with him. For them, Ye Feng transformed from a symbol of honor to one of disgrace. Upon his last visit to the school, Ye Feng learned of this and felt a pang of resentment. The fervor he once held for his alma mater dissipated in an instant. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he understood their reaction. For the school was unaware of the truth and believed him to have committed heinous crimes deserving of public wrath. Moreover, the institution did not further vilify him, merely erasing his presence quietly. By now, Ye Feng had come to terms with it, realizing that his donations were never intended for personal accolades but rather to provide students with an excellent learning environment. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Ligua's gaze deepened. Had this been the former Ye Feng,
He would have believed him wholeheartedly. However, the current Ye Feng seeking to provide assistance seemed somewhat implausible. Aware of Tu Liguo's thoughts, Ye Feng quickly added, although I cannot provide direct funding, I still have some connections that could encourage certain enterprises to support the school. Ye Feng wished to keep his position as the chairman of Yunfeng Group under wraps and thus told a little white lie. As a leading enterprise in Liancheng, Yunfeng Group allocates a substantial amount each year to support local education and charitable projects. This funding amounts to several million annually, but with numerous schools in the city, the resources are limited. The ability of each school to secure funding relies on their own efforts. In this experiment, the construction of the school building did not secure funding from the Yunfeng Group. Tu Liguo's expression relaxed. Ye Feng, you need not feel burdened. It would indeed be preferable to garner support, but if not, then so be it. Tu Liguo was quite candid and did not place any pressure on Ye Feng. He did not pin his hopes on Ye Feng, instead contemplating the prospect of promoting funding among the student body. Ye Feng nodded in agreement, not feeling compelled. After a brief continuation of their conversation, Ye Feng took his leave. By this time, the rain outside had ceased, yet the chilly wind persisted, causing the leaves within the school to dance gracefully. Upon returning home, Ye Feng took out his phone and discovered that Tu Liguo had indeed posted an announcement. It stated that there was still a shortfall in the school's construction funds and appealed for contributions from students who were in a position to assist. Although disseminated in a group setting, such information typically targets those students who are faring well. Those struggling often choose to remain silent, ignoring such messages. Initially, Ye Feng presumed this announcement would vanish into obscurity, yet unexpectedly, He Chunqing replied. Teacher 2, I have already finalized my personal contribution with Teacher Chen. Shortly thereafter, he confidently added, Teacher 2, if you require assistance, I can secure a sum of educational funding from the Yunfeng Group. Chapter 72, The explosion of the group chat. At this moment, He Chunqing had just finished his lunch at home. As one of the more promising young individuals in his family, he was being toasted by his uncles and relatives. Flattering remarks echoed around him, especially considering that He Chunqing was poised to become the general manager of the Liancheng shopping mall. In the future, any child wishing to establish a business and secure a prime location in the mall would find it effortless with just a word from Ye Chunqing. Enveloped in the immense joy of success, Ye Chunqing was lost in the adulation of his relatives, oblivious to everything else. He had no time to engage in conversation with his uncles. Instead, he was engrossed in his phone, typing furiously as messages flooded the screen, all responding to the matter of Tu Liguo's sponsorship. His motives were straightforward. Apart from showcasing his superiority, he aimed to demonstrate his capabilities to the old man Tuesday. Today, he felt no less formidable than Ye Feng, and he believed Tu had once been blind to true talent. Thinking of Ye Feng, a flicker of malice crossed Ye Chunqing's mind. He had intended to secretly deal with Ye Feng the previous day, but Ye Feng had escaped too swiftly, leaving his arranged men with nothing to show for their efforts. However, he remained unperturbed. There would be ample opportunities in the future. After all, Ye Chunqing's connections extended beyond the surface of legitimate dealings. In the underworld, he also had formidable acquaintances, more than capable of handling Ye Feng. Soon enough, everyone would recognize Ye Chunqing's prowess. Just as Ye Chunqing basked in his triumph, the group chat suddenly erupted. When Tu Liguo had initially sent his message, no one dared to speak up. They remained silent observers. With Ye Chunqing now leading the charge, everyone felt emboldened to express their congratulations. Mr. He is remarkable. Mr. He. Who would have thought you could even secure funding from the Yunfeng Group? Truly impressive. Ye Chunqing reveled in the satisfaction brought by such compliments. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Tu Liguo frowned. Although he had never particularly favored Ye Chunqing as a student, he was taken aback by the young man's bold assertions. He was well aware of the Yunfeng Group, the largest enterprise in Liancheng, boasting assets exceeding 10 billion. With educational funding allocated each year. Just a few years prior, the experimental middle school had also received a sum from the Yunfeng Group to upgrade its dilapidated facilities. During the planning of a new teaching building, there had been attempts to negotiate funding with the relevant representatives of the Yunfeng Group, but unfortunately, they had declined. He was astonished that Ye Chunqing could potentially secure funding from the Yunfeng Group. If that were indeed the case,
It would be a boon for both him and the school. Nonetheless, he felt the need to verify this information and awkwardly typed a response, Chunqing.
How much funding do you think you can secure from the Ye Feng group?
Upon reading the message, Chunqing felt a surge of pride. The former Tu Ligua, who had always addressed him by both name and surname, now seemed considerably warmer in his address. However, he pondered for a moment, and after a brief pause, he responded again, Teacher 2, at least around 3 million, however, it will depend on next year's budget from Ye Feng group, and it might be even more.
Wow, Mr. He is indeed impressive.
The highest funding amount from the school is merely 8 million, yet Mr. He can effortlessly attract several million.
He is likely to secure the second position in the rankings.
Although it is not directly funded by Mr. He, any funds acquired from Ye Feng group will still be credited to him by the school.
The group chat suddenly erupted with excitement.
Alright, Chunqing, please follow up on this matter. If it is confirmed, let me know, and I will communicate with the school. Tu Ligua gradually regained his composure.
If it were not for his son,
he would not have even broached such a topic.
Absolutely.
Chunqing smiled, his fingers rapidly tapping away to respond to Tu Ligua in the quickest manner possible. I have heard that after the new year, the school will hold a grand welcome ceremony for those who contributed to this funding, and Mr.
He will undoubtedly be among the prominent guests.
To my knowledge, Mr. He has secured funding from Ye Feng group, placing him second in the school's funding rankings.
With Mr.
He having a place at the table, messages began to flood the group chat one after another.
Ye Feng, at home, glanced at the messages on his phone,
his lips twitching in disbelief. He did not expect Chunqing to be so audacious. He truly wondered where he found the confidence to secure such substantial funds from the group. Thus, Ye Feng typed out a few lines, Chunqing, where does your confidence come from, to attract several million in funding from the group? Ye Feng rarely spoke in the group, and his words landed like a bucket of cold water.
The group momentarily fell silent.
Before long, it erupted once again.
Ye Feng, you are just jealous of Mr. He. If Mr. He cannot secure it, who can?
Exactly. He is about to become the manager of the Lianqing shopping mall, a senior executive at Ye Feng group.
Isn't this a trivial matter for him?
Indeed. Ye Feng, you are no longer who you used to be, yet you still speak so grandly.
It is evident that you are envious of Mr. He's current success. If Mr. He cannot obtain the funding from Ye Feng group, do you think you can?
What a joke. The group chat exploded with messages, fiercely criticizing Ye Feng and mocking him. They had no doubt regarding Chunqing's words, after all. His status spoke volumes as a managerial figure at Ye Feng group. In contrast, Ye Feng was perceived as an unemployed individual, his words carrying little weight. Ye Feng paid no mind to the sycophants and continued to type softly, Chunqing, it would be wise to confirm before making any assertions to avoid losing face later. This message quickly drowned in the flood of information, however, it was captured by the quietly observant Chunqing. With great fervor, he swiftly replied with another message, Ye Feng, I am quite confident about this matter. After all, as a manager, I do possess some influence. A dog emoji was added at the end, followed by a sarcastic remark, Ye Feng, you are no longer the person you once were. Just admit your defeat and embrace your ordinariness. Chunqing made every effort to ridicule Ye Feng, while a group of sycophants chimed in with their agreement.
Indeed.
Ye Feng, stop contradicting yourself.
Everyone knows you are envious of Mr. He.
If you have the capability, why not secure some funding for the school? Ye Feng, weary of engaging in a futile argument, typed a few words, we shall see. He chose to ignore the chaotic chatter of his classmates. At that moment, he noticed several unfamiliar names in the group chat, leaving him somewhat puzzled. These individuals were the most vociferous in their attacks against him.
Upon further investigation,
he found that they were all strangers who had just been added to the group by Chunqing, presumably with the intent to incite further insults towards Ye Feng.
The discord in the group escalated.
That scoundrel Chunqing had actually hired trolls.
Ye Feng's expression darkened as he shoved his phone into his pocket.
It was imperative that he expedite his plans regarding Chunqing's watch over the door. Chapter 73, The Ye Family in the Provincial Capital of Lingnan. A city steeped in a millennium of commerce and home to tens of millions, it stands singularly as a beacon of economic prowess within the entirety of Shenzhou. At the heart of this bustling metropolis, where every inch of land is precious, a mountain emerges, encircled by edifices, resembling a pearl nestled amidst towering skyscrapers. At the foot of this mountain lies an expansive artificial lake, shimmering like a mirror, its surface glistening in the light.
This entire landscape,
encompassing both the mountain and the lake, serves as the domain of the foremost family of Lingnan, the Ye family.
Along the lakeside,
a series of grand structures harmoniously merge with the natural surroundings, featuring ancient gardens rich in cultural resonance as well as opulent Western-style villas.
Amongst the upper echelons of Lingnan society, it is well known that this is the illustrious Ye Manor.
With a lineage spanning over a century, the Ye family boasts assets amounting to hundreds of billions, wielding unparalleled influence across political, commercial, and military spheres. It has often been jested that while the leaders of Lingnan may change like flowing water, the Ye family remains steadfast as a bastion of power.
Regardless of who governs Lingnan, the Ye family remains an insurmountable checkpoint.
Today marks a day of festivity as the Ye family hosts a grand banquet. A spectacle of exuberance characterized by a procession of luxurious vehicles entering the expansive grounds of the manor. Those fortunate enough to be invited to this soiree are none other than prominent figures from the military, politics, and business sectors within the provincial capital, underscoring the Ye family's significance throughout Lingnan. For many, the Ye family represents a stepping stone to success. Receiving an invitation to this estate is perceived as a golden opportunity that can propel one's future endeavors, leveraging the Ye family's resources to achieve remarkable heights.
Consequently, countless individuals yearn to secure a coveted invitation to the Ye family's year-end gala.
At this moment, a lavish Rolls-Royce glides into the estate, occupied by a renowned tycoon of Lingnan, whose wealth exceeds hundreds of billions. The security personnel at the entrance remain unfazed, accustomed as they are to the esteemed company that frequents these grounds. Shortly thereafter, an Audi enters, unremarkable in appearance yet distinguished by its license plate number 00009. Signaling the extraordinary status of its owner, a figure of immense repute within Lingnan. In the back courtyard of the Ye Manor, intricately carved beams and fragrant orchids abound, creating an atmosphere devoid of modernity, as if one has traversed time to find themselves within an ancient palace.
The vibrant red beams,
crafted from the rare golden silk Nanmu wood, are adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, exuding opulence, while the potted plants within the courtyard are treasures in their own right. The interior is even more lavish, replete with luxurious items, antique artworks, and sandalwood furnishings, each piece alone capable of bestowing wealth upon an ordinary household for generations. In the grand hall, the core members of the Ye family have gathered. This day holds paramount importance for the family, and all present wear solemn expressions,
awaiting the directives of the matriarch.
She sits regally upon a sandalwood chair, draped in sumptuous attire, adorned in a festive light red qipao.
Her neck adorned with a jade necklace worth billions.
Her silvery hair is meticulously styled in an elaborate updo, a golden hairpin elegantly perched amidst it. Every aspect of her being radiates opulence and the air of nobility. Beside her stands a devoted servant, who has attended to her for decades, holding a dragon-headed cane,
poised like a statue, unwavering. Before her stands the next generation of the Ye family, poised to inherit the legacy.
Ye Xianxian, Ye Xianru, and Ye Xianhui. Along with a youthful presence, Ye Xianru's son, Ye Hao, stood prominently among them.
Typically,
a young man of Ye Hao's stature would not be deemed worthy of such an occasion at this time. Following the sudden demise of the Ye family's patriarch a few years ago, the matriarch assumed control, differing greatly from her late husband. Her affections were reserved for her eldest grandson's second son, Ye Xianru, thus allowing him to participate in events that did not align with his generational standing. The matriarch lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, casting her gaze over her descendants. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, and she inquired, "Where is Changa?"
Ye Xianxian,
tall and distinguished, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit crafted by a private Italian tailor, stood at attention.
Upon hearing the matriarch's question,
he promptly intervened to smooth over the situation for his younger sister. "Mother, she is preoccupied with some matters and likely won't return."
Upon hearing this, the matriarch's already wrinkled visage tightened in displeasure, and she retorted, "What could possibly be more important than today's banquet?
I see she holds no regard for me as her mother." With a forceful thud, she struck the table, causing the tea to spill.
In recent years,
Yi Chang'e had maintained a somewhat aloof stance toward the family. She had long harbored suspicions that her father's death was somehow linked to the matriarch. Consequently, her relationship with her mother had soured, leading her to spend most of her time away from the family estate. Meanwhile, Yi Xianru and others observed the matriarch's fury with a sense of glee, eagerly awaiting Yi Xianxian's embarrassment, knowing he was the most protective of their younger sister.
Mother. She meant no disrespect, Yi Xianxian hastily clarified. No disrespect? What does that imply?
On a day such as today, even if she were deceased,
her body should be present at the Yi family home. The matriarch slammed the table once more. Yi Xianxian, initially inclined to provide further explanation,
opted for silence upon witnessing her wrath. Since the patriarch's passing and the matriarch's ascendance, he had fallen out of her favor. His influence within the family had gradually diminished,
and he recognized that further explanations would be futile.
With your sister absent, mother will attribute all blame to you, considering it a reflection of your inadequacy. If you cannot even manage your sister, do not concern yourself with today's event.
Go find her and bring her to me.
The responsibilities of hosting the guests will fall to Xianru, the matriarch stated with a heavy tone. Yi Xianxian's complexion paled at her words,
and his spirit sank to an all-time low.
If he were not the one to host the guests this year, he risked losing his standing within the Yi family. Should Yi Xianru take on that role, it would not be difficult for outsiders to speculate that the family's future heir might be changed. This was precisely the matriarch's intention. In truth, since the patriarch's demise, Yi Xianxian's authority had been systematically eroded over the years.
Until today,
he has been unable to intervene in the business affairs of the Yi family, reduced to merely the hollow title of the eldest son.
However, it seems that the matriarch is unwilling to even grant him this semblance of identity. Meanwhile, Yi Xianru, standing nearby, is already overjoyed.
For the future of the Yi family will now be dictated solely by their household.
The matriarch has finally removed the cumbersome obstacle that was Yi Xianxian. Henceforth, whether internally or externally, Yi Xianru will be the principal decision-maker and representative of the Yi family.
Yi Xianxian suppresses his inner resentment. Such occurrences have transpired far too frequently. He has been systematically stripped of his position as the eldest son and heir, progressively coerced by the matriarch until he possesses nothing.
Yet, the woman before him remains his mother. What recourse does he have?
With a heart heavy with despair and a countenance rigid, Yi Xianxian speaks, "Mother. If that is the case, I shall seek out my younger sister." With that, he turns and exits the antiquated hall, casting a final glance back.
Realizing that he may never have the opportunity to return,
resolute, he strides away without a trace of longing. Before the matriarch, he dares not reveal the slightest dissatisfaction. As the adage goes, even a tiger does not consume its young. However, such a principle does not apply in the realm of aristocracy. The death of the patriarch is a truth Yi Xianxian fully comprehends, especially given his status as the unloved eldest son. Chapter 74. The spring breeze brings joy to young Master Yi within the confines of the room. The matriarch's ire had yet to dissipate as she gazed at the departing figure of Yi Xianxian, huffing disdainfully, "Useless creature." Observing this, Yi Hao hurriedly stepped forward. Lifting a teacup from the table and presenting it to the matriarch, "Grandmother, do not let your temper rise, it may harm your health. Please have a sip of hot tea." At the sound of Yi Hao's voice, the anger on the matriarch's face subsided significantly, and with a hint of satisfaction, she responded, "Ah, my dear eldest grandson is indeed worthy of my affection." After accepting the teacup and taking a sip, her temper finally settled.
"Yi Xianru, what of the invitation to the esteemed figure of Lingnan province?" the matriarch inquired.
The foremost figure of Lingnan had always been a distinguished guest of the Yi family,
especially during the time when the late patriarch was still alive.
Nearly every year, this powerful individual graced the Yi family's banquets, presenting gifts as tokens of acknowledgement.
However,
in recent years, under the matriarch's stewardship, the Yi family's decline had become evident, and the esteemed figure had shown them less favor, opting not to attend the year-end gatherings and merely sending a representative instead.
This shift had led many in Lingnan's elite circles to lament the Yi family's noticeable downturn.
Thus, this year, the matriarch was particularly eager to extend an invitation to restore the Yi family's former glory. Upon hearing her inquiry, Yi Xianru sighed in resignation, "Mother, It has been confirmed, he shall not attend this year and has sent a representative ranked 9th instead.
The so-called 9th figure was the individual holding the 9th position within the Lingnan provincial hierarchy.
The matriarch's expression fell upon hearing this. In previous years, the representatives had been of the 3rd or 4th rank. The direct dispatch of a 9th rank representative illustrated the diminishing regard in which the Ye family was held. Nonetheless, there was little that could be done. Ye Xianru, a scion of privilege, was feckless and lacked the competence, aptly described as nothing more than a decorative facade. Under his stewardship, the vast enterprise of the Ye family was bound to falter. Although he had managed to present a facade of flourishing finances, the Ye family had, in truth, lost considerable assets over the years. Their wealth was dwindling, yet the family remained a colossal entity, making these changes scarcely perceptible to outsiders. The power-hungry matriarch was not entirely oblivious to her son's shortcomings, yet he was her favored child, easily manipulated. Thus, she chose to have Ye Xianru at the helm of the Ye family. Despite the family's decline, she remained indifferent, unwilling to relinquish her authority to another. Though disappointed, the matriarch bore no intention of casting blame, waving her hand dismissively. "It is getting late, you all should go and attend to the guests." Just as they were about to leave, she added, "Xiaohao, you should accompany them, soon you shall be the heir of the Ye family. Expand your horizons." "Thank you, grandmother," Ye Hao exclaimed, his face aglow with joy. He understood the significance of her words. Soon he would become the successor of the Ye family. The matriarch regarded this grandson with great importance, nodding in approval before gesturing for them to depart. As they stepped outside, Ye Xianru, brimming with pride, made his way to the banquet in the front yard, for from this moment onward, he would be the focal point of the Ye family. "Father, as of now, there has been no news from Ye Xianhai and Liancheng." In the absence of the matriarch, Ye Hao retracted his previously frivolous demeanor, gradually adopting a more austere countenance. Despite his youth, he was far from being a mere figurehead within the Ye family. Beyond the resources under the family's control, he had even cultivated a faction of his own. Henceforth, no one would impede Ye Hao's ascent to leadership within the Ye family. Ye Xianhai was one of the external forces he had deployed. As a branch of the Ye family, Ye Xianhai should have returned to the family in Liancheng by now, attending the family banquet and contributing a substantial sum to Ye Hao. However, the complete lack of communication from Ye Xianhai struck Ye Hao as exceedingly peculiar. Could something have happened to him? Ye Xianru inquired uncertainly. "Impossible. I've had my subordinates reach out, and there is not a whisper of news," Ye Hao replied, shaking his head. At that moment, he recalled Ye Feng, the individual who nearly usurped the position of heir. Could he be the one orchestrating this? Ye Hao swiftly dismissed the notion. Ye Feng had been incarcerated in the family's most dreaded prison, with little chance of ever seeing the light of day again. Due to Ye Feng's stringent measures to conceal the circumstances surrounding Ye Xianhai, all those associated with the Ye family had been executed by Lu Sandao. No matter how powerful the Ye family in Shengchang, they would not receive any news from that side in the near future. Ye Hao could not fathom that the instigator could indeed be Ye Feng. To him, Liancheng was merely a small speck on the map. He remained puzzled as to who would dare lay hands on a member of the Ye family. Could it be those lesser clans? Ye Hao resolved to wait until after the new year to dispatch someone for a thorough investigation. The claws of the Ye family are not to be trifled with, especially given his own formidable stature. Should anyone dare to strike at him, they would face the full brunt of his wrath. As the father and son conversed, they made their way to the banquet area in the front courtyard. The expansive courtyard was thronged with guests from all directions. Temporarily setting aside concerns about Ye Xianhai, they warmly welcomed and entertained their distinguished visitors. Those privileged enough to attend this banquet were all prominent figures in their respective fields. Today, they would publicly announce that Ye Xianru was to fully assume control of the Ye family, and that Ye Hao would be officially recognized as the heir. These arrangements had already been orchestrated by the matriarch, while Ye Xianru and his son reveled in their success amidst the gathered guests. At the pinnacle of a skyscraper in Shengchang, in a lavish office, Ye Xianxian stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, a melancholic expression gracing his features as he gazed upon the city's splendid skyline. Behind him, a stunning woman reclined in a swivel chair, showcasing a captivating smile. "Elder brother, what are you feeling now?" I warned you long ago that the matriarch would eventually strip you of your power, offering you no chance whatsoever.
Yet you refused to believe me.
The woman, adorned in a pink-fitted knit top paired with a flowing white skirt, radiated brilliance. The entire figure is so exquisitely beautiful that it defies any specific age, possessing the delicate charm of a 20-year-old as well as the vibrant allure of a 30-year-old. She is Miss Ye Changa of the Ye family, the one who is most detested by the matriarch, yet simultaneously the dearest sister cherished by Ye Xianxian throughout his life.
Presently, she is the most trustworthy and reliable person for Ye Xianxian.
In response to his younger sister's deliberate mockery, Ye Xianxian remains silent, his hands tucked into his pockets.
Lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, "Sister, have there been any updates from Shili prison?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Changa's crimson lips moved. And she replied earnestly, "I have sent someone to investigate discreetly, but Xiao Feng's information has been classified as top secret, and we are unable to ascertain his fate."
"Is that so?"
Yi Xianxian murmured to himself, his gaze dimming.
"That prison is reputed to be impenetrable, and even with the Yi family's influence, they cannot intervene.
It is common knowledge that the prospects within are grim, and the chance of seeing the light of day again is exceedingly slim."
Nevertheless, over the years, Ye Xianxian has been striving diligently, utilizing every resource at his disposal in an attempt to extricate him. Regrettably, all his efforts have proven to be in vain. Now,
as his power within the Yi family wanes, he feels increasingly powerless in the face of this situation. 5 years have passed, and his fate remains a mystery. Chapter 75, Matters of the Past. In retrospect, I should never have allowed them, mother and son, to become embroiled in the conflicts of the Yi family. It was I who brought them harm, lamented Yi Xianxian, his face etched with remorse. Over the years, this incident has remained a thorn, deeply embedded in his heart,
stirring feelings of guilt and unease.
He felt akin to a sinner, perpetually consumed by self-reproach. In the fierce competition among affluent families, Yi Xianxian understood the perilous nature of such struggles better than anyone else. Once, he had wished to bury Ye Feng and his mother forever in that small city,
allowing them to live out their lives in tranquility.
Yet, fate had other plans, and their identities were ultimately uncovered by members of the Yi family. Upon returning to the Yi family, Yi Xianxian married a woman chosen by the family, and he refrained from further procreation. At that time, his status as the heir was precarious, particularly in the eyes of the matriarch, who had long desired to replace him with the more favored Yi Xianru. The elder patriarch was adamant that the Yi family would not be handed over to Yi Xianru. When he learned that Yi Xianxian had a child outside,
he insisted that Ye Feng return to acknowledge his roots.
Besides the necessity of stabilizing Yi Xianxian's position, the patriarch indeed held Ye Feng in high regard.
After all,
a person who could build a billion-dollar enterprise from scratch within a few short years possessed talents unmatched by his contemporaries in the Yi family.
At the time, Yi Xianxian was vehemently opposed to Ye Feng's return, yet he could not withstand the patriarch's will.
Had circumstances remained unchanged, the patriarch would have groomed Ye Feng as the true heir of the Yi family.
However, none could have anticipated the matriarch's ruthlessness, witnessing the declining situation.
She resorted to drastic measures against the elder patriarch, which directly precipitated a series of subsequent events. Each time he reflected on this,
Yi Xianxian's heart was shrouded in melancholy and regret.
"Brother, the matters of the past are beyond our control and were unforeseen. You should not burden yourself with guilt,"
comforted Yi Changa, standing beside him. "Alas, it is all my fault."
Yi Xianxian sighed softly, then changed the subject.
"Sister, if you are planning to vacation in Danzhou Island, could you assist me with a matter in Liancheng?" Yi Changa had no intention of returning to the Yi family for the new year.
She had long harbored a deep aversion to that hypocritical family, rife with strife.
Were it not for Yi Xianxian's entanglement in the Yi family,
she would have disregarded all matters concerning them. Today, the Yi family was hosting guests from all corners, and tomorrow, on New Year's Eve, would be the family banquet. According to tradition, every direct lineage and branch of the Yi family was required to attend to pay New Year's respects to the matriarch. She intended to defy this custom, planning to board a flight to Danzhou today for her holiday. Danzhou, the second largest island in Shenzhou, lies at the southernmost tip,
facing Liancheng across the sea. Yi Changa was well aware of her brother's past dealings in Liancheng. "Brother, what is it you wish for me to do?"
she inquired with a soft sigh. Please, light an incense stick for your sister-in-law on my behalf. Ye Xianxian's words were grave, his hands clenched into fists. The nails piercing into his flesh, a trickle of crimson seeping forth.
Yi Chang'e pondered for a moment before nodding. In Ye Xianxian's eyes,
Chen Mei was the true wife of his heart, while that woman of noble lineage was merely a nominal spouse.
For many years,
they had coexisted without a trace of affection. Perhaps she was simply a pawn set beside him by the old matriarch.
Yi Xianxian harbored suspicions, yet lacked evidence.
The siblings exchanged a few more casual words before Yi Chang'e departed, preparing to board a flight to Danzhou. After his departure, Yi Xianxian remained standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, silently gazing at the scenery ahead, his eyes filled with boundless hatred, brimming with murderous intent. In Lianqing, within a villa in Changxin Garden, Coco played with an array of toys in the living room, her face radiating the innocent exuberance characteristic of childhood. The bruises on her face had subsided, although the red marks remained conspicuously visible. Lu Yingying, donned in loungewear, her long hair cascading elegantly, her already enchanting figure accentuated with grace.
Clad in professional attire, she emanated the cool demeanor of a strong woman.
Stripped of her rigid ensemble, her essence transformed, revealing a captivating charm akin to that of a delicate fairy,
irresistibly drawing attention.
She sat quietly on the sofa, gazing at Coco with eyes full of affection, every glimpse of Coco's joy representing her happiest moments.
However,
upon seeing the lingering imprint of a hand on Coco's face, her heart simmered with resentment towards the Lu family.
Although Lu Yingying was not a petty woman,
when it came to love and Coco, her eyes could not tolerate any grain of sand.
As she beheld Coco's delicate features, a wave of nostalgia swept over her,
reminding her of Ye Feng, the man who still caused her heart to bleed. For 2 days, she longed to forget the scene at the restaurant. Yet she found it impossible, his figure would occasionally flit through her mind.
The image of Su Weiwei gently wiping his forehead lingered, an indelible mark on her heart.
The thought nearly brought her to tears.
"Mommy, please don't cry."
At that moment, Coco set aside her toys and ran to Lu Yingying, gazing at her mother with tear-filled eyes, unaware of her own distress. Despite her tender age, Coco was perceptive and sensed her mother's unhappiness. She understood the art of comfort. Lu Yingying hurriedly embraced Coco, planting a tender kiss on her cherubic face to soothe her own tumultuous emotions.
"Shall mommy take Coco shopping?" Lu Yingying smiled as she spoke. "Yes," Coco exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Like a little angel, she bounced on the sofa. "All right. Let me change Coco into a new outfit first." With that, Lu Yingying lifted Coco and carried her upstairs. Coco snuggled her small arms around Lu Yingying's delicate neck,
planting a kiss on her mother's cheek, radiating happiness. Although Lu Yingying felt a whirlwind of confusion within, she did not wish to impart any negative emotions to her daughter, forcing herself to wear a cheerful facade. Mother and daughter quickly changed into new outfits. The elder, delicate and beautiful, exuded an aura of elegance that would undoubtedly attract attention on the streets. The younger donned a heavy red cotton jacket, topped with a small felt hat, and a large scarf draped around her neck, her rosy cheeks adding to her charm. Whether it was the family's desire for a company or the encounter with Ye Feng, these matters had clouded Lu Yingying's heart, leaving her in a state of melancholy for days. Now, with a moment of respite, she decided to lift her spirits and spend quality time with her daughter, compensating for the love she had been unable to show due to work. The two, one large and one small, set off energetically into the world outside. The world is vast, yet Lian City is modest in size. In a city where they resided, the likelihood of encountering one another without prior arrangement is exceedingly slim, even less than the odds of winning a lottery. Yet, fate had conspired for Lu Yingying to experience just such a coincidence. She unexpectedly crossed paths with Ye Feng. As Lu Yingying stepped out of the community with Coco in her arms, they nearly collided with Ye Feng, mere meters apart. Both stood stunned, gazing at each other in disbelief, while the little one, with her sparkling eyes, fixed her gaze intently on Ye Feng. "Daddy!" her tender voice exclaimed involuntarily. Chapter 76, like strangers, a joyful expression illuminated Coco's face, her clear eyes ablaze with warmth as she opened her arms in a gesture of embrace. Ye Feng's body stiffened as he gazed at the little girl named Coco. This was not their first encounter, he remembered her vividly.
Their initial meeting had occurred when he accompanied Luo Yan to school, on the playground beneath the high school faculty dormitory.
It was there that the charming little girl had seized him, calling him daddy, which had amused him greatly. During that fleeting moment, Ye Feng had thought little of it, assuming the child had mistaken him for someone else. Their second meeting took place in the Dream Cosmetics store at the Lianqing Mall, where she remained just as adorable,
repeatedly calling him daddy.
He recalled gifting her a large scarf, which now adorned her neck. He could never have imagined that this delightful little girl was, in fact,
Lu Yingying's daughter.
Indeed, she was married now, and upon reflection, having a daughter was a perfectly normal occurrence. Ye Feng had believed he had moved on from his past feelings, especially those long since faded. Yet, the realization that his former lover had become another man's wife and had given birth to a charming daughter stirred a profound ache within him, mingling sorrow with regret. At that moment, Ye Feng felt like a puppet bereft of thought, caught off guard by the scene before him. Although he had felt a sense of melancholy regarding Lu Yingying's marriage, witnessing this tableau, particularly her child with another man, was a shock that rivaled the moment he learned of his mother's passing. If Ye Feng had retained any clarity of mind, he might have discerned the underlying truths.
However, he found himself unable to contemplate Lu Yingying's past years, much less fathom that Coco could be his own daughter. He had been unaware of Lu Yingying's pregnancy during their abrupt separation. Meanwhile, Lu Yingying's expression flickered with a hint of panic before she quickly masked it. She had never anticipated such an encounter, having gone to great lengths to avoid Ye Feng, only to cross paths with him here. If Coco were not by her side, she would have felt no trepidation. However, with her daughter present, she could not maintain her composure. Her disappointment in this man had solidified her resolve: she would never forgive him, nor would she allow Coco to acknowledge him. He was unworthy of being Coco's father and would only bring detrimental influences into her life. This sentiment was not unwarranted, especially considering the weight of Ye Feng's past transgressions. If others were to learn that Coco's father was a murderer, she would inevitably face ridicule wherever she went, an irreparable harm to her tender spirit. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Lu Yingying instinctively wished to retreat with Coco, desperate to avoid this man and determined to shield her daughter from him. Yet, before she could take a step, Coco's innocent call of daddy rendered her utterly helpless. She could only relinquish her evasive tactics. The more she shunned confrontation, the more suspicion might arise in the other party. She gently cradled Coco's small head in her hands, inhaling deeply, and softly said, "Coco, no shouting, your father isn't back yet." However, no nonsense. Coco longed to turn and catch a glimpse of her father, whom she had missed dearly, but was restrained by Lu Yingying. Hearing her mother's words, Coco pouted, wanting to turn back for another glance. Yet Lu Yingying tenderly stroked her head, preventing her from doing so. Lu Yingying's heart was tumultuous, her soul trembling, her mind muddled like a mass of glue. Ultimately, she was a formidable businesswoman who had navigated the complexities of the marketplace. After a brief lapse into distraction, she quickly regained her composure. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized the man before her, a figure she loathed intensely, yet who had not changed much from the past. He remained calm, gentle, and refined, exuding an air of comfort and approachability. However, Lu Yingying was no longer the naive girl of yesteryear. She would not be deceived by his superficial facade. Coupled with their previous encounters, she regarded Ye Feng with palpable disdain, stating directly, "Ye Feng, what brings you here?" If it were a mere coincidence. Lu Yingying harbored her doubts. She leaned towards the belief that he had been following her since the day they crossed paths, finding her residence and waiting for her there. Upon hearing her words, Ye Feng could only manage a bitter smile. Could time truly wash away the emotions between people? The events of the past had unfolded unexpectedly, beyond his control. Even if the other party had married and started a family, should he really be met with such an adversarial attitude? Ye Feng's expression darkened as he lamented his plight, utterly oblivious to how he had angered Lu Yingying. Yet, at this juncture, he bore no ill will towards her. After all, he had been imprisoned, years passing in silence. No sight of the living, no news of the dead. It was only natural for her to make a choice. He could only blame fate for its cruelty. Having been ensnared by the Ye family, he had no doubt that this grievance would be laid squarely at their feet. Confronted with Lu Yingying's words, Ye Feng felt equally unsettled, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, his gaze fell upon Coco.
And he mustered a gentle smile, responding evasively, "I have met your daughter, she is truly delightful." At his words, Lu Yingying's heart jolted. And she instinctively tightened her embrace around Coco, eyeing Ye Feng with suspicion. She feared he might snatch Coco from her grasp, a defensive glint flickering in her eyes. She pondered anxiously, had this insufferable man discerned something? No, she could not allow him to perceive even the slightest hint. She knew him well enough to understand he would not relent. Even a minute spent in his presence instilled within her a sense of being exposed. Lu Yingying's expression fell once more as she declared, "Ye Feng, we inhabit different worlds now, there is nothing left to discuss between us. Moreover, no matter how adorable she is still my daughter." Coco yearned to speak, but her mother forbade it, so she buried her head in Lu Yingying's shoulder, repeatedly attempting to turn and catch a glimpse of the father she held dear in her heart. However, Lu Yingying gently guided her little head back. And though the small child was fervently enthusiastic within, she gradually settled down. Yet, the arrival of Ye Feng extinguished Lu Yingying's desire to take her daughter outside for a delightful outing. She quickened her pace and turned to dash into the confines of her neighborhood. "Yingying, let us dine together," Ye Feng called out urgently from behind. Lu Yingying paused momentarily, contemplated for a moment, and then impatiently replied, "Ye Feng, is it appropriate for us to dine together? It would be best for us not to meet again. You should not fixate on me, do you not have a multitude of women surrounding you?" Lu Yingying articulated her thoughts in one breath, with the final words delivered with a heavy tone, almost through gritted teeth. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, who remained silent, she did not glance back but hurried through the community gate. The little one perched on Lu Yingying's shoulder, her large, glistening eyes fluttering as they gazed at Ye Feng, exuding a mixture of mischief and yearning. Chapter 77, A Fortuitous Encounter. Ye Feng stood in a daze outside the gates of the community, watching as Lu Yingying's figure disappeared into the complex. He remained rooted in place, hesitating, uncertain whether he should pursue her. Yet, what would he say if he did? His heart was heavy with melancholy, and he could only manage a bitter smile. His aimless demeanor drew the attention of the security guards at the entrance. Changxing Garden is an upscale, garden-style community in Lianqing, featuring not only commercial housing but also a cluster of luxurious villas. While the residents here may not belong to the prominent families of Lianqing, they are certainly part of the upper echelon of society. The two guards, vigilant and alert, approached and scrutinized Ye Feng, gesturing for him to leave. "What are you doing here? If you have no business, you need to vacate the premises," their voices boomed, snapping Ye Feng out of his reverie. He silently averted his gaze, managed a faint smile, and stepped aside to the stairs adjacent to the entrance. Glancing at his watch, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. He hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Guozhong. Earlier that morning, after parting ways with Ye Feng, Zhang Guozhong had urgently called him regarding the shares held by Xiao Jun years ago. Xiao Jun had seized the shares from Ye Feng, leaving him with approximately 30% of the Yunfeng group. With Xiao Jun's demise, those shares naturally passed to his wife. Ye Feng had intended to ensure that Xiao Jun's funeral was conducted with dignity before discussing a repurchase of the shares from his widow. However, Xiao Jun's wife, suspecting foul play in her husband's death, steadfastly refused to relinquish her stake. Zhang Guozhong had no choice but to report this to Ye Feng, prompting Ye Feng to decide to meet with Xiao Jun's widow alongside Zhang Guozhong, who resided in the villa area of Changxing Garden, which led to Ye Feng's presence here. Little did he expect to encounter Lu Yingying once more, who, as before, seemed disinclined to engage with him. Ye Feng was perplexed by Lu Yingying's demeanor, attributing it to the abrupt upheaval he had caused in her life years ago, which had inflicted significant emotional damage upon her. After ending the call, Ye Feng settled onto the steps outside, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. With a flick of his lighter, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. The earlier scene lingered in his mind, leaving him in a state of despondency as he sat there, legs slightly apart. Before long, a striking woman approached. Her tall and curvaceous figure, complemented by fair skin and captivating beauty, was wrapped in a down jacket that, despite its modesty, could not conceal her allure. In Ye Feng's eyes, she was merely a shade less enchanting than Lu Yingying. Such a woman would inevitably attract unwarranted attention wherever she went, as evidenced by the two guards ahead, who stared unabashedly in her direction. Upon catching sight of her, Ye Feng's gaze froze, fixated on her. It was not that he had never encountered beautiful women before, rather, he recognized this one Xian, Lu Yingying's close friend. Ye Feng had encountered her more than once. The first time was within the office building of Yunfeng Group, where he had rescued her from Luo Ren's office. The second occasion unfolded at Lianqing restaurant, where he observed her walking side by side with Lu Yingying. Ye Feng surmised that she was likely an acquaintance of Lu Yingying. When Xian spotted Ye Feng sitting on the steps, her expression reflected a moment of surprise. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke, "Ye Feng, is that you?" She had now confirmed that Ye Feng was indeed the man Lu Yingying had known back in the day, and the father of Coco. Casting a glance into the community, she inquired with astonishment, "Are you here to find Yingying?" Despite Yingying's deep-seated resentment towards Ye Feng, Xian did not harbor any aversion to the handsome man before her. On the contrary, given that Ye Feng had once saved her, her initial impression of him was favorable, leading her to regard him as a commendable individual. However, matters of the heart are peculiar. Her perceptions did not necessarily reflect Yingying's feelings. At least for now, Yingying was quite resistant to him and did not wish to engage with him excessively, particularly regarding the fact that Coco was his daughter, a truth she intended to keep from him. Xian felt a twinge of cruelty in withholding this from Ye Feng, yet as an outsider, she was reluctant to meddle in Yingying's affairs. Ye Feng chuckled softly, "No. I never expected to run into you here." Xian fell silent, realizing she had misunderstood the situation. She had assumed that Ye Feng had discovered Coco's identity as his daughter and had come to confront Yingying. In truth, she wished to offer some counsel to Yingying. But she recognized that currently, Yingying was beyond persuasion. After a moment of contemplation, she considered giving Ye Feng a hint, hesitating before ultimately deciding against it. Unable to divulge any information, she shifted the conversation, saying, "I haven't had the chance to thank you for that day at Yunfeng Group." Ye Feng flicked the ash from his fingers and replied, "It was nothing, anyone would have intervened in such a situation. There's no need to dwell on it." Xian was taken aback, her expression turning complex. She found it difficult to reconcile the notion that a man like him could be malevolent. His appearance, demeanor, and the overall impression he conveyed were not those of a malicious individual. On the contrary, he exuded a warm and gentle aura, suggesting that a deeper acquaintance could easily lead a woman to become enamored with him. Xian refrained from discussing Yingying further with Ye Feng. With a charming smile, she remarked, "Your clothes are still with me, why don't you leave me your number? I can return them to you later." It was merely a piece of clothing, of little consequence to brother Yunfeng. Nevertheless, he accepted her proposition, and they exchanged contact information. Xian did not wish to prolong the conversation with Ye Feng, aware of his unique status. If Yingying discovered her interaction with Ye Feng, their sisterhood would be jeopardized. "You can get back to your matters. I have a few things to attend to. I'll reach out to you later." With a wave of her phone, Xian turned and entered the community. At that moment, Zhang Guozhong emerged from within, crossing paths with Xian. She hurriedly greeted him, to which Zhang Guozhong responded with a brief acknowledgement before hastily departing. Disregarding Xian, Zhang Guozhong now dared not waste any time, for his superior awaited him outside. Upon stepping out, Zhang Guozhong encountered Ye Feng, who was seated on the steps. He respectfully addressed him, "Mr. Yi, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Ye Feng remained seated on the ground, while Zhang Guozhong slightly bent at the waist to converse with him. In the community, Xian paused and turned back to witness this scene, further solidifying her long-held suspicions. Zhang Guozhong had now ascended to the position of executive president at Yunfeng Group, within the entire organization, who could command such deference from him, compelling him to bow and speak with such respect? The answer was all too clear. Chapter 78, only he can say that was only when the figures of Ye Feng and Zhang Guozhong vanished from sight that she silently turned and departed towards Yingying's villa. In the car, Ye Feng and Zhang Guozhong sat side by side in the rear seat of the Bentley, with a young driver in front of them. Ye Feng had seen him that morning. He was a robust young man, a few years younger than Ye Feng, a relative from Zhang Guozhong's hometown. He had been serving as Zhang Guozhong's driver for several years, demonstrating diligence and reliability. "Director Yi, do you think it might be a bit abrupt for us to visit unannounced?" Zhang Guozhong inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. He feared that if the other party remained unwilling to relinquish the shares, it might lead to he dared not contemplate further. I believe there is room for negotiation, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. If they truly refuse, we can simply wait until next year's board meeting to implement a comprehensive reform of the shareholding structure. However, this would require significant time and would disrupt my plans. His expression bore no trace of the murderous intent that Zhang Guozhong had anticipated, which provided Zhang Guozhong with a modicum of reassurance. As seasoned players in the business world, they both preferred to resolve issues through commercial means rather than resorting to violence. During the journey, Ye Feng and Zhang Guozhong engaged in casual conversation to gain a clearer understanding of Xiao Jun's current family circumstances. Hanlin Garden was an opulent villa community, even more luxurious than Changxin Garden, featuring an array of Western-style detached villas inhabited by the elite of Liancheng. As the chairman of Liancheng's leading enterprise, Xiao Jun undoubtedly had the means to reside here. Additionally, several influential families and political figures from Liancheng had also acquired properties in this enclave, making these villas a pinnacle of status in the city. Zhang Guozhong had visited this place several times over the past few days, and the driver skillfully navigated the familiar route. Within Hanlin Garden, the roads were spacious, revealing rows of neatly arranged villas, each accompanied by a lawn and garden. The vehicle came to a gentle halt in front of Villa Number 8, and Zhang Guozhong stepped forward to press the doorbell. The door opened promptly to reveal a beautiful woman, her face still marked by lingering sorrow, appearing somewhat haggard. Before Ye Feng's imprisonment, Xiao Jun was not yet married. Hence he did not recognize the woman before him. During their journey, Ye Feng had conversed with Zhang Guozhong and gleaned some insight into Xiao Jun's family situation. This woman was named Qin Bing, once a third-tier celebrity whose career in the entertainment industry had been lukewarm, and her fame had remained minimal. Nevertheless, she was undeniably attractive. In the second year of Ye Feng's incarceration, Xiao Jun met Qin Bing at a business conference and soon after, they hastily wed. Following their marriage, Qin Bing withdrew from the spotlight, eschewing any further ambitions in her career to embrace the role of a wealthy wife. Rarely seen in public, she had not even visited the group in years, and very few at Yunfeng Group were acquainted with her. Zhang Guozhong had only recently engaged with her regarding the shareholding issue, but despite her theatrical background, she had maintained a firm stance, leaving Zhang Guozhong unsuccessful after each encounter. Qin Bing's countenance was shrouded in despair as she fixed her gaze intently upon Zhang Guozhong. "Manager Zhang, I have already told you that I will not relinquish my shares." She bit her lip, her eyes resolute. Zhang Guozhong offered a wry smile. Each visit had culminated in the same outcome. However, this time the negotiations were not his responsibility but rather entrusted to Ye Feng. "Qin Bing, is it? Let us discuss this matter inside." Ye Feng spoke in a calm tone. His voice drew Qin Bing's attention. She did not recognize him and initially believed he was merely an underling of Zhang Guozhong. Turning to Zhang Guozhong, she inquired, "Who is he?" "He is the major shareholder of Yunfeng Group and the newly appointed chairman," Zhang Guozhong replied. At this revelation, Qin Bing's expression shifted dramatically, her body trembling in shock. Although she was not directly involved with the corporation, she was aware that the death of Xiao Jun was orchestrated by the new chairman. Her apprehension surged, and she instinctively retreated into the room, momentarily stunned. Pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Feng, she cried out, "You killed my husband. Do you intend to drive us, a widow and her child, to despair as well?" Her voice quivered with emotion. Ye Feng remained impassive, offering no response as he advanced deliberately toward her. Overwhelmed by despair, Qin Bing turned and fled deeper into the house. Ye Feng and Zhang Guozhong disregarded her distress and followed her inside. The villa's interior was lavishly adorned in a Western style, with a crystal chandelier overhead valued at hundreds of thousands. In the living room, Qin Bing hastily seized a fruit knife from the table, gripping it tightly before her chest, its blade aimed menacingly at Ye Feng. "Leave now, you are not welcome here," she stammered, her voice trembling. At that moment, a young boy, perhaps 4 years of age, emerged from another room. "Mommy, mommy," he called. Qin Bing instinctively scooped him into her arms, keeping the knife pointed at Ye Feng, her expression frantic. "Qin Bing, you need not resort to such measures. I merely wish to converse with you, and I will not coerce you," Ye Feng stated as he settled comfortably onto a plush sofa. "If I truly intended harm to you and your child, there would be no escape for you." Gradually, Chen Bing lowered her defenses, hesitantly taking a seat opposite Ye Feng, though her vigilance remained intact as she clutched the fruit knife protectively over the child. Ye Feng glanced at the boy, noting his resemblance to Xiao Jun. While Chen Bing might have been audacious in confronting Zhang Guozhong, she felt the weight of Ye Feng's identity pressing upon her. She was acutely aware that this man possessed the power to extinguish their lives with a mere word. Initially, she believed that her shares afforded her some leverage in seeking justice for Xiao Jun. Despite Zhang Guozhong's repeated visits, she remained resolute in retaining her shares, hoping to use them as leverage. Yet, confronted by Ye Feng, fear gripped her, an overwhelming dread that she and her son might share the same fate as Xiao Jun. Plummeting from heights and declared a suicide. After a prolonged exchange of persuasion, both gentle and coercive, Chen Bing ultimately capitulated, reluctantly agreeing to the transfer of her shares. Meanwhile, within the villa of the Changxing Garden, Lu Yingying and Xianxian were engaged in discussions regarding company matters. Beside them, Coco sat dejectedly, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Ever since she had encountered Ye Feng's return, her mood had soured, and no amount of coaxing from Lu Yingying seemed to alleviate her distress. The child was burdened with heavy thoughts. Lu Yingying and Xianxian were engrossed in their conversation, leaving no time to console her. So they allowed her to remain in her solitude. At that moment, Lu Yuan burst in with several others, exuding an air of menace. He pointed at Lu Yingying, gritting his teeth, and declared, "Capture this wretched girl and that illegitimate child." Lu Yuan was furious. The dream company he had desperately sought turned out to be nothing but a hollow shell, inciting his rage. Two attendants from the Lu family, upon hearing his command, advanced to seize Coco. "Mommy, no! Coco doesn't want to be taken by bad people," Coco cried out, struggling fiercely. But one of the attendants grasped her by the back of her clothing. Lu Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Coco before striking her hard across the face. "Illegitimate child. I'll teach you to cry," he growled viciously. Witnessing this, Lu Yingying rushed forward, intent on confronting Lu Yuan, only to be rendered unconscious by an attendant from behind. Xianxian, witnessing the chaos, attempted to intervene but was kicked aside and landed on the sofa. Subsequently, Lu Yuan took Lu Yingying and her daughter and departed, leaving Xianxian in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed. The assailants were from the Lu family, and with Yingying taken back to the Lu household, her fate was sure to be dire. How could she possibly rescue Yingying? In her frantic state, Xianxian was at a loss, when suddenly, the imposing figure of Ye Feng flashed into her mind. Yes, he was the only one who could save them. In her urgency, she retrieved her phone and swiftly dialed Ye Feng's number. Chapter 79, Coco is your daughter. On the expansive main avenue of Lianqing, a Bentley sped past. After considerable efforts, Chen Bing's 30% stake was finally transferred back to Ye Feng, restoring it to its rightful owner. Xiao Jun's treachery from years ago culminated in nothing but demise, costing him his life. As Ye Feng's closest companion during their university days, the betrayal by Xiao Jun evoked not only hatred but also profound sorrow within him. Had Xiao Jun erred in any other regard, perhaps Ye Feng would have spared him. However, the lethal blow he dealt Ye Feng triggered a cascade of dire events. The resentment within Ye Feng was unquenchable. As long as Xiao Jun drew breath, Ye Feng could not forgive himself. Only in death could Xiao Jun atone for his past transgressions. This outcome, therefore, represented the most favorable resolution for Ye Feng. As Ye Feng journeyed homeward, a heavy gloom enveloped him. Leaning one hand against the car window, his thoughts remained inscrutable. Zhang Guozhong sat opposite him, equally silent. After a prolonged silence, he glanced outside before stating, "Director Yi, we are almost there." Ye Feng returned to reality, realizing they had arrived at Changxing Garden. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Old Zhang, just leave me here. You must expedite the handling of the group's affairs upon returning to work after the new year." Ye Feng emphasized that the company's focus for the upcoming year would shift to the provincial capital, and he intended to make the Yi family pay dearly. Zhang Guozhong nodded and added, "Director Yi, perhaps I should have shall drive you back?" Ye Feng shook his head, replying, "No need, my car is right here. I can return on my own." With that, Zhang Guozhong felt it inappropriate to insist further. At the entrance of Changxing Garden, both men exited the vehicle. Zheng Guozhong proceeded into the community, while Ye Feng paused momentarily, recalling Lu Yingying, and smiled bitterly. Just as he prepared to retrieve his car, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Feng reluctantly pressed the answer button.
A flurry of panicked voices erupted from the phone. Ye Feng? Is that you?
Recognizing the voice belonged to a woman named Xianxian, he responded, "It is I."
Before he could inquire further, Xuanxuan's voice grew frantic. Ye Feng. Something terrible has happened. Yingying and Coco have been abducted by the Lu family. Ye Feng was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the situation. Just as he was about to seek clarification, Xuanxuan's voice came through again. "Coco, she is your daughter, you must save them." Inside the villa,
Xianxian clutched her phone, nearly beside herself with anxiety. She could not afford to dwell on anything else, all she could do was inform Ye Feng,
hoping he could rescue Yingying.
Deep down, she had long speculated that Ye Feng was indeed the enigmatic chairman of Yunfeng Group. Initially, she thought her suspicions were far-fetched. But witnessing Zheng Guozhong's subservient demeanor today solidified her conviction.
Although the Lu family's influence in Lianqing was not the most formidable,
it paled in comparison to the likes of the Chen and Xie families.
However, it is ultimately the once most prominent family. A withered camel is larger than a horse,
beyond the reach of ordinary individuals.
Otherwise, how could a mere woman hope to rescue Coco?
She could only place all her hopes upon Ye Feng, praying that he is the chairman of Yunfeng Group.
Only Ye Feng possesses the power to bring Yingying and Coco back under the influence of the Lu family.
Ye Feng was utterly stunned.
This news struck him like a deep-sea bomb, leaving him utterly disoriented.
A tidal wave of emotions surged within him, and his breath quickened.
Coco is his daughter? He has a daughter? That exquisitely beautiful, adorable little girl is indeed his own? Ye Feng was bewildered, unsure of how to process this revelation. He struggled to suppress the overwhelming excitement within, his voice trembling as he inquired, "What is happening?" "Coco is indeed your daughter. 5 years ago, Yingying became pregnant with your child, Coco.
She did not marry, it was merely a reaction to your indifference.
Now, they have been taken away by the Lu family. You must find a way to rescue them."
Xianxian spoke in a rush. Upon receiving confirmation, Ye Feng could no longer contain his inner exhilaration. His hands began to tremble slightly.
"Is she truly my daughter?"
He yearned to laugh towards the heavens, proclaiming that he had a daughter all along.
Moreover,
he had met her, she was charming and well-behaved. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why Coco had rushed into his arms, calling him daddy upon their first encounter. He had assumed it was merely a child's mistake. It turns out none of it was false, he truly was her father. He recalled meeting Yingying here.
She seemed to be concealing something. Upon reflection, though Coco's face was youthful, her features bore a striking resemblance to his own. Now everything was clarified.
And his heart felt a sudden lightness. Yet, he had no time for contemplation. After a brief moment of distraction, he regained his focus.
From Xianxian, he learned that Yingying and her daughter were in peril. Who dares to harm his daughter? Ye Feng's joy transformed into an overwhelming fury in an instant. "Where are you? I will come to fetch you, take me to Yingying."
The gentle demeanor he had previously maintained began to dissipate, replaced by a palpable sense of murderous intent. His gaze turning steely. "I am at Yingying's home in Changxing Garden.
I am at the door, hurry and come out." After agreeing on a plan, they hung up the phone.
Ye Feng found it difficult to remain calm. Even the heart he had forged through bloodshed on the battlefield could not withstand the tempest of emotions surging within him at that moment. He subsequently dialed Lu Sandao's number. And it was answered promptly. "Lu Sandao, you are to immediately gather your men and head to the Lu family without delay," Ye Feng commanded authoritatively.
"Mr. Yi."
"I will head there at once," came Lu Sandao's respectful reply, devoid of hesitation.
"The Lu family?"
Lu Sandao pondered, "Could it be that Mr.
Yi intends to take action against the Lu family?"
Despite the decline of the Lu family, they remain one of the 10 prominent families in Lianqing, possessing considerable power.
Although Lu Sandao harbors some trepidation towards the Lu family, he dares not delay in executing Ye Feng's orders.
He hastily assembles a team, summoning dozens of vehicles. and they marched towards the Lu family's estate in a grand procession, even more impressive than the day of the Ye Feng group's event.
At this moment, Xian, with an anxious expression, nearly bursts forth from within. Let's discuss it in the car. Ye Feng swiftly ushers her into the vehicle,
the engine roaring to life as he accelerates towards the Lu residence. Inside the car, Xian recounted the gist of the events. Upon hearing her, Ye Feng's countenance darkened further. He had not anticipated such despicable actions from the Lu family. A wave of anxiety surged within him. He would not permit Ying and her mother to suffer even the slightest harm. Xian observed the man beside her, who emanated an indescribable aura of menace.
His expression as dark as thunderclouds, exuding an overwhelming dominance.
Yet, he was but a solitary figure. Could he truly rescue Ying from the Lu family?
Doubts crept into her mind. Had she misjudged his capabilities? Ye Feng, are we truly capable of rescuing Ying, just the two of us? Xian inquired.
Lead the way. Ye Feng replied, disregarding the naive woman, his words laced with a palpable sense of lethal intent.
Chapter 80, The Sale of Lu Ying. At this moment,
the Lu family estate was abuzz with a grand banquet, where numerous dignitaries from Lian City seized the opportunity to pay their respects and extend their congratulations to the venerable elder of the Lu family. Within the villa of the estate, guests filled the space, their well wishes echoing continuously. Among those seated were notable figures of Lian City from both the business and political realms. The patriarch, Elder Lu, presided over the gathering with a sense of authority, flanked by his two sons, Lu Chunnan and Lu Chunbei. The most distinguished guest was a middle-aged man named Zhou Hong, the chief of the Lian City police, whose elevated status commanded the attention of many as he was surrounded by guests toasting in his honor.
Observing this splendid scene, Elder Lu nodded in satisfaction, reminiscent of the Lu family's past glory.
In bygone days, the Lu family, as the foremost clan in Lian City, hosted opulent annual banquets attended by the city's most prominent figures.
However, following the demise of the last family head, the Lu family gradually declined under the current elder's leadership,
witnessing a steady erosion of their former grandeur. In recent years, the guests at their annual feasts had dwindled to lesser figures, starkly contrasting with the Lu family's esteemed legacy. Now, with the presence of someone as influential as Zhou Hong, the elder felt a surge of joy. Wishing Elder Lu good health. Wishing Elder Lu longevity that rivals the mountains. The guests raised their glasses in a chorus of congratulations.
The villa exuded a festive atmosphere, while outside, the younger generation of the Lu family busied themselves attending to various guests. Yet, amidst this vibrant celebration, Lu Yuan and his wife were noticeably absent.
As the sounds of celebration within the villa began to subside, Chief Zhou wore a smile as he summoned an aide to present a gift to the elder.
It was 2 exquisite boxes.
Upon opening one, it revealed a pair of priceless jade pendants, the other contained a beautifully crafted gold hairpin inlaid with jade. The guests exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the chief's intentions.
Such lavish gifts were traditionally exchanged only during betrothal ceremonies among families. Nevertheless, Elder Lu and his sons smiled, seemingly unfazed by Zhou's gesture.
Zhou Hong had held his position in Lian City for many years, and it was common knowledge that his wife had passed away. Rumor had it that he had married 3 times, each bride mysteriously dying within a few years of their union. Whispers circulated that this powerful chief harbored peculiar predilections,
reveling in the torment of women, with his former wives succumbing to despair.
While these claims remained unverified, their prevalence suggested a kernel of truth.
As speculation rippled through the assembly, could it be that Chief Zhou had taken an interest in the Lu family's daughter?
Indeed, amidst the curious gazes, Zhou Hong gradually spoke. Elder Lu, today I present this gift as a token of my intentions to propose marriage to your granddaughter, Lu Ying. I humbly request your favor in this matter.
As Zhou Hong's words echoed in the air, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd.
They had not anticipated that his affections were directed towards the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Ying. It was common knowledge that although Lu Ying remained unmarried, she was already a mother to a 5-year-old daughter. In previous years, the Lu family had become the subject of ridicule throughout Lianqing due to this very circumstance.
Initially,
many assumed Zhou Hong sought to wed another daughter of the Lu family, but to their surprise, it was indeed Lu Ying who captured his interest.
Despite her maternal status,
Lu Ying's beauty was undeniably alluring, which explained Zhou's fixation on her. In fact, it was during an unexpected business gathering that Zhou first encountered Lu Yingying. And he was instantly captivated by her ethereal presence. Only later did he learn of her lineage and her child. However, Zhou was indifferent to such details. Such a striking woman was perfectly suited to satisfy his clandestine predilections. The elder of the Lu family beamed with satisfaction.
Nodding in agreement, the Lu family consents to this union.
This arrangement had been previously negotiated with Zhou Hong, and the current proceedings were merely a formality.
As a powerful figure in Lianqing, an alliance with Zhou would undoubtedly bolster the Lu family's prospects for future advancement. Without hesitation, the elder approved the match, fully aware of the advantages it would bring.
This was also the reason he had instructed Lu Yuan to escort Lu Yingying back with the family's blessings. With the elder's affirmation, Lu Chunnan approached to accept the gifts Zhou had brought, and Zhou revealed a knowing smile.
Guests surrounding them offered their congratulations, celebrating Zhou's newfound fortune in love and the elder's acquisition of a remarkable son-in-law.
Many in attendance marveled at the Lu family's decision, believing it would elevate their status significantly. However, there was a tinge of regret for Lu Yingying. Such exquisite beauty seemed destined to be marred by Zhou Hong's grasp, likely following the unfortunate path of his previous wives. Meanwhile, Lu Chunnan was elated. Although his capabilities were somewhat lacking and his leadership of the Lu family had begun to wane, he excelled at pleasing the elder. Every decision he made resonated with the elder's approval. The arrangement of marrying Lu Yingying to Zhou Hong was a personal triumph for him, earning him the elder's admiration.
Securing this union would not only allow him to acquire the coveted Mingxi Cosmetics Company but would also solidify his position within the Lu family. Most importantly,
Zhou Hong was a significant figure in Lianqing, and with his connections, countless opportunities would be at their disposal.
The fate of Lu Yingying was far from his considerations.
The Lu family estate sprawled expansively, the front yard buzzed with activity, while the back remained eerily quiet.
The front featured modern Western-style villas,
whereas the back housed a desolate courtyard reminiscent of decades past, with weathered blue brick structures that bore the marks of time.
In one of the rooms,
Lu Yingying awoke in a state of disorientation, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings, which immediately drained the color from her face. This place was familiar to her. Having grown up in the Lu household, she was acutely aware of the terrors that lurked in the backyard. It was regarded as a forbidden area for the Lu family, a place where no one dared to tread without reason. Here, the family confined certain members and even executed familial discipline. Each desolate chamber had, over the years, become a grave for countless souls of the Lu clan. Once, during her childhood, she had accidentally stumbled into this ominous place and witnessed a scene that would haunt her for a lifetime. An elderly man had been imprisoned here. And on that fateful day, she watched in horror as the family's enforcers strangled him with a rope. Only later did she learn that this man was the elder brother of the current patriarch, who had been detained here after losing a bid for leadership.
He was ultimately condemned to death by strangulation.
Since that day, fear had replaced the warmth she once felt for the Lu family.
"Mama, Coco was scared,"
came the trembling voice of Coco, who, having seen Lu Yingying awaken, cried out in terror, her innocent face etched with fear. Chapter 81, Despair of Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying gazed at the swollen cheeks of Coco, her heart twisted in agony as she rushed forward to embrace her tightly.
"Do not be afraid, my dear Coco, mother is here."
Lu Yingying never anticipated that her return to the Lu household would result in her confinement in the backyard. Lu Yingying, spare us the display of maternal affection. Be sensible and transfer all the assets of Dream Company, Lu Yuan sneered menacingly from the side.
"Husband, why waste words on her?
If she refuses, we shall simply drown this illegitimate child," Ding Shui urged viciously alongside him. It then dawned on Lu Yingying that both Lu Yuan and Ding Shui stood nearby, flanked by two burly henchmen. The two family retainers of the Lu clan were no longer present, yet Lu Yingying was still a woman.
The prospect of escaping under the watchful eyes of the two Lu family enforcers was utterly impossible.
She clung to Coco tightly, fixing her gaze on Lu Yuan.
"Lu Yuan, do not even think about it. Did you inform the old man about your actions in bringing me here to confine me?" Lu Yingying questioned sternly,
unwilling to relinquish the fruits of her hard work over the years.
Without the company, what future awaited her and Coco? At the same time,
she was uncertain whether Lu Yuan's actions constituted illegal detention, potentially breaching family regulations.
The Lu family, steeped in tradition, had inherited some of the more brutal family laws from the past, though they were seldom invoked. Lu Yingying recalled witnessing her great-uncle's strangulation in her youth. Since then, the family had refrained from applying such laws. 5 years prior, there had been discussions about invoking the family law against Lu Yingying, with intentions to snuff out the newborn Coco. It was Lu Chuandong's vehement opposition, leveraging certain family assets as a threat, that ultimately dissuaded the old man from pursuing such a notion. Subsequently, Lu Yingying and her family were expelled from the Lu household, creating a chasm that rendered any application of family law against her even more unjustifiable. Upon hearing Lu Yingying's words, Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. Lu Yingying? If it weren't for grandfather's consent, would I have the authority to command the Lu family's retainers? Before long, you will no longer be a Lu.
Hurry and return the assets of Dream Company, or you shall face severe consequences. Ding Shui placed a document before Lu Yingying, the asset transfer agreement. Lu Yingying did not even glance at it, swatting the papers away in a final act of defiance. You wretched woman, dare you stand firm against me? Ding Shui seethed, wishing to tear Lu Yingying apart. Take that illegitimate child away from her. Ding Shui directed her ire at Coco, unable to unleash her fury on Lu Yingying directly. The two henchmen exchanged glances before stepping forward, forcibly wrenching Coco from Lu Yingying's grasp. Mother, please save Coco. Coco cried out, tears streaming down her face in a heartbreaking wail. Lu Yingying desperately shielded Coco, only to be kicked aside by one of the men. The two hulking figures seized Coco, indifferent to her anguished cries. Ding Shui approached, and with a resounding slap, Coco's cheek instantly became swollen and red, her pitiful cries turning hoarse. Stop hitting me. I agree to transfer the assets to you. This scene made Lu Yingying's heart bleed, and she hurriedly intervened with a loud protest. She had compromised. The assets could be relinquished, but she could never afford to lose Coco. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's face broke into a delighted smile, mockingly stating, My dear sister, if you were a bit more perceptive, you wouldn't have to endure so much suffering. Ding Shui, standing by, displayed a triumphant arrogance, casting a cold glare at Lu Yingying. Trembling, Lu Yingying picked up the agreement from the ground, and Lu Yuan promptly offered her a pen. Gritting her teeth, she shakily inscribed her elegant handwriting on the asset transfer agreement. Lu Yuan, witnessing this, was overcome with ecstasy. He snatched the document from her grasp, flicking it with his fingers and smugly declaring, Now, this is more like it. As a member of the Lu family, Lu Yuan had managed some of the family's businesses but only received a meager monthly salary of over 100,000. For someone who lived extravagantly, that was hardly sufficient. And he had long coveted Lu Yingying's company. Finally, on this day, he achieved his objective. Over $1 billion in assets had effortlessly landed in his pocket, lifting his spirits to new heights. You're about to marry Director Zhou, so why would you need so much money? Lu Yuan chuckled, continuing his taunt. Lu Yingying paused in surprise before asking, Lu Yuan, what do you mean? Before he could respond, Ding Shui sneered, Lu Yingying, you must not know. Grandfather has already decided to marry you off to Director Zhou Hong. Ding Shui regarded Lu Yingying with mocking eyes, fully aware of Director Zhou's notorious predilection for tormenting women. The thought of Lu Yingying marrying Zhou Hong was almost laughable to Ding Shui. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yingying felt as if the world was crumbling beneath her. How could she not know of Zhou Hong's reputation? She never imagined he would set his sights on her. This was far more unbearable than losing her company. Even more infuriating was the fact that the old man had already consented. Why? Why must you take everything from me and push me into the abyss? Lu Yingying's voice broke into a desperate scream, tears streaming uncontrollably down her exquisitely beautiful cheeks. She was utterly despondent, powerless against the overwhelming force of her family's decisions. Coco, witnessing her mother's tears, began to cry as well, Mom. Mom! Although young, she understood that her mother was being bullied by wicked people. Enough, stop crying. Ding Shui, seeing Coco weeping, approached with disdain and slapped Coco across the face, saying viciously. Lu Yingying, who had been momentarily stunned, lost her composure and roared, Ding Shui, may you meet a terrible fate. As a mother, witnessing her daughter being repeatedly harmed for the first time ignited a murderous impulse within her. Originally, Lu Yingying was a woman of fierce temperament, and at this moment, she could no longer suppress the fury within her heart. The Lu family not only sought to seize her company and brutally assault Coco but also intended to push her into the clutches of that perverse Zhou Hong. If this continued, she would have no hope of survival. What would become of her? What fate awaited Coco? She felt akin to a lioness fiercely protecting her cub. Suddenly rolling up her pant leg and drawing a dagger from her ankle, charging wildly towards Ding Shui. She was prepared to risk everything. This dagger, a personal defense weapon she carried daily, was sheathed and secured around her ankle. Driven to a dead end and incited by Ding Shui's assault on Coco, she had no choice but to fight back. Ding Shui, initially poised to deliver another slap to Coco, was taken by surprise as Lu Yingying's dagger grazed her. Blood streaming down her cheek, leaving a gaping wound that was both shocking and gruesome. The two henchmen holding Coco were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. However, those trained in martial arts swiftly disarmed Lu Yingying of the dagger. Seizing the moment, Lu Yingying embraced Coco and retreated to a corner, her vigilance heightened. Despair evident in her eyes. Kill this wretched woman. Put an end to her. Ding Shui screamed, covering her bloodied face in a frenzy. At that moment, outside the Lu residence, Alexis came to a halt, and Ye Feng emerged, radiating an aura of menace. Xian, familiar with the estate, led Ye Feng into the front courtyard of the Lu family. Chapter 82, He is ruthless. Meanwhile, dozens of luxury cars raced towards the Lu family estate, coming to a halt outside its gates. Shortly thereafter, nearly 100 men disembarked, all formidable figures exuding an air of menace, clad in identical tailored suits. Each bore a distinctive emblem of crossed swords emblazoned on their chests, presenting a strikingly uniform appearance. Every individual was equipped with a long blade, and some even brandished firearms. In stark contrast, the subordinates of Lu Sandao did not possess such a cohesive uniformity, resembling a ragtag group of mercenaries. They lacked a common code of conduct and training, embodying the quintessential demeanor of thugs with mediocre combat capabilities. While they might intimidate ordinary citizens and minor factions, they were utterly ineffectual against more formidable organizations. Truly, they were the quintessence of underwhelming fighters. Ye Feng, having served as the chief instructor for the Shenzhou Guard, possessed exceptional skills in training combat squads. Consequently, he offered Lu Sandao several strategic recommendations, leading to a comprehensive reorganization and training regimen for his men. In a remarkably brief period, the 100 or so carefully selected individuals under Lu Sandao's command had been transformed into a force reminiscent of a regular army. Their attire was immaculate, their movements synchronized, and an underlying sense of lethal intent permeated their ranks, leaving even Lu Sandao in awe. In the past, leading 100 men into conflict against Xia Haisheng would have yielded slim chances of victory. However, now, with the newly trained contingent, he felt confident in their ability to annihilate Xia Haisheng's forces. Pride swelled within Lu Sandao as he surveyed his creation. Unbeknownst to him, his respect for Ye Feng had evolved from mere awe to profound admiration. He had not anticipated that Ye Feng's mere words could breathe life into these men, endowing them with a spirit of ferocity. With an imposing presence, Lu Sandao and his men advanced towards the Lu family estate. Ye Feng, who had been preparing to enter, halted in his tracks, captivated by the dark mass of figures before him. Mr. Yi. Lu Sandao approached Ye Feng, slightly bowing his head in deference. Standing beside Ye Feng, Xian observed in silence, her heart racing in astonishment. She had not imagined that the seemingly ordinary Ye Feng wielded such immense power, commanding this multitude of men. Her earlier suspicions were confirmed. Ye Feng was indeed the chairman of Yunfeng Group, a force to be reckoned with. She silently rejoiced at having allied herself with the right person, believing that Yingying would be saved. Ye Feng's gaze shifted back to Lu Sandao as he spoke in a low, commanding tone, "Follow me. Take control of the entire Lu residence." With that, he stepped forward into the estate, eager to reach Coco without delay. At that moment, 2 guards at the entrance of the Lu estate were struck with fear, their faces pale and spirits shattered by the unfolding scene. Yet, mustering their courage, they stepped forward to intercept Ye Feng, demanding, "Who are you? Do you know this is the Lu residence? Get lost." Ye Feng's brows furrowed in irritation as he unleashed a furious shout, delivering a powerful strike that sent the 2 guards flying. The force of his blow was immense. The guards crashed to the ground, wailing in agony.
Their faces contorted and jaws dislocated.
Upon witnessing this, Xianxian felt a surge of fear. It was the first time she had encountered such a scene.
Simultaneously,
Ye Feng's prowess compelled her to re-evaluate her perception of him. One word encapsulated it: formidable. She dared not utter a word as Ye Feng cleared the obstacles and continued to lead the way forward.
Entering through the grand entrance,
they proceeded directly to the villa in the front courtyard of the Lu family, where a lively banquet was in full swing, filled with clinking glasses and exuberant cheers. This sight infuriated Xianxian. She could hardly believe that the Lu family, having captured Yingying, was now indulging in revelry in excess.
Under Lu Sandao's meticulous direction,
some individuals behind him moved with agility, expertly dispersing to control all of the Lu family's entrances and exits, ensuring that not a single fly could enter or exit. Ye Feng's arrival drew the attention of the guests outside the villa, who began to speculate about the unfolding events.
In the presence of the crowd,
Ye Feng wore a frosty expression, surveying his surroundings. This was a grand annual banquet.
There were many guests, none of whom he recognized. Fortunately,
Xianxian had previously spent considerable time with Yingying and was able to identify one of the attendees. She pointed to a young man reeking of alcohol and directly inquired,
"Lu Hao, where have your family taken Yingying and Coco?" Lu Hao, the son of Lu Chunbei,
was in his early 20s and a cousin to Yingying, a frivolous young man engaged in a life of leisure. He frequently frequented the bars of Liancheng,
embodying the hollow gaze of someone emptied by vice.
In the past, whenever he found himself short of funds, he would approach the Mengxi company for money.
If Yingying refused, he would throw tantrums and act like a rogue.
Thus, Xianxian was quite familiar with him and recognized him immediately.
Emboldened by alcohol,
Lu Hao pointed at Xianxian and began to curse, "You mother!" Before he could finish, Ye Feng stepped forward, gripping his neck with one hand and coldly demanded, "Speak! Where have you taken Yingying?" A collective gasp echoed through the crowd.
Who was this man? How dare he cause a commotion within the Lu estate? Regardless of its recent decline, the Lu family remained one of the 10 prominent families of Liancheng, a force not to be underestimated. Despite the family's waning influence,
they were not a soft target for just anyone. Lu Hao had caused trouble often, but no one dared to lay a hand on him.
Fearful of the power backing the Lu family,
gasping for breath, Lu Hao was at a loss for words, only able to make muffled sounds. Ye Feng slightly elevated his grip, lifting Lu Hao off the ground, who flailed helplessly, his feet no longer touching the earth. On the verge of asphyxiation, he experienced a profound sense of terror, a fear unlike any he had previously known.
Confronted with the specter of death, Lu Hao frantically nodded, desperate to speak.
Ye Feng relaxed his hold just enough for Lu Hao to slump to the ground, coughing violently before stammering, in the backyard."
Ye Feng,
with a swift motion, sent his assailant flying with a single palm strike, the echoes of startled cries reverberating in the air.
At that moment,
Lu Sandao approached Ye Feng from behind, bowing respectfully, "Mr. Yi, the Lu family has secured the perimeter.
All unrelated personnel have been evacuated. Not a single member of the Lu family is to escape."
Having spoken, he hastened towards the rear courtyard of the Lu residence.
The onlookers were struck with astonishment.
Although they were unfamiliar with Ye Feng, many recognized Lu Sandao.
As their surprise mounted, speculation regarding Ye Feng's identity began to swirl.
Who was this individual bold enough to assault someone within the Lu family, compelling the renowned Lu Sandao to serve him willingly? The deference and politeness Lu Sandao exhibited towards him was truly bewildering. Whispers had circulated in Liancheng of a formidable figure who had slain Xia Haishang, subdued Lu Sandao, and even dealt a blow to the heir of the Chen family, who had yet to rise from his sickbed.
Could it be he?
Chapter 83, Father arrives in the backyard of the Lu residence. Ding Shui was consumed by rage, clutching her wounded cheek as she lunged forward with the intent to kill Lu Yingying. However, Lu Yuan remained somewhat composed. He understood that the family planned to marry Lu Yingying off to Zhou Hong, and at this critical juncture, it was imperative that she not be harmed. He could only continue to restrain Ding Shui, urgently imploring, "My dear, quickly tend to your wounds, this vile creature will not survive much longer. Even if we refrain from striking her." Cowering in a dim corner, Lu Yingying held her daughter, Coco, close, uncertain of the fate that awaited her.
Ding Shui continued her tirade, yet was escorted away by Lu Yuan. The transfer agreement for the dream assets was already in hand. Lu Yingying had lost her value in his eyes. Her only remaining worth was to marry Zhou Hong and contribute to the family. After all, her marriage to Zhou Hong would not end well, so there was no need to injure her now and ruin Director Zhou's mood. As they stepped outside, Lu Yuan did not forget to instruct the two guards, keep a close watch, do not let anyone escape. Yes, young master. The guards replied in unison. Lu Yuan cast a fierce glance at the mother and daughter huddled in the corner, growling, "Do not harm the elder." But that illegitimate child beat her mercilessly for daring to hurt my wife. With that, he turned and left, supporting Ding Shui as they departed. Once Lu Yuan had gone, Lu Yingying instinctively tightened her embrace around Coco, shielding her with her body, terrified of the impending danger. "Mama! Mama!" Coco sobbed quietly, calling for Lu Yingying. The sight of her daughter's distress pierced Lu Yingying's heart, prompting her to hold Coco even tighter, soothing her with gentle reassurances, "Do not be afraid. My dear, Mama is here." At that moment, Lu Yingying's despair reached its zenith. The two guards, under Lu Yuan's orders, advanced towards Lu Yingying, their eyes fixating on Coco. "What do you want?" Lu Yingying shouted defiantly. She knew they intended to follow Lu Yuan's orders and harm Coco. Trembling, Coco dared not cry out loudly, instead clinging to her mother for comfort. The guards approached, seizing Coco's delicate arm, determined to take her away despite Lu Yingying's desperate cries and struggles. Unmoved, they lifted Coco and slapped her harshly across the face. The searing pain elicited a heart-wrenching wail from Coco. "Stop it!" Lu Yingying screamed, rushing forward to reclaim her daughter. Although Lu Yingying had previously learned some martial arts, her skills were merely superficial and effective only against ordinary individuals. The guards were seasoned fighters, trained by the Lu family, possessing real combat prowess. While they had not yet reached the level of elite warriors, they were formidable enough that even a robust man would find them challenging to confront. Let alone Lu Yingying, a mere woman. Coco's anguished cries fueled Lu Yingying's hatred towards Lu Yuan, Ding Shui, and even the Lu family to an unprecedented degree. If she had the power, she would undoubtedly rend the couple, Lu Yuan and his wife, into countless pieces. As Ye Feng entered the rear courtyard after traversing the front yard, he surveyed the expanse of grey brick architecture before him. In his quest to locate Coco, he was suddenly jolted by a heart-wrenching wail emanating from one of the rooms. It was Coco's voice. Ye Feng's heart raced. He could distinctly recall that same voice calling out "Daddy" to him. What could possibly have occurred? Why was Coco crying out in such agony? With his heart pounding fiercely, he hesitated not a moment, swiftly following the sound's direction. Inside the room, the desperate shrieks of Lu Yingying and Coco's heart-rending cries shattered the air. Each sound piercing Ye Feng's heart like a thunderclap, igniting his boundless fury. With a resounding crash, he forcefully kicked open the door. And the scene that unfolded before him sent shockwaves through his mind. He beheld two men gripping Coco, one of them raising a hand to strike her with a brutal slap. Coco wept inconsolably, tears cascading down her swollen cheeks. Yingying clung to Coco's frail form, attempting to wrest her away, only to be violently kicked back by one of the guards. The brutality inflicted upon Coco unfolded before Ye Feng's eyes. And his mind buzzed with rage, his heart torn and bleeding, his fury reaching a fever pitch, transforming into an overwhelming thirst for vengeance. He could scarcely fathom that his daughter had endured such torment, nor could he comprehend the depths of despair that Yingying must have faced. As Ye Feng burst through the door, the two guards turned their attention towards this unexpected intruder. Their expressions shifted to bewilderment as they discerned that Ye Feng was not from the Lu family, and a strange unease settled upon them. This was no marketplace. It was the Lu family's courtyard, a place well guarded, yet someone had managed to infiltrate it silently. Yingying was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that. In her moment of utmost despair and helplessness, this man would come to her aid. She fixed her gaze upon Ye Feng, her expression a tumult of emotions, unsure how to confront him at that moment. When Coco caught sight of Ye Feng, she cried out in anguish, "Daddy, save Coco, save Mommy." The plea, uttered with such desperation, pierced Ye Feng's heart. The sight of Coco's swollen face ignited a ferocious wrath within him. "Do not fear, Coco, Daddy is here."
Ye Feng's form trembled, his heart racing wildly.
He advanced with blinding speed, transforming into an indistinguishable blur. In an instant, he was upon the two guards, who were taken aback by his sudden appearance. Seizing one guard by the arm, he yanked him forcefully, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the guard's arm dislocated. The excruciating pain rendered the guard's eyes bulging and his face contorted. Ye Feng followed through with a powerful kick, sending the guard crashing violently against the grey brick wall with a resounding thud. A tremendous force struck the wall constructed of bricks, causing it to cave in. The guard's eyes bulged with terror, blood oozing from his every orifice as he collapsed to the ground, trembling, caught between breaths. The other guard, taken aback by the sudden spectacle, was astonished. Despite his companion lacking the prowess of a master warrior, he possessed a commendable martial foundation. Yet, before Ye Feng, he exhibited no capacity for resistance and was swiftly vanquished. Such prowess was beyond even the offerings of the Lu family. His face turned pale with dread. He yearned to escape, to distance himself from this harbinger of death, but his opportunity had vanished. In a fit of rage, Ye Feng resolved that no one who dared lay a hand on Coco would leave this place alive. In an instant, he struck again, inflicting severe injuries upon the remaining guard, who collapsed, barely clinging to life. Daddy Coco opened her arms and leaped into Ye Feng's embrace. He cradled her as if she were a treasured gem, cherishing her with unwavering affection. Chapter 84, The Deceiver. Ye Feng cradled Coco in his arms, gently wiping away the tears on her flushed cheeks, the swollen bruise breaking his heart. "Do not be afraid, Coco, for Daddy will protect you. You shall never again endure such harm." His eyes glistened with moisture, tears brimming as the sight of his precious daughter's small face melted his heart. His emotions were a tempest, the elation of newfound fatherhood, the anguish of his daughter's pain, and, more profoundly, an overwhelming fury. How could he not be enraged at the sight of his daughter so brutally hurt? Even amidst the countless foes on the northwestern battlefield, he had never felt such trepidation. Coco's injuries filled him with dread. He feared that, had he arrived even a moment later, unimaginable horrors might have befallen her. He tenderly caressed the tears on Coco's cheeks, lovingly brushing her hair, feeling her warmth akin to an endless spring breeze that enveloped his heart. Each moment was imbued with warmth. After a brief spell of sobbing, Coco gradually ceased, lifting her tiny head. Her glistening, round eyes still shimmered with tears as she stammered, "Dad." Dad, Coco and Mama were bullied by bad people. "Fear not, for I am here. You and Mama shall never again be tormented by evildoers," Ye Feng replied softly. At that moment, a woman beside them silently observed the father-daughter exchange, her expression a blend of complexity, her lower lip tightly clenched, tears brimming in her own eyes. She stood there, frozen, unsure of how to break the silence. Once, her feelings for Ye Feng had oscillated between love and hate, buried deep within her heart. A burden she could never quite relinquish. 5 years of bearing Coco alone, enduring disdain and hardship. The jealousy-fueled quarrels at the Liancheng tavern, all of it faded into insignificance now. This man stood before her like a mountain, a quiet harbor that shielded them from life's tempests. How she longed to rush into his arms and weep upon his shoulder, to reveal her vulnerable side. Yet, the unfamiliarity that had grown over the years compelled her to suppress her emotions, holding back the urge to leap into his embrace. After comforting Coco, Ye Feng approached Lu Yingying with measured steps, each footfall resonating within her heart like a fervent drumbeat. He stood before her, gently untangling her disheveled hair, his thumb brushing away the tears cascading from her eyes. "Deceiver, do not cry." His voice was soothing, yet it shattered the defenses she had built within. No matter how strong she tried to appear, she could not contain her emotions in his presence. "You scoundrel!" Lu Yingying could no longer hold back, bursting into tears as her delicate face nestled against Ye Feng's shoulder, utterly pitiful. She poured forth her grievances, years of pent-up resentment transformed into tears that soaked his shoulder. Ye Feng cradled Coco with one arm while his other hand gently rested upon Lu Yingying's silken hair. He sighed inwardly, harboring no resentment towards her for the concealments of the past. On the way here, Xian Yuan confided in him everything that had transpired with Lu Yingying over the years. He understood well that the events of the past had unfolded unexpectedly. Lu Yingying had given birth to Cuckoo alone, as the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Her status as an unwed mother rendered her a subject of ridicule, resulting in her expulsion from her family.
During that tumultuous period, Lu Chundong drowned his sorrows in alcohol,
while Su Yumei placed the blame for their family's disgrace squarely on Lu Lingying's shoulders.
struggling to raise a child while juggling work to provide for them. She faced insurmountable challenges. Regardless of whether she lashed out at Ye Feng now, he would not hold it against her. A woman should not have to endure such hardships for so many years. Most would have crumbled under the weight of such despair.
However, those days were behind them now. With Ye Feng's return, he vowed that they would no longer bear even a hint of injustice. After some time, having vented her emotions, Lu Lingying withdrew her head from Ye Feng's shoulder, her eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at him. "Mommy, don't cry." Cuckoo, with her tender voice,
comforted her mother. "Mommy, don't cry." Lu Lingying gently caressed Cuckoo's face with her delicate hand. "Let us go outside first," Ye Feng suggested softly, taking Lu Lingying's hand and leading her toward the exit. Lu Lingying shivered slightly, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she silently chastised Ye Feng. Yet, she did not resist, closely following him out.
"Daddy, let us hurry." Cuckoo was scared. They bully Cuckoo and Mommy. Cuckoo's expression was one of fear.
Clearly still haunted by recent events, harboring a deep-seated dread of the Lu family. Ye Feng's heart ached at the sight of his daughter's terror,
revealing the torment she had endured.
Nonetheless, he would not leave without ensuring the Lu family faced the consequences of their actions.
"Do not be afraid, Daddy is here."
"As long as Daddy is with you, no one can hurt Cuckoo," Ye Feng reassured her. Cuckoo softly replied, burying her head against Ye Feng's chest. Finding solace in her father's embrace, a comfort unlike any she had known before. "Ye Feng, there may be Lu family retainers outside, let us take a different route," Lu Lingying suggested, feeling somewhat uneasy with Ye Feng holding her hand after 5 years of separation.
"Fear not.
Today we shall not only exit this place but also seek justice for you," Ye Feng declared with a grim expression, his resolve unyielding. Lu Lingying was unaware of Ye Feng's capabilities, yet she inexplicably chose to trust him.
Previously,
her doubts stemmed not from disbelief in Ye Feng but rather from the emotional turmoil that clouded her judgment during their relationship.
Observers like Shen Yuan understood that the scene between Ye Feng and Wei Wei at the tavern was likely a misunderstanding. However, Lu Lingying, consumed by jealousy, lacked the clarity to consider this.
Her reaction was not a reflection of her intellect but rather of the depth of her feelings.
In that moment,
she harbored no doubts about Ye Feng, and a warm sense of reassurance began to blossom within her heart.
At this moment, the front courtyard of the Lu family had erupted into chaos.
The family's enforcers, accompanied by over 10 individuals, were locked in a tense standoff with Lu Sandao.
The atmosphere charged with impending conflict.
Most of the guests at the Lu residence had already departed, leaving only a handful behind, among them Zhou Hong and a few others.
As the esteemed guest of honor that evening, Zhou Hong was afforded the Lu family's utmost protection.
His status and his determination to win Lu Lingying's affection compelled him to remain, standing resolutely with the Lu family in this tumultuous moment.
Meanwhile,
he busied himself with a phone call, directing a pointed remark at Lu Sandao. "Lu Sandao, how audacious of you to cause trouble in the Lu residence."
As the chief of the Lianqing police station,
he was well acquainted with the underground power broker Lu Sandao and could hardly fathom that the latter would dare to act against the Lu family,
effectively slapping Zhou Hong's face in the process.
"Chief Shou, I am merely following orders. It would be wise for you not to involve yourself in this mess,"
Lu Sandao replied coolly. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow and pressed, "Whose orders are you following?"
"My own," came a heavy voice from a distance, as Ye Feng approached,
cradling Coco in one arm and holding Lu Lingying's hand with the other. Chapter 85, The Murderous Intent of Lu Lingying upon encountering Ye Feng.
Lu Sandao heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure he felt while confronting Zhou Hong was immense. As the chief of the police station and overseer of the public order in Liancheng, Lu Sandao had never dared to provoke Zhou Hong in the past. The man's status demanded respect from those entrenched in the underworld. Almost everyone was compelled to show him a modicum of deference.
Over time,
Lu Sandao had developed a profound sense of trepidation towards individuals like Zhou Hong. His ability to maintain composure without yielding to Zhou Hong's authority had effectively severed his own escape routes.
Following today's events,
if Ye Feng failed to exert complete dominance over Zhou Hong, Lu Sandao would inevitably find himself marked as a primary target for police scrutiny. Having allied himself with Ye Feng, he felt compelled to commit fully to this precarious path.
The next moment would reveal Ye Feng's true capabilities.
The arrival of Ye Feng drew the attention of all present.
Few in attendance recognized him. Yet his embrace of Coco and the gentle grasp of Lu Yingying's hand ignited boundless speculation.
Ye Feng approached Lu Sandao, signaling to Lu Yingying to remain calm, and surveyed the assembly before him.
The Lu family was gathered, alongside Zhou Hong and several inconsequential guests.
The attendees who had previously reveled outside the villa dispersed the moment Lu Sandao made his entrance. All eyes turned to Ye Feng, who appeared youthful and imposing,
his countenance shadowed by a palpable aura of menace.
Daddy Coco gazed at the familiar faces ahead, instinctively tightening her grip around Ye Feng's neck. A flicker of fear evident in her expression.
Lu Yingying observed the scene with astonishment.
Recognizing that Lu Sandao and the cadre of dark-clad men were indeed brought by Ye Feng, a sense of reassurance washed over her, her prior anxieties felt unwarranted, as this man possessed the capability to safeguard their safety. Her gaze then shifted to the Lu family, her teeth clenched, a profound hatred surging within her. The actions of the Lu clan had left her utterly disillusioned. She sought the presence of Lu Yuan and his wife. Her fury boiling, she yearned to see them pay for their transgressions.
It was not merely Lu Yingying's fierce disposition.
Any mother witnessing her daughter subjected to such brutal torment would be driven to contemplate murder.
Lu Yingying felt similarly, her resentment toward Lu Yuan unyielding, unsoftened by the passage of time.
However, disappointment washed over her as she failed to locate Lu Yuan and his wife amidst the crowd. Upon seeing Zhou Hong ahead, her gaze hardened with aversion.
Yingying. Upon seeing Lu Yingying unharmed, Xian rushed forward, grasping Lu Yingying's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. She had genuinely worried for Lu Yingying, her heart anxious until this moment, now finally able to exhale with relief. Zhou Hong, upon laying eyes on Yingying,
fixated on her exquisite features, intent on securing her as his own, having come to the Lu household with lavish gifts, all for the purpose of winning her heart. As his gaze fell upon the tightly clasped hands of the two individuals, a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. The members of the Lu family did not recognize Ye Feng, but upon witnessing the intimate demeanor between him and Lu Yingying, their brows furrowed in disapproval.
In their perspective, Lu Yingying was to wed Director Zhou. How could she display such affection towards another man in his presence? Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. Lu Yingying had become the Lu family's golden ticket to a favorable relationship with Director Zhou, and they would not allow any entanglement with other men. The elder of the Lu family observed the scene, his beard bristling in fury. "Grandfather, it is this person who brought trouble to our Lu family and even struck me. You must stand up for me,"
Lu Hao exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Ye Feng. The elder cast a glance at Ye Feng, uncertain of his true nature. Yet he suspected that someone capable of bringing Lu Sandao to their doorstep was not to be trifled with.
Recently,
rumors had circulated about a formidable individual in Liancheng who not only eliminated Xia Haisheng but also subdued Lu Sandao.
He surmised that Ye Feng was that very formidable person, though the specifics of Ye Feng's relationship with Lu Yingying remained unclear.
His expression darkened as he pointed at Lu Yingying, his voice heavy with admonition. "You wretched girl, how dare you bring an outsider into our Lu family?"
"Indeed. How dare you?" echoed another voice. "Grandfather, let the family guardians take them all down."
At that moment, two figures emerged from the villa, Lu Yuan and Ding Shui.
Lu Yuan sauntered in with an air of nonchalance, completely dismissing Ye Feng.
To him, despite the numbers on the opposing side, he had several martial experts from the Lu family backing him, along with dozens of well-trained thugs.
Not to mention Director Zhou's presence ensuring that no one would dare cause a ruckus.
Behind him, Ding Shui, her face wrapped in bandages, glared venomously at Lu Yingying. They had just returned from tending to their injuries in the villa after hastily exiting the backyard, avoiding a confrontation with Ye Feng. Otherwise, they would not have made it to this moment.
Upon seeing Ding Shui and her husband, Lu Yingying's pupils constricted,
fury manifesting on her delicate features as she pointed at them, declaring, "Lu Yuan, Ding Shui, may you both meet a wretched end." Almost driven to madness, she clutched Ye Feng's arm, gritting her teeth. "Ye Feng, it was them who harmed Coco, we must eliminate them." At the sight of them,
Coco could not bring herself to look directly, burying her head in Ye Feng's embrace, trembling with fear. Observing Coco's distress,
Ye Feng felt a sharp pang of anguish in his heart. Ignoring the so-called elder of the Lu family and Zhou Hong, he gently placed Coco into Lu Yingying's arms, whispering, "Take good care of Coco."
"Daddy, Coco is scared." Coco clung tightly to Ye Feng's neck, unwilling to let go. "Do not fear, Coco. Daddy will deal with the bad people to protect you and Mommy."
Reluctantly, Coco released her grip and was embraced by Lu Yingying.
In a swift motion,
Ye Feng vanished from sight, leaving everyone else in stunned silence. With a sudden motion, Ye Feng seized Lu Yuan and Ding Shui, delivering a barrage of blows that shattered their hands and legs, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air.
In an instant, he sent them flying with a kick,
causing them to crash heavily at the feet of Lu Sandao and his companions.
"Ah, it hurts so much. Grandpa, save me." Lu Yuan and his wife writhed on the ground, their cries of anguish directed towards the patriarch of the Lu family.
The onlookers were momentarily stunned,
unable to comprehend the speed of the events unfolding before them.
Even the revered members of the Lu family, renowned for their prowess at the warrior king level, stood dumbfounded,
powerless to prevent Ye Feng from subduing Lu Yuan and his spouse.
Lu Yingying, harboring an unrelenting hatred for the two individuals before her, was filled with murderous intent. She entrusted her child Coco to Xianxian and unsheathed the dagger she always carried, her hand trembling as she aimed it at Ding Shui's heart. With a resolute heart and gritted teeth, she lunged forward, determined to pierce Ding Shui's heart.
In that moment,
her sole thought was clear: if you wish to see my mother and me perish, then you shall not escape your fate.
Chapter 86, With Me Here.
Do not soil your hands. Although Lu Yingying felt an overwhelming dread within, her dagger remained unwavering, slicing through the air with a silvery gleam as it descended abruptly.
"Save me, grandfather, save me."
Ding Shui trembled in fear, her heart chilled, her expression one of sheer horror as she desperately sought to evade the impending doom. Yet, with her limbs rendered useless, she could only writhe upon the ground like a worm in futile struggle.
The determination etched on Lu Yingying's face,
the murderous glint in her eyes, and the cold radiance emanating from her hand caused Ding Shui to tremble uncontrollably. She did not wish to perish. Just as the blade was about to pierce her heart, a hand seized Lu Yingying's wrist. It was Ye Feng, intervening to halt her.
"Yingying,
do not let yourself be tainted by such filth." Ye Feng's voice was grave. He did not pity Ding Shui and her partner. The moment they had laid hands on Kiki, they had sealed their own fates. Yet, he would not allow Yingying's hands to be stained with blood. Upon hearing his words,
Lu Yingying hesitated for a moment before silently nodding and retreating. This scene allowed Ding Shui to exhale in relief, though sweat poured from her brow.
The Lu family members also breathed easier, especially the elder, who discerned that their adversaries were not eager to spill blood.
Little did he know,
Ye Feng possessed no qualms about taking lives, rather, he was poised for a massacre.
"Yingying, take Kiki and wait for me in the car outside with Xianxian,"
Ye Feng instructed in a dark tone.
"Understood."
Lu Yingying nodded, cradling Kiki as she and Xianxian made their way outside.
Seeing this,
Lu Sandao hurriedly instructed a subordinate named Xiao San to accompany a few others to provide protection.
"No one is allowed to leave,"
the elder of the Lu family bellowed.
If Lu Yingying were allowed to depart unscathed, where would the Lu family's reputation stand? More importantly, how would he explain this to Zhou Hong?
Ye Feng, however, remained indifferent,
waving his hand to allow them to exit. "Stop them,"
the elder commanded his attendants, directing them to retrieve Lu Yingying.
In response, Lu Sandao gallantly charged forward to obstruct them, quickly engaging in a fierce struggle with a Lu family attendant.
What a shameless elder of the Lu family,
willing to sell his own granddaughter to appease others.
"If I were you, I would simply hang myself," Ye Feng remarked calmly, casting a glance at Lu Yuan and his spouse, who lay helplessly on the ground. The elder of the Lu family, a man who valued his reputation above all,
turned dark with fury at Ye Feng's scornful jibe. "Our Lu family's affairs are not for you to meddle in," Lu Chunnan retorted. "Ha! I have no interest in your family's matters. However, have you considered the consequences of your actions against my wife and child?"
Ye Feng replied indifferently,
his gaze falling upon Lu Yuan's neck.
Lu Yuan and his spouse, both incapacitated, groaned on the ground, believing they had narrowly escaped doom with Lu Yingying's departure. Little did they realize that death was inching closer, their lives slipping away, awaiting only Ye Feng's command. Ye Feng's words left those present momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances.
The father of that bastard? Several years ago, Lu Ying unexpectedly gave birth to Coco, whose father has remained an enigma. Consequently, the members of the Lu family have subjected Coco to relentless ridicule, branding her as a bastard child. This treatment has instilled a profound sense of fear and anxiety in Coco whenever she encounters anyone from the Lu family. Particularly, the couple Lu Yuan and his wife have seized numerous opportunities to physically abuse her in Ying's absence. What a wretched girl with a wild man as her father! The patriarch of the Lu family remarked darkly, his expression clouded with rage. Little did he know that the man in question was none other than Lu Ying's former lover. Coco's father. Indeed. A trace of a smirk played on Ye Feng's lips, outwardly composed, his inner fury blazed fiercely. Gazing at Lu Yuan and his wife, he declared coldly. Thus, those who bully her and her mother shall pay dearly. With that, he seized Lu Yuan by the neck, twisting it with force under Lu Yuan's horrified gaze. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Lu Yuan's expression froze, his eyes bulging in sheer disbelief. Help! Ding Shui screamed frantically. No matter how hard she struggled, she was doomed to face death today, for Ye Feng had made up his mind to eliminate her. In the midst of her terror, Ye Feng ruthlessly replicated his earlier action, snapping her neck without hesitation. He harbored no pity for such individuals, mercy was not an option. If they were not exterminated, he would fail to honor the suffering endured by Lu Ying and Coco. In an instant, both assailants collapsed, lifeless, their eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. They would never fulfill their ambition of seizing the dreams of immense wealth, but they would no longer need to worry about money. Wealth would come again in due time. Yuan. Lu Chunnan, witnessing Lu Yuan's lifeless body on the ground, let out a frantic scream. The abrupt turn of events left everyone gasping in shock. Particularly the few remaining guests whose expressions shifted dramatically. Lu Yuan, the eldest son of the Lu family, had been regarded as the heir by the patriarch. The audacious young man named Ye Feng had not only killed Lu Yuan but had done so in front of Director Zhou. The wrath of the Lu family, combined with Zhou's fury, would surely seal the fate of anyone involved, regardless of their connections. The patriarch of the Lu family was rendered speechless with rage. Coughing violently, his eyes ablaze. Zhou Hong, who had remained silent until now, cast a dark glare at Ye Feng before finally speaking. What audacity! To dare kill in my presence? His eyes betrayed his barely contained anger. As the head of the Lianqing police department, witnessing a murder before him was a direct affront to his authority. Ye Feng disregarded him, exuding an air of arrogance. Seize him at once! The patriarch finally managed to utter, panting heavily, clearly shaken by Lu Yuan's demise. The remaining two attendants rushed forward, prepared to take down Ye Feng. Over there, Lu San was engaged in a fierce battle with a worshipper, the two locked in a struggle of equals. However, Lu San possessed the advantage of youth, while his opponent, nearing the age of 60, ultimately succumbed to Lu San's prowess. Deceiving the worshipper with a feint, Lu San seized the moment to deliver a powerful punch, sending the man sprawling and causing him to spew blood uncontrollably. Meanwhile, on Ye Feng's side, two worshippers approached from either side, launching a series of ferocious attacks, each infused with lethal intent. Their strength was formidable, both possessing the prowess of elite warriors, surpassing even Lu San in skill. Yet, before Ye Feng, their capabilities were akin to those of stumbling children. After years of arduous training, their once proud skills crumbled in an instant before Ye Feng's might. With a casual wave of his palm, he transformed it into a fist, and in a heartbeat, the two worshippers were utterly vanquished. Hurled backward as if struck by a tempest, they collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths, their faces ashen. Gazing at Ye Feng with a mixture of horror and disbelief, they could scarcely fathom that this seemingly frail and refined young man harbored such terrifying power. Capable of sending them flying with but a single strike, his strength unfathomable. Chapter 87, Bystander Zhaoan with the defeat of two esteemed guardians from the Lu family. The expressions of the Lu clan members grew increasingly grim. Particularly, the elderly patriarch of the Lu family revealed a flicker of astonishment upon his weathered face. He was acutely aware of the prowess possessed by the family's guardians, who were indeed formidable warriors of the highest caliber. Among them were two disciples from martial arts sects.
individuals who would be regarded as esteemed guests in any clan. The Lu family invested millions annually in these guardians. Yet they were unexpectedly vanquished by Ye Feng with a mere strike. These seemingly insignificant figures could be easily crushed by Ye Feng at will. Who was he? He was none other than the invincible war god of the Northwest battlefield. Countless adversaries had been brought low, begging for mercy beneath his feet. He forged an unparalleled legend, crafting miracles and embodying a living myth. He personally established the formidable Shenzhou Guard, safeguarding the tranquility of the realm. The name of Ko Chi had long echoed through enemy territories, instilling dread in numerous warlords of their realm. There was even a saying that as long as the enemy refrained from deploying their most devastating weapons, our side would not unleash Ko Chi. Although Ye Feng's accomplishments were seldom recounted within Shenzhou due to confidentiality, they could not diminish his astonishing power. His martial prowess was indebted to the white-haired elder who had been imprisoned in the deepest recesses of the Shili prison. Ye Feng was oblivious to the duration of his confinement, some claimed 50 years, others 60, and some even a century. Regardless, the most long-standing inmate had been there since the elder's arrival, showing no signs of aging, while that notorious criminal had languished in Shili prison for 5 decades. When Ye Feng was initially incarcerated, he was assigned to deliver meals to the elder, gradually discerning the man's true nature through their interactions. The elder appeared to be in a state of madness, oscillating between lucidity and frenzy. When clear-headed, he exhibited calmness and composure, in moments of rage. He was prone to violence. The number of delivery inmates who had perished at his hands was incalculable. Only Ye Feng managed to navigate the perilous waters and survive through the elder's episodes of madness. In later moments of clarity, the elder intentionally honed Ye Feng's skills, imparting upon him an extraordinary martial prowess. Those days constituted the darkest chapter of Ye Feng's life, each trial nearly brought him to the brink of death. However, fueled by an unwavering belief in his own strength, he ultimately persevered, attaining the status of an unparalleled warrior in just 1 year. Subsequently, when enemies invaded the Northwest, no adversary could withstand Ye Feng's might. He emerged from the shadows, severing the head of a so-called invincible war god from the Curry Kingdom, departing in a flourish. He thus established a remarkable legacy, and over the subsequent 3 years, he nurtured the renowned Shenzhou Guard, engaging in battles across the realm. Only when peace prevailed did he leave the Northwest and return to Lian City. The Lu family, of course, remained oblivious to the caliber of the being they had provoked. Martial arts expert? Zhou Hong exclaimed in shock. The elderly patriarch of the Lu family, filled with sorrow, urgently addressed Zhou Hong, Director Zhou. This rascal has audaciously slain my grandson in public. Hurry and summon reinforcements to apprehend him. Rest assured, old Master Lu, I have already summoned assistance. And they should be arriving shortly. Zhou Hong declared with unwavering confidence. In fact, he had already contacted the police station during his conversation with Lu Sandao, requesting immediate backup to the Lu residence. He was resolute in his pursuit of Lu Yingying, unwilling to allow anyone to thwart his ambitions. With Ye Feng brazenly committing murder in public, Zhou Hong felt he had even more justification to bring Ye Feng to justice. At this moment, Zhou Hong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. To him, Ye Feng's every action seemed to lead him further down the path of destruction. Meanwhile, Ye Feng cast a glance at the 2 groaning members of the Ye family lying on the ground, stepping forward with a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. Crack! Instantly, 2 more corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. This brutal display of life and death sent a tremendous visual shockwave through the Lu family, causing them to tremble in fear. They couldn't help but wonder if they were the next targets of this relentless harbinger of death. Zhou Hong, the police chief, could not maintain his composure. Although he had witnessed countless life and death struggles, he had never seen someone like Ye Feng, who could so casually extinguish lives. Moreover, the victims were not ordinary individuals, they were members of the Lu family and formidable martial artists. Each life taken could send shockwaves throughout the entire Lian city. And Zhou Hong felt a deepening sense of dread. He inwardly cursed Zhaoan for not arriving sooner. He had already informed Zhaoan to rush to the Lu residence and apprehend Lu Sandao. Despite his esteemed position as police chief, Zhou Hong's own abilities were limited. The true powerhouse of the Lian City police force was Zhaoan. Though their relationship was strained, in matters of such grave importance, he had the authority to command Zhaoan. As the 2 Lu family members fell one after another, Zhou Hong's anxiety grew. He worried whether Ye Feng might also turn his wrath upon him. He cursed Zhaoan in his mind, suspecting that the latter was deliberately dragging his feet. Just as the Lu family was engulfed in terror and Zhou Hong was beset by anxiety, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside the Lu estate, followed by dozens of police officers surrounding the villa. Leading the charge was Zhaoan. However, he was met with resistance from Lu Sandao's men, who had no intention of allowing them entry. Seeing this, Zhaoan furrowed his brow, and without hesitation, conflict seemed imminent. Ye Feng glanced up and, upon recognizing Zhaoan, spoke, "Let him in." With a wave of Lu Sandao's hand, the guards at the entrance parted, allowing Zhaoan and a few of his men to enter with a sense of confusion. Upon seeing Zhaoan, Zhou Hong felt emboldened and immediately commanded, "Zhaoan, apprehend this man at once." Zhaoan, upon hearing this, surveyed the surroundings, the 5 scattered corpses and the terrified members of the Lu family, before his gaze finally settled on Ye Feng, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering Ye Feng here, let alone the gravity of the situation that had unfolded. Previously, there had only been some skirmishes, but now there were fatalities. Yet, recalling Ye Feng's enigmatic identity, Zhaoan hesitated to act, despite Zhou Hong's incessant clamoring. Instead, he calmly remarked, "Director Zhou, I fear this matter must be entrusted to the personnel of Shenzhou Wei." He immediately discerned that this was a conflict between martial arts masters and thus directly absolved himself of responsibility. "Zhaoan, I command you to arrest this individual at once." Zhou Hong bellowed. Zhaoan remained unperturbed. After giving a slight nod to Ye Feng, he turned and departed, entirely disregarding Zhou Hong's intentions. Zhaoan's presence here was merely a formality, akin to that of a passerby. Observing Zhaoan's departure, Zhou Hong gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless against Zhaoan. Ye Feng looked at Zhou Hong and sneered, "Director Zhou, it seems your subordinates do not heed your commands. Do not be too pleased with yourself. I have already contacted Shenzhou Wei, and they will soon be on their way. No matter how formidable you may be, when faced with Shenzhou Wei, you will find yourself inescapably doomed," Zhou Hong stated solemnly. Chapter 88, The Divine Guard. The Divine Guard, a recently established militarized force, is stationed across the nation. Every individual within this organization is a highly trained martial arts expert. Their primary duty is to respond swiftly and decisively to any disturbances caused by martial arts practitioners, executing relentless and merciless action against those who disrupt the peace. They serve as the foundation of societal stability and act as a formidable deterrent to any potential threats. Possessing extensive authority, they wield the power of life and death. Not only do they maintain order within the country, but they also represent a fierce force in international matters. Although not every city is home to the Divine Guard, Lian City, situated on the southern frontier and close to the coast, is a renowned military stronghold of great strategic significance, making it a long-term base for the Divine Guard. In addition to foreign threats, the Divine Guard also closely monitors martial forces maintained by various families. Zhou Hong, being astute, quickly recognized that Ye Feng was no ordinary individual. It was likely that he possessed exceptional martial prowess, making him a formidable opponent for most. Only by leveraging the might of the Divine Guard could one pose a significant threat to him. It is well understood that opposing the Divine Guard leads to a relentless pursuit, an unending cycle of vengeance for those who dare to resist. In this moment of turmoil, Zhou Hong found solace in the thought of the Divine Guard, regaining a sense of confidence. The elder of the Lu family appeared somewhat more composed, undoubtedly aware of the terror that the Divine Guard instilled. For families across the land, the Divine Guard looms like a sword of justice, a constant source of fear and anxiety. Even Lu Sandao, a prominent figure in the underground world, wore a troubled expression. Despite his stature, he would not bow to the police. However, the Divine Guard evoked a palpable sense of dread. In their presence, the lives of such individuals could be extinguished with ease. When they mobilized, it signified a cataclysmic fate for them. "Just wait and see how arrogant you remain." The elder of the Lu family ground his teeth in fury. "Zhou Ju, you must avenge my son," Lu Chunnan shouted fervently. The death of Lu Yuan was undoubtedly the greatest blow to him. His status was bolstered by the existence of his son, allowing him to seize control of the Lu family's business empire. It was through his son that he managed to gradually usurp Lu Chundong from the position of heir. Now, with his once proud son gone, Lu Chunnan faced an uncertain future, trembling at the thought of Lu Chunbei, who remained vigilant behind him. the elder might one day, in a fit of displeasure,
strip him of his claim to inheritance.
Thus, Lu Chunnan felt a profound sorrow, harboring an intense desire for revenge against Ye Feng. As the Lu family collectively expressed their outrage, Ye Feng regarded Zhou Hong with a playful smile, a hint of disdain flickering in his expression.
The Divine Guard, you say? He pondered who was responsible for the garrison in Lian City.
Years ago, during his time at Shili prison, Ye Feng had trained 3 cohorts of elite soldiers, each possessing at least the strength of a military king. Among the elite, some have attained the formidable prowess of a war god.
The Shenzhou Guard,
an organization conceived by Ye Feng, has flourished through the training of individuals from 3 distinct phases. Ye Feng has cultivated numerous masters over the years. Some of them have followed Ye Feng into battles across the land, earning resounding achievements and forging unparalleled glory.
Others, lacking the requisite strength,
did not have the honor of fighting alongside Ye Feng and were instead dispatched to various regions to command the Shenzhou Guard, instilling fear in the hearts of the unscrupulous. Many lamented their inability to fight alongside their most revered commander, a regret that would haunt them for a lifetime.
Conversely, those fortunate enough to have engaged in battle under Ye Feng's leadership cherish a lifelong honor. Wherever they go,
the mere mention of their shared combat experience with the esteemed Commander Yi invites countless envious glances. At this moment, Lu Sandao cautiously approached Ye Feng and whispered, "Mr. Yi, it would be quite troublesome if the Shenzhou Guard arrives." It was evident that the Shenzhou Guard had rooted itself deeply in Lu Sandao's heart, instilling genuine fear. He presumed that Ye Feng was unaware of the terrifying nature of the Shenzhou Guard and sought to warn him, implying a retreat.
Here,
if the Shenzhou Guard were to come, the nearly 100 brothers present would likely have no opportunity to plead for mercy. No sooner had Lu Sandao's words fallen than the heavy sound of marching footsteps resonated from outside, powerful and rhythmical.
At the entrance of Lu's manor,
several military vehicles came to a halt, and immediately, over 10 soldiers clad in military uniforms disembarked. Each soldier bore a solemn expression, exuding an aura of chilling menace. These soldiers were not merely military personnel, they were seasoned warriors of unparalleled caliber. This was the illustrious Shenzhou Guard.
In both presence and power,
they far surpassed the ragtag bunch Lu Sandao had brought alone. Although, under Ye Feng's guidance, Lu Sandao's men had undergone basic training and significantly improved in strength, they were still no match for the formidable Shenzhou Guard before them, merely a disorganized mob. Even the lowest-ranked soldier in the Shenzhou Guard was akin to a king of soldiers. Despite the fact that only a handful of Shenzhou Guard members stood before them, if they were to confront the nearly 100 men Lu Sandao had brought,
the outcome would be indisputably one-sided, a complete slaughter.
The soldiers of the Shenzhou Guard marched in perfect unison to the front of Lu's manor,
forming a straight line and coming to a halt.
Each stood rigidly, impeccably composed, unarmed save for a chillingly sharp, elongated dagger suspended at their waists. This was the Shenzhou Guard's distinctive weapon, known as the Brave Blade, which each soldier wielded with unparalleled proficiency. At that moment, among the soldiers,
a towering young man stepped forward.
Clad in military attire, his insignia on the shoulder denoted his rank. He was the leader of the Shenzhou Guard. The leader's face bore an expression of resolute determination, emanating an almost palpable aura that far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. His strength had transcended the realm of elite warriors, drawing perilously close to that of a war god.
This sight caused Lu Sandao's subordinates to involuntarily constrict their pupils, their hearts trembling in fear,
as they dared not meet the gaze of the Shenzhou Guard members.
It seems that a mere second of eye contact could result in a merciless onslaught.
Step aside. The leader of the Shenzhou Guard surveyed his surroundings with a piercing gaze and coldly uttered 2 words.
The guards stationed at the Lu family estate were momentarily taken aback,
exchanging glances as they contemplated the gravity of the situation. However, the leader of the Shenzhou Guard, having lost all patience, raised his right hand, signaling readiness. The individuals at the entrance were suddenly struck with alarm, fully comprehending the implications of this gesture. It was a signal to prepare for an attack. No words were necessary. Once the command was given, the Shenzhou Guard would strike with the precision of a sharpened blade. The 10 or so subordinates of Lu Sandao felt a chill run down their spines, paralyzed by fear of defiance. They hastily parted to create a passageway,
not daring to obstruct in the slightest.
The leader of the Shenzhou Guard cast a chilling glance at the crowd but chose not to engage in violence,
striding purposefully into the Lu family estate. Chapter 89, Is he someone you can insult?
The commander of the Shenzhou Guard bore a solemn expression. As the soldiers behind him marched in unison into the Lu family estate, the sound of their footsteps echoed, each step quickening the heartbeat of those present. Many among the crowd had spent their lives at the bottom of Lianqing, lacking exposure to the world, yet the reputation of the Shenzhou Guard was well known. This formidable force had become a topic of conversation among the common folk. Having heard tales of their prowess, witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. Their presence was indeed as fearsome as the rumors suggested, instilling trepidation in many. In the distance, Zhou Hong gazed upon the scene, a look of joy illuminating his face. The Shenzhou Guard had finally arrived, just as he had fervently hoped. The Lu family rejoiced, their hearts finally at ease. With such a powerful army on the scene, no one would dare to act recklessly, and the murderous Ye Feng would likely face ruthless execution. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Sandao's forehead. He understood all too well what facing the Shenzhou Guard entailed. Upon seeing the leader of the guard, his heart sank further. Not only did the over 10 soldiers possess near king-level strength, but the commander himself far surpassed Lu Sandao's capabilities. Stealing a glance at Ye Feng to gauge his reaction, Lu Sandao found him unfazed, which only deepened his unease. He silently lamented, raising his vigilance to the utmost, should the adversary strike unexpectedly, he would have to fight to the death. "Commander Lu, you have finally arrived." Zhou Hong rushed forward to greet him, his excitement barely contained. The commander of the Shenzhou Guard, named Lu Tianxiong, was a mere 25 years old. He had come to Lianqing 2 years prior to establish and lead the Shenzhou Guard there. An exceptionally talented soldier, he had demonstrated the ability to command at such a young age, destined for a bright future. Zhou Hong and Lu Tianxiong were not particularly familiar, having only crossed paths a few times due to local affairs. His ability to summon the Shenzhou Guard was not due to any personal prowess, but rather because he had reported the presence of an unparalleled martial arts master causing chaos. As a military unit meant to deter martial arts forces, the Shenzhou Guard was obligated to respond to such situations. At this moment, Zhou Hong regarded Ye Feng with the disdain one might reserve for a corpse. An air of arrogance surrounding him as though he had already foreseen Ye Feng's fate. Addressing Lu Tianxiong, he declared, "Commander Lu. This is the man, he boasts of his martial prowess while committing mass murder in the Lu household." He gestured toward the corpses on the ground. Zhou Hong understood the Shenzhou Guard's modus operandi. Once it was established that a martial arts master was responsible for killings, regardless of the circumstances, most would face merciless execution. Even those fortunate enough to escape death would suffer grievous consequences. With both witnesses and evidence present, it seemed that Ye Feng's fate was sealed. However, Lu Tianxiong paid Zhou Hong no heed. Upon entering, his gaze had fixed upon Ye Feng. His heart raced with exhilaration. The chiseled features, resolute eyes, and composed demeanor of Ye Feng exuded an indescribable charm. It was he. Lu Tianxiong's heart confirmed his recognition. He had not encountered this man for several years. To his surprise, fate had brought them together in this very place once more. Memories of his training days flooded back, vivid as ever. He had ventured into battle, vanquished the god of war, and forged the revered Shenzhou Guard with his own hands. The myths he had created were numerous, leaving behind a legendary legacy that rendered him a hero in the eyes of every soldier, a steadfast monument of glory. There was a time when Lu Tianxiong's greatest regret in life was his inability to fight alongside the chief instructor, to share in the fervor of battle. At this moment, the passionate soldier felt tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhou Hong noticed that Lu Tianxiong did not respond and refrained from attacking Ye Feng. Sensing a twinge of unease within him, he could not fathom the depth of Lu Tianxiong's emotions upon this reunion with Ye Feng. As the very mentor who had nurtured him, how could Lu Tianxiong ever raise a hand against Ye Feng? Now engulfed by a torrent of emotions, he found it difficult to contain himself, tears shimmering in his eyes, speech caught in his throat. After a prolonged silence, his lips trembled slightly, instinctively yearning to call out the title of Chief Instructor Yi. Ye Feng smiled gently, raising a hand to interrupt him. "You never expected to settle in Lian City, did you? Quite impressive, your strength is nearing that of a war god." Ye Feng's heartfelt praise resonated. Previously, Ye Feng had trained many members of the Shenzhou Guard, and Lu Tianxiong was among them. Although Ye Feng could not remember every name,
Lu Tianxiong left a profound impression on him.
Among the ranks of the Shenzhou Guard, Lu Tianxiong had been the weakest in physique, often exhausted after each grueling training session. There were times when Ye Feng devised terrifying training regimens, pushing him to the brink of collapse, yet he persevered each time.
His extraordinary determination etched a lasting memory in Ye Feng's mind.
At the conclusion of the rigorous training period, Lu Tianxiong still found himself at the bottom of the ranks.
However,
through Ye Feng's stringent yet exceptional training and Lu Tianxiong's unwavering perseverance, he finally attained the strength of a soldier king,
allowing him to join the Shenzhou Guard without being eliminated.
It is worth noting that during Ye Feng's leadership, even the weakest members of the Shenzhou Guard were of soldier king caliber. Those who did not reach this level could not pass the assessment to become official members of the Shenzhou Guard.
Even so,
those who fought alongside Ye Feng were of war god caliber, a class above all others. At that time, Lu Tianxiong's insufficient strength prevented him from joining Ye Feng in battle across the lands, marking it as his life's greatest regret.
Now,
the members of the Shenzhou Guard trained by Ye Feng had scattered far and wide. Some had ascended to lead regions as Shenzhou Guard captains, while others held significant positions in military districts, with some even tasked with protecting the highest echelons of authority. Ye Feng's mere words of praise set Lu Tianxiong's heart ablaze with excitement, causing his chest to rise and fall fervently.
This is the recognition bestowed upon him by the chief instructor.
It is noteworthy that during their training sessions, Ye Feng seldom praised anyone. Even the most exceptional individuals found it challenging to elicit a word of commendation from him. Ye Feng's praise is as rare as gold, and receiving his acknowledgement is a supreme honor.
Therefore, Lu Tianxiong's heart swelled with uncontainable excitement.
Observing this scene, Zhou Hong felt a twinge of confusion.
Lu Tianxiong's hesitance was causing him anxiety, prompting him to exclaim, "Commander Lu, swiftly eliminate this murderer." Originally intending to respond to Ye Feng,
Lu Tianxiong furrowed his brows at Zhou Hong's words, perceiving them as a grave insult to the chief instructor. With a resounding slap, Lu Tianxiong sent Zhou Hong flying,
his voice laced with fury. "Do you know who he is? Is he someone you can insult?" Chapter 90, Sending the Elder on his journey. Lu Tianxiong was genuinely enraged.
Ye Feng, once the esteemed commander of the Shenzhou Guard, had fought valiantly for his country, achieving remarkable feats. He had once wielded his blade against foes in the northwest and instilled fear in the hearts of the wicked in the southeast. Each of his heroic deeds was the aspiration of every soldier, earning him the veneration of countless admirers. Lu Tianxiong regarded Ye Feng as an invincible idol. How could he allow anyone to slander such a man? Zhou Hong was courting death. What was happening? Zhou Hong lay on the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, utterly despondent. Was this not the Shenzhou Guard? Why were they turning against him? The members of the Lu family were equally bewildered. The Shenzhou Guard summoned by Zhou Hong had not only refrained from attacking Ye Feng but had instead sent Zhou Hong flying with a single blow. This realization sent chills down the spines of the Lu family. If the Shenzhou Guard did not turn against Ye Feng, what would their fate be? The patriarch of the Lu family trembled with apprehension. Simultaneously, he marveled at Ye Feng's true identity, which could command such respect from Lu Tianxiong, the leader of the Shenzhou Guard, and demand that no one dare speak ill of him. Undoubtedly, the most astonished was Lu Sandao. Initially, when the Shenzhou Guard arrived, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. But now, seeing Lu Tianxiong's demeanor towards Ye Feng, filled with reverence, transformed his shock into exhilaration. Although the enemy's numbers were fewer than theirs, their strength was indisputable. Should a conflict arise, Lu Sandao and his motley crew would be utterly outmatched. Moreover, he developed a newfound respect for Ye Feng, someone who could instill fear even in the commander of the Shenzhou Guard. The magnitude of his influence was beyond Lu Sandao's comprehension. The reversal of fortunes left everyone present trembling in apprehension. After sending Zhou Hong sprawling, Lu Tianxiong, still seething with anger, pointed at Zhou Hong and declared, "Speak another word of disrespect, and I shall end your life without hesitation." Zhou Hong could sense the palpable killing intent radiating from Lu Tianxiong. Imbued with the scent of blood, a presence born from countless battles, creating an intangible yet overwhelming aura. Zhou Hong had no doubt about Lu Tianxiong's words. He was all too familiar with the Shenzhou Guard's ruthless methods. If they threatened to kill someone, they would not hesitate, especially not with a societal parasite like him. The Shenzhou guard wielded their weapons with unyielding precision. Fear gripped his heart as he cursed the Lu family for attracting such a harbinger of death.
Mr. Yi, what is your perspective on this matter? Lu Tianxiong intended to address Ye Feng as the esteemed commander, but was interrupted. Realizing Ye Feng's intent to keep his identity concealed, Lu Tianxiong understood that revealing the commander's status could expose Ye Feng to peril.
The title of commander was renowned, particularly among external forces, who viewed him as a significant threat. Should his identity be unveiled, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless adversaries, eager to eliminate him.
The consequences are unimaginable.
At this thought, Lu Tianxiong felt a cold sweat break out on his back, realizing he had nearly made a grave mistake in his excitement.
Ye Feng,
pleased with Lu Tianxiong's reaction, approached him and said calmly, "All right, you need not involve yourself in this matter, after all, you are a soldier." He then pointed to Zhou Hong on the ground and coldly instructed, "Take him away and conduct a thorough interrogation.
As for how to handle him afterwards,
that will be determined later. Your position does not allow you to partake in such affairs, you should withdraw." Lu Tianxiong wanted to say something more, but he restrained himself. As a soldier, he understood that the foremost principle was to obey orders and not to question Ye Feng's decisions. Although Ye Feng currently held no official position in the military, his title as the chief instructor was sufficient to command the entire Shenzhou guard.
Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianxiong refrained from further protests. With solemnity, he shouted to the members of the Shenzhou guard behind him, "Take him away, we withdraw." Upon his command, 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward, hoisting Zhou Hong and dragging him away. Zhou Hong, feeling utterly weak, was mercilessly taken by the soldiers. He wished to cry out for help, but a punch to his chest from one of the soldiers left him in excruciating pain, rendering him voiceless. The team marched forward with steady, synchronized steps, exuding an imposing aura and an air of menace. Lu Sandao was filled with trepidation, exclaiming to himself that this was indeed a true execution squad. His subordinates trembled, daring not to approach the Shenzhou guard even by a single inch, holding their breath as they silently observed the scene. Ye Feng regarded Zhou Hong, who lay as still as a dead pig, and although a murderous intent loomed within him, he ultimately refrained from taking action. He had already gathered information indicating Zhou Hong's intentions toward Lu Yingying. Were it not for Zhou Hong's official position as the police chief, Ye Feng would have surely ended his life. However, given his status, it would be unwise to eliminate him outright. And thus he decided to allow him to live a few more days. "Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave now." Lu Tianxiong approached Ye Feng with utmost respect. Ye Feng nodded, replying, "You may go for now, I will contact you once this matter concludes." A wave of joy washed over Lu Tianxiong. The prospect of a private audience with the chief instructor was a tremendous honor. Meeting with those other individuals would provide him with tales to boast about for 3 years. This typically fierce man revealed a rare moment of earnestness as he said, "Mr. Yi, you must remember." He feared that Ye Feng, in the midst of his busy schedule, might forget their arrangement. Ye Feng smiled wryly, acknowledging the cleverness of Lu Tianxiong. With a hint of exasperation, he assured, "Rest assured, I will not forget my promise." Receiving Ye Feng's affirmation, Lu Tianxiong beamed with delight and then turned to leave alongside the Shenzhou guard. Once Lu Tianxiong departed, the Lu residents fell into a profound silence. Aside from Lu Sandao's men, there were only the members of the Lu family and the guards they had trained. At that moment, everyone in the Lu household could no longer remain composed. With their family's protector slain by Ye Feng, the remaining guards were filled with trepidation, their fear of Ye Feng palpable. The elder of the Lu family was now utterly despondent, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Ye Feng, stammering, Who exactly are you?" Zhou Hong had been taken away. The Shenzhou guards found themselves powerless against this young man. How could he not be astonished? "You lack the right to know my identity, scum." Ye Feng cast a disdainful glance at the elder of the Lu family, his eyes brimming with contempt. A man who bartered his granddaughter's marriage for familial gain possessed no dignity. Such a person would inevitably be looked down upon wherever he went. It was no wonder that the Lu family continued to decline, a fate inextricably linked to the character of this old man. Individuals like him were nothing but a waste of resources. 3 blades, send the elder of the Lu family on his way. Ye Feng pronounced these words with chilling clarity. Devoid of any emotion, imbued with a profound intent to kill. Chapter 91, Let the Elder Depart with Dignity. As Ye Feng's words reverberated through the air, the members of the Lu family appeared as if they were facing a formidable enemy, their expressions filled with terror. The dozen or so Lu family guards became acutely vigilant, bracing themselves for an impending confrontation. Particularly the elder of the Lu family, who was utterly aghast, never having anticipated that matters would escalate to such a dire point. The annihilation of the Lu family loomed ominously over him. His complexion had turned ashen, shedding any semblance of the commanding patriarch he once embodied. All that resided within him now was sheer horror. Several of Lu family's guardians had already fallen to Ye Feng and Lu Sandao, leaving only a handful of guards remaining. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, flanked by Lu Sandao and dozens of his subordinates, formed a tight encirclement around the Lu family members, their blades glinting menacingly as they eyed their adversaries. "Hold on." The elder of the Lu family raised his hand in a futile attempt to halt the proceedings. "Elder Lu, do you have anything to say?" Ye Feng inquired icily. "As the man of Yingying, do you intend to eradicate the Lu family entirely?" The elder invoked the name of Lu Yingying, grasping at straws for a final desperate plea. "Humph!" Ye Feng scoffed derisively. Even now, he sought to leverage Lu Yingying to extricate himself from peril? This was a grotesque exploitation of an individual's worth, and it came as no surprise that Yingying had endured countless indignities within the Lu family over the years. In terms of shamelessness, the elder of the Lu family could easily claim the title of the most unprincipled in existence. "Are you truly prepared to eliminate even your own wife's grandfather?" The elder trembled, his words faltering. The implication was a desperate attempt to morally bind Ye Feng. After all, such a reputation would not bode well for Ye Feng. Now, he suddenly recalled that Lu Yingying was indeed his granddaughter? Years ago, when Coco was just born, he had insisted on applying the family's harsh laws to her, even contemplating her demise. In his eyes, Coco's very existence was a disgrace to the Lu family. Had it not been for Lu Chundong's control over a substantial portion of the Lu family's assets, which he used as leverage, Coco would have been lost long ago. Even on this day, he pondered whether Coco's presence would sow discord in Zhou Hong's heart. He had thought several times of erasing her existence once more, which emboldened Lu Yuan to viciously assault Coco. In the elder's heart, if Lu Yuan were to kill Coco, it would be of little consequence, perhaps alleviating Zhou Hong's concerns and thereby earning his favor. At that time, how could he have failed to consider that Yingying was his granddaughter? Ye Feng remained utterly unmoved. Just then, Lu Chunnan could no longer contain himself. The death of Lu Yuan had ignited a spark of defiance within him, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Ye Feng, bellowing, "Father, let us confront him." With that, he seized a long knife from a nearby guard and charged at Ye Feng, intent on engaging him in combat. Lu Sandao's eyes narrowed with cold resolve as he swiftly intervened, intercepting Lu Chunnan and disarming him with a seamless motion. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chunnan's expression froze as the blade tore through his throat, blood gushing forth. Moments later, buoyed by his misplaced courage, Lu Chunnan collapsed to the ground in a lifeless heap. The members of the Lu family were rendered speechless, their faces pale with terror, as the gruesome shock instilled a tremor in each of them. "You!" The elder of the Lu family was so incensed that he could scarcely articulate a response. Ye Feng did not intervene in Lu Sandao's act of slaying Lu Chunnan, signifying his tacit approval. "Reckless fool!" Lu Sandao tossed his long knife aside with a cold demeanor. Truly horrifying. Lu Sandao, already a formidable figure in the underworld, now exuded an aura steeped in blood, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Especially Lu Chunbei, who, having witnessed his elder brother's demise, felt his heart race uncontrollably, though he had never particularly cared for his second brother. The sheer terror of witnessing such a death firsthand was overwhelming. The previously arrogant Lu Hao stood silently to one side, too intimidated to utter a word. Having thrived in Lianqing, he typically carried himself with an air of entitlement, emboldened by his family's protection. Yet, confronted with genuine murder, especially that of his second uncle, he trembled in fright. Meanwhile, Ye Feng maintained his composed demeanor. Lu Chunnan's death was to him as inconsequential as that of an ant. After all, he had witnessed countless deaths, having personally taken many lives. The words of the Lu family elder had plunged him into contemplation. He indeed should not have executed the elder himself. then let him perish in a different manner. Sandow, the elder, is correct.
At this juncture, Ye Feng deliberately paused. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with hope, believing Ye Feng had reconsidered his stance.
However,
the subsequent words from Ye Feng plunged him into despair.
Sandow, I entrust this matter to you. Do you know how to proceed? Let the elder depart with dignity.
Ye Feng remarked coldly.
The elder's eyes bulged in disbelief as he regarded Ye Feng.
Ye Feng cast a glance over the Lu family members. Then at the corpses of the Lu Yuan family sprawled on the ground. Aside from the elder, the principal culprits who had tormented Coco were nearly all dead. There was no need to annihilate the entire Lu family, so he continued, let us just see the elder off. With that, he turned and walked towards the exit. Lu Sandow, being an astute individual, instantly grasped the implication of Ye Feng's words. The other members of the Lu family, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of hope.
Ye Feng's statement had afforded them a glimmer of survival.
However, the elder was different, his face turned ashen, then twisted with malice. As he summoned the remaining guards of the Lu family, intent on dragging Ye Feng down with him. Yet, his struggle was in vain. Lu Sandow's subordinates surged forward. Blades flashed, blood gushed, and cries of agony filled the air as the remaining guards of the Lu family were swiftly exterminated. Ye Feng displayed no interest in the unfolding events, confident that Lu Sandow would handle the situation adeptly. He had to go and soothe his daughter, who was still in a state of fear. Ye Feng strode out of the Lu family estate, casting a final glance at the ancestral courtyard that had stood for a century. A sigh of lament escaped his heart. Could this truly be the abode of Yingying? His romance with Lu Yingying was both a twist of fate and an unexpected turn of events. Throughout their high school years, although they were in the same cohort, they had no interactions. Lu Yingying had already earned a reputation as the belle of the school. However, Ye Feng, burdened by his studies, paid little attention to the captivating girl. Their genuine acquaintance blossomed only after Ye Feng's graduation, by which time he had ascended to the position of chairman of Yunfeng Group. Their love was imbued with a certain innocence. She never inquired about his professional pursuits, and he refrained from probing into her family background. Thus, they meandered into a relationship, oblivious to the storm that would later ensue, until Ye Feng found himself imprisoned. The brutal reality of familial conflict was something Ye Feng was acutely aware of, having suffered its consequences firsthand.
To his astonishment, Lu Yingying was ensnared in similar anguish.
After today, the Lu family would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. There was little to mourn, and Ye Feng would harbor no regrets. The demise of the Lu family members was a just consequence of their actions. Ye Feng strode towards the nearby Lexus, where a few individuals stood guard, flanking the vehicle. Through the tinted windows, he glimpsed Lu Yingying within, cradling Coco, her face etched with worry.
Chapter 92. Home. Xianxian sat beside Yingying, while Coco quietly nestled her head in Yingying's embrace, seemingly fast asleep.
Upon spotting Ye Feng, Xiao San was about to greet him, but Ye Feng silenced him with a gesture.
Then, with a wave of his hand, Xiao San paused momentarily before comprehending Ye Feng's intent and beckoning a few subordinates to depart.
Ye Feng remained fixated on the interior of the car, his gaze particularly lingering on Coco's cherubic face, revealing a rare tenderness.
Yingying's expression bore traces of lingering worry as Coco shifted slightly in her embrace.
The girl's bright eyes fluttered open, and she was greeted by the sight of a face that filled her with delight.
"Daddy!"
Coco exclaimed excitedly, upon seeing the man standing outside the window.
Yingying's eyes sparkled with surprise, though she quickly masked it, her expression becoming complex.
As the car door swung open, Coco spread her arms wide, yearning for Ye Feng's embrace. Ye Feng gently lifted Coco from Yingying's arms, cradling her close while his heart ached at the sight of her swollen cheeks. He silently mused that the couple, the Lu Yuans, truly got off lightly.
"Daddy, Coco wants to go home,"
Coco said, her little face clouded with melancholy.
"All right, Daddy will take Coco home,"
he replied, placing her back into Yingying's arms before turning towards the driver's seat, preparing to leave. The subsequent arrangements were to be entrusted to Lu Sandow. Had the Lu family treated Yingying and her daughter with a modicum of kindness in the past, Ye Feng would have gladly accepted them as family. However, the revelations he later learned ignited a fierce desire for retribution within him. Although Yingying remained reticent upon their meeting, her palpable hatred towards Lu Yuan spoke volumes.
Additionally, during the journey, Xianxian conveyed that Ying had endured almost inhumane treatment within the Lu household.
Such knowledge extinguished any sympathy he might have felt for the Lu family.
Especially upon discovering their intention to wed Ying to Zhou Hong, the Lu family had sealed their tragic fate.
After years apart, Ying felt an inexplicable tension upon facing this man.
In the previous urgent circumstances, she had concealed her feelings, but now, an unsettling nervousness began to creep in as she furtively glanced at the rearview mirror.
He appeared much the same as before, his chiseled features exuding an allure that captivated.
Steadying her nerves, she softly inquired, "Are you all right?"
Her tone was stiff, seemingly indifferent, yet laced with concern.
Ye Feng turned to see Ying's delicate visage tinged with a faint blush.
Upon meeting his gaze, she abruptly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes.
Reminiscent of a bashful young girl in the throes of first love.
A smile crept into Ye Feng's heart, noting how little she had changed. Though she averted her gaze, she could sense the weight of his lingering stare upon her. Internally, she cursed him playfully, "You rogue." After a prolonged silence, Ye Feng finally withdrew his gaze. A smile gracing his lips as he said, "I'm fine, and you remain as beautiful as ever."
"Oomph, smooth talker." Lu Ying muttered a complaint,
her cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of crimson, though her heart danced with delight. Xianxian sat in the back seat, turning her head to gaze out the window, intentionally ignoring the playful banter. In truth, she found the situation quite absurd.
With others present in the vehicle, were they truly about to engage in such flirtatious exchanges? "Daddy! Mommy is the most beautiful." Coco chimed sweetly, lifting her head from Lu Ying's embrace. Lu Ying quickly covered Coco's head, a playful admonition.
Afterward, she couldn't help but steal another glance at Ye Feng, who responded with a gentle smile.
"Let's go, Daddy is taking Coco home,"
Ye Feng declared,
smoothly maneuvering the car into a graceful turn as they sped away.
Meanwhile, Lu Ying simmered with frustration, wishing for a compliment that never came.
That insufferable man. Why can't he just continue to praise me?
Xianxian silently assessed her dear friend. Though outwardly demure, she understood Lu Ying all too well. Beneath that composed facade,
she was likely brimming with joy.
The rosy hue of her exquisite face and her distracted demeanor were sights Xianxian had never before witnessed. The journey continued in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Ye Feng focused intently on driving, Lu Ying engaged in playful antics with Coco to ease the awkwardness, while Xianxian idly observed the scenery outside, feeling somewhat superfluous in their company. By the time they returned to Changxing Garden, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. As soon as they exited the car, Coco clung to Ye Feng, who lifted the little darling into his arms.
They made their way back to the villa.
Yet Lu Ying's expression bore an odd mixture of emotions. A flutter of anxiety stirred within her. Ye Feng, like a playful fawn, had unsettled her heart. And after so many years apart, she felt utterly flustered.
Coco adored Ye Feng, and as a mother, Lu Ying couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy, as if her most treasured possession was being whisked away.
Nevertheless, Ye Feng was Coco's father, and witnessing her radiant happiness brought a sense of relief to Lu Ying's heart. Torn between emotions, Lu Ying grappled with how to approach Ye Feng, who remained nonchalant. Surely, she couldn't make the first move.
The thought alone was mortifying.
Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, Lu Ying's inner turmoil was a mystery, as he reveled in the joys of fatherhood. Coco, with her innocent exuberance, continually cheered and laughed, while Ye Feng would occasionally lift her high, eliciting peals of delighted laughter. Eventually, he allowed Coco to ride upon his shoulders, attracting the gaze of many passers-by.
"Daddy! This way!"
At a fork in the path, Coco raised her tiny, delicate hand, pointing toward the distant villa cluster.
Coco was so clever, Ye Feng praised, striding ahead.
Xianxian approached, walking alongside Lu Ying, and remarked, "Look how happy Coco is."
Lu Ying pouted, replying, "I feel as if she no longer needs me as her mother."
Xianxian covered her mouth and chuckled, then suddenly leaned towards Lu Ying's ear and teased, "You're quite fortunate, your nights must be quite warm now." Lu Ying understood the implication behind her friend's words, and her face instantly turned crimson.
She feigned ignorance and replied, "Where is it warm?"
Xianxian smiled slyly, still being stubborn.
Are we? Are you asking for a beating?" Lu Yingying, feeling utterly embarrassed by the teasing, raised her hand as if to strike her friend. Meanwhile, where had Yingying wandered off to today?
Inside the villa, Lu Chundong searched throughout the premises but found no trace of Yingying.
The disarray in the living room filled him with an unsettling premonition. However, Su Yumei remained unfazed, lazily reclining on the sofa.
She tossed a clean grape into her mouth and remarked, "You needn't worry, where could that mischievous girl have gone?"
Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by Coco's joyful laughter as they entered the room.
Chapter 93, In-laws. Lu Chundong found himself momentarily lost in thought. He did not see Yingying, but instead,
a young man entered the room.
Coco was perched on the young man's neck, her face alight with joy, her delicate hands playfully tugging at his hair.
A wave of suspicion washed over him. When had Coco developed such an affection for a man? Could it be that Yingying had found a new boyfriend? He furrowed his brow. In the past, the old man had frequently suggested that Lu Yingying remarry to bring some benefit to the family.
Although Lu Yingying had given birth to a daughter, her beauty was still capable of attracting many suitors.
In the old man's eyes, the family's interests took precedence.
As for Lu Yingying's feelings, he paid them little mind.
However, each proposal had been thwarted by Lu Chundong.
While he too wished for Lu Yingying to find a suitable and reliable partner, he cherished her deeply and respected her personal wishes.
In the absence of her consent, he would never force her into marriage for the sake of family gain.
This time, the old man acted in secrecy, taking matters into his own hands regarding Lu Yingying.
Believing that Zhou Hong's influence was crucial for the Lu family, with the family increasingly showing signs of decline, failing to align with Zhou Hong would likely lead to their inevitable downfall.
In the old man's eyes, as long as Lu Yingying's sacrifice could revive the stagnant Lu family,
it would be worth it.
Thus, he orchestrated the situation without Lu Chundong's knowledge, leveraging the family's resources to force the matter through.
Little did he anticipate the outcome that would ensue.
Consequently, throughout the ordeal, Lu Chundong remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the Lu household.
Upon encountering Ye Feng,
he mistakenly believed that Lu Yingying had finally come to her senses and was reconsidering her future.
"Grandpa, I have a daddy now." As soon as she entered the room, Coco exclaimed loudly to Lu Chundong, her small face brimming with pride, as if to declare to the world that little Coco had a father.
Upon hearing Coco's words,
Ye Feng was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of complexity. So, this was Lu Yingying's father? He scrutinized Lu Chundong.
A quintessential middle-aged man with a tall stature and a square face, bearing some resemblance to Lu Yingying.
Lu Chundong, hailing from a prominent family, exuded a certain charisma.
His appearance meticulously groomed. However, the years of idleness had cast a subtle pall over his demeanor. From being an heir to a prestigious family to becoming a man of no particular purpose was a transition that most would find difficult to accept. Despite the passage of years, the blow to Lu Chundong's spirit remained an insurmountable obstacle.
Though he harbored dissatisfaction with the old man's callous decision, what could he do?
Faced with the formidable family, he possessed no strength to resist. Lu Chundong understood that merely surviving was a blessing, for many heirs, once cast aside, faced dire fates. Much like the old man's brother, who had been imprisoned for life. In the end, he could not escape the fate of being stifled.
Lu Chundong's contemplations were increasingly pragmatic,
reflecting the profound anguish he had endured from the familial struggles. He deeply resonated with the callous sentiments of the elder. And the sorrow in his heart had never dissipated despite his departure from the Lu family. He also scrutinized Ye Feng, curious to discern the type of man Yingying had chosen. Judging solely by appearances, Ye Feng held a distinct advantage, leaving a favorable first impression on Lu Chundong.
Moreover, Ye Feng's evident affection for Coco further pleased Lu Chundong.
Su Yumei, seated on the sofa and indulging in grapes, could not restrain herself from peering at Ye Feng.
She did not entertain the notion of Ye Feng being Coco's biological father.
After all, despite numerous inquiries over the years, Yingying had remained tight-lipped, leaving no one to suspect that he was indeed Coco's progenitor. Upon noticing Ye Feng's inexpensive attire, Su Yumei's brows knitted together, indicating her dissatisfaction with his circumstances.
She inwardly mused, why must this foolish girl choose a man of such meager means?
Perhaps others are drawn to her wealth.
Hello, uncle and aunt.
After a brief moment of surprise, Ye Feng broke the silence with his greeting. "Come in," Lu Chundong replied, regaining his composure, and warmly invited Ye Feng inside. Su Yume merely responded with a non-committal her thoughts reflecting that this young man was unworthy of her daughter Ying, prompting her to consider advising Ying to dismiss him.
Ye Feng smiled gently, setting Kaoko down and taking a seat on the sofa. At that moment, Lu Ying and Kaoko followed closely behind. As they entered, they were met with a disapproving glance from Su Yume, her eyes seemingly demanding an explanation for the situation. It was then that Lu Chundong noticed the swelling on Kaoko's face and promptly inquired, "Ying, what happened to Kaoko?" "The elder took us to the Lu family," Ying replied in a subdued tone, before retrieving a first aid kit. Lu Chundong's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. He had yet to grasp the events that transpired within the Lu household, suspecting that Kaoko had likely been harmed by Lu Yuan or Ding Shui. Such incidents were not unprecedented. However, he felt powerless. After all, the Lu family was currently under Lu Chunan's sway, and the elder would not offer him assistance. Gazing at Kaoko, a hint of anguish crossed his face as he stated, "From now on, do not visit the Lu family." Ying settled beside Kaoko on the sofa,
casting a glance at Ye Feng, who sat across from them. She then spoke, "Dad, I won't go there anymore." She could surmise the events that had unfolded at the Lu household, aware that Ye Feng would not let some individuals go unpunished. Yet, she had long since resigned herself to the Lu family as fate, feeling no sorrow for any of its members.
Gently, Ying applied a soothing ointment to Kaoko's swollen face.
The burning sensation elicited a startled gasp from Kaoko, but she refrained from crying, instead clinging tightly to Ye Feng's arm.
At a glance, they truly resembled a family of three.
As she observed from the side, Su Yume furrowed her brows. At that moment, Lu Chundong's phone rang, glancing at the screen. He saw it was Lu Chunbei calling. He frowned slightly and hurriedly answered. After a brief exchange, he greeted Lu Ying before Su Yume hastily departed from the villa. It seemed Lu Chunbei had informed him of the events transpiring within the Lu family, necessitating his return to handle matters at the Lu villa. Ye Feng likely surmised the situation. It was indeed essential for Lu Chundong to return and take charge, especially following Lu Chunan's demise. Under Ye Feng's directive, the elderly patriarch had probably already passed away as well. Lu Chunbei, likely terrified, had no choice but to summon Lu Chundong back to restore order. In the villa's grand hall, only Ye Feng, Coco, Ying, and Xian remained, the atmosphere becoming increasingly peculiar. Lu Ying lowered her head, and when she nervously raised her gaze to furtively glance at Ye Feng, she discovered that insufferable man wearing a sly grin, staring intently at her. Chapter 94. A good man must know how to cook. Lu Ying wore an expression of embarrassment as she pondered how to interact with this man on their journey home. After all, the beauty of their relationship lingered in the past, even though she harbored a glimmer of hopeful longing. However, upon their genuine reunion, an undeniable sense of unfamiliarity arose within her, evoking a nervousness akin to the thrill of their first romance, leaving her utterly at a loss. In such moments, it is often the man's role to shatter the awkward silence, yet Ye Feng appeared disinclined to speak. He was lost in admiration of the exquisite beauty before him, her delicate features, fair skin, and long lashes, along with the bashful blush gracing her cheeks, captivating his senses and rendering him oblivious to the discomfort radiating from the side, where Xian stood, feeling increasingly out of place. Xian averted her gaze to the outside, feigning ignorance of the situation. She perceived herself as an oversized light bulb, entirely unsuitable for the occasion. Clearing her throat, she hastily interjected, "Ying, perhaps I should take my leave." Lu Ying felt a surge of apprehension. The thought of Xian departing filled her with dread. "Xian, please don't go. Let us finish our meal first." Her expression was nearly pleading, fearful that once Xian left, she would be left alone to face the proverbial wolf, Ye Feng. In her professional realm, Lu Ying was a formidable woman, exuding confidence. Yet, in the presence of Ye Feng, she felt utterly diminished, embodying the demeanor of a timid girl. Xian contemplated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing, "All right then. Let's eat before I leave." Ye Feng, suddenly roused from his reverie, directed his gaze toward Xian, feeling an unusual disdain for her presence. "Then I shall prepare the meal." Lu Ying finally exhaled a sigh of relief, her anxious demeanor shifting as she stood to cook. "Food is on the way." Little Coco, oblivious to her parents' subtle dynamics, perked up at the mention of dinner. "Ying, let me help."
Ye Feng quickly rose to follow her into the kitchen. Lu Yingying regarded him thoughtfully, ultimately nodding in acquiescence.
You can keep Xian company, simply wait for the food to be ready.
Ye Feng smiled gently. Well, you're the one who should just wait and eat. Humph, you're the one who will just wait and eat.
Lu Yingying retorted, pouting in dissatisfaction. You're unfamiliar with our kitchen, it's best if we work together, Lu Yingying continued.
Our kitchen?
Ye Feng's heart leapt with joy at her words, signifying her acceptance of him. Initially, he had feared she would still regard him with the same distant demeanor as before. Soon, they both entered the kitchen, where the refrigerator was stocked with an abundance of ingredients, sparing them the need for a grocery run. Ye Feng took charge of the cooking, while Lu Yingying assisted in preparing the ingredients, diligently chopping garlic and scallions, her hair tied up and an apron cinched around her waist.
At this moment,
she lacked the assertive demeanor typically associated with the marketplace, instead exuding an air of domestic grace.
Lu Yingying was astute and capable, equally at ease in the drawing room and the kitchen.
The two of them busied themselves in the kitchen, while Xian played with Coco in the living room. Ye Feng's culinary skills were exceptional. Before long, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas that tantalized the senses. Although Ye Feng had previously dabbled in cooking, his skills were rather rudimentary. During his time in Shili prison, he was tasked with delivering meals to an elderly man with white hair, during which he frequently interacted with the kitchen staff. This elderly gentleman had a discerning palate, insisting on the dishes prepared by a culinary maestro among the inmates,
who was renowned for his ability to create extraordinary delicacies.
His culinary prowess was remarkable, and he had hunted countless wild animals for his craft, even going so far as to include the national treasure, the giant panda, in his culinary pursuits. Consequently, he was incarcerated in Shili prison, likely to remain there for the rest of his days. Ye Feng, taking advantage of his meal delivery duties, learned the art of cooking from the chef. With his current culinary expertise, he could easily surpass the chefs of any five-star establishment. Just moments ago, Lu Yingying had harbored doubts about his cooking abilities. But upon catching a whiff of the delightful fragrance, she smiled and remarked, "How come I never realized you were such a good cook?" Ye Feng replied with a grin, "A good man must know how to cook, otherwise, how can I prepare meals for you in the future?" Lu Yingying refrained from countering, her eyes narrowing as she retorted,
"Humph, perhaps many women are waiting to be fed." She recalled the scene at Lianqing restaurant with Su Weiwei attending to Ye Feng,
and a pang of discomfort gripped her heart.
"The dishes I prepare are exclusively for you, Miss Lu, others may have to wait in line," Ye Feng replied cheerfully.
Lu Yingying remained non-committal, pouting slightly, seizing the opportunity to inquire, "Now, be honest, who is that woman from Lianqing restaurant?" As she posed the question, a glimmer of jealousy shone in her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Ye Feng suddenly realized that her recent reluctance towards him stemmed from an unintentional spill of her jealousy. "Miss, she is merely a classmate of mine, it was an accident, and she already has a child."
"What are you thinking?
I can scarcely believe you." Lu Yingying's tone had noticeably softened, losing much of the earlier accusatory bravado. It dawned on her that her feelings had led to unfounded turmoil. Although her expression remained stern, the explanation from Ye Feng stirred a secret delight within her.
Ye Feng chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. "Still laughing? The food is burning." Lu Yingying playfully swatted Ye Feng. Indeed, a burnt smell wafted through the kitchen, filling the air with a blend of warmth and affection.
There is an old saying that when men and women work together, the labor feels less burdensome. While this adage struck a chord, the reality was that their collaboration had resulted in a delay, turning what should have been a 30-minute endeavor into an hour without a meal served.
Meanwhile, Xian and Coco outside were left to endure the pangs of hunger. "Mom, Dad, Coco is hungry."
A voice from outside finally interrupted the affectionate banter between the two.
"All right. Dinner will be ready soon, just wait a moment, Coco." Lu Yingying replied, raising her voice.
"It's all your fault, dragging your feet and leaving our daughter starving." She couldn't help but give Ye Feng's shoulder a playful thump, expressing her grievances.
"All right, let us swiftly bring the dishes to the table,"
Ye Feng said with a smile as he finished cooking the last dish. The two then moved with agility, transferring the sumptuous array of dishes to the outdoor dining table.
"Xian, please bring Coco in for dinner." Lu Yingying called out after setting the table. Xian entered the dining room, cradling Coco in her arms.
The villa that Lu Yingying had purchased was quite spacious. The first floor, aside from the grand hall, featured an independent dining area, kitchen, and 2 additional rooms. Upstairs, there was a master bedroom, a guest room, and a nursery.
As Xian entered the dining room with Coco,
the little one caught a whiff of the delectable spread and exclaimed, "Daddy, it smells so good."
Chapter 95, Even a child can be deceived, isn't it delicious? This was specially prepared by Daddy for Coco.
Ye Feng exclaimed as he removed his apron and approached the dining table.
Thank you, Daddy. Coco, nestled in Xuan's arms,
beamed with her bright, expressive eyes. Lu Yingying, who was gathering the bowls and chopsticks, rolled her eyes in response.
What a liar! Just moments ago,
he claimed to have prepared the dishes just for me, deceiving both young and old alike. Ye Feng paid no mind to Lu Yingying's jealousy and took a seat at the table. Ye Feng, I had no idea you were such a talented cook,
Xian remarked.
Her appetite piqued as she gazed at the array of visually appealing and fragrant dishes before her. She was aware that Ye Feng was the chairman behind Yunfeng Group. Yet upon observing him closely, she noted that he bore no trace of the commanding business executive demeanor he usually displayed. In contrast to the decisive aura he exuded at the Lu residence, he appeared almost like a gentle, nurturing man at that moment. To possess such a man was indeed a stroke of fortune, a divine blessing. Xian could not help but feel a twinge of envy in her heart.
Xian. You go ahead and eat.
I will feed Coco, Lu Yingying said with a warm smile, interrupting Xuan's thoughts. She then took Coco in her arms, settled into a chair, and served a bowl of rice for her daughter, ensuring to also attend to Ye Feng.
Come, try my cooking,
Ye Feng said as he accepted the bowl of rice from Lu Yingying and deftly placed a piece of meat into her bowl.
It's really delicious, Lu Yingying remarked with surprise. Isn't it good? I'll make it for you every day. Who needs you to cook every day? Lu Yingying muttered playfully.
Ye Feng chuckled and continued to serve her more dishes. Although Lu Yingying felt a bit shy with Xian present, she gladly accepted his gestures.
Their actions, without a doubt, were akin to feeding Xian a dose of dog food.
The meal progressed harmoniously, with Ye Feng and Lu Yingying's relationship thawing considerably. Especially with Coco acting as a charming mediator, their exchanges grew warmer, dispelling the sense of unfamiliarity that had lingered from their time apart.
A profound warmth enveloped them, reminiscent of days gone by. After the meal, the clock struck 8.
Xian, seeking an excuse, hastily departed, feeling choked by the display of affection between the couple,
which was undeniably glaring.
Once Xian had left, Ye Feng carried Coco into the living room to play, while Yingying busied herself with cleaning the dishes in the kitchen. She was not one to fuss, having endured many hardships when Coco was born. She had never hired